I only dropped out to work for 3 years. But unexpectedly, my school beauty girlfriend not only didn't thank me but also wanted to break up with me. She even went so far as to call me a useless loser. Just when I was utterly disheartened, I unexpectedly awakened the beast control system. From the unremarkable mosquitoes by the roadside to the divine golden dragons in the sky, I could turn them into my controlled beasts. I could also convert the tamed beasts into my own vital energy. At this moment, I was hunting mosquitoes under the street lamp with an electric mosquito swatter. Just when I had been busy all night and had become a warrior, the system beeped congratulating me on becoming a level 1 warrior and specially rewarding me with a level 1 exotic beast evolution opportunity. Hearing this, I was excited, thinking about who to make my controlled beast. A faint meow came from the bushes nearby, and the next moment a tabby cat appeared before me. I didn't hesitate to establish a connection with the kitten and then use the evolution on it. In an instant, the little kitten transformed into a leopard-like creature, and its strength became that of a level 1 exotic beast. The pressing matter now was to quickly get certified as a warrior, then take the reward money home and surprise my parents. With this in mind, I quickly reached the entrance of the warrior building. Smiling, I strode confidently towards the building. But as soon as I entered the main gate, a grating alarm sounded. Alert, an unknown level 1 exotic beast has entered the building. With the harsh alarm sounding, a multitude of warriors quickly gathered at the entrance of the warrior hall. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a security uniform exuding a strong aura said to me, "Young man, don't be afraid. As long as you don't move, I can assure you that I will kill it before it attacks you." Hearing this, I quickly blurted out in panic, "Don't kill it, it's with me." At that moment, a middle-aged fat man said, "Young man, you can't just say that. Humans and exotic beasts have been fighting for centuries, and no one has ever heard of someone taming an exotic beast." Then, holding a collar, I had the small flower drill into it, which could decide its life or death, and then said, "You must believe it now, right?" Such a scene shocked everyone, making their jaws drop. The scene became instantly chaotic. Seeing this, I was dumbfounded. As everyone came to their senses, I ran towards the elevator with the small flower. Once the news of a warrior taming an exotic beast was out, it immediately caught the attention of everyone in Wangjiang City. On the other side, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes said firmly, "This time we absolutely cannot let those guys beat this young man to it." At the top of a skyscraper, an old man laughed out loud. "After so many years, finally someone can tame an exotic beast. I must meet him personally." At this moment, I had reached the 7th floor, where warriors are tested for their vital energy and awarded their warrior medals. The receptionist then said, "Please go upstairs to measure your vital energy, then come here to register and process your warrior medal." Hearing this, it took me only 10 minutes to return here with the test results. I quickly completed all the procedures and left with everything. The moment I left, the receptionist immediately called the curator. "Curator, there's an important matter I need to report to you." Hearing this, a white-haired old man ran towards the elevator in shock. "An 18-year-old level 1 warrior, that's a genius." Soon I returned home, but it was empty. Not only was my mother not at home, but my father was also not in his room. Meanwhile, outside the emergency room of the First People's Hospital, my mother seemed to have lost her soul. Ever since she learned that her son had gone mad, she had been searching all night. At that moment, a nurse in white said, "This is a critical illness notice, please sign it and also pay the surgery fee, which totals 230000." Hearing this, my mother's hands trembled uncontrollably. 230,000, how can I come up with that amount? "Nurse, can it be delayed for a couple of days? I will definitely raise the money as soon as possible." Hearing this, the nurse frowned and said unkindly, "If the money is not paid by noon, take the person and leave." Just when my mother didn't know what to do, I appeared before her, flustered and anxious. "Mom," the moment Jean Ma saw Jean Chao, she could no longer suppress the grievances and suffering in her heart. She cried out, "You're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I might have thought of dying." With that, she buried her head in Jean Chao's chest and began to weep bitterly. Seeing his mother like this, Jean Chao's heart ached and he slapped himself hard twice. He swore never to worry his parents again and then asked about his father's condition. Jean Ma told him everything in detail, including the fact that they had tried to borrow money from Jean Yu. Hearing this, Jean Chao was furious. How could they do this? The hospital is supposed to heal and save lives. How could they refuse treatment and kick someone out just because they were late with a payment by 2 days? Is this still a hospital that saves lives? And his uncle, how could he be so heartless? If it wasn't for his father's help in the past, his uncle might have starved to death. Now he refuses to help in return. But Jean Chao didn't care about all this now. he could gather the money needed to save his father himself. "Mom, don't worry about the money, I'll handle it," he assured her. Jean Ma sobbed. "How can you handle it, my child? It's 230,000 yuan, if it's really not possible we might have to sell the house." "Mom, there's no need to sell the house. Let me tell you something, I am now a martial artist. Just give me 2 days and I can definitely gather the 230,000 yuan. As a martial artist, I just need to kill a few exotic beasts outside the city to gather enough money." Hearing this, Jean Ma was full of worry. Although she didn't believe her son had gone mad, his current state made her doubt. "Xiao, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'll find a way to get the money. You mustn't let anything happen to you." At this, Jin Xiao was momentarily stunned, then realized that his mother thought he was delusional. "Mom, I really have become a martial artist. This is my martial artist badge and here's the 100,000 yuan I just got." Jin Xiao took out the badge and bank card and placed them in front of his mother. Jin Ma finally believed him. A martial artist badge couldn't be faked and no one would dare to fake it, so her son really had become a martial artist. Her husband could be saved. Just then the nurse from before came back and scolded Jean Ma. "Why haven't you made the payment yet? If you don't pay, now we'll have to ask you to leave immediately. Don't waste our time here." Jean Ma hurriedly said, "Nurse, we only have 100,000 yuan on hand now. Can we pay the remaining 130,000 yuan in 2 days? The nurse disdainfully said, "No, not a cent less. If you don't have the money, don't bother getting treatment, just go home and wait to die." Jean Ma wanted to plead with the nurse, but Jin Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. "How can you speak like that? Doesn't the hospital have a rule that medical fees can be paid 3 working days late? How can you, a nurse, not know this rule? How did you become a nurse?" The nurse unfazed replied, "The hospital does have that rule, but it's meant for those who can actually pay later. Can you, being so poor, really pay later?" With that, the nurse grew even more impatient. "If you can't pay, take your patient and leave, or I'll call security." Jin Xiao was fuming with anger. Just about to speak when he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Isn't that Jin Xiao? What are you doing here? Is someone sick?" Jin Xiao turned around to find that the speaker was his classmate Wang Jianyu, a wealthy second-generation heir, accompanied by Qin Shui. The nurse, seeing Wang Jianyu, immediately greeted him with a smile. "Isn't this young Master Wang? What brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Jianyu replied, "How could I possibly be unwell? It's my girlfriend who's feeling sick. We've come to have a look. Just put it on my tab." The nurse obsequiously responded, "What are you saying, young Master Wang? How could I ever rush you for payment?" Witnessing the nurse's flattering behavior, Jin Xiao could no longer contain his anger. The hospital ignores the poor who are in desperate need of saving, yet fawns over the wealthy for minor ailments. Moreover, they apply rules meant for the poor to the rich. What kind of world is this, Wang? Jinyu, however, was not in a hurry and looked at Jin Xiao with a playful expression. "What's going on here?" The nurse, seeing this, looked disdainfully at Jin Xiao and remarked, "His father attempted suicide by slashing his wrists, and they're still short of 130,000 yuan for the surgery fee. They can't pay it." Qin Shui sneered upon hearing this. "If you don't have money, why bother seeking medical help? If it were me, I'd just let them die at home." Jin Xiao was shocked that Qin Shui could say such a thing and was immediately infuriated. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Jianyu said, "Shui, how can you say something like that? After all, he is our classmate." Then looking at Jin Xiao with a smirk, Wang continued, "Old classmate, if you're short of money, just borrow from me. All you have to do is kneel and crawl between my legs and I'll pay your father's medical bills. Isn't that a good deal? Or your mother could do it for you, after." Saying this, Wang Jianyu looked at Jin Xiao with a smirk, waiting for him to kneel and be humiliated, only to end up with no money to save his father. "Blame it on those middle school days when you always hogged Qin Shui. Did you think you, a poor wretch, had a chance with her?" Jin Xiao could no longer bear the insults. He could accept being humiliated himself, but he would not tolerate any insults towards his family. Hidden in the shadows, Xiaohua also sensed his master's rage. At Jin Xiao's command, Xiaohua pounced and knocked Wang Jianyu to the ground. Wang Jianyu, utterly panicked, could clearly feel that this was no ordinary beast. "Help! There's a monster! Help! I don't want to die." Despite his desperate struggles, Wang Jianyu couldn't escape from Xiaohua. The hospital was thrown into chaos, with everyone panicked and security rushing over. Qin Shui, terrified, was so scared that she wet her pants and crawled away from Wang Jianyu, ignoring his cries for help. Jin Xiao, seeing Wang Jianyu wet his pants in fear, slowly approached him and said, "With that cowardly look of yours, do you really think you deserve to see me kneel? And to dare insult my mother, you deserve to die." With that, Xiaohua's paw forcefully smashed Wang Jianyu's right thigh bone. His agonizing screams echoed down the hallway. The severe pain twisted Wang Jianyu's face as he cried and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Just let me go and I'll pay all the medical bills, and Qin Shui, I'll give her to you, just let me go. Hearing this, Qin Shui's face showed utter disbelief as she looked at Wang Jianyu. He was actually offering her to Jin Xiao. Wasn't that sentencing her to death? What did Wang Jianyu think of himself? At that moment Qin Shui was filled with regret. How could she have been so blind to have fallen for such a man? Jin Xiao sneered in response. Money? Do you think a martial artist lacks money? Hearing Jin Xiao's words, Wang Jianyu's heart sank. Indeed, how could a martial artist lack money? Why did he ever provoke Jin Xiao? I don't want to die. Just as Jin Xiao was about to continue punishing Wang Jianyu, a group of security guards rushed over and surrounded them. The middle-aged head of the security team, seeing Wang Jianyu pressed to the ground covered in blood, immediately changed his expression. The son of a major hospital client, how could he not recognize him? If something happened to him here, would they still have their jobs? They must save Wang Jianyu quickly. Seeing the security arrive, Wang Jianyu arrogantly shouted, "You useless bunch, kill this beast and this fool too." The head of security's face darkened and he commanded, "Number 2, Number 3, go." As security personnel of the First People's Hospital of Wangjiang City, they were naturally no ordinary people. Number 2 and Number 3 were high-level martial artists. Dealing with a young man and a level 1 beast was effortless for them. Jin Chao's icy voice rang out, "Who dares to move, I'll kill him." As he spoke, Xiaohua flashed its sharp claws, pressing them against Wang Jianyu's throat. A single move from the others and Wang Jianyu would be dead. The crowd was stunned by the scene. What was happening here? How could this beast obey this young man? Could it be that this young man had tamed the beast? The thought was absurd, but the fact was unfolding before their eyes. Beasts are ferocious and would rather die than submit to humans. Countless strong men had tried to tame them, yet no one had ever succeeded. How could this young man possibly succeed? Yet the scene before them made them believe this young man had truly tamed a beast. The head of security quickly tried to defuse the situation. "Don't be rash. Killing him won't let you live either. Let go now, and there's still room to negotiate." Hearing this, Jin Chao said viciously, "It's already gone this far. Where is the room to negotiate? Even if I die, I must kill him." As he spoke, Xiaohua's claws pressed down slightly and fresh red blood immediately flowed from Wang Jianyu's neck, staining his chest. Seeing this, Wang Jianyu began to scream frantically, "I don't want to die, just let me go, I'll agree to anything." Having been classmates for 9 years, Jin Chao knew him too well and would never let him go. Seeing Jin Chao's indifference, even as Xiaohua's claws moved slightly further, the head of security lost his earlier composure. "You can't kill him. Even if you don't care about yourself, think about your family. The Wang family will not spare your parents." Wang Jianyu, as if grasping a lifeline, hysterically shouted, "Yes, you can't kill me, otherwise my dad will never let your family go." "Yes, he definitely won't, huh?" Jin Chao coldly responded, "Don't forget your life is still in my hands. If it comes to it, we'll all go down together." During Jin Chao's speech, the security team leader slightly raised his eyebrows, signaling his subordinate to take Jin Chao's mother hostage. However, such a subtle movement could hardly escape Jin Chao's keen eyes. The moment the subordinate moved, Jin Chao's attention was entirely fixed on him. This momentary distraction was exactly what the security team leader was waiting for. In an instant, he moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Wang Jianyu, rescuing him from under Xiaohua's claws in a mere moment. The disparity in strength was so great that Jin Xiao had no time to react. A group of people rushed over to help Wang Jianyu up and others called for a doctor to come and treat him. However, Wang Jianyu pushed them away fiercely and approached Jin Xiao with a menacing look. "Jin Xiao, you think you're so powerful, you even want to kill me? Today I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Break his limbs for me. I want him to watch as his parents die before his eyes. I want him to suffer for the rest of his life." Saying this, Wang Jianyu shouted to the security, "Go grab this fool. I want him to watch his parents die before his eyes. I want him to live a life worse than death." Jin Chao shielded his mother behind him and screamed, "Even if I die, I won't let you touch a finger on my parents." The security team quickly surrounded Jin Chao and his mother, giving them no chance to escape. The tension was palpable and the security team leader coldly stated, "You have no chance." Knowing the huge gap in their strength, Jin Chao still responded defiantly, "Even if I die, I'll take someone with me." The security team leader wasted no further words and simply commanded, "Attack." The security team surged forward and Jin Chao prepared for the fight. But before he could act, a powerful aged voice suddenly called out, "Stop." Following that, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by several screams of pain. Looking around, all members of the security team were down on the ground, groaning in agony. What's happening? What occurred? Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair, surrounded by a Crowd appeared before them. Wang Jianyu was even lifted by the neck by a strong young man in martial attire. The sudden turn of events left Jin Chao momentarily stunned. Xiaohua quickly positioned herself in front of Jin Chao, growling at everyone in an attempt to scare them off. Jin's mother also ran to him immediately, crying and frantically checking him over. "Son, are you alright? You can't scare mom like this." "Mom, I'm fine." Jin Chao, who had narrowly escaped death, took a deep breath. Although he didn't know who the old man was, he had saved him. Wang Jianyu, struggling to breathe with his throat constricted, managed to say, "Old man, let me go. If my dad finds out, he will kill you." Following the old man, a person in a white lab coat, constantly wiping sweat, was furious upon hearing Wang Jianyu's words. "Shut up, do you know who this elderly gentleman is? He is the director of the martial arts building, Master Zhao. Your father isn't even qualified to carry his shoes, and yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. You really don't know how." The word death is written, martial arts building Master Zhao. This name rings like thunder in Wangjiang City. No one could possibly be ignorant of it. The foremost powerhouse of the city, the leader of its greatest faction. Almost all the warriors of Wangjiang City were under his control. Who would dare provoke him? Even the notoriously arrogant Wang Jianyu trembled at the mention of old Zhao's name. But why would such an eminent figure come here? As everyone wondered, old Zhao with a smile on his face walked towards Jin Chao. In a gentle voice he said, "You must be Jin Chao, right? A fine young man you are, becoming a warrior at 18, your future achievements are boundless. How about following this old man? If you agree, I assure you no one in Wangjiang City would dare bully your family." Everyone was stunned by this scene. Old Zhao had come for this young man. How could this be possible? Wasn't he just a poor boy? What could have possibly drawn a figure like old Zhao to personally meet him? And it was old Zhao who sought him out, not the other way around. Such an event was unheard of. What stroke of fortune had this boy encountered, and whom had he possibly offended? Though they already suspected that Jin Chao might be a warrior, hearing it confirmed from old Zhao himself was still shocking. 18 years old. At 28, they still didn't know what they were doing with their lives. At 18, he was already a warrior. Such talent appears perhaps once in many years in a city as large as Wangjiang. It was no wonder even a personage like old Zhao had personally come to see him. Jin Chao was also shocked. He had never met such a prominent figure before, nor had he imagined that he would be invited to join him. Previously he would have outright refused. With the system he could easily become a strongman and make a lot of money effortlessly. Joining any organization would mean subjecting himself to their rules and possibly doing things against his will. But after what had happened just now, he had realized something. In this world, no matter how strong one is, ultimately one cannot contend against a power alone. Even if one could face a power single-handedly, what about those around him? Thus, this time he chose to join a faction, especially one as influential as the Martial Tower. Just as Jin Chao was resolving to join the Martial Tower, a powerful voice rang out. "Isn't what old Zhao is doing a little inappropriate? A talent like young Jin surely hasn't escaped others' notice." A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, walked straight towards Jin Chao. He said bluntly, "I am Sunny Long, chairman of Nani Group. I just want to ask you one question and I hope you can answer truthfully." Nani Group, Sunny Long. Hearing the newcomer introduce himself, everyone was somewhat shocked. This was one of the few forces in Wangjiang City that could contend with the Martial Tower. Sunny Long was famously ruthless, never polite to anyone, yet speaking to Jin Chao he actually used the word consult. Could it be that he too was intending to recruit Jin Chao because of his talent? Jin Chao's heart raced with nervous excitement. "I never expected to meet such significant figures today. Tell me," he said, "can you really tame exotic beasts?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sunny Long turned his gaze towards the small flower protecting Jin Chao. His eyes filled with immense shock and even more so with joy. From the very first moment he saw Xiaohua, he was convinced that Jin Chao's ability to tame exotic beasts was real. After all, no exotic beast would protect a human, let alone forsake its own safety to shield a human in the face of formidable enemies. Jin Chao truly has this skill. We must bring him over, Sunny Long thought to himself. Upon hearing Sunny Long's words, the crowd finally realized the truth. They had witnessed Jin Chao's ability to tame exotic beasts with their own eyes. Even if Zhao Lao didn't see Jin Chao commanding Xiaohua in battle, he saw Xiaohua's loyal act of protecting its master. How could they not be amazed? This was indeed a first since the appearance of exotic beasts. If one could learn the skill to tame these creatures who in this era dominated by exotic beasts could compete against them, No wonder a figure like Sunny Long was so courteous. I can indeed tame exotic beasts. Jin Chao just finished his declaration when Sunny Long excitedly and loudly said, "Good, as long as you agree from today onwards you are part of the Nani group. Name any condition you desire, I will fulfill it without any ambiguity." Old brother's son, the guests haven't all arrived yet and you're already poaching him, isn't that a bit inappropriate? At least wait for old Zhu and me, said a fat man with a staggering gait as he approached. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Jin Chao. "Hello little Jin, I am the leader of the Sanlong gang and I am here to invite you to join our gang. I won't outbid others with conditions, just agree to join the Sanlong gang. And I will give you 1 million a month and you can command anyone in the gang. Besides me no one can order you to do anything. How about that, Sanlong gang Juda?" What day is it today that all three major powers of Wangjiang City have appeared in the hospital, all vying for Jin Chao, and Judy offered Jin Chao a position second only to himself, the leader of the biggest gang in Wangjiang City filled with countless strong members. Just being able to command these strong figures was enough to make everyone else green with envy. Judah was also offering him 1 million a month, a sum that even martial artists might take a decade to earn, and Jin Chao could easily get it by just agreeing to join the Sanlong gang. This was the dream of countless others. "And just agree," Judah said, smiling as he looked at those around. "I can silently and quietly handle these people for you, ensuring no information leaks." Everyone swept by his gaze couldn't help but tremble. This was the Sanlong gang after all, capable of silencing them as easily as drinking water. Now, their lives hung by a thread at Jin Chao's mere thought. At this moment Wang Jianyu, Qin Shui, the female nurse, the security guard, and even the hospital's dean were incredibly nervous. How could they have known that Jin Chao held such power? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have dared to offend him. Suddenly, everyone knelt on the ground continuously, kowtowing. "Great Lord Jin, please show mercy, we beg you not to kill us, we won't dare do it again." Qin Shui desperately wanted to crawl to Jin Chao's feet, wagging her tail and begging for mercy. However, she was frightened back by Xiaohua's breath and had to stop 2 steps away. Sobbing, she pleaded, "Brother Jin Chao, I was foolish and deceived by Wang Jianyu. I lost my mind. I am not a human. I only ask you to spare me this time, I will never dare again." The female nurse even knelt on the ground, banging her head and begging for mercy. "Great Mr. Jin, I was blind and hindered your father's treatment. My sins are unforgivable. Please have mercy on me. I will serve your father wholeheartedly and ensure your satisfaction. Please spare me." The pleas filled the air, creating a chaotic scene. Witnessing this, Jin Chao felt a myriad of emotions. This was the disparity brought by social status. Just moments ago he was a nobody, easily bullied, but now, with just a few words from these people, he had become someone who held their lives in his hands. This reinforced his decision. Jin Chao took a deep breath and said, "It's too late. When you did all this you should have anticipated this outcome. It's not that I, Jin Chao, am heartless, but you should not have threatened me using my parents, thus you must die." Hearing Jin Chao's words, Judah revealed a satisfied smile, thinking, "This kid is just like me." The others begged even more frantically, not wanting to die. At this point they wished they could kill themselves, if they hadn't meddled in this matter, hadn't insulted Jin Chao and his family, hadn't attacked him. How could they have ended up like this? Wang Jianyu, thrown to the ground, let out a miserable smile. He didn't beg for mercy, knowing it was futile. If he had cherished the chance Jin Chao gave him earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. All his fault. "Jin Chao, I don't ask you to spare me, just to end it quickly." Jin Chao coldly looked at him and nodded. Shuda, seeing this, waved his hand and his men were about to step forward to deal with these people, but Sunny Long suddenly spoke up. "Hold on." Everyone looked puzzled at Sunny Long. Those about to be executed thought Sunny Long might save them, all looking at him with hope. Even the despairing Wang Jianyu flickered with hope. If Sunny Long spoke up, they might have a chance to live. Thinking this, Wang Jianyu excitedly said, "Mr. Sun, please save me. If you speak for me, our Wang family will be the dog of the Nani group forever, doing whatever you ask." Sunny Long coldly replied, "What is the Wang family, that they could join my Nani group?" Ignoring him, he then turned to Jin Chao and said, "I was too abrupt earlier, I didn't explain the benefits. If Mr. Jin agrees to join the Nani group, not only will you get the conditions brothers you mentioned, but I will also provide a level 3 recovery potion for your father which can help him recover and even cure paralysis. This potion is priceless and said to bring someone back from the brink of death. Its value had already surpassed hundreds of millions. Such a treasure could only be produced by the Nanyo Group after all." It was surprising that Sunny Long was willing to part with it so readily. Upon hearing about the level 3 recovery potion, Jin Chao was instantly tempted. His father had been paralyzed for many years, and without this potion recovery was impossible, such an item unobtainable even with wealth. was beyond his reach. Moreover, acquiring it would cost at least 100 million, a sum not even decades of saving could accumulate. Now all he had to do was agree to join the Nanyo group and his father would regain his health immediately. How could he not be moved? Trying to deceive a genius like little Jean with just a bottle of potion. Brother son, aren't you too naive? After speaking, Elder Zhao also said to Jin Chao, as long as you agree to join the warrior's tower besides the conditions they offer, I promise you, as long as you devote yourself to the warrior's tower, I will not make you do anything against your will. All your actions will be under your control. Such conditions, not to mention the onlookers, even Sunny Long and Zhu De were shocked beyond measure. They wanted to recruit Jin Chao merely to serve their own purposes. If they offered him such terms, why bother going to such lengths? Jin Chao was very tempted to agree as the terms were too enticing, but for his father's sake he had to decline. However, before he could speak, Elder Zhao continued, as for your father, it's not only the level 3 recovery potion that can cure him, he can also be cured. Pointing to the muscular man who had just grabbed Wang Jianyu by the throat, he continued, he has awakened a healing ability. As long as he takes action, even missing limbs can be restored, and dealing with these scoundrels is just a matter of a few words. Upon hearing this, Sunny Long and Zhu Da's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The foundation of the warrior's tower was indeed beyond their comparison. To recruit Jin Chao, they had even deployed someone with an awakened healing ability, a presence on par with a prodigy like Jin Chao who became a warrior at 18. What could they compare with? Wang Jianyu and others were just numb. Handling them was merely a side task for these people. After all, every condition they proposed was explosively generous. 1 million monthly salary, second in command, even unbridled freedom. Such terms were unheard of even for seasoned warriors, let alone a newcomer. The onlookers were so shocked they didn't know what to say. The three giants of Wangjiang City had pulled out all the stops to recruit a newcomer. These big shots were never so undervalued before. Often ordinary warriors would break their heads just to join their forces, but today was an eye-opener. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Jin Chao with envy. No matter which option he chose from now on, he could walk horizontally in Wangjiang City, with such conditions from the warrior's tower. Jin Chao no longer needed to consider. Elder Zhao, I accept your offer, please save my father's. Thank you very much. Saying this, Jin Chao slowly knelt down, his head heavily kowtowing to the ground, his eyes instantly moistening. It was all finally over, all in the past. Jin's mother knelt down, bowing deeply to old Zhao. Old Zhao, thank you, you truly are our lifesaver. As she spoke, she also bowed to Sunny Long and Zhu De. Thank you both as well, we the Jin family will never forget your kindness. This time Jin Chao did not stop. This bow was a genuine expression of their heartfelt gratitude. Without them his family would have been ruined today. Old Zhao laughed heartily. Good, from today onwards young Jin is a part of our martial tower. Whoever dares to touch him will have to contend with me. You go and treat Jin's father. The burly Mia nodded earnestly and said yes old Zhao before he headed straight into the emergency room. Old Zhao then helped Jin Chao and his mother to their feet. Turning to Wang Jianyu and others, before he could speak, Zhu De said, since young Jin is joining the martial tower, let me first congratulate brother Zhao. As for these ruffians, leave them to us. Consider it a good deed. The intervention by the three dragons was indeed more fitting. After all, their fierce reputation was already well known throughout Wangjiang City, and they did not care about adding more to it. Sunny Long also spoke, Mr. Jin, if you ever need any medicinal concoctions, feel free to come to the Nani group and choose whatever you need. Thank you both. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just let me know. Jin Chao bowed deeply in gratitude. To have someone extend a hand in his darkest hour was something he would remember for a lifetime. The two men smiled slightly at this gesture. What they wanted was Jin Chao's gratitude. It was clear from today's events that Jin Chao valued relationships deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to save his father. Son, my wife, I can go now. I'm healed, I'm no longer useless. Jin's father stumbled out of the emergency room, his face streaked with tears of age. Jin Chao quickly ran over to support him. Old Zhao turned back to address the hospital's director. You really do your job well, don't you? A perfectly good hospital, and you've turned it into a mess. The director's legs went weak at these words and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Old Zhao, please give me another chance, I will make sure to rectify everything, he pleaded. Old Zhao was not someone a mere hospital director could afford to offend. Not just the position of director, but even his life hung on old Zhao's words. I'll give you one more chance. Remember, the hospital is for treating the common people. I don't want to see anything like this happen again. With that, old Zhao and his group left. Sunny Long and Zhu De also left with their people, and Wang Jianyu and the others were naturally taken away by Zhu De. That afternoon, a notification appeared on the website of the First People's Hospital that brought immense joy to all the sick and needy. It declared that all patients without money could receive treatment first and pay later, even in installments without interest, and it specifically mentioned the names of Old Zhao, Sunny Long Jude, and Jean Chao. The first three were well known, but Jean Chao's name was not yet familiar to many. However, this did not stop them from being grateful to these men. This truly saved the lives of the poor. In the afternoon, Jean Chao appeared at the entrance of the Warrior Building, his emotions complex, visiting this place twice in one day, once to become a warrior and once to start working at the Warrior Building, was indeed a bit ironic. Before Jean Chao could enter, a familiar figure approached him. Big round face, why was she here? Jean Chao, Mr. Zhao knew you would come in the afternoon and specifically asked me to wait here for you to introduce the layout of the Warrior Building. Follow me, she said. Jean Chao twitched at the corner of his mouth, wondering about Mr. Zhao's thought process. With all the beautiful women in the Warrior Building, why on earth did he have to choose Big Round Face? However, he couldn't really say anything and followed Big Round Face into the building. This is the first floor, mainly for directing warriors who come here to the appropriate floors to handle their affairs or make purchases, Big Round Face explained as she led Jean Chao to the elevator and they ascended to the second floor. From the second to the sixth floor, various missions are assigned. The second floor has the lowest requirements and the lowest bounties, while the sixth floor has the highest requirements and the highest bounties. Tasks that remain unclaimed for a long time are taken care of by our Warrior Building staff, ensuring 100% completion of the customer's missions. Is this my job? Jean Chao looked across the second floor, as large as a football field, plastered with rewards, and could hardly imagine how many tasks were available. Big Round Face smiled slightly and said, "That's someone else's job, not yours." Jean Chao suddenly realized and remembered that Mr. Zhao had promised him a salary of 1 million a month. If this were the job with his current level 1 warrior strength, how many tasks would he need to complete to match this salary? Following Big Round Face, they entered the elevator again, passing the 7th and 8th floors. The 7th floor is for issuing and updating warrior medals, and the 8th floor is for testing vitality levels, she explained. From the 9th to the 20th floor, we sell various items needed by warriors like weapons, armor, potions, spatial items, and martial techniques. The higher the floor, the higher the quality and price of the items, and security is handled by our Warrior Building staff. So my job is to be a security guard? A security guard with a salary of 1 million a month must protect some very valuable items. With his current strength, it was impossible to fulfill such a role. Big Round Face looked Jean Chao up and down and said, "That's their job." Though she didn't say it, Jean Chao understood it was because his strength was too weak to complete the tasks. He sighed deeply, realizing he needed to quickly improve his strength level to repay the lifesaver of his family. Besides, he still wanted to establish his own power and become a figure like Mr. Zhao someday. He couldn't just waste his days here. Soon, they reached the 21st floor. Big Round Face continued. From the 21st to the 30th floor is the beast fighting arena, where large numbers of guests come daily to battle beasts. It's the busiest place in our Warrior Building, but it requires a large number of exotic beasts. The death toll among these beasts is too high. We urgently need to replenish various types. She sighed and added, but capturing exotic beasts is too difficult. Many would rather die than be captured, leading to a severe shortage of living beasts. Moreover, when the exotic beasts enter the arena to duel, whether they win or lose, they end up injured. The defeated often suffer severe, even disabling injuries. Although many of these could be treated, no exotic beast would accept treatment. This is a significant reason why such duels are rare. So, is my job to tame these beasts, or to capture them, or both? Indeed, Old Zhao knows that I can tame exotic beasts. By using the system to tame them, I can indeed get them to accept treatment and capture many more. This solves a big problem for Old Zhao while allowing me to increase my own vitality and strength, a win-win situation. Thinking this, Jean Chao, whose confidence had been severely shattered, suddenly felt he was capable again. Just then, 2 middle-aged men carrying a gigantic tiger-like beast that was barely breathing and stood 3 meters tall with fangs over 1 meter long approached. Seeing Sister Zhao, they respectfully said, Sister Zhao, with a pained expression said, "This level 10 exotic beast can't hold on anymore?" One of the stout men replied, "Yes, Sister Zhao, it's been 10 days. It hasn't eaten or drunk anything, nor has it allowed us to administer any medicine. Today, it's breathing in more than it's exhaling. We can only sell its meat now to minimize the loss." "All right, go ahead," she said as the men prepared to carry the beast away. At that moment Jin Chao suddenly spoke up. Sister Zhao, how much for this giant tiger beast? I want to buy it. Sister Zhao looked puzzled and said, Jin, it's nearly dead. Why would you buy it? Sister Zhao, you should know I can tame exotic beasts, I might even save its life. Sister Zhao frowning seemed skeptical. If you really can save it, I'll give it to you. It's not worth much anyway. Jin Chao delighted said, then thank you Sister Zhao. Jin Chao wasn't sure he could do it. He just wanted to try. Now even if he failed he wouldn't lose anything. As for Jin Chao, old Zhao had already informed everyone to support his work. Although people didn't say much, they didn't take him seriously. After all, strength is respected among martial artists, and though he might have potential, he was currently just a level 1 martial artist. In a building full of formidable martial artists, even the weakest among them was many times stronger than him, who would consider him a threat. Now he even thought of taming a level 10 exotic beast to heal it. Truly naive. But they wouldn't say it out loud. They'd rather watch him fail and let him learn that not everyone is cut out for the work at the martial artist building. Even with old Zhao's approval, without strength it was useless. Saying this, Jin Chao approached the dying giant tiger. Despite its near-death state, its formidable presence still made Jin Chao very nervous. However, he suppressed the panic in his heart and grasped the fur on the back of its neck. The two men carrying the tiger couldn't help but snicker. What was he doing? Did he think by grabbing the tiger's neck he could make it obediently take its medicine? Did he think it was a little house cat? It was baffling how a wise man like old Zhao could give such a high status to someone like him. Even with his exceptional talents, he shouldn't have acted this way. It truly disheartened many. Just as Jin Chao grabbed the giant tiger by the nape of its neck, the system's voice rang out. Host has captured a level 10 giant tiger beast. Vitality increased by 200 points. Would you like to tame it? Hearing the system's prompt, Jin Chao was thrilled. Capturing a level 10 beast and gaining 200 vitality points was a big deal. He needed 500 vitality points to advance to level 2 inch and he was 300 points short. Wouldn't he just need to capture one more level 10 beast to advance? If it were up to Jin Chao alone to capture such a creature, it would be impossible. But here in the Warrior's Tower Beast Arena, there were plenty of injured beasts unable to move. Moreover, with so many helpers around, even if the beasts could move, they could hold them down while he only needed to hold on for a moment to gain vitality and tame them. To the onlookers, Jin Chao's moment of contemplation seemed like he was realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew and didn't know how to back down. The sneers on the faces of the two men grew thicker and Big Round Face sighed inwardly. Too young, he thought. Just as Big Round Face was about to speak, he saw the giant tiger's originally fierce eyes soften immensely. It even made a low purring sound when looking at Jin Chao. Was it trying to please him? Could it be that Jin Chao had tamed it? How was that possible? Although they had heard that Jin Chao could tame beasts, this was a level 10 beast and Jin Chao was only level 1. How could he tame a beast so much stronger than him? And he had tamed it just by grabbing it. That seemed too simple. The three were stunned by the scene before them. Knowing someone could tame beasts was already incredible enough. Now this added to their disbelief. Could this be why Zhao Lao had taken Jin Chao under his wing? While the three were in shock, Jin Chao stood up and said, "Do you have any medicine for injuries?" The chubby man snapped out of his daze, stuttering, "Yes. There's medicine." He then took out a bottle of healing potion from his spatial ring. Jin Chao took it from his hand and approached the giant tiger saying, "Ahu, open your mouth, I'll feed you the medicine." Surprisingly, the giant tiger obediently opened its mouth without any resistance. This was nothing like the usual fierce beasts, letting it open its mouth to take medicine. If it didn't bite you, you would consider yourself lucky. If he dared to speak to the giant tiger like that, he definitely wouldn't live to see the evening. This was all too shocking and he must tell his brothers about it. Being able to witness the entire process of a martial artist taming a beast was a story worth boasting about for a long time. After the giant tiger consumed the medicine, its breathing stabilized within a minute. Jin Chao visibly relaxed. It seemed he was still somewhat useful. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the system's capabilities. Host, Jin Chao level 1 martial artist vitality, 400.03 out of 500 pets, Xiaohua, tabby cat beast, level 1, Hu, giant tiger beast, level 10, current highest level that can be tamed, number of creatures that can be tamed, 5, taming beasts was not without its demands. At least for now, he could only tame beasts up to level 10, even at level 1, one could only tame 5 beasts, but this was of no real consequence to oneself. As long as the numbers were sufficient, one's power would increase rapidly. While Jin Chao was pondering this, Hu staggered to his feet and walked towards him. The trio with round faces tensed up at this scene. With their strength, dealing with the injured giant tiger beast wouldn't be difficult, however, just beyond a wall. Were guests attending the beast fight numerous and of varying strengths? If a fight broke out, they couldn't guarantee the guests' safety. Any mishap, and the trio would be unable to bear the consequences. They had to kill the giant tiger beast quickly. Just as the trio was about to strike, the giant tiger beast approached. Jin Chao lowered its head to the ground and gently rubbed Jin Chao's face, showing unprecedented submissiveness. Gone was its usual ferocious demeanor. Jin Chao smiled slightly and said, "That was quick." The giant tiger beast let out a low growl. Though its words were unintelligible, its meaning was clear. "You want me to ride on your back?" Jin Chao looked back at the round-faced trio hesitantly, saying, "That doesn't seem right. Riding a level 10 exotic beast around, if others saw it would be quite shocking indeed. It truly would be shocking. Just hearing about it seemed incredible. Taking an exotic beast as a mount, Jin Chao would be the first ever to do so." However, with a quick glance, the round-faced man said, "Brother Jin, no worries, it's yours now. If you want to ride, just ride. We'd love to see it too." The two stocky men quickly nodded their heads. They were also eager to see how stylish it would be to use an exotic beast as a mount. Jin Chao looked at the three of them and could only say helplessly, "All right then." With it, he climbed onto Ahu's head and sat on its back. Feeling its master settle in, Ahu slowly got up, its head held high, as if it was a great honor to carry its master on its back. "Sister Zhao, are there other injured exotic beasts here? I'd like to see them, preferably those below level 10. The round-faced man snapped out of it and nodded quickly. "Of course, there are plenty, and we were just worrying about what to do with them. You've really helped us solve a big problem for the Martial Tower. Come, I'll take you there now." Saying this, he didn't continue the tour but led Jin Chao deeper inside, choosing paths crowded with people. The purpose was to let more people know that the Martial Tower could tame exotic beasts. This gimmick could attract countless visitors and their performance would surge. The entire 21st floor and the floors below were unlike any other, being several meters high. In the middle was a huge steel floor constructed into a fighting arena surrounded by extremely sturdy glass. At that moment, two exotic beasts were engaged in a fight to the death. Around the arena, from low to high, were rows of seats filled with people, their shouts deafening. At the same time, on the arena were large projectors on all four sides displaying the fierce battle between the two exotic beasts. While everyone was closely watching the outcome of the fight between the two beasts, a spectator sitting in the southern seat suddenly froze his mouth agape, unable to speak, as if he had seen a ghost. Using only his left hand, he grabbed his friend's arm while pointing forward with his right, shouting incessantly. His friend, frustrated by his own exotic beast's impending defeat in the fight, snapped irritably, "What are you doing?" Seeing ghosts in broad daylight, however, his friend continued to tug at him, stuttering, "You look, there's someone sitting on the giant tiger beast. Are you out of your mind? That's an exotic beast. How could anyone sit on it?" The man replied incredulously, "Just look." His friend insisted, pointing it out. Grudgingly, the man turned to look in the indicated direction and stood up in shock, exclaiming loudly, "There really is someone sitting on the giant tiger beast. Am I still dreaming? Everyone look, someone is on the giant tiger beast." His shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Initially annoyed for having their view blocked, the crowd, upon hearing his words, turned their gaze in the direction he pointed. Soon nearly everyone in the beast fighting arena saw Jin Chao sitting atop the giant tiger beast, slowly walking along the corridor. What's going on? How can the giant tiger beast let someone sit on it? Who is that man? He looks somewhat familiar. Damn, am I seeing things? A giant tiger beast carrying a human? How is this possible? Suddenly, everyone in the arena lost interest in the fight's outcome, their attention riveted on the giant tiger beast. The noise of the discussion drowned out everything else. Some even shouted for the staff to focus the cameras on the giant tiger beast. Focus on the giant tiger beast. Focus on the giant tiger beast. The clamor was overwhelming, echoing long in the arena. Inside the broadcast room, the staff were sweating profusely, knowing they didn't have the authority to switch the broadcast, yet if they didn't comply, the flood of complaints could jeopardize their jobs. Just as they were unsure what to do, a decisive figure swiftly entered. Seeing him, several staff members stood up and respectfully greeted Brother Chi. Frowning, the man called Brother Chi looked at the cameras and asked, "What's going on?" One of the staff hurriedly replied, "We're not sure either. It seems someone is riding the giant tiger beast and the audience is demanding we show that scene." Hearing this, Brother Chi, initially skeptical but swayed by the crowd's reaction, conceded, aimed the cameras at that giant tiger beast. Relieved by his command, the staff quickly adjusted the feed and the giant screens around the arena began showing Jin Chao riding the giant tiger beast. The crowd erupted into cheers. Incredible, seeing someone tame an exotic beast makes this life worth living. Holy cow, where did the Marshall Tower find such talent capable of taming exotic beasts? Marshall Tower is set to dominate the beast fighting market in Guangzhou City. Everyone who witnessed this scene understood its significance. Taming exotic beasts means catching more living ones and being able to treat those injured in beast fights. With more kinds and numbers of exotic beasts, naturally more people will be drawn here to fight beasts. The skies of Guangzhou City are about to change. In the studio, Brother Chi also stared intently at the screen, quickly recognizing big round face Zhao. Yeah, could this person be Jin Chao? The whole martial artist building knew about big round face going to receive Jin Chao. No one respected this parachuted leader, a mere level 1 martial artist commanding them. On what grounds? There were plenty of prestigious young people in the martial artist building, none of whom respected each other. Suddenly being commanded by a level 1 newcomer, how could they possibly obey? They were all waiting to see his blunder. Brother Chi was naturally among them, but unexpectedly this Jin Chao brought such a big surprise upon his arrival. If he remembered correctly, Big Fat and 3 monkeys were planning to sell this dying giant tiger beast, right? This giant tiger beast, which had been in the martial artist building for over 10 days without food or drink, had become vigorous in just a short time. Could he really tame exotic beasts? Having just arrived and already making such a big splash, this Jin Chao was quite interesting. Thinking this, Brother Chi quickly walked out. The people in the studio hurried to the surveillance screen to watch this astonishing scene. They even aimed the camera at Jin Chao's face, immediately filling 4 screens. Many recognized that Jin Chao was the one with the tabby exotic beast in the martial artist building that morning, but at that time it was just a joke. But in the afternoon they saw the real person, and he was even riding the giant tiger beast. Damn thrilling. Jin Chao also noticed the anomaly, but seeing that big round face had no reaction, he didn't say much. Soon a group of people arrived on the 21st floor, in the westmost part where the injured exotic beasts were kept. As soon as the door opened, a strong smell of blood hit them. Jin Chao couldn't help but frown. However, when he saw hundreds of exotic beasts of various levels, his eyes gleamed brightly. If he could tame them all, wouldn't his strength increase by several levels? Catching a level 10 exotic beast adds 200 points to one's vitality, and a level 5 one should add at least 100 points, right? Big round face looked at these exotic beasts, feeling heartbroken. These were all money. A lowest level 1 exotic beast would cost at least nearly 100,000. Level 10 ones were even more expensive, costing several 100,000 each. If these more than 100 beasts all died, the martial artist building would lose at least a couple of 100 million. Just thinking about it hurt. But now with Jin Chao here, these exotic beasts had hope. The martial artist building could save over 100 million. By then wouldn't his bonus be a few 100,000? Thinking this, big round face looked at Jin Chao with a pleading face. Meanwhile, on the 33rd floor of the martial artist building, in the curator's office, old Zhao sat by the tea table, leisurely brewing and sipping tea. Beside him sat a skinny, bald old man. Old Zhao, are you really going to give such great power to a greenhorn? The bald elder said, frowning in dissatisfaction. Old Qin, I know what you want to say. You also know the situation in our martial artist building. The young ones respect no one inch and none have the ability to suppress the others. If this continues, won't we become completely disorganized? Old Zhao leisurely sipped his tea and slowly said, do you think this young man can hold his ground against those kids? Whether he can keep them in line depends on his abilities. I just brought him to the martial tower. Let the young people handle their own affairs. The capable will rise and the incapable must obey. Upon hearing this, old Qin, who was drinking his tea, paused. Being old and cunning, he understood exactly what old Zhao meant. He wanted to warn him not to interfere, which was rather amusing. How could a mere level 1 martial artist compare to his grandson? You're right, he replied. These youngsters are indeed eager to see Jin Chao make a fool of himself. Honestly, I'm worried about whether he can get through this first challenge. Old Qin chuckled. He couldn't believe that the young warriors of the martial tower would lose to a level 1 martial artist, nor could he believe that his grandson would be inferior to Jin Chao. They might be arrogant, but their arrogance was backed by capability. Except for his grandson, who could slightly outdo them, no one else really had the ability. The next head of the martial tower will definitely be my grandson. No one can take that away, he declared just as a figure frantically knocked on the door saying, Old Zhao, there's urgent news to report about Jin Chao. From the anxious tone, it was clear that it was no small matter. They had just been discussing him and now something had happened. Old Chin's face showed more amusement while old Zhao appeared somewhat concerned. Trouble already? Come in. The person who entered was Muhi. Just as he was about to speak, he saw old Qin and quickly shut his mouth, looking questioningly at old Zhao. Old Zhao said, "It's fine, old Qin and I have been friends for many years. It's okay for him to know about matters of the martial tower." Yes, old Zhao, Muhi continued. Jin Chao has made a big move. He just reached the 21st floor and tamed a level 10 exotic beast, healing it. Hearing this, old Zhao had barely reacted when old Qin exclaimed loudly, "What? A level 1 martial artist tamed a level 10 exotic beast? How is that possible? Why are you so agitated, old Qin? Haven't I told you before that he could tame exotic beasts? How could you forget so easily?" Old Zhao said with a smile on his face. "See, you old fool, you underestimated the person I chose. Now you've been proven wrong. What am I agitated about? It's just saving a level 10 exotic beast, nothing much. It still can't compare to the long-standing merits of those who have followed you for many years." Muhi added, "This is just the beginning." Later, Sister Zhao took Jin Chao to the place where they care for injured exotic beasts, and he healed over 100 beasts, directly saving about 2.1 billion in funds. Jin Chao has really accomplished a great feat this time. What? This time, not only old Qin but even old Zhao was somewhat excited. It hadn't even been an hour yet and he had already saved the martial tower 2.1 billion. They had indeed found a treasure. Old Zhao and old Qin naturally looked further ahead. Jiang City was not the only place with a beast fighting business. However, due to the ferocity of the exotic beasts, it was difficult to capture them alive. This caused all the fighting arenas to operate in a semi-open state, and the beasts that appeared in the arena were limited, almost making the outcomes predictable. This made business difficult for all the arenas, but with Jin Chao here, these issues were no longer a concern. In fact, monopolizing the beast fighting business in Wangjiang City became a real possibility. Elder Zhao knew that Jin Chao could greatly help the martial tower, but that would require him to increase his strength. Unexpectedly, even at level 1, Jin Chao was already making a significant impact, which greatly comforted Elder Zhao. "Let's go and see," he said. Elder Qin's face looked troubled. With Jin Chao performing so exceptionally, he couldn't help but worry about his own grandson. Inside the beast treatment room, De Yuan's face looked stunned as he observed over 100 lively beasts, almost as tame as pets. Had taming these creatures become too simple? With just a grab, the ferocious beasts were tamed, and they were so obedient? He saw a giant python over 10 meters long with its mouth wide open in Jin Chao. Going inside to inspect its wounds. When had such a scene ever occurred? It was known that these beasts had gone without food or drink for many days and were at their hungriest. Anyone else would have ended up in the python's stomach by now. "All done," Jin Chao said as he stepped out of the python's mouth, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at the system panel. Host, Jin Chao, level 10 vitality 20173.03/25,000. The section for tamed beasts was densely packed. After taming these beasts, his strength had skyrocketed. In just one day he had broken through to level 10, a feat unimaginable in the past, though it was also quite exhausting. After all, the maximum number of pets he could tame was only 5 times his own level. Once this number was reached, he had to release some of them, which took a lot of time. However, it didn't matter much as these beasts were to be released eventually since they were not truly his. Just as Jin Chao reached level 10, the system notification sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10, a system reward package is now available, please claim it." Another package? The system's features were becoming increasingly appealing. "Claim it," he quickly said. The package opened to reveal 3 rewards. 1. 10-fold comprehension ability. 2. Choice of 1 out of 3 special abilities, light, poison, earth. 3. Pet level upgrade to level 10. Seeing these 3 rewards, Jin Chao was thrilled, especially about choosing one of the special abilities. Such abilities were precious, known even to elementary school students. In Wangjiang City, tens of thousands of warriors were born each year, but only a few could awaken such special abilities annually, highlighting their rarity. Moreover, the abilities gained from awakening were incredibly diverse and undoubtedly enhanced one's combat prowess significantly. Take Muhi, who healed his father that morning, for example. His abilities seemed only to serve as healing support, but if Muhi could fight while healing himself, as long as the strength gap wasn't too wide, he could wear out any opponent. The choice among the 3 abilities was tough. When the opportunity arose, he would consult Big Round Face, Noi's sister Zhao. Next, there was the upgrade of pet levels to 10. Although the levels of the pets he currently tamed were already higher than his own, but aside from Tiger, none of them were his own. Only Little Flower could take this opportunity to level up, thus Jin Chao didn't hesitate to choose Little Flower. He wondered what Little Flower would look like when he got home. As for the so-called 10,000-fold comprehension, he didn't know how to use it yet and could only slowly figure it out. Back to your cages, he commanded. Upon hearing Jin Chao's words, all the exotic beasts returned to their cages. Jin Chao also proceeded to dissolve the taming bonds with them. Unlike before, the beasts did not go berserk but still showed a strong affinity towards Jin Chao. As for the others, it was the same old situation, they couldn't even come close to touching them. Jin Chao, somewhat exhausted, asked Sister Zhao, all the beasts are healed now, where to next? Big Roundface, still in a daze, quickly became excited and said, where to? Let's go eat. You've made a great contribution today, and even I've gained a lot from it. This meal I must treat. It was nothing big, just lending a hand. This statement was quite Versailles. Just by lending a hand, he saved the Marshall Tower over 200 million inch, and the rewards alone could be at least $1 million. You've got quite the skillful hand. Before Big Roundface could speak, a mocking voice was heard. Really humble, aren't you? But you might be facing a big trouble soon. Everyone looked towards the doorway. There stood Brother Chi smirking at them gleefully. Big Roundface spoke up first. Chi Fong, you shouldn't speak carelessly. How could Jin Chao face big trouble after such an achievement? Jin Chao was also puzzled. Chi Fong, with a face full of disdain, slowly approached Sister Zhao. Although I don't know how he tamed these exotic beasts, one thing is clear, once tamed the beasts belonged to him. Chi Fong didn't finish his sentence, but Big Roundface's expression changed. These were the Marshall Tower's exotic beasts. If Jin Chao had tamed them, wouldn't they all listen to him? That wouldn't be acceptable. If the director knew, he'd probably scold her to death, maybe even fine her. These were minor issues, but if she had to pay, it would be disastrous, Jin Chao directly said. These exotic beasts, I've already dissolved the taming relationship. They are not mine. Big Roundface quickly added, exactly, Jin Chao has already dissolved the taming relationship. Chi Fong unconcerned retorted, who knows if you've really dissolved it? Isn't unauthorized taming of the Marshall Tower's exotic beasts almost like robbery? A voice filled with pleasure spoke up. Everyone turned towards the speaker. Chi Fong immediately respectfully said, Elder Zhao, Elder Qin. Jin Chao didn't know who Elder Qin was, and seeing that he was targeting him naturally wouldn't be polite. Elder Zhao, Elder Qin, upon hearing this, immediately showed displeasure. Is this the young man you fancied? No manners at all. Elder Zhao just smiled and didn't speak. Jin Chao frowned deeply, about to retort when Big Roundface, clearly annoyed, said, Old man Qin, what do you have to do with our Marshall Tower's affairs? Jin Chao, don't mind him, he's just an old man relying on his age. Elder Zhao heard this, barely holding back a laugh, as three old remarks clearly didn't put Elder Qin in a favorable light at all. Upon hearing this, Master Qin was immediately furious, saying, You little girl, if it weren't for my many years of friendship with old Zhao, would I bother with the affairs of the warrior tower? Just as an argument seemed imminent, old Zhao finally spoke up. Enough, let's not argue. I trust Jin, and besides, I was already planning to let Jin take charge of the beast fighting arena. Even if these exotic beasts listen to him, it doesn't matter. I was even planning to reward him. This statement shocked everyone present, and they all turned to look at old Zhao. He had only just arrived, and now he was handing over such an important place as the beast fighting arena to Jin Chao. Was this really appropriate? Even Big Roundface, who had always supported Jin Chao, spoke up. Old man, aren't you afraid that Jin Chao might have other intentions? Old Zhao looked somewhat speechlessly at Big Roundface and said, Employ people without suspicion. Jin Chao was very moved upon hearing this. Old Zhao had not only saved his family's life but also trusted him so deeply, he must repay him no matter what. From now on, you will manage all matters of the beast fighting arena and familiarize yourself with other departments as well. As for the matter of the reward, old Zhao stroked his beard, seeming troubled. To give money seemed too vulgar. Jin Chao's eyes widened at this. Too vulgar? No, I like vulgar. I'm not like you, having been a warrior for so many years with who knows how much money in the bank. I've only just become a warrior. But he couldn't voice this frustration. How could it be vulgar? Not vulgar at all, Big Roundface said impatiently. If Jin Chao doesn't get a bonus, then my own bonus is gone too. Hearing this, Jin Chao looked gratefully at Big Roundface. You really understand me? Old Zhao looked meaningfully at Big Roundface and said, Really not vulgar, really not vulgar. Big Roundface replied with a forced smile, For the sake of my bonus I'll endure. Alright, then give Jin Chao 1 month's salary for your effective guidance, a reward of 200,000 and 100,000 each for you too. From now on, Ying will help Jin Xiao with all her might and you won't need to do the counter work anymore. Jin Xiao was astounded when he heard this. "A million, he really is generous. All my life I've never seen what a million looks like. Is this a happy life starting in advance?" Big round face quickly said, "Does this mean my salary should increase?" Old Zhao somewhat helplessly responded, "Increase, how about I raise it by 10,000 a month?" "Thank you, boss." A raise of 10,000 made Big Round Face extremely happy. Jin Xiao was very curious about how much Big Round Face made. "Work hard, Jin Xiao," he said, then turned and left. Master Qin glared fiercely at Big Round Face, clearly displeased. Chi Feng then said, "It seems old Zhao values you highly, but taking over the beast fighting arena won't be easy." After saying this, Chi Feng also left. After everyone had gone, Jin Xiao then spoke up, "Sister Zhao, how much is your salary? Old Zhao gave you a raise of 10,000 and you seem very happy." Upon hearing this, Big Round Face immediately gave him a look. "You think everyone is like you, getting a million a month right from the start? I've been in the Warrior Tower for over a decade and even with today's raise, I only make 70,000. It's maddening to compare oneself to others." Jin Xiao also felt awkward. Soon, this matter spread throughout the entire Warrior Tower. The newcomer had taken control as the top boss of the beast fighting arena, much to the dismay of others who were vying for that very position. It was the most lucrative department and everyone wanted to be in charge. Unexpectedly, a level 1 newcomer had clinched the role. Naturally, this did not sit well with the rest. Jin Xiao, the person in question, was oblivious to the brewing discontent as he sat in his office, poring over a stack of paperwork, his head throbbing with a headache. Meanwhile, outside the Warrior building, tranquility was absent. In a remote suburb south of the city, at the entrance of an abandoned building, stood a man shrouded in a black cloak. At his feet lay a pile of black stones, the size of 7 human heads, arranged like a grave. After a long while, a man wearing a mask split with black and white emerged from the building. He looked at the cloaked figure and said, "Come inside with me." The man did not respond verbally but followed closely behind. Until they entered the basement of the building, the interior was starkly different from the abandoned exterior. It was not deserted at all but was decorated in a stark and solemn manner. Inside, people wearing black and white masks were perusing various tasks on the walls, paying no heed to the newcomers or speaking a word. The cloaked man was led into a partition area. This man was Wang Biao, recently bereaved of his son and here with a grim purpose, to commission a murder. His target was none other than Jin Xiao. Although Wang Biao was not the murderer, the events leading to this moment were initiated by him, and the actual killer Zhu De was beyond his reach and his ability to afford. Soon a person entered the room with a raspy voice and asked, "Who do you want to kill?" Without speaking, Wang Biao pulled out a photo of Jin Xiao and knocked on the table 3 times, inquiring about the price. Jin Xiao, a person from the Warrior building, a level 1 fighter, that would be 5 million inch, was the reply. Wang Biao, startled by the high price, tapped his right hand on the table 5 times in quick succession, 3 long and 2 short taps, indicating his dismay at the cost. A level 1 fighter doesn't warrant 5 million, but since he's valued by old Zhao from the Warrior building, the price is naturally higher, the husky voice explained. Wang Biao's face turned sour. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out a bank card and handed it over, then tapped the table again, 1 long and 1 short tap, asking how many days it would take to complete the task. 3 days at most, came the reply. Wang Biao stood up and left, waiting for the news of Jin Xiao's demise. Being targeted by Jiangqing's top assassination organization Black and White Boundless, a mere level 1 fighter stood no chance of survival. After Wang Biao's departure, a young man wearing a mask walked in. With a flippant tone, he said, "Dad, let me handle this task. A level 1 fighter is just right for my practice." The man regained his own voice and replied, "I really don't understand. I started this assassination organization so you could lead a safe life, yet you and your brothers insist on being assassins, taking risks for what?" The young man licked his lips and said, "Because killing is thrilling, especially killing a genius, it's even more exhilarating." The man sighed helplessly and cautioned, "Be careful. Jin Xiao has a beast by his side, which could be troublesome." The young man grinned and said, "A level 1 fighter and a level 1 beast are just trash added to trash. How could they possibly escape from me?" With that, the young man turned and walked out. The youth had already reached level 15. It wasn't just level 1 warriors he had defeated, but even those higher in level had fallen by his hand several times. How could he possibly take them seriously? In the office of Jin Xiao in the Martial Tower, having finished all the paperwork, Jin Xiao stretched out lazily. He hadn't expected that over the years so many exotic beasts had died in the arena. Almost Every beast they received could only fight once or twice before they had to be sold off. The losses were indeed severe, but now things were looking up. Now that he had taken over the Marshall Tower's beast arena, the profits were bound to multiply. Looking at Zhao Jie, who was cracking sunflower seeds with her round face, Jin Chao asked Sister Zhao, "Could you tell me about awakening special abilities?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie staggered, scattering seeds all over the floor. She looked at him incredulously and asked, "You've awakened a special ability? My goodness, you've just become a warrior and already awakened an ability at level 1, isn't that a bit too incredible?" Jin Chao replied, "Not yet, I just want to understand it beforehand." Hearing this, Zhao Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's not about awakening an ability, otherwise I'd die of envy. Awakening abilities is very difficult. You need to resonate deeply with something to even have a chance of awakening an ability. Since you've just become a warrior, it's indeed impossible for now. Jin Chao did not reveal that he was about to awaken an ability. What should I be aware of in awakening an ability, like choosing the abilities? Zhao Jie looked at him with disdain. What are you thinking? Choosing? Just be happy if you can awaken any ability at all. There's no choice involved. If you could choose, you should go for elemental ones like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, ice, etc. Being able to control elements, transforming into them to dodge attacks, is incredibly powerful. It would be a great help to a newcomer like you. Next would be animal and plant-based abilities, allowing you to transform and gain strong combat capabilities. Lastly, there are special abilities which include a variety of types like healing, curses, accelerating vitality growth, etc., all with great unpredictability and bizarre powers. After finishing, Zhao Jie looked at Jin Chao and said, "Don't aim too high too soon. What you need to do now is to focus on increasing your strength and strive to reach level 30. Only then can you establish yourself in the Marshall Tower and compete with those level 40 or 50 monsters. Young man, you are too impatient thinking about awakening abilities just after becoming a warrior. I really worry for you." After hearing Zhao Jie's words, Jin Chao had a better understanding. It seemed the system provided quite powerful abilities, offering him 2 elemental types. Between light and earth, Jin Chao was more inclined towards light. After all, the speed of light was extremely fast, and coupled with the system, his vitality would increase rapidly. That settled it. With that thought, Jin Chao chose to awaken the light ability. The moment of awakening, Jin Chao's entire being radiated brilliant light as if he had turned into the sun itself, enveloping the entire 33rd floor in its glow. Zhao Jie was completely stunned. What was happening? Could it be an ability awakening? How could this be possible? He had just asked her about awakening abilities. You woke up already? He had just become a martial artist. Wait, perhaps I shouldn't be concerned about that. It seems he can actually choose his superpower. This discovery completely stunned Big Round Face. Choosing one's own superpower, what kind of move is that? Others struggle to awaken any superpower and he can choose his. Isn't that defying the heavens? Impossible, that simply can't be. Big Round Face quickly dismissed the thought. It's not that she didn't believe it, but rather she dared not believe it. Soon the light dissipated and Jin Chao appeared utterly speechless. How could awakening a superpower cause such a commotion? He originally wanted to keep this a secret, to hold a trump card for himself. If others knew about his thoughts, they would surely scold him. Normally, anyone who awakens a superpower would be overjoyed, rushing to tell everyone, wishing the whole world knew. But here he was wanting to hide it. The moment the light faded, Big Round Face rushed over, asking fiercely, "You've awakened a superpower?" Startled, Jin Chao replied, "It seems so." "What superpower did you awaken?" "Light superpower." Hearing this, Big Round Face took a deep breath. Light element superpower, how lucky could this kid get? Not only is it an elemental power, but it's also the ubiquitous light. She was utterly envious. Finally, Big Round Face asked somewhat nervously, "Can you actually choose your superpower awakening?" Jin Chao calmly nodded. "Indeed, I can choose to some extent." Upon hearing this, Big Round Face collapsed onto the ground. He really could choose. How did she come across such a monster? Is there no justice in the world? Seeing Big Round Face fall, Jin Chao hurried to help her, but unexpectedly his body transformed into a beam of light, bypassed the desk in front of him and arrived in front of Big Round Face. This transformation bewildered Jin Chao. So this was elemental transformation? Quite useful, though he still couldn't control it well. Big Round Face too was fiercely envious of this scene. Awakening a light element, not only could he gain the speed of light but also the attacking power of light, combined with immunity to ordinary attacks, invincible among his peers. How could anyone compete against that? I must quickly inform the director, she thought. Before she could make the call, her martial artist badge rang. She picked it up, and as expected, it was the director. "Director, what just happened?" Zhao Lao's voice was clearly breathing heavily, obviously guessing what had occurred. "It's young Jean who has awakened a superpower, and it's the light element." Good, good, good. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Teach him well to master the light element superpower, and there will be rewards for you. Hearing about the reward, Big Roundface could barely keep her mouth shut. I will teach him well. I didn't expect that Jean, just at level 1, would awaken a superpower. But before she could finish, Jean Chao quietly said to Sister Zhao, "I'm already at level 10 now." "Huh, level 10? Upon hearing Jean Chao's words, both ends of the phone were stunned. "What did he say? He's at level 10? Big Roundface asked Zhao Lao incredulously. Zhao Lao shouted back, "You're right there next to him, and you're asking me." "I was about to ask you." Jean Chao sincerely added, "Indeed, I'm now at level 10. Both of them took a sharp intake of breath. Level 10 in just one day? Is this not defying the heavens? Whose family gains power this quickly? How is anyone else supposed to survive? I need a moment, I'm hanging up." With that, old Zhao hung up the phone. Even someone of his stature was struggling to accept it, mainly because Jean Chao was truly defying the heavens. With a big round face and a speechless expression, he looked at Jean Chao. "Did they bring me here just to be shocked? No, I need a moment too." After a long while, Big Round Face, with a complicated expression, said to Jean Chao, "Follow me." He then walked out of the office first, heading straight for the martial arts hall. The 33rd floor is vast, but previously it was only old Zhao. Now with Jean Chao and Big Round Face added, it shows how much old Zhao values him. As for the martial arts hall, besides the fixed times when people come to clean, it's basically empty. Your training is divided into 3 major categories: self-elementalization, mastering specific elemental properties, and finally, elemental materialization. Self-elementalization, like you just experienced, involves transforming your body into an element, rendering most attacks ineffective, primarily controlled through willpower. Just think about becoming light and you can do it. Try it. Jean Chao had already experienced self-elementalization once and completed it quite easily. His body, except for his clothes, instantly turned into light. Big Round Face threw sunflower seeds at him, which passed directly through his body without any obstruction. That's attack nullification, but you might need to prepare more clothes. Next is mastering the properties of elements. The primary property of light is speed, although the enhancement of speed also depends on your own strength. For now, you just need to master this. The rest you'll have to discover on your own. As he spoke, Jean Chao began to experiment. He tried to run forward, but before he could step, his body turned into a beam of light and reached the destination, reconstituting his body. His speed was astonishing, easily reaching 200 meters per second. With such speed, not to mention a level 10 martial artist, even a level 20 wouldn't be much of a match. How is anyone supposed to fight against him? His speed alone is overwhelmingly dominant. Sister Zhao, is it supposed to be like this? Big Round Face, with his left hand on his forehead and eyes tightly closed, stretched out his right hand towards Jean Chao. "Give me a moment before you speak to me again. Let me take a moment. What's with this kid? How did he learn so quickly? It's one thing to master body elementalization, but to instantly learn the properties of elements too. It's incredibly baffling. Does this kid have any weaknesses?" Jean Chao could only offer an awkward smile. After a long time, Big Round Face finally recovered and said, "The remaining part is elemental materialization, which simply put is transforming the intangible element into a tangible form for your use. You can imagine an object in your mind, then try to condense light into that shape." Saying this, Big Round Face crossed his arms, ready to watch Jean Chao's performance. This part is the hardest. It usually takes at least 2 or even 3 years to master. Even if Jean Chao is exceptional, this part should take him some time to learn. But just as this thought arose, Big Round Face's eyes widened in disbelief. A ball of light began to gather in Jean Chao's hand, and in just an instant it transformed into a meter-long Tang broadsword. Following that, Jean Chao, with a bewildered look on his face, asked, "Is that so?" The man with the round face, rolling his eyes, began to pinch his own philtrum, muttering, "This guy is definitely not human." Jean Chao was startled by his actions, wondering what had suddenly come over him, as he was fine just moments before. Immediately, Jean Chao activated his light elemental ability and rushed to the side of the round-faced man. However, before he could speak, the round-faced man slapped Jean Chao across the face with his right hand. Without even looking, he said, "Don't talk. Just go. I don't want to see you. Are you trying to make everyone jealous? Just go, hurry." Jean Chao glanced at his martial badge, realizing it was indeed time to leave. "Then I'll be going now, see you tomorrow." The round-faced man, still worried, said, "Don't just use your abilities randomly, you have to treat these powers like treasures, especially around these rich folks who truly mean well. You need to keep some tricks up your sleeve, or how will you compete with the younger ones in the future?" "Got it," Jean Chao acknowledged as he headed towards Flowerwood Road, Block 28. There, a young man in his 20s, casually holding a cigarette between his lips and dressed in black, picked up some information and said indifferently, "It's odd that such a genius can come from a place like this." He had all of Jean Chao's details memorized, even knowing exactly where Jean Chao was at that moment. In less than 2 minutes, Jean Chao would pass by this spot. The plan was to catch him off guard and kill him, thereby completing the mission. For someone with level 15 abilities, taking on a level 1 novice martial artist and a level 1 special beast posed no challenge at all. If the target weren't Jean Chao, he wouldn't have accepted this mission. He relished the thought of tormenting a genius. Just then Zhou Xing's martial badge rang, irritating him. "What is it, young master? Urgent news. Jean Chao has tamed a level 10 giant tiger beast and is now heading your way on it. The clan leader suggests you abandon the mission and return to the black and white void." "Return? Would I, the young master, be scared of a level 10 beast? Tell my father to ask Wang Biao for more money. I'll finish the job and then return." Ignoring the protests on the other end, he hung up. Taming a level 10 beast with only level 1 strength was indeed impressive. But the more formidable the opponent, the better. He was determined to make a thorough kill. Soon a commotion erupted at the entrance of the housing complex. "Isn't this the city? Why is there a beast here?" "Exactly, and it's a level 10 beast at that." "Everyone run." "Why run? Didn't you see Jean Chao sitting on it? Don't you watch the news? You're so out of touch." The majestic giant tiger beast, now as docile as a kitten, showed no signs of aggression. It didn't even roar, allowing a child to pet it without resistance, startling the child's parents. Jean Chao, observing the crowd around him, also felt a headache coming on. Who is so big? How am I supposed to take him home? Our place is already cramped with 3 people, not to mention Xiaohua." He then wondered how Xiaohua was doing. Having leveled up from 1 to 10, has she gotten too big? Can our house even handle it? With these thoughts, Jean Chao hurriedly instructed Hu, "Stay right here, don't move, I'll be right back." Speaking, he flipped off the tiger's back, intending to run upstairs. But just at that moment, a whooshing sound suddenly erupted not far from him. A sense of danger instantly swept over his entire body. Without a second thought, Jean Chao immediately turned elemental. An iron dart pierced straight through where Jean Chao's head had been and embedded itself into the wall nearby, followed by a loud bang, causing a massive explosion. The entire wall collapsed, injuring many of the onlookers, some of whom were so close to the dart that they were blown to pieces, dead beyond any doubt. Seeing this, the crowd started screaming and scattered in panic. "Someone has been killed, run!" The scene instantly turned chaotic with cries and shouts everywhere. The tiger was by Jean Chao's side in an instant, roaring furiously, displaying the majesty of a level 10 exotic beast, but to no avail. Zhou Xing, half covering his face, began clapping and laughing maniacally. "Excellent, excellent. Truly a once-in-a-century genius of Wanzhong City. Even your powers have awakened, and it's the elemental type no less. I'm liking you more and more." Seeing the uncles and aunts from the neighborhood who had been kind to his family injured and dead, Jean Chao was furious. "Who is this guy? Why is he attacking me?" Without any hesitation, Jean Chao transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Zhou Xing in an instant. Hu roared angrily, opening its huge maw to bite at Zhou Xing. At this moment, Jean Chao was less than 2 meters away from Zhou Xing, his hand already forming a tang saber out of light elements, its edge gleaming sharply. At this distance, with Jean Chao's current speed, it wouldn't even take a blink of an eye to kill his opponent, such was the terrifying speed of light elements. But just as Jean Chao was about to strike, Zhou Xing suddenly acted, grabbing Jean Chao's knife-wielding right hand. Looking at Jean Chao with disdain, he coldly said, "To reach level 10 in 1 day and master elemental solidification, impressive indeed. I almost don't want to kill you now. A genius like you, not just once in 100 years, but once in 1,000 years, I really want to torment you every day." As he spoke, Zhou Xing's smile grew more twisted, his eyes naked with possessiveness as he stared at Jean Chao. Jean Chao, seeing that his opponent could grasp his hand, was shocked. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that after becoming elemental, most ordinary attacks could be evaded? How can he grab my physical form? In the moment Jean Chao was distracted, Zhou Xing, with a dagger already in hand, stabbed directly into Jean Chao's abdomen. Following with a leap back, he distanced himself from Jean Chao. An explosion then erupted right at Jin Chao's abdomen, a huge explosion that even blasted a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground where Jin Chao stood, showing the power of the strike. Who, also affected by the blast's aftermath, was thrown back, its body covered in grievous wounds, unable to continue fighting, yet Ahu still moaned towards the direction of the explosion, struggling to get up. After several attempts it ultimately failed to rise. Zhou Xing clapped his hands and commented, "What a disappointment, the martial arts tower taught him nothing, he was killed so quickly, really unsatisfying." Just as Zhou Xing was feeling contemplative, a sudden chill swept from behind him. Instinctively ducking low, he evaded a bright yellow Tang-style saber formed from light that swept across where he had just been. After dodging the attack, Zhou Xing's figure shot out several meters, putting a significant distance between him and Jin Chao, who also revealed himself at that moment. Clutching his abdomen with his left hand and wielding the saber in his right, Jin Chao gasped for breath as he glared at Zhou Xing. Had it not been for his swift reaction to dematerialize before the exploding dart hit, turning into his elemental form to evade the lethal strike, he would have been obliterated. Even though he had avoided a direct hit, he was still significantly injured. Up to now, he couldn't understand how this person had managed to track him down. It seemed that relying solely on his elemental transformation was not enough. Zhou Xing remarked with some surprise, "Oh, you're not dead yet. That's good, we can have a bit more fun. But you don't have much time left, the military is almost here." Without giving Jin Chao a moment to respond, Zhou Xing's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Jin Chao. His speed was not in the least inferior to Jin Chao's. With a thud, a punch landed exactly where Jin Chao had been stabbed before, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Now, there was no time to worry about his injuries. Jin Chao swung his Tang saber at Zhou Xing in a frantic, unstructured manner. Although his strikes were fast, they failed to connect with Zhou Xing even once. Instead, Zhou Xing with each casual strike could hit Jin Chao's vital points. The speed of the light element is unmatched, or else you wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. If I gave you time to grow, I might not be able to kill you, but today you can die peacefully, Zhou Xing said as he delivered a kick towards Jin Chao's face. Jin Chao managed to block the kick with his saber, but in the next moment the Tang saber shattered explosively into countless points of light that pierced the ground, creating innumerable small holes. The impact of the kick sent Jin Chao flying until he smashed into a wall and stopped. Blood spurted from his mouth and his face turned extremely pale. Jin Chao could see the vast disparity between them in strength, speed, and combat experience. He was completely outclassed, and not even his awakened abilities could bridge the enormous gap. He hadn't expected his first battle as a martial artist to be this difficult. "If I had the time, I would really enjoy playing with you more. But now I can only kill you," he said as 10 iron darts suddenly appeared in his hand and sped towards Jin Chao. The speed was so fast that even Jin Chao, relying on his light element speed, couldn't dodge them. He had no choice but to turn into his elemental form to dodge the attacks and retreat. But before Jin Chao could fully materialize, Zhou Xing delivered another kick. Jin Chao's body flew out again, but this time, the burst of light from his body managed to injure Zhou Xing. Flecks of red caught Jin Chao's eye, giving him a glimmer of hope. It was the first time Zhou Xing had been injured during their encounter. However, his own body couldn't withstand another hit. Seeing his own injury, Zhou Xing's expression darkened. "Elemental abilities are such a nuisance, kid. You made me bleed. I will make sure you die a painful death. I've heard your parents are on the 5th floor. How about I beat you half to death and let you watch how I torment your parents?" Speaking of which, Jin Chao's eyes widened in anger and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He swore that he would not let anyone harm a single hair on his parents. With this thought, the image of Zhou Xing getting injured flashed repeatedly in Jin Chao's mind. Zhou Xing meanwhile did not intend to give Jin Chao any time to recover. Only by beating him half to death could he ensure no accidents would occur. This was a habit formed from years of being an assassin. Thus Zhou Xing darted towards Jin Chao in a flash. His right hand tightly gripped an iron dart, aiming straight for Jin Chao's abdomen. This strike was meant to completely incapacitate Jin Chao. As Zhou Xing drew nearer, Jin Chao's expression grew increasingly tense. If he could not figure out the reason behind Zhou Xing's injury, not only would he die but his parents would also suffer. Such an outcome was absolutely unacceptable. Just as Zhou Xing was about 3 meters away from Jin Chao had a sudden epiphany. The person who injured Zhou Xing was harnessed by light, the power of concentrated light. As long as he could concentrate light to a point and hit Zhou Xing, it would surely kill him. With this realization, Jin Chao did not hesitate for a moment. He instantly began to gather the omnipresent light elements together. In just an instant, countless bright yellow light spots appeared above Jin Chao. they quickly plummeted down, giving Zhou Xing no chance to react. Even though it was less than 3 meters to Jin Chao, Zhou Xing no longer had a chance. The speed of light was far beyond his reach. Even though Jin Chao was only at level 10 and could not unleash the full speed of light, it was enough. The light fell. Before the sound even fell, numerous light points condensed from light elements smashed down one after another onto the ground. The booming sound was incessant for a moment. Zhou Xing's screams were intermittent. However, this scene lasted for less than 3 seconds. After all the light points fell, the scene was a complete mess. Within 100 meters, everything was shattered by the falling light points. The ground itself had sunk more than 3 meters. Zhou Xing was smashed so completely that not even his body remained, just a pool of flesh and blood. If no one had said that there was a person there before, no one would recognize it. Seeing Zhou Xing killed, Jin Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed face down to the ground. However, Jin Chao started to laugh. It seemed that once again he had survived. Moments later, the military personnel surrounded the area. Along with them came Big Round Face and Elder Zhao. Everyone who saw the scene inhaled a breath of cold air. Was this the destructive power of a level 10 martial artist? Even a level 20 martial artist might not compare. What shocked them even more was that Jin Chao had actually killed the opponent. As soon as they received the news and saw the photos from the scene, they recognized Zhou Xing's identity. Everyone was sweating for Jin Chao. Zhou Xing's reputation was well known to them. Not yet 20 and already at level 15. Highly talented and extremely strong, he had once beaten a level 20 martial artist without the ability to fight back, eventually bleeding the opponent to death. From that battle on, Zhou Xing's name became well known in the assassin circles of Wangjiang City. Although his strength was not comparable to those high-ranking assassins on the leaderboard, his methods were the most brutal. Given time, he would definitely have a place on the assassin leaderboard in the future. What's more terrifying is that Zhou Xing is the youngest son of the leader of Heibai Wuji, the strongest assassin organization in Wangjiang City. Old Zhao truly didn't expect that Zhou Xing would be the one to assassinate Jin Chao, nor did he expect that Jin Chao could actually kill him in return. It seems he underestimated the young man's abilities. Watching Jin Chao lying on the ground, a woman with a round face loudly cried out as she slid to his side. She raised her hands and then gently patted him while rhythmically crying out, "How could you be so heartless, leaving me like this? How am I supposed to live without you?" Her actions and expressions were incredibly sincere. Old Zhao, watching this scene, covered his face with his right hand in helplessness. He really wanted to tell everyone that he had nothing to do with this woman. Just as the woman with the round face was about to continue crying, Jin Chao, lying on the ground barely alive, summoned some unknown strength. He grabbed her hand and said weakly, "Sister Zhao, I'm not dead yet. If you keep hitting me like that, I might really end up dead here." The round-faced woman awkwardly said, "Oh, you're not dead? I thought you had already breathed your last." "Well, that's good, very good." Old Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. "Stop causing trouble, Mu He, go and treat Jin Chao immediately." With a deep voice, Mu He responded, "Yes, Old Zhao." Then his towering figure completely overshadowed Jin Chao, giving a tremendous sense of oppression. If one didn't know he was there to help, they would be terrified to death. Mu He then placed his hands on Jin Chao's shoulders and a green energy flowed from his arms, covering Jin Chao's entire body. The wounds covered by the green energy healed at a visible speed. Even the organs were rapidly healing. In less than a minute, Jin Chao, who had been critically injured and near death, felt only a little tired but was completely healed. Jin Chao was also shocked by Mu He's powerful healing ability. Such an effective treatment, if it could be continuously self-administered, even if he was at the same level and mastered the light elemental ability as well, he would not be able to defeat him. Fortunately, people who awaken such abilities typically don't have strong combat capabilities, and he would not have to face him in battle. After all, Mu He had saved both his and his father's lives within a day, and he was more than grateful. There was no way he would confront him. "Brother Mu He, thank you so much." Jin Chao expressed his gratitude. Mu He smiled naively, his voice deep as he replied, "No need to thank me, we're brothers now, it's too formal to say such things." At that moment, Old Zhao came over frowning and said, "Little Jin, being targeted by Heibai Wuji is very dangerous, and since you killed the leader's youngest son, they will not let this go easily." Although Jin Chao had never heard of Heibai Wuji before, he guessed it was an assassin organization. As for his own safety, Jin Chao was not overly worried. If worst came to worst, he could always stay in the martial arts tower. Even if Heibai Wuji was formidable, they wouldn't dare to kill someone in the martial arts tower, nor would they have the capability to do so. After enhancing his abilities with the help of the system, he would surely escape the predicament. However, it was impossible. for his parents and friends to all hide in the martial artist tower, and he didn't want to feel so stifled either. It seemed urgent to enhance his strength. To upgrade from level 1 to level 10 in just one day was not merely fast, it was like riding a rocket, yet, in terms of strength, it was still not enough. Mr. Zhao, I would like to go outside the city to capture exotic beasts, please approve my request. Jin Chao's intention was unclear, but he indeed needed to experience the outside world. His current combat experience was too weak. Battling with exotic beasts was the fastest way to enhance his combat skills. Alright Ying, please handle this matter. Mr. Zhao then looked around and said, let's find a safer place for Jin Chao to stay. Okay, said the man with the round face. After that, Mr. Zhao walked towards the military personnel. They were very polite upon seeing Mr. Zhao, and the two talked about something unknown. The military didn't come to bother Jin Chao. The man with the round face then led Jin Chao's family away from the Huamu Road neighborhood. Over an hour later, the Jin family moved into a famous villa area in the center of Wangjiang City. This place gathered all the notable figures of Wangjiang City and was exceedingly safe, with patrolling security guards being at least level 20. The houses were large and even came with gardens, easing any worry about space for little Hua and Tiger. Jin's parents were dumbfounded looking at the two-story villa. They had never even seen such houses on television, let alone lived in one. Son, how much does this cost? Jin's mother asked worriedly. The round-faced man waved his hand nonchalantly. Not much, just over 10 million. Hearing the amount, Jin's parents were astounded. How many bricks must one move to earn that much money? Jin's father expressed his concern. My girl, how long would our Chow have to work to earn that much? The round-faced man replied indifferently, don't worry about that, our director is very fond of little Jin. Not just this villa, even if it's an additional 10 million in, she wouldn't mind at all. Hearing this, Jin's parents were relieved. It turned out to be a gift from Director Zhao. They hadn't expected their son to be so valued in the martial artist tower. It was only his first day at work and Director Zhao had already gifted them a villa. Their hard days were finally over. Just as Jin's father was about to express his thanks, the round-faced man said later on, it can just be deducted from his salary. After all, little Jin can make over $1 million a month, so he'll pay it off quickly. Jin's parents twitched at the corners of their mouths upon hearing this. Jin Chao himself staggered, almost unable to stand firm. Over 10 million would take at least a year to repay. The round-faced man was indeed generous with spending his money. This would impact buying martial arts techniques. It seemed necessary to contribute more to the martial artist tower. Otherwise, who knew when he could afford to buy martial arts techniques? Taking a deep breath, Jin Chao said, Mom and Dad, go tidy up the rooms. I need to talk to Sister Zhao about something. Jin's parents tactfully left. Their son's matters were now more important than anything. Sister Zhao, there is something I don't understand and would like to ask about. The round-faced man sat on the sofa, mysteriously producing a handful of sunflower seeds and started cracking them. Do you want to ask why Zhou Xing could reach the level of elementalization? Jin Chao really had to ask this question. Originally, with your capabilities, it wasn't time for you to be dealing with these matters yet, but since you've already encountered it, let's discuss it. Actually, the elemental transformation of elemental awakers can't dodge all attacks. Among martial artists, there exists a kind who cultivate a type of qi that can attack the origin directly, known as gang qi. Such individuals are 1 in 10,000 among martial artists and are extremely rare. After saying this, the round-faced man looked at Jin Chao with some pity. Understanding his expression immediately, Jin Chao said, are you saying I'm just unlucky? The round-faced man nodded helplessly. Indeed, it's quite unlucky. Normally, with your level 1 strength, no, even level 10 strength, you shouldn't have encountered a freak like Zhou Xing. Don't be fooled by his mere level 15, he hasn't even awakened any special abilities, but as long as one cultivates gang qi, they can easily crush martial artists of the same level and even challenge those several levels higher. Zhou Xing has a record of killing level 20 martial artists, and it was a massacre. The opponent had no ability to fight back. I predict he could kill at least a level 25 martial artist. Normally, even if you awakened a light elemental ability, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. The round-faced man's look towards Jin Chao grew even more peculiar. Zhou Xing is a monster, but you're even more of a monster. Defeating Zhou Xing at level 10, challenging a level 25 martial artist shouldn't be a problem. A leap of 15 levels, that's unheard of. Jin Chao thought deeply upon hearing this. Under Zhou Xing, he indeed had no room to fight back. He was always being crushed. If it weren't for the last-minute comprehension of a new move, he would have definitely been the one to die today. How is gang qi cultivated? Jin Chao asked eagerly. Why do you ask? Do you think you're not strong enough and want to cultivate gang chi? Are you trying to leave no room for others to live? Though he thought this, what needed to be taught must still be taught. Gang chi isn't like special abilities that depend on innate talent for awakening. Hearing this, Jin Chao smiled. As long as it's not predetermined by birth, then I have confidence I can cultivate it. What if I encounter another martial artist who has awakened an elemental ability like mine? Wouldn't I just be beaten up? But it's even harder than awakening abilities, Jin Chao stumbled again. The round-faced man was out of breath today. Why was he gasping so much while talking? But the round-faced man didn't look at Jin Chao. Continuing, gang chi is essentially the chi of one's origin. Everyone has it, but sensing it is extremely difficult, and using it against an enemy is a million times harder than just sensing it. Do you understand now? After saying this, the round-faced man looked at Jin Chao. Jin Chao was confused. After all that, you didn't explain how to cultivate it. At this point, the round-faced man felt a bit embarrassed but still said confidently, "Why are you looking at me like that? I don't know how to use gang chi. Do you still expect me to teach you? Go to sleep, we have a lot to do at the martial artist tower tomorrow." Saying this, the round-faced man left. Meanwhile, in the southern suburbs of the city, inside the innermost meeting room of the organization known as Black and White, the leader, Zhou Yu, sat at the head of the table, eyes slightly closed, flanked by rows of assassins wearing black and white masks. In this room, every individual sat in a high position within the underworld, yet no one dared to speak, and the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Zhou Xing's death had triggered a massive upheaval within the underworld. Anyone affected by this incident was doomed to a grim fate. Zhou Xing was Zhou Yu's favorite son and groomed to be the next leader. Now, how could Zhou Yu accept the news that his beloved son, whom he had devoted all his efforts to nurture, had been killed by a level 10 martial artist? Who gathered the information on Jin Chao? Zhou Yu asked in a calm tone. The calmer his voice, the more terrified the others became. At this moment, the fat middle-aged man sitting second from the left trembled, his chin dripping with sweat. "Leader, please listen to me, this was our oversight. The martial artist tower protected him too well, we couldn't gather any information at all. We had no idea he had reached level 10 in just one day, let alone that he awakened his special ability on his very first day as a martial artist. Not only did we fail to uncover this, but even if we had, we wouldn't have believed it. How could such a thing happen?" Hearing the fat man's words, Zhou Yu finally opened his eyes and softly said, "So, are you saying that failing to gather information on Jin Chao was my fault, or are you suggesting that Zhou Xing deserved to die?" As he spoke the last word, Zhou Yu's figure had already vanished from his chair. When he reappeared, he was behind the fat man, gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground. The fat man, his neck being squeezed, croaked, "Leader, spare me, we will never again." Before he could finish his sentence, a crack was heard. The fat man's neck was snapped and his body went limp. Zhou Yu released his grip and the fat man's corpse fell to the floor, lying in an awkward position. Zhou Yu clapped his hands as if he had done something trivial. Those who knew the fat man's background broke out in a cold sweat. After all, the fat man was a level 61 martial venerable, a rare asset that any major power would treasure. Zhou Yu had effortlessly killed him without a flicker of remorse. "Issue the order from today on, kill Jin Chao at all costs," Zhou Yu commanded. Everyone in the meeting room immediately stood up and responded in unison, yes, fearing they would end up like the fat man if they were even a second late. Just then, a figure burst into the room, saying in a panic, "Leader, someone from the martial artist tower has forced their way in, demanding to see you." "How many people?" asked a gaunt middle-aged man with a sinister voice. One person dares to barge into our base and asks to see the leader. Is he mad?" Zhou Yu frowned, slightly displeased. "Is it old Zhao?" The man bowed his head and replied, "Yes." Everyone in the room except for Zhou Yu gasped. Why had he come? Could it be for Jin Chao? Zhou Yu's expression turned extremely ugly. "Well, I want to see what old Zhao is up to," he said, and in a flash he disappeared from the spot. The crowd hurriedly followed, but before they could even step out, the entire realm of Black and White began to shake violently as if struck by an earthquake. At the same time, fierce collisions erupted. Everyone looked horrified. Had the fight already started? They had no real grasp of the abilities of Zhou Yu and old Zhao, but as the leaders of the two top forces in Wangjiang City, their strengths were beyond the imagination of the onlookers. The battle between the two, even for martial experts above level 60, was not something they could intervene in. Being too close could even mean getting caught in the aftermath. In such a situation, all they could do was wait. After about 10 minutes, the shaking gradually subsided. Only then did those in the conference room dare to step out and see the aftermath in Black and White. Everyone was shocked. Deep pits, each 100 meters deep, were visible everywhere. The once lush grass and forests had completely vanished. A small hill hundreds of meters high was half melted from the top down, its molten rock flowing everywhere as if a natural disaster had struck. The altercation between the two was terrifyingly fierce. But now only Zhou Yu stood at the entrance of black and white, his face ashen. Assassins above level 20 higher than Jin Chao are not to engage. Everyone else assassinate with all your might. I want him dead without a trace, he ordered. Hearing such a command, everyone was shocked but immediately responded yes. The next morning, Jin Chao arrived at the 6th floor of the martial artists building where Big Round Face was already waiting. Sister Zhao, I'm late, he said. Not late? How could you be late? Let me introduce you. These are teams that often capture exotic beasts. If you're going out of the city to catch one, you can pick any of these teams to accompany you. I'll also go with you, but don't expect me to be of much help, said Big Round Face. Jin Chao, slightly embarrassed yet polite, smiled. He hadn't really expected much help from Big Round Face anyway. Just as Jin Chao was about to state his requirements, someone in the crowd said, "You're Jin Chao, right? If it's you, I'm not taking this mission." With that, the team turned and left, followed by a mass exodus of other teams without uttering another word. Jin Chao was puzzled and looked towards Big Round Face with a confused expression. Big Round Face somewhat helplessly explained, "You can't blame them. Capturing exotic beasts is a difficult task and the rewards are often unsatisfactory. It's already tough to capture one or two alive. Moreover, those who issue such tasks are either very strong or have significant help in capturing the beasts, otherwise no one would undertake such tasks." Jin Chao was puzzled. Didn't his ability to tame exotic beasts count as a significant help? It seemed Big Round Face noticed his confusion and added, "Your strength is too low. The beasts you capture won't sell for much. Their compensation is linked to the funds. At your level you can only choose from these C or D grade teams now." Looking at the few remaining teams, Jin Chao was not disheartened. He stood before the crowd and just when everyone thought he was about to make a demand, Jin Chao simply said to one team, "I choose you." The selected team looked bewildered, as did everyone else. A D-class team, the lowest strength D-class team? What was he thinking? Although only C-class and D-class teams were left, anyone with a bit of sense would choose the slightly stronger C-class over the D-class. But they didn't care. When they saw Jin Chao, they knew this mission wouldn't bring much money. Being unselected was actually a relief. The chosen team, however, was thrilled. They hadn't expected to be picked at all. The squad leader, a young man in his 20s, approached Jin Chao with a smile. "Hello, my name is Yu Ming, leader of the Get Rich Squad. We will cooperate fully with Mr. Jin on this mission." Jin Chao responded, "Get Rich Squad?" Yu Ming, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head with his right hand. "Yeah, is the name a bit too rustic?" Jin Chao replied, "Not at all, I like it. Get rich, who wouldn't want that? Look at Big Round Face over there. She spent more than a year's salary in advance to buy a house. I thought at first that the villa was a gift. In the end, it still cost her own money." Big Round Face came forward. "The Get Rich Squad is a D-class team of 5 members, only capable of taking D-class missions. None of us are awakened with special abilities." After saying this, Big Round Face fell silent. Teams like this were the bottom rank among all squads, but Big Round Face didn't mind. This outing was primarily for Jin Chao to gain experience, not really expecting to bring back many exotic beasts. Jin Chao nodded. He wasn't too concerned about the team's strength. The main purpose of this mission was to improve abilities. "Let's set off." The group quickly left the warrior building and headed towards the North City. Their mode of travel was quite eye-catching. Jin Chao and his 7 companions all rode on the back of Ahu, a giant tiger beast, swiftly weaving through the crowd. Yu Ming and his team, upon mounting Ahu, were initially trembling with fear. After all, it was their first time being so close to a level 10 giant tiger beast. However, as time passed, the fear subsided, replaced by excitement. To have a giant tiger beast as a mount was a dream come true, previously unthinkable. This privilege was something money couldn't buy. Just by taking on a mission, their dream was realized. Passers-by were just as excited. "Isn't that a giant tiger beast? How come it's carrying so many people? Isn't that Jin Chao the one who's been all the rage recently? He really can tame exotic beasts, huh? Is this for real? Could the warrior building be lying? Is this a new service from them? How much does it cost to ride once? I want to ride too." Wherever Jin Chao went, he caused quite a stir. Which warrior wouldn't want an exotic beast as a pet? Even if their strength was low, it didn't matter. As long as it looked impressive, that was enough. Yet, such a simple wish was far out of reach. Even the strongest warriors couldn't tame a level 1 exotic beast. Even in death, they would rather fall in battle than be enslaved by humans. This shattered the dreams of many warriors who wished to show off. However, with the emergence of Jin Chao, the fiery passion of the youth was rekindled. Though they couldn't own their own beasts, even a ride would suffice, yet Jin Chao was unaware of their desires. Leading the get-rich squad, they galloped out of the city and into the suburbs. Here, instead of towering buildings, lush green fields stretched far and wide, guarded by many warriors, including soldiers. Since the outbreak of the mutant beasts, human territories had drastically shrunk, forcing humanity to retreat behind the steel walls of fortified cities to survive and thrive, making land incredibly precious. These fields, now crucial, were taken over by the state, and no one was allowed to damage them. Although Jin Chao had learned about these in school, it was only today that he truly saw the fields for himself. After about an hour more of travel, the fields began to disappear, giving way to a massive wall hundreds of meters high, bustling with activity. At the checkpoint, numerous soldiers in military attire stood guard, vigilant against any beast incursions. Soon, Jin Chao passed the inspection and left the city gates, drawing curious looks from onlookers. Just outside the city, a strong scent of blood hit them. Though only a few meters from the gate, the scene was starkly different. Even the ground was stained red with blood. The bizarre skeletons of mutant beasts were everywhere. Although he knew the outside was dangerous, he hadn't expected such a shocking sight. Just outside the city gates, the once jovial group of 7 suddenly turned solemn. The people passing by were silent, hastening on their way without speaking to others. They even avoided others, as outside the city, without the constraint of law, murder and robbery were common. In the wilderness, trust was a luxury. One could only rely on themselves, always keeping one eye open even while sleeping. Big Roundface glanced at Jin Chao and pulled out a map, pointing to their destination, an area teeming with mutant beasts ranging from level 5 to 10. As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any danger, he said. Jin Chao looked at the map. The area marked 4357 to the east, about 20 kilometers away, spanned approximately 300 hectares and was packed with mutant beasts between levels 5 and 10. Calculating quickly, Jin Chao figured he needed at least 49 level 5 beasts, each with 100 health points, or 25 level 10 beasts each with 200 health points to reach his next level. He was short 4,826 health points to reach level 11. If his calculations were correct, he could achieve this in 2 days, assuming his early struggles were overcome and his later pace could keep up. 4,357. Here I come, he thought as he ventured into the thick vegetation of the area, where towering trees reached at least 30 meters high and dense foliage barely let through specks of sunlight to the forest floor. The ground was exceedingly damp, with moss everywhere and vibrant vegetation thriving all around. At this moment, a python over 10 meters long concealed itself within the dense shrubs. Its cold gaze was fixed on a wild boar which was busy gnawing on potatoes it had just unearthed, its enormous tusks prominent. In a flash, the python struck like lightning, capturing the boar without giving it a chance to react. It constricted the boar, crushing its bones and organs completely before swallowing it whole. Such scenes occurred daily in this mountain forest. Sometimes the fallen were strange beasts, other times they were human warriors. After this hunt, the level 7 purple python planned to find a secluded spot to digest its meal. However, before it could depart, a massive tiger's paw descended from the sky, pressing down on its head. The python, taken by surprise, lashed out with its enormous body, attempting to coil around the tiger, but the tiger was prepared, biting the python's tail and flinging it forcefully. The massive python's body slammed into a huge tree, so large that it would take 5 men to encircle it, and over 30 meters tall, which then thunderously fell, pinning the python beneath it, immobilized. No matter how much the python struggled, it was futile. At that moment, a group of 7 people jumped down from a nearby tree. One of them quickly approached the python's head, completely ignoring its menacing glare, and placed his hand upon it. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host has captured a level 7 purple python, 140 vitality points awarded. Would you like to tame it? Tame. The moment he chose to tame, the once menacing purple python instantly became docile, flicking its tongue submissively at Jin Chao. Ahu! At Jin Chao's signal, lifted the fallen tree. Despite its injuries, the purple python coiled into a snake mountain, encircling Jin Chao with its huge head, joyfully flicking its tongue beside him. Yu Ming and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. Taming a level 7 purple python so effortlessly, this was a cold-blooded beast supposedly devoid of emotions. While it might make sense for other beasts to be tamed, the ease with which this particular beast was tamed seemed utterly illogical, and just as they were shocked, Jin Chao's next action was even more astonishing. Zeet, spit out that boar. What? Did he just ask the purple python to regurgitate the wild boar beast it had just swallowed? That seemed impossible, not even long. Domesticated pets could be made to vomit their food, let alone a wild beast, but no sooner had the thought occurred than the purple python's belly began to undulate, and within a minute the wild boar beast it had just swallowed was regurgitated intact. The purple python showed no signs of displeasure or resistance. This scene left everyone at a loss for words. Ordinary people couldn't even manage to keep a pet beast, yet Jean Chao not only tamed a wild beast with such ease but also made it perform an almost impossible feat. Is this not a bit too much of a bully and too harsh on the exotic beast? A girl standing behind Yuming, seeing this, spoke up unhappily. Why did you make it spit it out? It clearly ate because it was hungry. Normally girls should be quite repelled by such exotic creatures, but now this girl is actually speaking up for a purple python. This made Jean Chao somewhat puzzled. It's no wonder though, tamed exotic beasts are indeed rare. Not just a python, even a maggot she couldn't bear to see. It hurt. Yuming frowned slightly and chided softly, Xiao Shui, this is Mr. Jin's own business. We have no right to intervene. Xiao Shui was quite unconvinced by Yuming's scolding, but she also knew this was not their place to interfere. After all, their team was only there to assist Jin Chao in completing his mission. It's okay, actually I made it spit it out also for the sake of the mission later. The purple python has strong binding capabilities, good for controlling exotic beasts, but if it eats too much its movements will be slow, affecting efficiency. After the mission, I'll let it have a good meal. With this explanation from Jin Chao, Yuming and the others suddenly realized. So Jin Chao was planning to use tamed exotic beasts to capture other exotic beasts. This approach could indeed capture a large number of exotic beasts, and as Jin Chao's tamed beasts increased, capturing others would become incredibly simple and safe. This idea was good, it saves time and effort, and it's safe. After all, these exotic beasts could also protect themselves. But one thing was puzzling. If Jin Chao had this capability, why did he need them? Yuming couldn't help but ask first. Mr. Jin, what did you bring us here for? Big Round Face was also puzzled. It surely couldn't be just to keep him company. Hearing this, Jin Chao said there should be many exotic beast corpses that you need to deal with. I don't really know how to handle exotic beasts, so. Jin Chao's meaning was clear. They were brought here to do the odd jobs. Upon hearing this, Yuming approached Jin Chao with a strange expression and held out a ring from his left middle finger in front of him. Mr. Jin, do you know what this is? Jin Chao shook his head in confusion. Big Round Face, seeing this, sighed helplessly. It's my fault, all my fault. I should have taught him these basic things earlier. Yuming continued, this is a space ring. It has 300 square meters of space, enough to store the corpses of exotic beasts. 300 square meters of space can hold hundreds of exotic beast corpses. Jin Chao gave an embarrassed smile and said, sorry, I didn't know about this, but don't worry, I won't shortchange you on the payment. Yuming and the others didn't say much. After all, it was all about making money, and if it could be done more easily, why make it hard? In this way, using the same method, Jin Chao captured a dozen exotic beasts of levels 7 and 8. During this time, he also killed 20 to 30 level 5 lower grade exotic beasts. It could be said to be a full harvest. Jin Chao's level even rose to level 11 within a day. As night fell, Yuming looked at the 17 different exotic beasts they had surrounded. Within the spatial ring there lay corpses of exotic beasts akin to small mountains, igniting a flood of emotions. Jin Chao was truly a monster. Never before had anyone seen someone complete tasks with such ease. In just an afternoon he had achieved what would normally take others 10 to 20 days, and he did it with remarkable ease. He even dared to light a fire in the beast-infested woods at night, a highly taboo action as firelight could expose one's location and attract other creatures. But for Jin Chao, such concerns were trivial. With his current strength, it wasn't other beasts troubling him, it was he who spared them the trouble. In the dimly lit forest, the constant chirping of insects filled the air. Two human figures like specters were frantically fleeing as if a monstrous creature was hunting them down. Captain, I can't run anymore, gasped the figure trailing behind. The one in front, hearing this, also stopped, panting heavily and scanning the surroundings with wary eyes. After ensuring their safety, he breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he relaxed, the chubby one who had spoken earlier squatted on the ground, holding his head and weeping. Captain, how could this happen? Weren't there supposed to be only up to level 10 beasts here? How did a level 20 golden crown flame eagle suddenly appear? Our brothers died so unjustly. The captain was equally devastated. The plan had been to hunt level 10 beasts and sell them. Catching a live one would have fetched 10 times the price. But instead of good luck, they encountered a reaper, a level 20 golden crown flame eagle, a top tier force even among level 20 beasts. even a level 25 warrior would have to avoid its sharp talons, let alone a level 20 C-rank team like theirs. Facing it, resistance was futile, escape impossible. If not for splitting up, even he and the chubby one might not have survived. As for the others, one was devoured on the spot, another incinerated to ash, and although another escaped, being marked by the golden crown flame eagle meant certain death. A level 20 warrior was no match for a level 20 beast. Stop crying, we're still not safe. Let's move, he said, and they resumed leaping through the trees. Soon a light caught their attention. Along with the smell of roasting meat, someone was bold enough to start a fire and cook meat here, a risk that could easily provoke a beast attack. Even he wouldn't dare such a thing, but whoever was behind it must be powerful. Relief washed over them and they hurried towards the fire, but as they approached they saw about a dozen exotic beasts surrounding a group of 7 people. The 2 were stunned. Were they trapped? But no, inside the 7 seemed unbothered, comfortably sitting on dry stones around a roaring fire roasting some sort of meat. One girl even lay on the tail of a massive tiger beast. It didn't seem like they were here to fight at all, more like they were on vacation. Compared to the miserable condition of the 5 people, it was like heaven and earth. No, not compared to oneself, but compared to all the warriors who came out to complete missions. Normally, which warrior who goes outside the city to complete a mission isn't in a sorry state? Even the stronger teams are always cautious to avoid provoking a swarm attack by mutant beasts. After all, the strength of mutant beasts is much greater than that of warriors. 5 people can barely handle one mutant beast of equal strength. Being surrounded leaves no chance of survival, yet these people seemed utterly fearless. Could they possibly tame mutant beasts? The thought just popped up, and even they found it absurd. But when they saw Jin Chao, their faces changed instantly. Wasn't this Jin Chao from the warrior building known for taming mutant beasts? It's him, the fatty exclaimed, and the captain quickly looked in the direction the fatty was pointing. Indeed, that explained why the mutant beasts were standing guard for them. Jin Chao's recent fame was so great that almost all warriors recognized him and knew about his ability to tame mutant beasts. Thinking of this, a strong jealousy arose in their hearts. When could they like these people come outside the city and complete missions as if on vacation? Is there someone over there? There. Conversation caught the attention of Jin Chao and his group. The captain said, "Don't misunderstand, we mean no harm," and with that the 2 of them jumped down from the tree, appearing in front of Jin Chao and his group. Seeing people appear, the mutant beasts took up a battle stance, which startled the fatty and his companion. Although they were not afraid of these mutant beasts, they also didn't want to provoke so many unnecessarily. Jin Chao quickly said, "It's okay, no need to be nervous." Hearing Jin Chao's words, the group of mutant beasts relaxed their guard but still kept a watchful eye on the newcomers. "You guys don't seem to be in great shape. Did you encounter any danger?" Upon hearing this, the 2 sighed and shared their ordeal. When they mentioned the level 20 golden crown flame eagle, Yu Ming and the others were shocked. This was a level 20 mutant beast, far beyond what a D-level team could handle. However, Jin Chao seemed unfazed. "That sounds tough. Do you need to stay here overnight? It's relatively safe here." Hearing Jin Chao's invitation, the 2 were visibly taken aback. After all, it was a common understanding among all warriors not to trust anyone in the wilderness, especially those of a higher level. "Thank you, Mr. Jin, we'll rest here tonight and head back to the city tomorrow," they said, and then they sat down not far from Jin Chao. Jin Chao handed them some roasted mutant beast meat he was holding, which surprised them. This was mutant beast meat, which cost several hundred to 1,000 per pound in the city. This piece alone must weigh over a pound. They usually couldn't afford to eat it. Was Jin Chao being too generous? Although Yu Ming was somewhat concerned about Jin Chao's actions, he didn't say much. Seeing that the mutant beasts seemed not to be fully fed, he took out more than a dozen mutant beast corpses from his spatial ring and threw them to them. Upon witnessing this scene, Captain Qin Hao and the stout Du Ming exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a creeping greed. They understood each other's thoughts instantly. More than a dozen living exotic beasts were being fed the flesh of their kind, and the area was littered with their carcasses. Additionally, the 7 individuals present were only between levels 10 to 15, hardly a match for them. The only concern was Jin Chao. If they could just reduce the number of these beasts and eliminate the group, the corpses would be theirs for the taking. With this in mind, Qin Hao struck up a conversation with Jin Chao. "Mr. Jin, I've long heard of your ability to tame exotic beasts." I was somewhat skeptical, but seeing is believing, Qin Hao remarked. Jin Chao responded with a modest smile, "It's just good fortune, really." Qin Hao continued, "With such a skill, if you could tame the golden crown flame hawk here, wouldn't you be unstoppable? What mission couldn't you complete?" Hearing this, Jin Chao's eyes lit up. The golden crown flame hawk was known to decimate sea-level teams with its formidable strength. Taming it could indeed elevate the speed of capturing exotic beasts and thus accelerate his own strength development. The thought excited him. With the relentless pursuit of the Black and White Brotherhood, strengthening himself quickly was imperative. Despite the known risks associated with the powerful hawk, he was ready to take a chance. Sensing Jin's interest, Qin Hao added, "If you're considering it, we can lend a hand. We've even pinpointed some weaknesses of the golden crown flame hawk that could surely aid you." This affirmation solidified Jin Chao's resolve, though he remained wary of their intentions. "Don't doubt our motives, Mr. Jin. We're not helping without expecting something in return," Qin Hao said, leading Jin to inquire about their terms. With Jin seemingly hooked, Qin Hao smiled slightly. "We also have a mission here, to hunt down 30 exotic beasts, if you could help us with that." 30 beasts? That's a task for teams above sea level, Jin Chao noted, though he could easily handle it himself. "Let's set it then. When do we start?" Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback by the swift agreement. 30 beasts so easily agreed upon. They must have plenty of beast corpses at their disposal. If only I had such capabilities, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. But Mr. Jin might be overestimating himself. A level 20 golden crown flame hawk isn't as simple as he thinks, otherwise why would I be like this? Perhaps it's better to strike at night when the hawk's powers are somewhat diminished, he thought. Hearing this, Jin Chao didn't hesitate and stood up. "Then I'll leave it to you too." Upon hearing this, Yu Ming looked uneasy. Facing a level 20 exotic beast was beyond his small team's capabilities. As they were pondering their next move, Jin Chao confidently said, "Captain Yu, your team can stay here with the beasts. Captain Qin and I will handle this." Everyone was shocked by the words. Was Jin Chao really planning to face the level 20 mythical beast, the golden crown flame eagle, without using another mythical beast? Was he not afraid for his life? Just as Yu Ming was about to speak up and stop him, Qin Hao said, "Mr. Jin, isn't this too dangerous?" Jin Chao replied, "Captain Qin, don't worry, just tell me its weakness when the time comes. You won't need to lift a finger. Even if I can't beat it, escaping will be easy for me." Hearing this, Qin Hao felt contempt. "Even if you are fast, you're only level 11. How could you possibly outrun a level 20? He's asking for death." Since Mr. Jin is so confident, I won't say much. "Shall we set out now?" "Let's go," commanded Jin Chao. Qin Hao and another person leapt onto the treetops first, with Jin Chao closely following behind. After the trio had moved away, Yu Ming asked with some concern, "Sister Zhao, Mr. Jin will be alright, won't he? A level 11 fighter taking on a level 20 mythical beast seems unreliable." Big Round Face said, "Don't worry, even if he can't beat it, the kid can still run away. Let's not fuss over it too much, let's sleep." Saying this, Big Round Face found a fluffy beast and lay down in its embrace. Yu Ming and the others looked worried, feeling that Jin Chao was being too reckless. Big Round Face, however, had a meaningful look as she watched the direction in which Jin Chao and the others had disappeared. An hour later, Jin Chao and his companion stopped at the edge of a valley. A bright firelight was clearly visible. They saw a huge eagle, its body covered in fiery red feathers with a blazing golden flame atop its head. It was lying in the valley, and just one of its folded wings was 7 or 8 meters long. If its wings were spread out, they would be at least 30 meters long. It was evident how gigantic the golden crown flame eagle was. Pointing at the firelight, Qin Hao said, "Mr. Jin, over there is the nest of the golden crown flame eagle. Its weakness is the golden flame on its head." Fatty added, "Brother Jin, it's best to lure it to the ground to fight. In the sky, its power is even greater." Jin Chao, hearing this, didn't take it to heart and said nonchalantly, "Thank you for your efforts." With that, he dashed towards the golden crown flame eagle. Qin Hao and his companion watched Jin Chao's figure moving swiftly, sneering coldly, "Once you're dead, the remaining mythical beasts and the 6 men will be ours." Jin Chao ran rapidly, quickly drawing the attention of the golden crown flame eagle. However, seeing that it was a level 11 human warrior, the eagle looked disdainful. It opened its beak and spewed out a red flame, engulfing Jin Chao instantly. There was no sign of him anymore. Qin Hao and his companion were surprised. They had thought that with all the boasting, Jin Chao would at least last 2 rounds. They never expected him to be burned to ashes before even reaching the golden crown flame eagle. Thinking this, Qin Hao and his companion prepared to retreat. It was crucial not to draw the eagle's attention. Escaping quickly was the best option. But before they could turn around, a bright light suddenly flared up, appearing above the golden crown flame eagle's head. The two were shocked. He hadn't died. Moreover, he was an elemental awakener. How had they never heard of this before? The affairs of Jin Chao were of great interest to everyone in Wangjiang City, but this news had never come out. It seemed that the martial tower had indeed provided him with formidable protection. No wonder he had boasted that even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. The Golden Crown Flame Hawk was indeed a challenge for elemental awakeners, but Jin Chao was confident in his own abilities. Transforming into a flash of light, he appeared directly above the Golden Crown Flame Hawk, right where the golden flames burned brightest. He threw a punch at the most vulnerable spot he could discern, yet the Flame Hawk did not panic. Instead, it looked at him with a disdain that seemed almost human. In an instant, the golden flames on its head blazed furiously, quickly enveloping its entire body and illuminating the entire valley in a golden light. As Jin Chao's fist approached, the Flame Hawk raised its massive wings to meet the attack. Jin Chao, undeterred and not taking the strikes seriously, waited for his body to become elemental so he could pass through the hawk's wings and strike the golden flames directly. However, the next moment a tremendous force swept through his body. Jin Chao was hurled backward, crashing into the valley's rock wall and embedding deeply into it. The three onlookers were dumbfounded. How could this be? How could a mere beast strike an element-type awakener? Could it be that the beast had mastered some kind of powerful internal energy? Impossible, that simply couldn't be. Jin Chao felt the impact more profoundly than Qin Hao and his companion. He had thought his elemental form would dodge the attack, but he had been hit squarely by the golden flames that covered the Flame Hawk's body. His fist was now scorched with burns from the golden flame. Had he not reacted quickly and retracted his hand in time, it would have been ruined. This realization shook him deeply. It was a stark reminder never to underestimate any opponent, beasts included. The Golden Crown Flame Hawk gave Jin Chao no chance to recover. It opened its beak again and expelled flames, this time turning from red to golden. Jin Chao, not daring to take any chances, increased his speed to the maximum, racing along the valley's rock walls. The Flame Hawk, meanwhile, took to the skies, relentlessly pursuing Jin Chao, its golden flames never ceasing. Wherever it passed, vegetation burned, and even the rock walls were scorched into magma flowing downward. The entire valley turned into a fiery hell within moments, leaving Jin Chao with no place to stand. The Golden Crown Flame Hawk, with its wings continuously flapping, hovered midair, looking down on everything disdainfully. Qin Hao and his companion, hiding in the shadows, were utterly shocked by this display of power. This was the true strength of the Golden Crown Flame Hawk. During the day, it hadn't even used half of its power against them. Just its ordinary attacks had already overwhelmed the five of them, leaving them unable to resist. If it had used attacks of this intensity during the day, they wouldn't have lasted even a second, and yet Jin Chao had managed to confront it for nearly a minute. Although Jin Chao was utterly overpowered, he had still managed to withstand the Flame Hawk's onslaught for that long. Was he really just a level 11 martial artist? His strength was something even the five of them could only dream of achieving. Now Jin Chao was trapped with nowhere to go, standing on a large rock surrounded by molten lava, his body bearing multiple burns. The rock beneath his feet melting was only a matter of time. At that moment he truly had nowhere to turn. The battle had to be resolved quickly. As Jin Chao was pondering his strategy, the Golden Crown Flame Eagle dove straight down, its massive talons aimed directly at Jin Chao, who swiftly dodged, transforming into a streak of light shooting towards the sky. The giant rocks, like tofu, were smashed into dust by the eagle's claws. The last piece of ground where he could have landed was also gone. Witnessing this scene, Jin Chao's expression became extremely solemn. Just 1 minute into the fight, he was already driven to a dead end. The strength of the Golden Crown Flame Eagle was overwhelming. The disdain in the eagle's eyes deepened, yet it was not careless. It charged directly at Jin Chao, who was mid-air, trying to take advantage of his inability to control his body to kill him. Seeing this, a resolute look flashed in Jin Chao's eyes. He hoped the Lightfall could handle it, and even if it couldn't finish the eagle off, at least it would give him a chance to breathe. With that thought, Jin Chao hesitated no longer and instantly gathered all the light elements around him into tiny orbs the size of peanuts, appearing above the Golden Crown Flame Eagle. "Lightfall," he shouted, as countless orbs plummeted down at high speed. The eagle, however, did not take Jin Chao's attacks seriously. A mere level 11 martial artist, no matter how formidable, could not possibly harm a level 20 Golden Crown Flame Eagle, especially when it was at its full strength. Boom! A loud explosion occurred as countless light orbs struck the Golden Crown Flame Eagle all over its body, igniting the sky with flames and lighting up the entire forest as if it were daylight. Countless orbs also fell to the ground, sinking the entire valley by several meters. The ground shook violently. Qin Hao, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe that a level 11 martial artist could achieve such a feat. not to mention level 11, even level 20 would be unlikely to do so. Jin Chao was incredibly powerful. If it were not for his own cautious approach, not engaging directly with the opponent, he might have been reduced to nothing but bones. Initially, he thought the Golden Crown Flame Eagle would crush Jin Chao effortlessly. Now it seemed uncertain who would win. After all, the Golden Crown Flame Eagle was extraordinarily strong, a challenge even for martial artists at level 25 or even level 30. Merely being level 11, Jin Chao, no matter how strong, should not have been able to defeat the Golden Crown Flame Eagle. In the end, he would meet a fate of complete annihilation. Still, he would be the ultimate winner. Just as they were reveling in their thoughts, the battle in the sky came to a conclusion. They saw a huge figure falling rapidly through the fiery sky. Surprisingly, that figure was large, and even without seeing clearly, they knew it was the Golden Crown Flame Eagle. Seeing this, their jaws dropped in shock. The Golden Crown Flame Eagle defeated? How could this be? A level 11 martial artist had actually defeated the Golden Crown Flame Eagle. They couldn't believe they weren't dreaming. Before they could recover from their shock, they saw Jin Chao's figure plummeting rapidly, heading straight for the Golden Crown Flame Eagle. At that moment, an absurd thought arose in their minds. He couldn't possibly be thinking of taming the Golden Crown Flame Eagle, could he? This was a level 20 Golden Crown Flame Eagle, a full 9 levels above him. How could he possibly tame it, if such a large gap in levels could still allow for taming? Jin Chao was not just unbeatable among his peers, he was unbeatable across levels. How could such a person even exist? Swallowing their nervousness, two figures watched intently as Jin Chao caught up to the Golden Crown Flame Hawk. In an instant, both figures plummeted into the valley. Xin Hao and his companion exchanged glances. Had they failed? The thought brought a fleeting look of disappointment to their faces, but they quickly snapped out of it. Why should they be disappointed? It would be better if both were dead. That way they could steal numerous low-level beast corpses and even retrieve the body of the Golden Crown Flame Hawk, a level 20 beast whose body was worth dozens of times that of a level 10 beast. How much money could that bring in? However, they dared not get too close. What if the Flame Hawk wasn't dead? Approaching it would be like walking into a trap. Even if it were mortally wounded, as long as it still breathed, it could easily kill them. They were not freaks like Jin Chao. With these thoughts, the two cautiously began to retreat, planning to use this opportunity to rob or kill. After backing away a few meters, they turned and ran, but before they could get far, two beams of light pierced through their skulls. Until their deaths, Xin Hao and his companion never realized where they had miscalculated. Meanwhile, Jin Chao, lying on the back of the Golden Crown Flame Hawk, had exhausted all his strength. Contending with the Flame Hawk was not something he could easily manage at this time. However, fortunately he had managed a slight victory and successfully tamed the creature. As for the intentions of Xin Hao and his companion, they had been exposed the moment the Flame Hawk first breathed fire. Jin Chao had naturally prepared for this. Gasping for breath, he struggled to sit up and pulled a green potion from the tattered pocket of his clothes, offering it to the Flame Hawk. "Drink this." The Flame Hawk looked at him with eyes full of grievance, as if accusing Jin Chao of striking it too harshly. After taming the Flame Hawk, Jin Chao could clearly sense its emotional shifts. All he could do was offer an embarrassed explanation. "If I hadn't been harsh, I would be the one lying down now." After some soothing, the Flame Hawk finally drank the healing potion. Within a minute, its condition had largely improved. Together, they headed back in the direction from which they had come. At the camp, Yu Ming paced back and forth with a worried expression as he watched the distant flames. The recent disturbance had been so intense that even from a distance one could sense that the battle was fiercely contested. Such a commotion was beyond the capability of a level 11 warrior perhaps. Even a level 20, Jin Chao couldn't possibly handle it. Yu Ming only hoped for Jin Chao's safe return. With some impatience, Big Round Face remarked, "Can't you stay calm for a while? You're so noisy I can't sleep." Yu Ming retorted irritably, "You still feel like sleeping? Aren't you worried about Mr. Jin being in danger?" Without even opening his eyes, Big Round Face yawned and said, "Relax, even if he can't beat it, he can still run back here. No need to worry." Yu Ming couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Even if he can't beat it, he definitely can't beat it. We're talking about the Golden Crown Flame Hawk here, which even a level 30 warrior would hesitate to provoke. How could Mr. Jin possibly win? That was indeed what Big Round Face also believed. Even if Jin Chao's strength was formidable, being a level 11 warrior, defeating a level 20 was already the limit. At this point, challenging the Golden Crown Flame Eagle, a creature that even level 30 martial artists dreaded, was indeed premature. However, Jin Chao was an awakener of the light element ability, so there shouldn't be any danger. It would also serve as a lesson for him to not act recklessly in the future. The only concern now was for Qin Hao. While the Golden Crown Flame Eagle couldn't handle Jin Chao, the two of them together might not be so lucky. Hopefully Jin Chao would be wise about this. While Yu Ming was still rambling on, a piercing cry of the eagle resounded through the heavens. Following that, the massive body of the Golden Crown Flame Eagle, about 10 meters tall, plummeted from the sky. Its wings, spanning over 30 meters, whipped up a tempest, sweeping clean the area where the people were stationed. All 6 people on alert, they nervously drew their weapons. About a dozen exotic beasts also took up combat stances, but they all trembled uncontrollably in the face of the level 20 Golden Crown Flame Eagle. Yu Ming and others knew well that if it came to a fight, they stood no chance of surviving. Jin Chao and Qin Hao hadn't returned yet, and now the Golden Crown Flame Eagle had attacked. Could it be that they had been killed? It wasn't that Yu Ming was pessimistic, he simply couldn't conceive any scenario where Jin Chao could defeat the Golden Crown Flame Eagle. Even Big Round Face, who knew Jin Chao best, looked distressed. Could it be that Jin Chao really had been killed? If Old Man Zhao found out, wouldn't he skin him alive? What were they to do? Amidst their panic, Jin Chao's weak voice came from atop the Golden Crown Flame Eagle. Sister Zhao, do you have any healing potions? I can't move right now. Hearing Jin Chao's voice, everyone was stunned. Jin Chao was still alive, and he was on the back of the Golden Crown Flame Eagle. It had brought him back. This meant that Jin Chao had won against the Golden Crown Flame Eagle and even tamed it. Was this really happening? It seemed impossible. How could a level 11 martial artist defeat the Golden Crown Flame Eagle? The shock was immense, and they struggled to calm themselves for a long time. No wonder Jin Chao was not afraid when he heard about the level 20 Golden Crown Flame Eagle. He was even somewhat excited. No wonder Sister Zhao didn't stop him, saying Jin Chao would be fine. No wonder Jin Chao had said that even if he couldn't beat it, he could still escape. This wasn't just about escaping. This was outright taming. Was Jin Chao's strength really that formidable? From start to finish, they had been kept in the dark. No wonder he dared to light a fire and barbecue in the middle of the night fearlessly. There was simply no need to be afraid. Big Round Face was also astonished. It seemed they had underestimated Jin Chao. Not only had he not been defeated, but he had also tamed the Golden Crown Flame Eagle. Being able to tame it indicated that Jin Chao had the strength to kill it. He had even dealt with Qin Hao and another person. Jin Chao's power was indeed somewhat terrifying. With a level 11 rank possessing the strength to kill a level 30 martial artist, what difference was there from being a freak? During this moment of stunned silence, the Golden Crown Flame Eagle had already lowered its body, lying on the ground, revealing the terribly battered Jin Chao to everyone's sight. Seeing Jin Chao's current state, they all involuntarily gasped. Jin Chao's clothes were almost entirely burnt, his body covered with burn marks, looking utterly miserable, barely even resembling a human anymore. If Yu Ming had to choose, even if it meant having a Golden Crown Flame Eagle as a pet, he wouldn't want to endure the kind of injuries Jin Chao had suffered. Jin Chao noticed that Big Round Face wasn't responding, so he called out again, Sister Zhao. At that, Big Round Face snapped to attention and hurried over to Jin Chao, producing 2 primary recovery potions. She handed one to Jin Chao to drink and applied the other on his body. As the green liquid soaked in, the wounds visibly healed before their very eyes, even the scars disappearing. A minute later, Jin Chao felt strong enough to stand and walk. With Big Round Face's help, he managed to get to his feet. The crowd surged forward, eager to hear details about the battle, but Jin Chao waved them off. After what had happened with Qin Hao, he was wary of everyone. He wasn't about to let them know that he was an awakened user of light element abilities. Keeping some cards close to his chest was always wise. I know you all are worried about me, but I'm really tired today. Let's all rest, Jin Chao said weakly. Having just been through a tough battle, he indeed needed rest. With no choice, the crowd dispersed to rest. Who lay sprawled on the ground, circling Jin Chao protectively, and licked his face with concern. It's all right now, let's sleep, Jin Chao comforted him, and the night passed without incident. As dawn broke, everyone got up from their beds. With the addition of the Golden Crown Flame Eagle, the 7 of them had enough strength. Just as Jin Chao was preparing to send all the beasts out hunting while Yu Ming and the others waited, Yu Ming stepped forward and said, Mr. Jin, we discussed last night that just scraping by isn't a viable strategy long term. We should go out and hunt some beasts on our own to train ourselves, or else we'll just be a burden. Jin Chao's excellence had deeply impacted the 5 of them. They were initially thankful to be on a mission with Jin Chao, but after witnessing him tame the Golden Crown Flame Eagle, their mindset had shifted. Though they were martial artists even of a higher level than Jin Chao, they felt utterly ineffective. They knew they needed to improve their own strengths. Even if they couldn't catch up to Jin Chao, they couldn't just keep scraping by. Jin Chao considered it briefly before agreeing and asked who to follow and ensure their safety. For the next day, Jin Chao stayed in place to recover. About a dozen beasts scattered to hunt. After wounding their prey, they brought them to Jin Chao for him to tame, with Big Round Face handling the healing before sending them out again. Among these beasts, the golden crown flame eagle was the fastest, often catching a severely injured beast in less than a minute. Sometimes Big Round Face didn't even finish healing one beast before another was brought in. It was a hectic pace, and even Jin Chao found himself scrambling to tame the beasts. Soon he reached the limit of 55 beasts he could handle, and his vitality surged. Eventually he had to kill the beasts after gaining vitality. Jin Chao enjoyed the quiet peace of his spot, immersed in the joy of rapidly increasing vitality. However, the entire area 4357 plunged into panic. Just as 5 middle-aged martial artists had killed a level 7 beast, they saw a level 10 giant tiger beast appear, carrying a half-dead level 7 giant tooth mouse. The sight turned their faces ashen. Having just finished a battle, they were too exhausted to deal with this level 10 giant tiger beast and had no choice but to abandon their prey and flee. Just as they were preparing to flee, another level 10 behemoth lizard, crashing through 2 large trees, appeared before them. Clenched in its jaws was another beast, barely clinging to life. Witnessing this scene, the 5 people exchanged glances and gave up any thought of resistance. Escaping from one beast might have been possible, but 2 left no hope at all. How unlucky they were to encounter a level 10 beast in such a situation. Was this where they were going to meet their end? Just as they were about to surrender, the giant tiger beast and the giant lizard, each with their prey, suddenly ran off in the same direction. The group was stunned. What was happening? They hadn't been attacked. This was unheard of. In the wild, any human encounter with a beast usually led to a fierce battle, as beasts never spared humans. Today, however, these 2 beasts had not attacked them and had even run off in the same direction with their prey. It was as if someone was commanding them. This thought briefly crossed their minds, but they scoffed at it immediately. How could that be possible? Who could command beasts? Not even higher-level beasts could be commanded, let alone by humans. And to think of commanding them to hunt and share their prey with others was even more ludicrous. Just as they were about to leave quickly with their own prey, a huge figure swiftly flew over their heads. They were frozen in shock. It was a level 20 golden crown flame eagle, and they clearly saw that it too carried a critically injured beast in its mouth, flying in the same direction as the 2 level 10 beasts. The appearance of a level 20 beast was shocking enough, let alone seeing it apparently helping something else hunt. This was too absurd. The team leader, his face pale, said urgently, "Let's go, leave immediately, we can't stay here." Without a second thought for their fatigue or their catch, they ran, fearing that if they were slow, they would be targeted by that terrifying entity. The power to control a level 20 beast was beyond their imagination. The same scenario was unfolding elsewhere in Area 4357. Every martial squad that witnessed this spectacle hurriedly fled, disregarding whether their missions were complete or not. With their lives in such danger, who cared about missions? Meanwhile, rumors of a terrifying monster in 4357 spread wildly among the squads. Some even dared to capture this scene with their martial medals and posted it online. The video showed a level 7 giant python half swallowing a wild boar moving swiftly northward. Behind it, a wild boar with a level 5 wild dog in its mouth followed the python in the same direction. Once posted, the video sparked a heated debate online. This must be fake. How could a python catch its prey and not eat it, instead just running around? Could the video editing be any less intelligent? Did the person above even read the video title? Absolutely. It seems like this horror was brought about by the entity known as 4357. How else could you explain a python and a wild boar beast hunting together? Some say it's just a freak occurrence, as there's never been any talk over the years about something capable of controlling such beasts. Some of you might ask about Jin Chao. Do you think he could be controlling these beasts? That's foolish thinking. Although Jin Chao can tame beasts, he can't possibly tame so many and control their hunting habits. Everyone in Wangjiang City knows Jin Chao can tame beasts, but handling so many is simply out of the question. After all, the video showed at least a dozen different beasts involved in the chaos of 4357. It's impossible for Jin Chao alone to manage that. Amidst the online debates, the military released a video confirming the abnormal behavior of the beasts in 4357, but without confirming the presence of a horror entity. They also warned the warrior squads not to approach 4357 to avoid unforeseen dangers. The military's message was cryptic, but it couldn't fool the keen netizens who confirmed there was indeed a significant terror in 4357. Consequently, all warrior squads withdrew from the area. Not just the human warriors, even the beasts were panicking, scattering everywhere, causing trees to break. There were beasts trampled to death. Normally, these dead beasts would have been a fortune for the squads, but now life was more important than money. 4357 was in complete disarray. Facing this upheaval, the normally reserved national forces had no choice but to deploy elite troops for investigation. The external chaos didn't affect Jin Chao, who was already overwhelmed by taming beasts. Too many beasts were being brought to him. On average, he had to deal with 3 beasts per minute. By the end of the day, the corpses of beasts had piled up into small hills around him, and Jin Chao's vitality had surged dramatically. In just one day, he had reached level 18 and could have easily reached level 20 had he not stopped. As night fell, Jin Chao lay exhausted on the ground, his body weak from the sheer volume of work. Meanwhile, Big Roundface was thrilled looking at the hills of beasts and the 89 live ones, all representing a cut of the profits. On the other side, Yu Ming and his team were jubilantly heading back. Today their squad had killed 10 level 5 beasts, 3 level 7 beasts, and 1 level 10 beast, an inconceivable feat in the past made possible only with the help of Ahu. They truly realized the benefits of owning a pet beast and were envious of Jin Chao's ability to tame so many. Moreover, they tamed a level 20 exotic beast. It's unclear how many exotic beasts they caught that day. Soon the 5 people and 1 beast arrived at the camp. However, before they could get close, they saw more than a dozen small hills made up of various exotic beasts. A heavy stench of blood enveloped an area of several thousand meters, not to mention the exotic beasts. Even the few who knew it was Jin Chao's doing dared not approach. What made the 5 even more terrified were the dozens of exotic beasts. Looking around, all they could see were huge beasts with bodies at least 5 meters long. The immense oppressive force from even one of these beasts was enough to kill the 5 instantly. The sudden appearance of so many, even though they knew these were Jin Chao's pets, still frightened them so much that they dared not even breathe heavily. Having such an army of exotic beasts was enough to dominate the entire 4357. The term unrivaled at the same level was no longer sufficient to describe Jin Chao. Even level 20 warriors had no one who could contend with him. And this didn't even take into account the level 20 Golden Crown Flame Eagle. It was truly shocking. The 5 simultaneously swallowed their saliva, scared and unsure of what to do next. While they were standing there dazed, Jin Chao was the first to spot them. With a relieved expression, he called out, "You're finally back. Hurry up and collect these exotic beast corpses. The smell is too strong." Hearing Jin Chao's voice, Hu ran up quickly and pounced in front of Jin Chao, lowering his body and affectionately licking Jin Chao's face. They had only been apart for a day, but it felt like a year. Jin Chao, tickled by the licks, chuckled a few times and then calmed Ahu down before he stopped. Though they killed Jin Hao and another person, gaining 2 spatial rings, both were locked and couldn't be used. They could only be activated again once they returned to the warriors' building for someone skilled to unlock, and only then could the items inside be retrieved. The round-faced man was so poor he didn't even have a single ring. This task had to be left to them. Seeing Jin Chao annoyed at having no place to store the corpses of the exotic beasts, the 5 indulged in a bit of self-derision, wondering when they would have such troubles. Soon Yu Ming finished cleaning up the camp and packed all the exotic beast corpses. But a new problem arose: their spatial rings were full. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. The space inside the 5 spatial rings was not small, capable of holding up to 1,000 exotic beast corpses. But the day's battle results were just too great. The original plan of 10 days had to be changed midway. But Jin Chao didn't want to go back yet, as he was just 2 levels away from level 20 and nobody at that point would want to return. They could only arrange for Yu Ming to go back first and wait for Jin Chao to reach level 20 before returning. At night everyone slept very peacefully. With 90 exotic beasts guarding, it was impossible not to sleep well. Deep into the night, a figure shrouded in darkness paced anxiously outside 4357. From the day Jin Chao arrived at 4357, the assassins of the Black and White had already received the news. Many level 30 assassins gathered here, all waiting to kill Jin Chao and take the huge reward from the master. Yet who knew, just as everyone arrived here, such bizarre events occurred. To command such a myriad of beasts for its hunting, the strength of that entity must be terrifying beyond measure. Even so, for the sake of the immense reward, the assassins decided to take the risk and venture forth. But unexpectedly, the military's elites intervened at this time. If encountered, not to mention killing Jin Chao, they might not even get to see his face before being killed by The military. Thus everyone stayed at various exits of Area 4357 waiting for Jin Chao to emerge. With such a formidable presence, a D-level squad would certainly not dare to linger in Area 4357. After a day's wait, all the entering martial artist squads had withdrawn, yet there was no sign of Jin Chao's team. Had they already perished? If so, would the reward be lost? Unacceptable, the reward from the boss must be secured. This was crucial for advancing to level 35 and moving up to the 95th rank on the Assassin leaderboard. Such an opportunity could not be missed. If Jin Chao and his team did not appear by dawn, they would risk being captured by the military's elites to enter. They needed proof of life or death, or they would not be satisfied. Many assassins shared this thought. Leveling up as a martial artist was exceedingly expensive. To enhance one's vitality, there were three main methods: consuming beast meat, taking vitality pills, or endlessly training. The first two methods, although rapid, were very costly. Endless training and fighting, while cheaper, was much slower. Even a lifetime of training might not guarantee reaching level 30. These assassins had nearly exhausted their fortunes to reach level 30 but had hit a bottleneck. Now, with a kill order from the boss promising a reward of 3 billion for eliminating Jin Chao, that sum was sufficient either to advance to level 35 or to live luxuriously for the rest of their lives. So they were willing to risk their lives to kill Jin Chao. They would wait another night, and if there was still no news by dawn, they would enter Area 4357. On the military side, 20 level 30 elite martial artists covertly entered, conducting an almost carpet-style search. With this team's capabilities, they could have roamed Area 4357 without any fear. However, due to the level 20 Golden Crown Flame Hawk and that terrifying entity capable of controlling a horde of beasts, they had to proceed with extreme caution, which slowed their progress significantly. The entire night passed without any achievement. The only clues were the scattered bloodstains of beasts and signs of battle. The deeper they ventured towards the center, the more unnerved they became. The most shocking sight was a valley that had been melted down. Seeing the completely altered terrain, even the battle-hardened were agape rooted to the spot. Such terrifying destructive power must belong to a being of at least level 30 or even level 40. Could it be that Area 4357 harbored such a powerful beast? Or had that terrifying entity already grown so powerful? The squad leader quickly video-called headquarters. "Commander, there is important intelligence," he said as he aimed the camera at the still melting flowing lava. On the other end of the video, the commander, an elderly man with white hair and a square face, saw the scene and his expression darkened immediately. After a long silence, the exhausted commander spoke. "No need to search any further. Withdraw from Area 4357, this mission is beyond your capabilities." "Yes." The squad leader responded and then spoke into the pager. "Action team, evacuate from 4357, evacuate from 4357. 20 level 30 martial artists came with fierce momentum, but now without even seeing the face of their adversary, they had to retreat in disgrace. This stark contrast was hard for everyone to accept. However, only those who had witnessed the valley knew that leaving was the correct decision, as they were not strong enough to confront such an entity. This operation had caught the high attention of the entire Wangjung city. Now, returning in this manner naturally sparked endless speculation among the people. The images obtained by the military were also published online immediately. Upon seeing the dreadful scene, everyone was stunned, and their apprehension of that terrifying entity grew even stronger, even dubbing it the terrifying Meld Abyss. Meanwhile, Jin Chao and the Jin Crown Flame Eagle, the initiators of all this, were soundly asleep on the ground, blissfully unaware. They didn't even realize just how powerful this Jin Crown Flame Eagle was. A normal Jin Crown Flame Eagle, even if powerful, could only exhibit strength around level 30 at most. It couldn't surpass this limit, nor could it mobilize golden flames for attack, much less cover its entire body with golden flames or attack elementally awakened beings. The current situation was quite rare, akin to human martial artists comprehending the essence of Qi, and equally powerful, hence had manifested strength far beyond that of a level 30 martial artist. As dawn broke, Jin Chao and his group headed towards the closest exit to Wangjung City, originally with 50 different beasts accompanying them. Yu Ming and the others would not be in any danger. However, Jin Chao was still not entirely at ease and escorted them to the exit. "Captain, you will escort you up to here. Be extra careful on the rest of your journey," Jin Chao said. Hearing this, Yu Ming could only smile helplessly. Such a team would hardly encounter any beasts on their way back. Even if they did, they were not to be feared. Jin Chao was indeed very cautious. "We will hurry back," Yu Ming said, and then led the 50 various beasts majestically towards Wangjung City. Jin Chao watched them gradually disappear into the distance and prepared to continue capturing beasts to advance to level 20. Thus, Jin Chao patted Ahu, who was lying beneath him, and prepared to return to 4357. But just as he relaxed slightly, a whizzing sound came from the shadows of the forest, a dagger flashing with cold light flew at high speed towards Jin Chao's forehead. Sensing the danger, Jin Chao also elementalized his body in an instant. His body transformed into points of light, quickly moving away from the spot and converged 100 meters away on flat ground, reforming into Jin Chao's shape. The flying dagger, however, pierced through the spot where Jin Chao had just been and embedded itself into the abdomen of a level 10 wild boar beast. The boar didn't even have time to let out a scream before its body rapidly dissolved into a pool of blood, dead on the spot. Seeing this, Jin Chao's expression grew even grimmer. All the beasts also became swiftly alert, looking menacingly in the direction from which the dagger had come. But all they could see was a shadow flashing by, disappearing directly into the darkness. Big Roundface exclaimed in alarm, "Murder, no wait, pig slaughter," and then ran crazily to one side, moving away from the battlefield. At the same time, daggers shot out from all directions, aiming directly at the vital points of Jin Chao's body. The sheer number of flying knives covered the entire 100-meter radius around Jin Chao. To throw so many knives in such a short time and over such a large area indicated how incredibly fast the adversary was. The golden crown flame eagle, witnessing this scene, human-like anger flashed in its eyes. It flapped its wings, soared into the air, and spewed a sky full of golden flames, intending to melt all the flying knives. Jin Chao had great confidence in the golden crown flame eagle's golden flames. Not just ordinary flying knives, but even the hardest diamonds could be melted by it. Hence, Jin Chao kept his gaze fixed on the shadows, trying to locate the figure of his opponent. Yet all efforts were in vain. At that moment, countless flying knives broke through the barrier of the golden flames and headed straight towards Jin Chao unimpeded. Jin Chao was startled and surprised by this. However, he thought that no matter how many there were, they couldn't possibly hit him. After all, he was an awakened elemental ability user. How could he be hit by mere weapons? Without a second thought, Jin Chao turned into his elemental form, transforming into numerous points of light to dodge the attack. But unexpectedly, his body, now reduced to points of light, was directly struck by the flying knives. A splash of bright red blood burst forth and a ripping pain instantly swept through his entire body. Jin Chao was utterly shocked. How could this be happening? He was clearly in his elemental form. How could the flying knives possibly hit him? Moreover, these knives were coated with a deadly poison. Even a level 10 wild boar hit by one would turn into a puddle of blood. How could his body withstand such toxicity? And now, with the sky filled with these knives, escape was impossible. What was he to do? Was he going to die here? He had been too careless. Having survived an assassination attempt by Zhou Xing, he should have known better than to rely too much on his elemental transformation. Unexpectedly, he still fell for this trick. Hidden in the shadows, the assassin from the Black and White Brotherhood couldn't help but let out a cold, disdainful sneer. As a battle-hardened killer, he was adept at reading his target's minds, especially someone like Jin Chao, a young and successful elemental ability prodigy who thought he could evade all physical attacks with his elemental transformation. But they did not know that in this world, not only could their abilities be countered by certain energies, but there were also materials like Tai stone that could ignore their elemental forms. Just a sprinkle of Tai stone powder during the weapon crafting process was enough to make an ordinary flying knife strike an elemental ability user. Moreover, with the knives coated in deadly poison, not just any human warrior, but even a giant elephant several meters tall would turn into a pool of blood upon contact. Now he was doomed. The excruciating pain of his flesh and blood melting away at his back forced Jin Chao to act without hesitation. He immediately conjured a Tang broadsword and cut off the torn flesh and skin on his back. A scream of agony echoed through the woods. His once smooth back was now grotesquely gouged. The wound was fearsome and blood flowed steadily, but the crisis was far from over. With flying knives filling the sky, there was no chance of escape. What to do? Just when Jin Chao was out of options, a massive figure appeared in the sky above, shielding him firmly beneath it, blocking all the flying knives, and that figure collapsed right in front of Jin Chao. Seeing this, Jin Chao's eyes instantly filled with tears as he cried out, "Who?" He then lunged towards Ahu, but the severe poison left no chance for him to reach his beloved beast. Ahu's massive body turned into a pool of blood in an instant, not even allowing for a final farewell. Ahu was not just any beast, he was one of the first beasts to follow Jin Chao. Unlike those captured and sold, Jin Chao had long considered him a partner, blaming himself for his carelessness that led to Ahu's death. Jin Chao stood frozen in place, forgetting the peril he was in. It was not until the sound of air tearing again that Jin Chao with red eyes instantly locked onto his opponent's position. In the next moment, Jin Chao transformed into a point of light and vanished from the spot, swiftly moving towards the assassin. The assassin from the black and white underworld, caught off guard by Jin Chao's quick response, was momentarily surprised. However, the surprise was fleeting, as an elite assassin handling such adversaries should not be a challenge. Countless throwing knives flew out in an instant, halting Jin Chao's rapid advance, forcing him to dodge. But this also gave the assassin an opportunity, as waves of throwing knives followed closely behind, giving Jin Chao no chance to breathe. At this point, Jin Chao couldn't even stop, let alone close in on his opponent. The 38 exotic beasts couldn't keep up with the speed and were at risk of dying from the deadly poison of the flying knives. In just a moment, half of the exotic beasts were gone, and for the remaining half, death was only a matter of time. Yet, like Ahu, these beasts fearlessly shielded Jin Chao from potentially fatal blows, willingly sacrificing themselves. Jin Chao's heart was filled with immense anger, wishing he could tear the assassin apart, but he couldn't just then. He had to calm down and find the assassin's vulnerability for a fatal strike. As the moments passed, Jin Chao noticed a slight flaw. Every time the assassin attacked, he would reveal himself briefly before merging back into the shadows, reappearing elsewhere for another strike. And as the golden-crowned flame eagle continuously spewed flames burning the trees, the shadows receded, revealing areas the assassin could not reach. Realizing the distance limitation, Jin Chao commanded Flame Eagle, burn all the nearby trees. The golden-crowned flame eagle without hesitation soared upwards, forming a huge fireball in its mouth. In the next moment, numerous small fireballs shot out from the large one, burning everything they touched. Suddenly, the 10-mile radius around Jin Chao was devoid of anything but a sea of fire, leaving the assassin from the black and white underworld nowhere to hide, exposing him right in front of Jin Chao. Seeing the murderer of Ahu, Jin Chao could no longer contain his rage. Holding his light blade horizontally, he instantly appeared in front of the assassin. With a swift slash aimed at the assassin's head, his speed surpassed that of a level 20 martial artist, a feat not even achievable by a level 30 martial artist. This blade, it must end the foe. Yet, the assassin, caught between the black and white realms, did not dodge. Even through the black and white mask, Jin Chao could see a smirk of successful conspiracy in the enemy's eyes. A jolt of alarm shot through him, but it was too late to withdraw the blade. In the next instant, Jin Chao's gleaming tang sword struck the adversary's skull. However, there was no sensation of striking anything solid. The opponent's body dissolved like flowing water right before Jin Chao, merging into the ground, an elemental ability awakener without a doubt. Otherwise, how could he avoid being cleaved by a sword? As Jin Chao hesitated for a moment, a figure emerged from the shadows behind him. A cold throwing knife was already pressed against Jin Chao's neck, followed by an emotionless, chilling voice. "Fool, you are not the only elemental ability awakener in this world. Meet your end peacefully." The next moment, the blade sliced through Jin Chao's neck. There was no escape this time. The knife fell, but the expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, Jin Chao's body transformed into specks of light and dissipated. The next moment, a burst of golden flames pierced through the assassin's chest. The assassin, incredulous, stared at his empty chest cavity, unable to comprehend until his death. Why did Jin Chao's body vanish? Why was he struck by the golden crown flame eagle? What was really happening? Before he could understand any of this, his life faded, and he collapsed with a thud. It was only then that Jin Chao leapt from the back of the golden crown flame eagle, his right hand covering a slice on his back, his expression one of intense pain. From the moment the first throwing knife hit him, Jin Chao knew he must never let the knives touch him. Thus he attempted to deceive his opponent with light, leading to the scene just witnessed. He had never expected that his adversary was also an elemental ability awakener. If it weren't for his light and shadow clone, he would have been doomed. Seeing his foe fall, a large round-faced creature sneaked out and came up behind Jin Chao, its voice trembling. "The assassin of the black and white realms truly has a tenacious spirit. Thankfully, Jin Chao, you are formidable." Jin Chao took a deep breath, looking at the pools of blood, his heart filled with immense sadness. Although he had only tamed these beasts for a day, they risked their lives to protect him as if they were his own family, and yet he was too weak to protect them. Realizing this, Jin Chao took another deep breath. He must enhance his strength quickly. Otherwise, he would still be unable to protect those around him and the beasts, perhaps even losing his own life. Next time, his killing intent towards the black and white realms intensified. One day he would annihilate them. Meanwhile, he must quickly learn how to counter elemental ability awakeners, or else he would only be at the receiving end of blows. Thinking this, Jin Chao approached the golden crown flame eagle and reached out to touch its golden flames. Closing his eyes, he quietly sensed, although he did not understand why the golden crown flame eagle could attack elemental ability awakeners with golden flames. As long as he could master the same method, even if he could not master the vital energy, he would still be able to confront elemental ability awakeners. Jin Chao and the golden crown flame hawk were of one mind, even though they couldn't express it. However, they cooperated superbly, making the golden flames more lively than ever. Jin Chao quietly perceived, blocking out all distractions, fully immersed in the golden flames in his hands. Meanwhile, Big Round Face was somewhat bored. He walked over to the body of the assassin from the endless void, reaching out to remove his mask. He wanted to know which assassin had managed to push Jin Chao, this monster, to the brink of defeat. After all, Jin Chao had killed the monstrous Zhou Xing at level 10 and had defeated the Golden Crown Flame Hawk, a nemesis even for level 30 warriors. His strength was comparable to level 30 warriors, yet he had nearly died at his hands. This guy must be extraordinary. Thinking thus, Big Round Face had already removed the assassin's mask and his eyes widened with shock. It was him. Wu Ying ranked 95th on the Endless Void assassin list. It was unexpected that even he had come. He was the only one who, with level 30 strength, had made it into the top 100 of the assassin list. Moreover, he had firmly suppressed 5 assassins above level 40, making it impossible for them to turn the tables. His record was even more impressive. He had once annihilated 3 B-level teams with a single strike, teams that averaged level 40 strength. Such a feat was rare even in the Warrior Tower, a gathering place for elite warriors. His strength was crushing, overpowering level 30 warriors with ease, and yet he had wiped out 3 teams, a total of 15 people. Such achievements had once startled the military, prompting a month-long exhaustive search that failed to locate him. Because of him, all assassins dared not show their faces for that month. No wonder he had managed to push Jin Chao to such a state. It seems Zhou Yu was really desperate this time. It's uncertain whether Zhou Yu would go mad upon hearing of his death. At the moment of Wu Ying's death, the assassins who had come with him were already shocked. Wu Ying, a legendary assassin who could easily kill level 40 warriors, had died at the hands of Jin Chao, a mere level 10 warrior. How could this be possible? Some, even more shocked, withdrew from the mission and fled back to Wangjiang's city. The remaining assassins did not dare to target Jin Chao alone. Instead, they chose to team up. Although assassination missions were never completed in teams, there was always the headache of whether one's own people would stab you in the back during the mission and whether the reward split would be agreeable. But to avoid being killed during the mission, these assassins had no choice but to cooperate with others, and at least in teams of 10, otherwise they had no confidence in taking down Jin Chao. Teams of 10 were rare even in the Warrior Tower, let alone in the assassin community. If the other assassins from Endless Void knew, who knows how they would mock them. It was clear how much pressure Jin Chao had put on these assassins. At this time, all the assassins who came to kill Jin Chao became extremely cautious, both fearing and hoping to encounter Jin Chao, a truly paradoxical situation. And of all this, Jin Chao knew nothing, as he was completely absorbed in the golden flames. From the golden flames, a primal force was felt, belonging to the golden crown flame eagle, the essence of its life, the source of all its attacks. This primal force allowed it to strike at elemental ability awakeners, hitting directly at the essence of all things, making its attacks more direct and effective, even several times more powerful. But this was the golden crown flame eagle's primal force. What, then, was his own primal force? Jin Chao pondered deeply but could not find the answer. Thus he withdrew all his focus from the golden flames and turned it inward, carefully sensing everything about himself. Soon he could hear the blood flowing continuously within his body, like a gentle stream, faint yet ceaseless and full of strength. Jin Chao had a sudden realization. Yes, his own primal force was his blood, or more precisely his vital energy. Humans need blood to supply energy for survival. Martial artists need vital energy to enhance their strength. If not blood, what else could be the primal force of humans? Thinking this, Jin Chao began to try controlling his own vital energy. But blood is fundamental to human survival. If it leaves the veins, one would die. How then could he fight his enemies? This thought troubled Jin Chao immensely. However, soon he recalled the scene of the golden crown flame eagle using the golden flames in attack. he started trying to emulate the eagle, gradually drawing blood out of his body while maintaining a continuous flow to sustain himself, the speed of the flow increasing until the blood was no longer visible in its original form, resembling a mist of blood more akin to vital energy. As the blood transformed into vital energy, the original blood within his body seemed not to have decreased at all, nor did it need to be drawn out anymore. Had he succeeded? Jin Chao slowly opened his eyes, somewhat unsure. The initially bored big round face, upon seeing the faint vital energy swirling around Jin Chao, suddenly opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging twice their usual size in shock. How was this possible? How could he possibly have learned to manipulate vital energy? How did he achieve this? He was only level 18 and had been a martial artist for less than a week, yet he had mastered vital energy. This was unbearable, having been a martial artist for over a decade without mastering vital energy. Not even old Zhao, the top martial artist of Wangjiang City, had achieved this, and now a young martial artist had. It was monstrous, truly monstrous. Vital energy was more difficult to master than even the powerful Qi energy. Everyone usually mastered Qi energy first, with only a 1 in 10,000 chance of mastering vital energy, yet this guy had skipped Qi energy altogether and directly mastered vital energy. Big round face nearly passed out from envy, jealousy and hatred. Even though Jin Chao was his superior and all his achievements were tied to his own bonuses, he was jealous. Why couldn't he have such an extraordinary understanding? How infuriating! And here was the golden crown flame eagle, capable of attacking elemental ability awakeners, a feat more precious than mastering Qi energy, a monstrous master with even his tamed beast superior to others. Truly, it was maddening to compare oneself to others. Feeling the changes in his body, Jin Chao slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the pale red energy swirling around his body, Jin Chao was baffled. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to have mastered Qi? Why was it red? As he pondered, he turned his gaze towards De Yuan Lian, who seemed utterly perplexed. De Yuan Lian almost rolled her eyes to the heavens. Extremely reluctantly she said, "Why did I have to encounter a freak like you? Simply put, you've comprehended something stronger than Qi, blood Qi. It greatly enhances your strength and similarly it can strike elemental ability awakeners." Hearing De Yuan Lian's explanation, Jin Chao finally understood his current situation. In essence, he was stronger than before. Before mastering blood Qi, dealing with a level 30 warrior was very challenging and he could easily be killed if not careful. Now he should be able to confront a level 30 warrior. Thinking this, Jin Chao stepped over to the body of the assassin, searching for his warrior badge to extract some information. Opening the badge, it was filled with dense red dots, clearly assassins like himself. Seeing the number, which was no less than 100, even Jin Chao, who had just had a breakthrough, felt a chill. Dealing with one was tough enough, dealing with so many seemed impossible. Moreover, these red dots were converging towards his location. It seemed they were planning to surround and kill him. The only way to survive in front of so many assassins was to try something risky, though he wasn't sure if he could pull it off. "Zhao Jia, I'm about to do something very dangerous. If you don't want to come, you can go back to Wangjiang City first," Jin Chao said, then looked at De Yuan Lian, waiting for her decision. In a calm tone, De Yuan Lian replied, "Dangerous? Since I've known you, what have you done that wasn't dangerous? If I left you and went back, old Zhao would skin me alive. Just tell me, what do you want to do?" Hearing this, Jin Chao smiled slightly and said, "I want to tame a level 30 beast." At the north entrance of Wangjiang City, the soldiers responsible for guarding the city were diligently checking the badges of all warriors entering and exiting, not missing a detail. They also kept a close watch on the distant areas where beasts gathered, fearing any unusual activity, especially since they had just detected an unknown terrifying presence. They were extremely cautious. Just as a soldier finished checking a warrior's badge, he felt a slight tremor in the ground. Puzzled, he looked around. When he looked in the direction of area 4357, he was shocked. He quickly took out his badge and shouted, "Report, report, a massive beast uprising in area 4357, requesting backup, requesting backup." After speaking, he drew his large sword, his face solemn as he prepared for battle. The others also readied themselves for combat, and the warriors who saw this scene were also frightened. But having encountered it, there was no reason to flee. They all drew their weapons, ready for a fight, although they might be selfish and cowardly on normal days. When faced with a beast uprising, no warrior would back down, because within the city lived their families, friends and things they must protect, so under no circumstances could they let these creatures enter the city. Everyone looked at the hordes of strange beasts with great unease. it was their first encounter with such a situation. Moreover, the number of these beasts was overwhelming, and with the limited number of people present, they were hardly prepared to handle this threat. As the dust cloud drew nearer, just as everyone was gearing up to strike, 5 figures appeared in their line of sight. Some were riding on the backs of these beasts. Could it be that they had brought these creatures here? What was their purpose? To avoid any accidental harm, the soldiers signaled the warriors present to hold their fire. Soon the 5 individuals leading a group of strange beasts arrived at the city gate, sealing it off completely. Both soldiers and warriors swallowed nervously at the sight. From a distance, the threat had felt less imminent, but now with the beasts so close, the oppressive feeling was palpable. Although these creatures were all level 10 or below, their sheer numbers were daunting. Moreover, the strength of these beasts was much greater than that of warriors of the same level. If a battle were to break out, it was uncertain if they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. "What are you trying to do?" a duty-bound soldier shouted courageously. At this, the 5 riders dismounted and, in a fluster, ran towards the city gate, saying as they went, "Don't worry, brother soldiers, we are a warrior squad from the martial tower of Wangjiang City, and these are the beasts we've captured." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What did he say? They captured these beasts? Has he been kicked in the head by a mule? How is that possible? How could these beasts be so obedient to humans, and in such large numbers at that? Capturing strange beasts usually means trapping them and transporting them back to Wangjiang City in special cages, not willingly following humans back to be locked up. The leading soldier frowned, unconvinced, and looked at Yu Ming, who was smiling. "Not Veli. Show your warrior badge for verification." Obediently, Yu Ming handed over his badge. The leading soldier compared it with his own. Yu Ming's personal information, strength, team details, and records of recent city entries and task assignments appeared clearly on it. The most recent entry showed that on August 9, just 2 days prior, he had left the city with Jin Chao from the Martial Tower to complete a task of capturing strange beasts. The city guard looked suspiciously at Yu Ming and then at the group of strange beasts, puzzled. "So it really is a task from the Martial Tower and the mission from 2 days ago. And who was Mr. Jin Chao that you completed it with?" Hearing the soldier's words, everyone present was shocked anew. It was shocking enough that it was an official task from the Martial Tower, and even more so that it had been completed just 2 days ago. Not even a D-level, let alone a C or B-level team, could possibly complete such a task, and to think they had captured 50 in just 2 days, it seemed utterly impossible to everyone present. And then there was this Jin Chao. Why did that name sound so familiar? Yu Ming grinned sheepishly and said, "Mr. Jin Chao hasn't returned from 4357 yet. Let's head back first and then come out again." The soldier nodded in response, not even waiting for him to speak. An excited martial artist nearby asked, "The Mr. Jin Chao you mentioned, is he the one from the Martial Tower who can tame exotic beasts?" The soldier was taken aback. "What, the tame exotic beasts? That's a thing? How come I didn't know about it?" However, hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were all visibly energized. No wonder the name Jin Chao sounded so familiar. Yu Ming, smiling broadly, confirmed, "Indeed, it's that Mr. Jin Chao." Upon hearing the confirmation, the martial artist showed expressions of sudden realization. Except for Jin Chao, who else could capture so many exotic beasts? Even knowing it was Jin Chao who tamed them, they were still immensely amazed. A level 11 martial artist taming 50 exotic beasts. Such ability would be absolutely explosive in the entire Wangjiang city. He's practically invincible among his peers. No, he's invincible even against higher levels. If only I had such ability. 50 living exotic beasts, if handed in for a mission, would surely bring in tens of millions. Making tens of millions in just 2 days is something most people wouldn't even dare dream of. They envied him deeply. Although the city guard knew this task belonged to the Martial Tower, he still remarked, "Even though this is a task from the Martial Tower, bringing 50 exotic beasts into the city like this is too dangerous." Hearing this, Yu Ming immediately became anxious. "We can't enter the city now. It was fine when we came, so why can't we go back? What should we do then?" The soldier frowned slightly and pondered. "Unless a martial artist of level 40 or above from the Martial Tower comes to escort them. Bringing 50 exotic beasts into the city with just a D-level team is too risky. Only a martial artist above level 40 can ensure safety. But level 40 martial artists aren't easily summoned, especially for a task like picking someone up. That would require significant influence." Yu Ming felt troubled but saw no other viable option. "I'll contact the Martial Tower." Saying this, he took out his martial artist badge and dialed the number for the Martial Tower. A sweet voice answered from the badge. "Hello, this is the Martial Tower. How may I assist you?" Hello, I am Yuming, captain of the Riches Galore team. I was on a mission with Mr. Jean Chao the day before yesterday and we've run into some trouble. We need assistance from the Marshall Tower. The young lady sounded surprised. Mr. Jean Chao. Upon hearing the name Jean Chao, she became noticeably excited. He is the second in command at the Marshall Tower. Mr. Zhao has specifically instructed us to provide him with all possible support and not to neglect him in any way. Yes, she quickly responded. One moment please, I'll check it out. Riches Galore team, Mr. Jean Chao. As she typed rapidly on her keyboard, the computer soon displayed the information about Jean Chao's current mission. But the moment she saw the information she was stunned. 4357, isn't that the place where level 5 to 10 exotic beasts gather? How could they encounter danger there? Is Jean Chao's strength too weak? Is this really the second in command of the warrior building, the one personally instructed by Elder Zhao? With such skills he might not even pass the D-class squad. What on earth did Elder Zhao see in him? Area 4357, the safest convergence point for all exotic beasts. Although warrior squads have encountered danger here, it's rare. Even a D-class squad, as long as they're careful, wouldn't run into trouble here. It's unbelievable that Jean Chao would find himself in danger in such a place, forcing the warrior building to dispatch support. This is truly a disgrace to the warrior building. If others in the building knew about this, who knows how they would mock him. The disdain in the young lady's heart arose instantly, but since Elder Zhao had given the orders, she couldn't delay. Reluctantly she asked, what assistance do you need? Should we send medical personnel or a stronger team? Typically, these are the two scenarios when encountering danger in the wild. Just sending the appropriate warrior should suffice. Yuming frowned. What was with her tone? After all, he was also part of the warrior building's warrior squad and had completed his tasks outstandingly. He was just asking for a little assistance, so why the attitude? Yuming, annoyed, said, we need warriors above level 40 for support in. Before Yuming could finish, the young lady scoffed and said, Mr. Yuming, please don't joke. Level 40 warriors aren't just anyone's to command. Even Mr. Jean Chao would need Elder Zhao's approval for that. Level 40 warriors, what are you thinking? Those high-level warriors aren't just at anyone's beck and call. And you think just because Elder Zhao gave you a deputy title you can do whatever you want? Without real strength, no one will follow you. A deputy who needs support even for a mission in 4357, who will listen to you. Yuming was furious, suppressing his anger as he said, is this your attitude towards work? You interrupt without even asking about our situation. What's your employee number? I want to file a complaint. The young lady disdainfully said, my employee number is 359,382, sir. Your complaint won't matter. This matter must be approved by Elder Zhao. If you can't, maybe have Mr. Jean speak directly with Elder Zhao. Without waiting for Yuming to respond, she hung up the phone. Inside the Warrior Hall's hotline reception room, a pretty young lady hung up the phone, her face full of disdain as she snorted. A girl with twin ponytails nearby asked, what's wrong, sister? And who unhappy? His sister, and who had been on the phone with Yuming, sarcastically said, happy, as if. The twin ponytailed girl asked, what happened? Tell me about it. Sister and replied, it's that new guy Jean Chao. He ran into trouble on a mission in 4357 and needed support, and he actually asked for warriors above level 40. Isn't that stupid? In a place like 4357, any warrior above level 20 could handle it, but he asks for level 40 warriors. The twin ponytailed girl asked, so what did you tell him? After all, he's our superior. Sister and rolled her eyes and said, look at you, no spine at all. What about him being a leader? With no strength, you're nothing. Saving him like this, who knows how long he'll be able to stay in the Marshall Tower. If he wants a martial artist above level 40, he should go directly to Elder Zhao and let Elder Zhao see if such a person deserves to be the second in command at the Marshall Tower. After speaking, he had a very smug look, showing no respect for Jean Chao at all. Sister and continued, besides, my brother is the captain of an A-level team and I'm about to be promoted to team leader. Once Elder Zhao sees the true colors of what's his name Jean Chao, he might even reward me. Saying so, Sister and started touching up her makeup on her own. The girl with twin ponytails did not agree but did not argue with Sister and either. This had nothing to do with her, just as Sister and was still bragging. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A portly middle-aged man with a greasy bald head wearing a light gray suit stormed in angrily. Sister and the girl with twin ponytails quickly stood up and respectfully said, Manager Chin. Sister and even more so put on a flattering face, twisting her waist as she moved towards Manager Chin, her hands reaching out to loop around his right arm. The girl with twin ponytails, seeing this, did not look pleased. Because of her brother, Manager Chin took great care of Sisterin, plus Sisterin was very good at making Manager Chin happy, often letting him take advantage. Thus, no matter what happened, Manager Chin would always take the blame for Sisterin. This time, who knew what it was about? She hoped it wasn't about Mr. Jean, that was a burden she couldn't bear. Thinking this, the girl with twin ponytails sighed helplessly. "What's the matter, Brother Chin? Why so angry?" Sisterin said softly and seductively to Manager Chin. In the past, as long as she pleaded nicely and let him take some advantage, no matter the issue, it could be glossed over. At worst, her brother would take the blame and there would be no trouble. Thinking this, Sisterin had a full face of flattering smiles, not a bit worried. But before she could reach Manager Chin, she was struck by a slap on the face. The force of the slap spun her around on the spot before she fell to the ground. A bright red handprint appeared on her face. The sudden change left Sisterin completely dumbfounded. How could this be different from what she expected? Even Money Plenty had his mouth agape, having never seen Manager Chin so furious with Sisterin before. "Sisterin, you've grown too bold, even daring to offend Mr. Jean. If you don't want to work here anymore, don't drag me down with you." Sisterin had never been so humiliated, and tears started to fall. It's just Jean Chao, what can he do? He even needs support to carry out a mission in 4357-inch. He'll be kicked out of the Marshall Tower sooner or later. "What are you afraid of?" Manager Chin, enraged, his chest heaving violently, pointed at Sisterin with a trembling finger. "You know nothing." "Who said Mr. Jean needed support? He just brought back too many live exotic beasts and was stopped at the city gate. He just needed the Marshall Tower to send a strong martial artist to escort them." "And you actually told Mr. Jean to go find Elder Zhao? Now look, Elder Zhao had someone scold me, nearly getting me dismissed." Sisterin still defiantly said, "He's only level 11, how many beasts can he capture? They won't let us into the city." It seems like a great desire for glory, just showing off on purpose. Hearing In Yan's words, Supervisor Chin looked at her as if she were a fool. He sneered, "Do you think everyone has a brain like a pig? Mr. Jean caught 50 alive beasts at once. This amount is equivalent to more than a month's purchasing volume of the Warrior Building. Do you understand what this means?" As soon as Supervisor Chin spoke, both In Yan and Xian Duo were stunned. In Yan was especially shocked and shouted loudly, "What, 50? How is that possible? My brother couldn't even catch that many. How could he, an 11th level warrior, possibly catch so many?" "Catching these beasts isn't determined by level alone. These beasts would rather be shattered than incomplete. No matter how high the level, they wouldn't submit. Catching 1 or 2 is already incredibly lucky. Catching 10 at once would be a sign of extreme good fortune. 50 is simply impossible. Such a thing has never happened. Fake. Do you think the city guards would lie?" Hearing about the city guards, In Yan, who initially wanted to argue, suddenly shut her mouth. The military personnel wouldn't lie for Jean Chao, nor would anyone dare to impersonate them. Could it be that Jean Chao really caught 50 live beasts and brought them back, and she had just let him go see old Zhao by himself? Was she finished? Not to mention being promoted to team leader, she might not even be able to stay in the Warrior Building anymore. What should she do? She had finally reached this point. How could she give up halfway? Thinking this, In Yan crawled to Supervisor Chin's feet, grabbing his trouser legs, and cried pitifully, "Supervisor Chin, you have to save me. I've worked so hard to get here. You have to help me." Supervisor Chin sighed, then with a lewd smile said, "It's not without a solution, but..." And Yen understood his intentions, but to keep such a good job, what was a little sacrifice? With that thought, And Yen slowly stood up, pretending to be weak, and nestled against Supervisor Chin. Her soft chest kept rubbing against his body. Supervisor Chin grinned lewdly, "I haven't reported the issue upwards yet. As long as someone takes the blame for you, it'll be fine. We could just give her some money and introduce her to a better job." As he spoke, he gestured to In Yen, and Yen despised him. In her heart, thinking to herself that he was a stingy old man for not wanting to spend any money. Although she thought this, she still spoke in a soft, pleasing tone. "I'll do as Supervisor Chin says." Hearing this, Supervisor Chin was very pleased, and his right hand squeezed her buttocks firmly. "Finally dealt with this woman. I heard she's wild in bed. I'm going to enjoy this." Shen Duo watched this scene, her face turning pale instantly. It was falling on her now. Shen Duo clenched her fists tightly, feeling very unwilling. The job at the Warrior Building in Wangjiang City was said to be the most suitable for low-level female warriors. It was also the most suitable for her. She couldn't lose this job. Reluctantly, Supervisor Chin left In Yen and approached Shen Duo. His previously warm expression turned serious immediately. "Duo, you've heard it too. I No, you don't want to take the blame for Yen, but you have no choice. Even if Yen is dismissed, you won't last long here either. Hearing this, Chen Duo, who originally wanted to resist, suddenly felt deflated. Indeed, what good could come from defying Manager Qin? If you agree, I will have Yen give you 300,000 yuan and find you a more stable job. What do you think? Chen Duo remained silent, clearly unwilling. Seeing this, Manager Qin was becoming impatient, and Yen also came over and said, Duo, your sister knows you've suffered. But think about it, your parents are not in good health, always needing medication. With this 300,000 yuan you could get them better treatment. If you think it's not enough, I can give you an extra 100,000 yuan. What do you say? Upon hearing about his parents, Chen Duo's hands, which had been clenched tightly, suddenly went limp. 400,000 yuan, equivalent to a year's salary, could indeed make life better for his family. But it would only last for a while, and what would he do after the money was spent? However, it wasn't really his choice to make. Thinking this, a deep sense of powerlessness washed over him, making him feel unable to cope. Tears began to flow uncontrollably as he said in a voice full of grievance, I agree. Manager Qin smiled and said, that's right. Come walk with me to the door and apologize to Mr. Jin Chao. Try to get his forgiveness. Forgive? With the tone Yen used just now, how could Jin Chao forgive him? Resigned to his fate, on the main thoroughfare of Wangjiang City, citizens, having been notified early, all waited along the sides of the road. They all wanted to see if it was true. 50 live exotic beasts, such a scene they might never witness again in their lifetimes. How could they miss this chance? At that moment, a chubby young man holding his mobile phone was eagerly waiting for the appearance of the beast horde to record this historic moment. Do you think this is real? The chubby man excitedly asked his classmates. A tall, skinny young man replied, I don't believe it. Then why are you here? The chubby man glared at him irritably. A middle-aged man said, what's there not to believe? The military has issued a notice, could it be fake? The chubby man said jubilantly, exactly, and I heard it's our senior. A young girl hearing this suddenly sparkled with excitement. Really? Do you have Brother Chao's contact info? I want to add him. Seeing the girl's adorable expression, the chubby man's face turned red. How wonderful it would be if she wanted to add him instead. I don't have it either, he admitted. The girl, unable to hide her disappointment, said, I thought you might have it. Oh well, the military's message was definitely not fake. No one doubted that, or else they wouldn't have closed the main thoroughfare. As they were speaking, people in the north began to shout loudly. Everyone quickly looked to the north. A dark mass, various exotic beasts, were advancing in an orderly manner, even more neatly than soldiers. They had never seen such a scene before, and their gaze fell even more on the 6 people leading the group. Many recognized Muhi from the martial artist tower. The other 4 men and 1 woman all appeared youthful. The young man leading the group held his head high with a chest puffed out, looking extremely proud. Muhi glanced at Yuming, still unable to recover from the shock. Even he had never seen such a grand display, being able to command so many exotic beasts so obediently. Jin Chao's skills were truly incomparable to his own, and these were only level 10 and below beasts. If they were a group of level 20 beasts, even he wouldn't dare to take on such a task. The martial artist tower found such a treasure, all thanks to Elder Zhao's discerning eyes. Sitting in the middle, Yuming was very happy. When had he ever enjoyed such treatment? Closing main roads for passage was a rarity in Wangjiang City. He felt like a celebrity himself. Along the way, almost half of Wangjiang City's people were watching. Television stations were even vying to report on it. Although Yuming knew that these people were not here to see him or the exotic beasts, but Jin Chao, he didn't care. Being able to bask in this reflected glory was already quite good. One should be content. Such a scene naturally attracted the attention of many big shots. Although they were not present, the images they saw were the clearest and most complete. In the boardroom of the Nani Group, upon receiving the news, Sun Yilong immediately notified all directors to convene here. At that moment, the meeting room screen was broadcasting the grand scene of 50 exotic beasts entering the city. Everyone fell silent. Then, with a cold expression, Sun Yilong said, everyone seeing this scene, does anyone still have objections to my decision to win over Jin Chao? The ability to tame exotic beasts is exceedingly rare. No matter which power gets Jin Chao or can connect with him, they could gain immense benefits. The martial artist tower is a prime example. On the first day, they treated over 100 exotic beasts, saving the tower more than 200 million. Today, they brought back 50 new exotic beasts of various kinds, providing fresh blood for the tower's fighting arena. It is foreseeable that even just to see these new beasts fight, people from Wangjiang City would swarm to the martial artist tower. At that time, other fighting arenas would see dismal business. Everyone here is a seasoned player in the business world and can understand the implications. Seeing the silence, especially from a shareholder who had strongly opposed him before, Sunny Long was very pleased. I make a decision from today onwards. Jean Chao is an important VIP for our nanny group and we will provide him with all possible assistance. As for the negotiations, I will handle them personally. With that, he stood up and left, leaving the other shareholders watching the live broadcast. None of them raised any objections. Inside the alley of the Sanlong gang, a dozen rough-looking men and one enchanting young woman along with Judah watched the live broadcast of the exotic beasts entering the city. Seeing this, Judah deeply regretted not trying everything to win over Jean Chao earlier. If he had, the Sanlong gang could have risen significantly, but alas, Elder Zhao had beaten him to it. Seeing Judah's frustration, the sole beautiful young woman twisted her snake like supple waist and in a voice that could melt a man's bones said, "Boss, it's not too late, you still have me. Isn't manipulating a puppet as easy as pinching?" Upon hearing her words, everyone present except for Judah was invigorated. Some who could not control themselves even shuddered and let out soul-stirring moans which caused the young woman to frown in disgust. However, Judah could not care less about these reactions. His eyes lighting up, he said, "I heard that Jean Chao doesn't have a girlfriend, right?" The young woman, puzzled, responded, "Boss, are you thinking of letting Ting?" Upon hearing the name Ting, everyone perked up. Again, Ting, Judah's most cherished daughter. Could it be that for Jean Chao, the boss was willing to have his precious daughter, the little princess of the Sanlong gang, get involved? Ting was 18 after all, and it was about time for her to find a boyfriend. This was naturally what Judah thought. Having Jean Chao as his son-in-law was much better than just recruiting him, but it was uncertain what Ting thought of this. The girl was spoiled to the heavens and looked down on everyone. However, a genius like Jean Chao would likely make any girl's heart flutter. "It's settled then," Judah declared. "When Jean Chao returns, I'll arrange for them to meet. I'll handle it personally." With that, Judah left with a hearty laugh. The others exchanged glances, knowing that if this news got out, not just the Sanlong gang, but the entire Wangjiang city would be shaken. In fact, Wangjiang city was already in turmoil. At that moment, all eyes were on the martial artists building, where numerous officials had already gathered early in anticipation. Soon Muhi brought Yu Ming and 5 others to the front of the martial artists building. The teams that rushed to the scene upon hearing the news were all stunned and envious, including those who had initially declined the mission involving Jean Chao. Yu Ming, seeing their reactions, was quite pleased. "You underestimated Mr. Jean before, now you regret it, don't you?" "Too late," he said. The onlookers had never seen such a scene before. 50 exotic beasts were neatly lined up in front of the martial artists building. A bald, thin, middle-aged man exclaimed in shock, "That's 50 exotic beasts. They could sell for at least 25 million. The assisting teams could make 2.5 million. Earning 2.5 million in 2 days. The bald man stomped his foot in frustration. If he hadn't declined that day, the 2.5 million would have been his. After all, among the many teams, there was only one B-level team and it would have surely been his. Moreover, the most important thing was the chance to experience riding an exotic beast. A big loss indeed. Earning over 2.5 million in 2 days was an enviable gain, one unheard of for most teams, and yet a D-level team had broken this record. How could there be such injustice? This made the C-level and B-level teams lose face. Yu Ming, fully aware of their thoughts, did not hold back at all. He deliberately said, "We accidentally broke the record, all thanks to everyone's generosity back then. I advise you to be kind." The teams clenched their teeth in anger, but since they had given up the opportunity themselves, they could not blame anyone else. With this thought, many teams started to stir, and upon closer inspection, some were even seen scolding their team leaders. It was clearly a task abandoned by the team leader. Yu Ming looked around, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just then the head of customer service, with her twin ponytails Qian Duo, approached Yu Ming, bowing and scraping. She said very politely, "Hello Mr. Yu Ming, I apologize for the offense over the phone earlier. I wonder if you could contact Mr. Jean Chao for us. We would like to apologize to him as well." Disturbing Jean Chao just to call Mr. Zhao over such a trivial matter. If they couldn't get the other party's forgiveness today, she too would be in trouble. Yu Ming glanced at Qian Duo with a displeased look and snorted coldly. "She looks innocent and cute, but who knew she had such a bad temper? If I were Mr. Jean, I'd fire her." Being looked at like this made Qian Duo, who was already feeling wronged, feel even worse, and her eyes quickly reddened. Yu Ming, ever the straightforward man, didn't offer a single word of comfort and directly dialed the warrior's mettle. "Hey, what's up Yu Ming?" Jean Chao's voice soon came from the other end. Yu Ming immediately switched to a very respectful tone. Mr. Jean, the person who troubled you over the phone earlier wants to apologize. That's why I'm bothering you. It's nothing, let them handle it as they should, Jean Chao replied casually, but the customer service manager, sweating profusely, thought otherwise. This won't do. If Mr. Zhao finds out, who knows how he will punish me. Right away the manager gestured to Yu Ming and then spoke very politely. Hello Mr. Jean, I'm the head of customer service and we're here specifically to apologize and ask for your forgiveness. Then anxiously turning to Qian Duo, he said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize. Qian Duo, still sobbing, didn't say a word, her face a picture of utter misery. Yu Ming, looking at Qian Duo, was very disdainful. Don't put on a victim's face if you don't want to apologize. To those who don't know the full story, it looks like we're bullying a young girl. Yu Ming, this straightforward guy, might look naive and honest, but he could be quite harsh and had little sympathy for women truly destined to be alone. On the other end, Jean Chao spoke in a calm tone. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now, I'm busy here. Hearing this, the manager panicked, came up to Qian Duo and whispered in a voice only two people could hear, think of your parents, think of their illness. Without money and no job, how can you support them? The threat was blatantly apparent. Qian Duo, feeling utterly desolate, closed her eyes as two large tears fell. Meanwhile, her somewhat childish voice rang out, Mr. Jean, I'm sorry. Just as Jean Chao's voice came through, about to hang up the warrior's medal, Yu Ming suddenly realized something was amiss and immediately intervened. Hey, something's not right, the voice isn't right. The person who called me earlier wasn't her, it was someone surnamed Qin. Are you just finding someone to take the blame? As soon as Yu Ming said this, the manager began sweating profusely. In a flustered tone he said, Mister, you must be joking, how could I dare? Even Jean Chao, who initially wanted to downplay the situation, now had a very serious tone. What happened with Yu Ming? Jean Chao would not allow such a situation in his presence. Yu Ming pressed on his medal and said, the call I heard earlier was from a very mean-spirited, much older woman, and now it turned into a young girl in her 20s. I was wondering why the voice didn't match the person. Yu Ming glanced suspiciously at manager Qin and continued, moreover I recorded it, you'll know once you listen. Saying this, Yu Ming fiddled with his medal and the harsh voice of An Yan immediately filled the air. Everyone who heard it could tell it wasn't the voice of the girl in front of them. From the other end of the medal, the person with a round face hesitated. Isn't this An Yan's voice? Why should Qian Duo apologize? Manager Qin, what's going on? By this time, Manager Qin was already in a panic, having only focused on finding someone else to blame. Not expecting this twist, he hurriedly said, Mr. Jean, I don't know what happened either, you must believe me. He frowned and watched everything, saying nothing, waiting for Jean Chao's decision. Upon seeing the truth revealed, Qian Duo immediately crouched down and started sobbing loudly, her voice filled with sorrow. The onlookers felt immense sympathy for her. Such a sweet young girl, and yet someone wanted to frame her. It was despicable. At this point Yu Ming was also greatly troubled. No wonder the other party was reluctant. It turned out she was dragged in to take the blame. Recalling his own attitude just before, he felt extremely embarrassed. In his panic he didn't even know how to apologize properly. Jean Chao also figured out what was going on. He spoke coldly, Manager Qin, things are very clear now, no need for explanations. Brother Mu, please handle this matter for me. Dismiss Manager Qin and An Yan. As for the manager's position, please Brother Mu, you take charge of selecting someone new. As for Qian Duo, offer her some compensation. Also I'm sorry. After Jean Chao finished his apology, everyone went quiet. The second in command of the Marshall Tower apologizing to a customer service representative over an incident that had nothing to do with him. This was big. Qian Duo stood there stunned, taking a long time to recover. Tears slowly fell, but there was no longer the sound of crying. To work under such a leader, what more could she be dissatisfied with? All she ever wanted was a bit fairer treatment. She didn't have a brother who was an A-grade squad leader, nor was she like An Yan, who would offer her own schemes for benefits. So when it came to being a scapegoat for An Yan, she never complained. As long as she could work well, earn money to support her parents and treat their illnesses, that was enough. But even this small wish was something they wanted to deprive her of. She couldn't imagine what her life would be like in the future if not for Mr. Jean and Mr. Yu today. Though they promised to introduce her to a good job, there was no better place for her, no job with a higher salary than here. Thinking this, Qian Duo stood up and bowed deeply to Yu Ming and his medal. Thank you, Mr. Jean and Mr. Yu. Jean Chao, hearing this, spoke with a somewhat heavy tone. You don't need to thank us. It should be me thanking you for letting me know that there are many areas in the Marshall Tower that still need to be managed. I only wish that in the place I manage, even if absolute fairness cannot be achieved, it must come infinitely close to absolute fairness. I hope that everyone in the Marshall Tower can urge me on, Jean Chao said with sincere earnestness. When he had suffered from unfair treatment in the past, it was Elder Zhao and others who had helped him overcome the difficulties. Now that he had the ability to prevent such things from happening within a certain scope, he would never allow it to happen again. Having felt what it was like to have someone support him, he intended to pass that feeling on. This was his choice. As he spoke, Jean Chao hung up the phone, his words deeply imprinted in the hearts of all those present. Even without absolute fairness, we must strive to come infinitely close to it. Yes, fairness should naturally be expected. Since when had the most basic things become a luxury? How much unfair treatment had he himself endured? Although he had resisted, the fervor had long been chilled by reality. Thinking about it, he felt even less mature than an 18-year-old child. A bitter laugh echoed in everyone's hearts, yet a glimmer of hope arose, hoping that Jean Chao could persevere. Let the poor harbor hope, wishing Jean Chao could be a warm light. Continuing on this path, Mu-He naturally knew what to do next and announced on the spot, Manager Qin, from today onwards you are relieved from your contract with the Marshall Tower, and Yen, you are also dismissed. As for this girl, she is promoted to the head of the customer service department. Although Mu-He held no official position in the Marshall Tower, he was one of Elder Zhao's most trusted individuals, fully authorized to make such decisions. Manager Qin collapsed to the ground, dazed, not expecting this turn of events. Meanwhile, Yu Ming also hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I thought you were that in Yan, and that's why I spoke to you like that. Please don't mind it. Seeing Yu Ming's bewildered state, Chen Duoduo couldn't help but smile happily. It's alright, it was all a misunderstanding. It's good that things are resolved. Mu-He then continued, Mr. Yu, shall we now tally the numbers and calculate the compensation? It was only upon hearing Mu-He's words that everyone realized the excitement of the moment. Everyone was eager to see how much money Yu Ming's team had made this time. Unexpectedly, Yu Ming said, oh, there's no rush. Mr. Jean instructed us to first register the quantity and he will calculate the compensation when he returns. Please also register these monster corpses. Saying this, Yu Ming handed his space ring to Mu-He for transfer. Mu-He extended his own ring, not too concerned. Capturing 50 live monsters in 2 days was no easy feat. Even if some monsters were killed, it wouldn't be many. The others, seeing this scene, were puzzled. Using 5 rings wasn't that too troublesome? Only a D-rank team would do such a thing. Mr. Jean, such an outstanding person, choosing such a team, truly a waste. Mu-He expressionlessly synced with the 5 space rings, transferring all the monster corpses inside. At that moment, Mu-He's normally calm expression was suddenly replaced by utter shock. He stuttered in disbelief. 1,000 beast corpses. Upon hearing Mu-He's words, everyone was astounded. 1,000 beasts slain in just 2 days, and 50 captured alive. How could that be possible? They were just a D-level squad. How could they achieve such a feat? Even if these beasts didn't resist, it would still take a while to kill them, especially given their high defense. Everyone who heard this was absolutely dumbfounded. 1,000 beasts, even calculated at the lowest level 5-inch, amounted to 50 million. The rich squad could claim 5 million plus at least another 2.5 million from before. That made a minimum of 7.5 million. The rich squad would only earn more than this estimate. Nevertheless, 7.5 million. To earn 7.5 million in 2 days was beyond anyone's wildest dreams. At the same time, people realized something even more terrifying: the income of Jean Chao, the one who issued the task. That was at least 70 million. At the thought, everyone gasped. 70 million, not 70,000. Even for martial artists who typically earned money easily, this was not the usual way to make a fortune. What kind of monster was Jean Chao? Everyone was truly stunned. By now, countless videos had already spread online. Jean Chao's legendary exploits were known to everyone in Wangjiang City. An 11th level martial artist in 2 days tamed 50 beasts and killed over 1,000. No other martial artist could match this record. Meanwhile, much of Jean Chao's past was also being dug up. At 18, he became the youngest martial artist, breaking through to level 10 in a single day. He tamed beasts, exposed the corruption in People's Hospital, and changed the situation where the poor couldn't benefit from hospital policies. One by one, his glorious deeds were revealed. Jean Chao thus surpassed all the prominent figures of Wangjiang City, becoming the most extraordinary entity. Everyone's attention was focused on him. However, all this was unknown to Jean Chao himself, who was outside the city. At that moment, he reached the martial artists' building, released the tamed state of the 50 beasts, and headed to Area 5729, where beasts of levels 20 to 30 congregated. he was ready to make the assassins pay. If they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed themselves. As Jin Chao left Area 4357, the top assassins of the Black and White immediately learned of his departure and his destination. They were puzzled. An 11th level martial artist heading to 5729, he must be mad. That area was teeming with hundreds of thousands of beasts ranging from levels 20 to 30, a place not even 30th level martial artists would venture into lightly. How could an 11th level dare to do so? But perhaps this was for the better. Maybe they wouldn't need to lift a finger and Jin Chao would be killed by those beasts. Then it would be up to luck who could retrieve Jin Chao's token and claim the reward. Thus, a group of assassins in a mighty procession headed towards 5729. Meanwhile, military personnel closely monitoring the mysterious happenings in Area 4357 were surprised to find that today the beasts showed no signs of disturbance. So this phenomenon was reported to the higher-ups. A middle-aged man with a square face looked at the report in his hands and let out a deep sigh. The disturbance in Area 4357 deeply concerned all military personnel. Although the mutant beasts in this area were generally of a low level, the proximity to Wangjiang City made it a critical concern due to their large numbers. If unrest were to break out, the damage to Wangjiang City could be immense. Therefore, even with the mutant beast unrest quelled, vigilance was not relaxed. After all, the entity that triggered the unrest among the mutant beasts was the most worrying aspect. A terrifying entity capable of controlling mutant beasts to this extent, if indeed hostile towards humans, would pose a significant threat to Wangjiang City. It was crucial to closely monitor every move in Area 4357 and to increase surveillance on other mutant beast congregations. Any anomalies had to be reported immediately. Meanwhile, Jin Chao, who was sitting atop the golden crown flame eagle, was still adjusting to the enhancement of his attributes. Having leveled up to level 18, his strength, speed and overall defense had greatly improved. As for controlling his vital blood, Jin Chao was already very skilled. He could separate his qi from his blood, releasing only qi, as the man with the round face had mentioned, known as Gang Qi. Mastering Gang Qi was straightforward compared to lowering high-level qi blood. With all his current abilities, he was now capable of facing a level 30 warrior, but facing dozens was still too risky, which is why he decided to head to Area 5729 to tame a level 30 mutant beast and confront this group of assassins. After all, he had never been afraid of sheer numbers. Half a day later, with a flap of its wings, the golden crown flame eagle flew into a valley of flowers in Area 5729. Upon landing, the two men and the eagle were extremely cautious. On the way there, the man with the round face had explained in detail about Area 5729. The range of Area 5729 was at least 5 times larger than that of 4357. Mutant beasts above level 20 had territorial instincts. Typically, a 10-mile radius would be the habitat of one or a group of mutant beasts, which other mutant beasts would not easily invade. Thus, Area 5729 was much calmer on the surface than 4357. But the dangers it harbored could only be understood by those who had been there. At that moment, Jin Chao was in a basin filled with various blooming flowers. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze blew, and the scent of flowers wafted through the air. If not for the enormous mutant beast bones scattered around, the scene could have been as beautiful as a romantic movie where the protagonists meet in a sea of flowers. But the reality was that it was still a sea of flowers, albeit a world-ending one. Moreover, the valley was vast, covering hundreds of square miles, indicating that the mutant beast that occupied it was very powerful. Thinking this, Jin Chao turned to the man sitting on the ground and said, "Sister Zhao, the mutant beast here is too strong, let's go somewhere else." His plan was simple: like in Area 4357, tame a mutant beast and then use it to tame other beasts. Starting with such a powerful beast was clearly not a wise choice, but just as he spoke, a strange scent drifted by from somewhere. Jin Chao was certain this was not the scent of flowers. At the moment he smelled the fragrance, for reasons unknown. A wave of dizziness washed over him. As Jin Chao stood bewildered, De Yuanlian suddenly screamed, "My goodness, the illusory rain butterfly, run!" Without another glance at Jin Chao, she bolted. Seeing De Yuanlian's reaction, Jin Chao didn't even pause to see what the illusory rain butterfly was, he just ran after her. From their interactions over the past few days, Jin Chao had realized that while De Yuanlian might not be skilled in many areas, her perception of danger was top-notch. She always managed to flee at the first sign of peril, so following her without hesitation seemed wise. However, he soon realized his mistake. Not only was De Yuanlian's sense of danger acute, but her speed was also exceptional. Jin Chao couldn't keep up with her. Could it be that her level was above his? It was hard to imagine a level 20 martial artist working as a customer service representative in the martial artist tower. Just as Jin Chao was lost in thought, a massive figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. It was then that he got his first real look at the illusory rain butterfly. A gigantic butterfly, perhaps 10 meters tall, enveloped in dazzling colors, was slowly flapping its wings right in front of him. Faced with such a colossal creature, even Jin Chao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. As the illusory rain butterfly's wings continued to beat, tiny luminescent particles of powder floated towards Jin Chao, enveloping him. The moment he came into contact with the powder, the dizzy feeling returned. Jin Chao shook his head vigorously, trying to clear it. At that moment, a needle-like object appeared suddenly in front of him. A sense of dread spread instantly throughout his body, his blood rushing to his heart, a reaction all living beings have when faced with a lethal threat. Although Jin Chao didn't know what it was, he knew that if it hit him, he would undoubtedly die. In less than a second, Jin Chao attempted to elementalize his body and dodged to the side with all his might. However, the needle was too fast. Just as his body began to shift, the needle pierced through Jin Chao's head. Fortunately, since he was elementalized, he remained unharmed. Nevertheless, his heart continued to pound uncontrollably as he quickly moved aside. If the illusory rain butterfly could attack elementally awakened beings like the golden crown flame eagle could, he would have been doomed. There was a loud bang. Where Jin Chao had just been standing, a deep bottomless pit now appeared. It was then that Jin Chao saw clearly what had attacked him, the mouthparts of the illusory rain butterfly. With such speed, even if he was fully alert, he couldn't possibly dodge it. The level of the illusory rain butterfly was immensely high. Coupled with its nerve-affecting phosphor powder, defeating it seemed nearly impossible. The only viable option was to escape as quickly as possible and avoid provoking the illusory rain butterfly any further. Resolved, Jin Chao turned to run. But before he could take a step, the illusory rain butterfly, which had been hundreds of meters away, suddenly appeared right in front of him. The slender proboscis attacked again, and with the experience from before, Jin Chao immediately transformed into his elemental form to dodge the deadly strike. He then put some distance between himself and the threat, but before he could steady himself, the Qianhuan Yudi appeared in front of him again. Another blow pierced through his skull, causing Jin Chao to furrow his brows in frustration. As the battle with the Qianhuan Yudi dragged on, his headache intensified. Additionally, he began hearing his mother's voice calling out to him and even saw visions of her figure appearing before him. This alarmed Jin Chao tremendously. If he continued to delay, his mind would be completely overwhelmed by the Qianhuan Yudi. Death would only be a matter of time. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. However, the Qianhuan Yudi wouldn't allow Jin Chao to escape. All intruders into their territory must die. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, scattering flowers all around. When everything settled, there were 20 Qianhuan Yudi in front of Jin Chao, 20 of them. No wonder the range of this flower sea was so vast. But no matter the number, as long as he kept running in one direction, they couldn't stop him, for they couldn't attack his elemental form. However, Jin Chao's thoughts changed completely in the moment when the Qianhuan Yudi flapped their wings together, releasing a cloud of phosphor powder. The phosphor powder swept towards him like a sandstorm, dense and fast, giving Jin Chao no chance to react. The moment it touched him, his consciousness dispersed, and even the illusions around him shifted instantly. "Bro, school's over, are you still sleeping?" In his confusion, a familiar voice came through, accompanied by a shaking sensation. Jin Chao groggily opened his eyes and looked around. Rows of neat desks, and about 40 teenagers in white and blue school uniforms smiling and cheerfully walking out. The sound of the school bell echoed in his ears. The one who had just called him was De Zhuang, his best friend. Was this his third year in junior high? What were all those previous experiences then? Was it all just a dream? But such a terrifying dream. De Zhuang, chubby and slightly sleazy, leaned close to Jin Chao's ear and whispered, "Bro, let's go. Xiao Shui is waiting at the gate to walk home with you." Saying this, he pulled Jin Chao, almost causing him to stumble. "Slow down," Jin Chao said, feeling the wind in his ears and the realistic touch on his right wrist. Even the solid ground under his feet as he ran and the fatigue in his body made Jin Chao firmly believe that this was real. His father hadn't had a fall and been bedridden. His family wasn't too poor to afford his schooling. His beloved Xiao Shui hadn't betrayed him for a rich guy. He hadn't nearly caused his parents' death by his reckless actions. But those events felt too real to ignore. Even the scar from the burn caused by the golden crown flame eagle was still on his hand. Thinking this, Jin Chao gradually slowed his pace and the smile on his face slowly faded. At this moment, De Zhuang turned his head, puzzled, and said, "What's wrong, bro? Hurry up." Jin Chao looked at De Zhuang, forced a smile, and said, "It's okay, De Zhuang. You go ahead, I'm not going." Da Zhuang asked in confusion, "School's out, aren't you going home? Where are you headed?" Jin Chao's face grew somber upon hearing this. At that moment, Jin Chao was also hesitating. It seemed that if he followed Da Zhuang home, everything in his dream would not be real. His parents, who had never experienced such hardships, would be safe at home preparing dinner waiting for him. Even though he ended up becoming a warrior, a remarkably talented one who drew everyone's attention, those 3 years filled with suffering were too much for someone his age to bear. If it weren't for his parents' perseverance, he might not have survived. That life was too harsh for his younger self. But falsehoods are falsehoods, and he couldn't immerse himself in illusions. Unaware of the situation, Da Zhuang approached Jin Chao, trying to pull him back home. Just then flames suddenly engulfed Jin Chao. Everything around him disintegrated in the golden flames. The intense pain sharply cleared his groggy mind. Continuous urgent cries of an eagle filled the air. Jin Chao took a deep breath, filled with countless emotions. How he wished it all were real. However, the past could not be pursued. What happened could not be changed. As for the culprit who caused him to recall all these memories, he would never forgive them. Thinking this, Jin Chao shouted, "Shao Jin, use your golden flame to block their phosphor powder." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed toward the 1,000 illusion rain butterflies. The golden crown flame eagle, hearing his call, was overjoyed, wrapping Jin Chao securely in golden flames. Meanwhile, as Jin Chao leaped into the air, his body was shrouded in a bloody mist, and he punched directly at the huge head of a 1,000 illusion rain butterfly. The force of his punch flattened the butterfly's head, sending it plummeting to the ground, twitching its 6 legs weakly, appearing as if it would die the next second. Mid-air, the falling Jin Chao was baffled. Was this creature so weak, or was its level not high? Despite its attack speed and the strong hallucinogenic nature of its phosphor powder, it didn't seem like a low-level beast. Hiding not far away, watching all this, was Big Round Face, his face full of resentment. Were these two monsters too strong? One at level 20 could burn the phosphor powder of the 1,000 illusion rain butterfly with primal golden flames. Could this substance also be burned? And another at level 18-inch, knocking down a level 30,000 illusion rain butterfly with one punch. That was a level 30 beast. Even if its defense was weak, it shouldn't be nearly killed by one punch. If that punch hit a level 30 warrior, wouldn't there be nothing left? With this, was there even a need to outnumber those eternal assassins? One could simply go alone. There was absolutely no need. The enhancement of combat power by this blood energy was truly unfathomable. As Big Round Face envied in his heart, Jin Chao had already reached the nearly dead 1,000 illusion rain butterfly, taming it instantly. It was also at this moment that Jin Chao realized it was a level 30 beast. He was surprised. Was a level 30 beast this weak? But now was not the time to think about these things. Sister Zhao, hurry and save it. After Jin Chao's shout, his body transformed again into a beam of light, rushing toward the next Qianhuan rain butterfly. Big Round Face was speechless with frustration. All the tough and tedious tasks fell to him, while the others, being girls, seemed to have it easier. Nope, next time he definitely needed to bring a guy along. It was too much suffering going alone with him. Despite his complaints, the work had to be done. Big Round Face, in a rush, ran over to the Qianhuan rain butterfly and poured a bottle of recovery potion on its flattened head. In less than a minute, the nearly dead butterfly revived its head, returning to normal. Just as Big Round Face let out a sigh of relief, he heard a continuous booming sound, the sound of falling, shaking the ground incessantly. Without even looking, he knew the remaining Qianhuan rain butterflies had been dealt with. Rolling his eyes in resignation, he sighed weakly and walked towards the nearest butterfly. After pouring a blue recovery potion and not waiting to see the result, he moved on to another. It took 20 bottles of potion to stabilize the group of butterflies. Taming 20 level 30 Qianhuan rain butterflies, Big Round Face finally felt somewhat better. 20 butterflies at 3 million each totaled 60 million, and his commission was at least 600,000. This outing was indeed a profitable one. Jin Chao was also very pleased. A single Qianhuan rain butterfly was worth 600 HP, and 20 butterflies increased his HP by 12,000. This boost allowed him to level up from 18 to 20 with plenty of HP to spare. Meanwhile, the reward Jin Chao had been eagerly anticipating arrived. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 20. A special gift pack is awarded. Please claim it soon. Jin Chao grinned and thought, claim? congratulations to the host, you have received an opportunity to upgrade a mythical beast to level 20 and a complete mythical beast encyclopedia. The rewards, though not as substantial as previous ones, satisfied Jin Chao. The level 20 upgrade opportunity would undoubtedly go to Xiao Hua, his first mythical beast and a crucial protector of his parents. Naturally, it couldn't be too weak. Jin Chao didn't hesitate to choose Xiao Hua. As for the complete mythical beast encyclopedia, it probably contained various mythical beast guides, capabilities, levels and habits, though not particularly useful. Knowing was better than not knowing. With this thought, Jin Chao immediately accepted the mythical beast encyclopedia. Instantly, a vast pool of knowledge appeared in his mind. As these details emerged, Jin Chao was stunned. Could this be real? How could this be real? Mythical beasts could level up, evolve and even awaken? How is this possible? Such things had never been heard of before. Since the arrival of mythical beasts, humans had begun to research them, but until now, they had only been able to distinguish the species, strength, abilities and categories of mythical beasts, as well as the use of their meat to enhance vitality. But the information in the complete mythical beast encyclopedia was just the basics, detailing even how much a particular beast needed to eat to increase a certain amount of vitality, and it even elaborated on the methods of upgrading mythical beasts and the various directions of evolution, as well as the methods similar to the awakening of the golden crown flame eagle, the source of the golden flames. Even methods to initiate the taming of mythical beasts were included. Such information, if made public, would undoubtedly cause a sensation across all of humanity. These were secrets that humans had failed to grasp despite years of research. Was the system really giving this to him just like that? Jin Chao's breathing quickened. Who wouldn't want to tame their own mythical beast? Being far superior to a martial artist of the same level. However, the conditions to initiate mythical beast taming were extremely harsh. It required a martial artist who could tame mythical beasts and whose strength had reached the king level. This formed a complete deadlock. After all, in this world, aside from himself, no one else could tame a mythical beast, let alone a king-level powerhouse capable of such a feat. Even if these conditions were met, without knowing the method, it would be impossible to accomplish. If it weren't for his awakening to the system, it would take at least several 100,000 years for everyone in this world to have the potential to tame mythical beasts. As for whether to initiate it, the authority was in his own hands. But thinking about this now was still too premature. A king-level powerhouse was at least at level 71. He was currently only at level 20 and just advancing to level 21. His vitality had already reached 80,000. If he tamed a level 30 mythical beast now, he would gain 600 vitality. Taming 79 such beasts would net him 47,400 vitality at most, allowing him to advance to level 23. As he leveled up further, the required vitality became even more colossal. Leveling up was becoming increasingly difficult. If others knew of these thoughts, they would surely be envious enough to choke Jin Chao to death. It had only been a few days, and he had already advanced to level 20. Such speed was unprecedented and unmatched. It was simply impossible for anyone to surpass him. For any other person, advancing from level 1 to level 20 would take at least nearly a year. And yet, with such speed, he was still not satisfied. Was he trying to make everyone else die of envy? Jin Chao shook his head, casting all these thoughts aside. What was most urgent now was dealing with the relentless assassins of the Black and White Realm. Thinking of this, Jin Chao took out the martial badge of that assassin, the dense red dots on it were rapidly converging in his direction. However, reaching him would still take at least half a day. The flight speed of the golden crown flame eagle was not something they could catch up to on foot. Half a day was enough. Saying this, Jin Chao's gaze turned fierce as he grabbed the big round-faced man who had just finished his chores and was sitting on the ground resting. Hey, what are you doing? Even a production team's donkey shouldn't be treated like this, the big round face complained, continuously staggering along behind Jin Chao. Half an hour later, atop a small hill, 20 level 30 dual-headed frost wind wolves were surrounded by 20,000 illusion rain butterflies. Phosphorescent powder scattered all over the sky. All the frost wind wolves lay on the ground sound asleep with no ability to resist at all. Jin Chao simply grabbed them by the back of their necks, taming them effortlessly. Catching 20 level 30 mythical beasts, he didn't even use any recovery potions. It was incredibly easy, he didn't even need to lift a finger. As Big Round Face watched the scene, he clicked his tongue continuously, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You really are a ruthless boss, perfectly capable of handling things yourself, yet you insist on dragging me into this. Jin Chao turned around, grinning mischievously. Sister Zhao, didn't Boss Zhao say, you have to follow me around, otherwise he won't give you your bonus? Hearing the mention of no bonus, Sister Zhao's round face instantly soured. Why no bonus? I risk my life. Coming here with you and what you call a bonus is really my blood money. Jin Chao couldn't help but laugh inwardly upon hearing this. Indeed, it was the bonus that truly squeezed Big Round Face. Without lingering, Jin Chao led 40 exotic beasts towards the territory of another group of exotic beasts. Thanks to the comprehensive encyclopedia of exotic beasts, he understood the habits of all beasts exceptionally well, which certainly made things easier. Jin Chao, with a large group of beasts, disappeared into the dense jungle. Meanwhile, the garrison in Wangjiang City had not given up on investigating the terrifying fusion abyss. Without information on the enemy, it could be a significant threat to Wangjiang City and even the whole nation. Consequently, Wangjiang City's highest commander replaced the investigation team with 2 level 51 Grand Martial Masters who specialized in speed precisely to have the ability to escape upon encountering the enemy. However, these 2 Grand Martial Masters searched Area 4357 for a long time and found nothing but ruins and traces of beast blood everywhere. They even checked the horrifying valley, and the scene inside was indeed terrifying beyond words. Could it be that the creatures sensed their arrival and fled in advance? Thinking this, 2 middle-aged men, one fat and the other skinny, found it highly plausible. It's impossible for a level 40 mystic existence to evade military surveillance and hide in 4357. The chubby man, resembling Maitreya Buddha, wiped the sweat continuously dripping from his face and complained, Old Jean, do you think this guy chickened out? The skinny old Jean glanced at him. Isn't that obvious? He only acts tough in 4357, he wouldn't last elsewhere. His tone filled with disdain. 4357 is full of low-level beasts. Reigning over this place doesn't mean much. He's just a small-time troublemaker. I thought it was some tough creature. If I hadn't known he could control beasts, I would never have come to this godforsaken place. Old Jean was also visibly irritated. Enough complaining, let's report back and head home, said Fat Old Wu, eager to leave this place as it was too hot. But just then Old Wu suddenly received a call from his superiors. Colonel Wu, urgent notice, the terrifying fusion abyss has been spotted in area 5729, please proceed there for investigation immediately and ensure your safety, followed by a video on Old Wu's warrior medal. The video showed Area 5729 in chaos, with beasts wildly scattering about and several level 30 exotic beasts violently preying on others, dragging the barely alive beasts in one direction. Watching the eerie scene similar to that in 4357, both Old Wu and his partner Old Jean were stunned. So many level 30 beasts, even a warrior in their 40s would have to avoid their sharp edges, and yet they all obey his command. Could this guy's strength be a tad too terrifying? At this moment, Old Wu and his companion were panic-stricken. Thank goodness they hadn't run into that fearsome individual. If they had, they wouldn't have escaped without severe injuries. To control so many level 30 beasts, his strength must be at least over level 40, perhaps even stronger than themselves. Thinking this, both of them broke out in a cold sweat. They had been mocking him just moments ago, and now thinking about it, they were truly courting death. Old Wu's face turned a bit pale as he said, Old Jean, do we still go? Speaking haltingly, it was clear how terrified Old Wu was inside. To make a formidable warrior like him so afraid showed just how strong the terrifying Rong Yuan must be in his mind. Old Jean also looked terrible. How did they end up accepting such a task? But the orders from above couldn't be disobeyed, it was their duty as soldiers. Moreover, they weren't supposed to confront him directly. Just gathering some information about him was enough. Investigating his attitude towards humans was crucial for Wangjiang City. They couldn't just not go. Could they really not go? Stop dawdling, let's move, said Old Jean, heading directly toward coordinates 5729. Although Old Wu was reluctant, he had no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, the video was widely broadcasted, sparking heated discussions among all the citizens of Wangjiang City. Citizen A, isn't that 5729? Did the terrifying Rong Yuan go there? Citizen B, if he can control so many level 30 beasts, wouldn't our city be in danger if he attacked? Citizen C, are you dumb? Level 30 beasts attacking Wangjiang City? Do you think our warriors are vegetarians? Citizen D, even though they might not be able to breach the city, the casualties would be substantial. We don't even know if he's a friend or foe. Citizen E, Am I the only one who thinks that terrifying Rong Yuan looks a lot like Jin Chao from the Warrior Building? Citizen F, the person above you're wrong. Someone as foolish as you thought the same yesterday. Citizen E, I was that person yesterday. Citizen E, wait, are you calling me a fool? Citizen G, it seems like he indeed is. Citizen E, damn it. This squabble went unnoticed as everyone was more concerned about the terrifying Rong Yuan's attitude towards humans and whether it could endanger their safety. After all, no one knew the extent of his power. What level of beasts could he control? Level 30 beasts indeed posed no threat to Wangjiang City, but what if there were level 40, 50, or even 60 beasts? The beast tide from decades ago was still vivid in everyone's minds, the scenes of bodies strewn everywhere like hell on earth. Even with all the warriors of Wangjiang City, it had been a Pyrrhic victory. The population of Wangjiang City was have countless families were shattered homes, destroyed lives lost. The city's strength became the weakest among China's 18 cities. Wangjiang City could not endure such an event again. Soon the situation escalated, leaving the entire city in a state of anxiety. Meanwhile, the terrifying Rong Yuan Jin Chao had already tamed 99 level 30 beasts and hunted many more, stopping only when his space ring was completely full. Jin Chao reached level 25 and gazed coldly at the myriad of beasts before him, as the red dot on his warrior badge approached the outer perimeter of Sector 5729, inch less than a kilometer away. Jin Chao issued a chilling command, "Go kill them." With a piercing cry, the golden crown flame eagle soared into the sky. Jin Chao transformed into a streak of golden light shooting upwards and landed steadily on the back of Xiao Jin, heading towards the relentless assassins. In the outskirts of 5729, dozens of assassins of various shapes gathered together, exchanging glances and silently agreeing to join forces. Even Wu Ying has been killed. Without teaming up, there's no chance of completing the mission, they reasoned, just as one of them picked up a warrior badge to check Jin Chao's current position. A sharp eagle's cry diverted everyone's attention. The golden crown flame eagle circled above them with Jin Chao on its back. Seeing that Jin Chao had only brought one golden crown flame eagle, the assassins felt a momentary relief. However, before they could feel fortunate, Jin Chao's voice shattered all their hopes. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my pets." He emphasized the last word heavily. Soon a group of diverse gigantic beasts surrounded the assassins, who turned pale with fear, many of their legs trembling. With more level 30 beasts than their own numbers fighting 3 against 1 beast was already challenging. Now faced with one-on-one battles, they were far from spare. How could we possibly win? A deep despair spread among all the assassins. Jin Chao, with his icy gaze, looked down upon these men. After so many struggles, he was no longer the tender-hearted youth. If the roles were reversed, these men would not hesitate to kill him. With this thought, Jin Chao raised his right hand and all the beasts prepared to strike, but before he could give the order, many of the assassins from the black and white ranks knelt down, loudly begging for mercy. "Mr. Jin, please spare me, I won't dare again," one pleaded. Another shouted, "Mr. Jin, if you spare me, all my possessions are yours, even my life." As he spoke, he took out all the valuable items from his spatial ring. However, Jin Chao didn't even glance at the items, saying coldly, "Killing you, those things will still be mine." With it, he showed no mercy, his raised hands swiftly falling down. 99 beasts instantly received the command and pounced on the assassins. The assassins, feeling utterly hopeless, still desperately fought back. Dying was inevitable, but they fought for a slim chance of escape. Yet, it was a delusional hope. 99 level 30 beasts against dozens of level 30 warriors was a no contest, a complete massacre. Jin Chao, floating in midair, looked down at the bloody scene below, feeling a churn in his stomach. Although he had killed people before, they were mostly disintegrated by light elements, without the bloody sight of severed limbs or bodies, and certainly not so many people. The gruesome scene lasted for several minutes. At the scene, besides Jin Chao, there were other witnesses, including Old Wu and Old Jin, who had come to investigate. At this moment, Old Wu was using his warrior medal to record everything, not daring to show himself. With his own strength, he was utterly incapable of contending with so many level 30 beasts, not to mention the 20 illusionary rain butterflies among them. His only option was to flee. The creature on the back of the golden crown flame eagle was actually able to control them, an incredible feat. This matter had to be reported to the higher-ups immediately. Soon a video of 99 level 30 beasts slaughtering human warriors was broadcast across various major media platforms, with the striking headline, "Terrifying Abyss, Massacring Human Warriors," causing panic among all the citizens who saw it, even the highest commander of the military stationed in Guangzhou City, was deeply troubled upon viewing the video. Just yesterday they were dealing with low-level beasts numbered 4,357, but today it escalated to the more formidable 5,729 level 30 beasts. The enemy's strength was increasing alarmingly fast. If this trend continued, would level 40 or 50 beasts appear tomorrow? If that were to happen, Guangzhou City would undoubtedly be thrown into immense panic. The old man furrowed his brow, his face filled with worry. He knew they couldn't act rashly. The enemy was still outside the city and had shown no intention of attacking Guangzhou City directly. To attack now and provoke them could bring unpredictable consequences. If they were to make a move, it had to be a fatal strike with no chance of failure. With this thought, a determined gleam flashed through the old man's eyes. He issued a martial law decree strictly controlling the number of people leaving the city each day, heavily guarding the 4 city exits, to be implemented immediately. A young man standing nearby was incredulous upon hearing the commander's order. Martial law hadn't been declared for many years, and yet it was being enforced citywide just because of a video. Though he found it unbelievable, the young man respectfully responded, "Yes, Commander," and hurried off to spread the news. Upon receiving the message, the entire military department sprung into action, even recalling soldiers who were on leave and deploying 2/3 of their forces to guard the 4 entry points. Everyone who saw the video was equally shocked. Dozens of level 30 beasts were already enough to impact Guangzhou City significantly. Caution was paramount. Meanwhile, all the citizens of Guangzhou City were also informed and were completely bewildered. The whole city under martial law? Was the situation really that severe? The last time martial law was declared was decades ago during a beast tide attack. Could it be another beast tide was about to occur? This thought sent chills down everyone's spine, prompting them to frantically contact friends and family who had left the city. It was too dangerous outside now. Dozens of level 30 warriors had been annihilated in less than 20 minutes by the terrifying power of the abyssal creatures. With the declaration of martial law, the entire Guangzhou City fell into a state of panic. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos was busily collecting his spoils of war. The belongings of dozens of assassins were incredibly valuable, with just the spatial rings alone worth over 100 million, not to mention the various rare and exotic items inside. Among these, what Jin Chao valued most were the dozens of martial arts techniques. He had been fixated on this thing for a long time. Big Round Face looked at the corpses scattered across the ground and the 100 undamaged exotic beasts with envy. How wonderful it would be to possess such ability. Not only would making money be a breeze, but he wouldn't even need to lift a finger to fight. It was truly a dream capability, but dreaming was useless now. He was already quite satisfied with his current situation. 99 level 30 exotic beasts, each worth 3 million. Totaled nearly 300 million, his commission alone would be at least $1 million, plus the income from the slain level 30 exotic beasts was not insignificant. He truly made a fortune. Jin Chao glanced toward Guangzhou City, his face's coldness melting away to reveal a warm smile. It was time to go home, back to Guangzhou City. At his command, 100 exotic beasts marched majestically toward Guangzhou City. Old Wu and his companion were shocked by this scene, how everything had been fine just a moment ago, and now they were heading to Guangzhou City. If unprepared, Guangzhou City would suffer greatly. 100 level 30 exotic beasts, the city's army could definitely handle them. What worried Old Wu and others was the Terror Fusion Abyss's attitude towards humans. From the current situation, they were clearly not friends but foes. They needed to notify the leaders immediately to prepare for battle, preferably to eliminate the Terror Fusion Abyss before it could gather more strength. Old Jin's expression was grave as he quickly reported the situation. Upon receiving the news, the leader also mobilized the majority of the military forces to the northern city gates and instructed Old Wu and his companion to closely monitor the movements of the Terror Fusion Abyss. Meanwhile, the announcement to close all gates of Guangzhou City was also issued. With the notice dispatched, the citizens of Guangzhou City were all on edge. 2 martial law notices were issued in one day, each more severe than the last, and everyone knew what that meant. At the same time, all media outlets synchronized their broadcasts. Almost everyone stopped their work to closely follow the updates. 10 minutes later, a large number of soldiers had already stationed at the northern city gates. Also, a squadron of 300 level 51 martial arts masters had arrived at the gates. Seeing such a lineup, many people gasped in shock. They couldn't help but marvel at the military's formidable strength. Martial arts masters, 300 dispatched in a breath. These were powerful figures rarely seen on normal days. Such forces were pillars in any major power and represented top-tier battle strength. It was unexpected that to counter 100 level 30 exotic beasts such an extent of force was mobilized. What shocked people even more was that in addition to the 300 martial arts masters, there were also 10 level 61 plus martial venerables. The military really did not underestimate them. This showed how terrifying the power of the Terror Fusion Abyss was. After all, no one had ever seen it make a move. 20 minutes later, the group of exotic beasts had reached near Area 4357. 30 minutes later, standing at Wangjiang City's northern city gates, one could already see the approaching exotic beasts, even feeling the ground's vibrations. A burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man from the military, his face solemn, spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone prepare for battle." With a single command, everyone drew their weapons. Despite their fear, they could not step back for the sake of their families behind them. Failure was not an option, it was the duty of a Huaxia soldier. Similarly, the citizens watching the live broadcast, whether in front of TVs, computers, or beneath the warrior medals, were equally tense. If these men could not stop the terrifying Rongyuan, Wangjiang City would be in grave danger. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Jin Chao and Big Round Face, looking at the scene before them, were very puzzled. From a distance, they had seen many people gathering at the entrance of the North City. The two exchanged looks, wondering if something significant had happened. Quickly, the distance between the two sides closed, and the soldiers grew more anxious. Just as the beast horde crossed the safety line and everyone was ready to act, a soft exclamation sounded. "Wait, don't attack this terrifying Rongyuan. Doesn't it look like a person?" A person? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and incredulous. How could a person control such a multitude of strange beasts? At the same time, a comment suddenly popped up on the previously comment-free livestream. Citizen E. It was a person all along, and this person looks familiar, haven't you noticed? Citizen F. Are you going to say it's Jin Chao? Stop dreaming, brother. Even if it's a person, it can't be him. What level is he? He's not even qualified to touch a level 30 strange beast, let alone control one. Seeing the commotion, Jin Chao was a bit frightened. It might be better to clarify his identity first. Thinking this, Jin Chao was about to speak. But before he could make a sound, a robust and stern voice came from the opposite side. "Please do not advance any further, or we cannot guarantee that we will not use force." Upon hearing this, the soldiers at the North City entrance and all of Wangjiang City tensed up, fearing that the terrifying Rongyuan would ignore the warning and forcefully enter the city, potentially sacrificing many lives. Hearing this, Jin Chao was stunned. Big Round Face was also stunned. They looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Everything was fine when they left, and it had only been a few days. Why couldn't they return? There must be some misunderstanding. Should we call the old man? Big Round Face suggested, clearly confused. Jin Chao was even more baffled. "Sister Zhao, should we just ask them directly?" he said, pointing at the burly officer who had just spoken. Big Round Face turned to look at the officer, a trace of embarrassment on his face. It seemed indeed possible. Resigned, Jin Chao stood up and called out to the officer, "Sir, I mean no harm, I just want to return to the city." Jin Chao shouted with all his might, then clarified his identity. "I am Jin Chao from the Warrior Tower. I just left the city a few days ago to complete a mission." He figured that once the officer checked the city exit records and the mission postings, his statement would be verified. But after waiting a long time, there was still no response from the other side. Jin Chao was even more puzzled. What's going on? Could something have happened that he was unaware of? Meanwhile, the military and all the citizens of Wangjiang City watching the live broadcast, everyone froze on the spot. What did he say? He's Jin Chao from the Martial Tower, the Jin Chao who can tame exotic beasts and is only in his teens? How is that possible? How did he manage to tame so many level 30 exotic beasts? At this moment, the live broadcast, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly popped up with a message. "Citizen E. I told you Terror Fusion Abyss was Jin Chao. You wouldn't believe it. Now do you believe? The person who scolded me yesterday, come out and apologize quickly or I'll dig up your ancestral grave." This message was like a cup of cold water in a hot oil pan. The citizens of Wangjiang City were completely blown up. Citizen A. Oh my, it really is him. Wasn't he only level 11? Citizen B. I've been worried for 2 days. Terror Fusion Abyss is actually him. What a relief. The news that Terror Fusion Abyss is Jin Chao made both those who knew and those who didn't know Jin Chao dumbfounded. What is going on? Meanwhile, the leaders of Wangjiang City finally breathed a sigh of relief. Terror Fusion Abyss is a human. and he's Jin Chao, who became famous in Guangzhou City just a few days ago. Now there's nothing to worry about, but such a promising young man must be well trained. With the issue resolved, the leader felt much better. It's just that he didn't expect that the terror fusion abyss that had worried him all this time turned out to be a huge misunderstanding. Sigh old. In the Marshall Tower, 33rd floor, in Elder Zhao's office. Haha, little Jean is really good, managing to tame so many level 30 exotic beasts. Now the Marshall Tower will surely outperform those two, becoming the first in Guangzhou City. Haha, good. At the North City entrance, Jin Chao had been waiting for a long time and saw no movement on the opposite side. He couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Officer, may I enter the city?" The burly guard was startled and quickly said, "Please wait, I need to ask the leader," as he was about to take out his martial medal. A text message from the leader came through: "Let him into the city, make sure he is escorted, clear the roads for him." The burly guard's eyes widened. Clear the roads for him? Even when the leader inspected work, there wasn't such a grand display. This kid has even more face than the leader. Although he was reluctant, he had to obey the leader's orders. "You may enter the city." Hearing that they could enter, Jin Chao and the big round-faced companion finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid they couldn't return. Driving 100 exotic beasts, they rushed towards the entrance, and as Jin Chao got closer, the shock in the hearts of the soldiers and martial artists guarding the city grew. Although they knew Jin Chao had no hostility towards them, the oppressive feeling of a huge and numerous group of exotic beasts charging towards them was still heart-thumping. By the time the group of exotic beasts arrived in front of them, the oppressive feeling had reached its peak. Many people were so scared that their legs began to tremble. However, these ferocious beasts under the command of Jin Chao lined up and passed through the city gates in an orderly manner. This operation stunned everyone present. Are these the same exotic beasts that eat people without spitting out bones? And they're level 30 exotic beasts? Pure envy. The news of Jin Chao bringing 99 level 30 exotic beasts into the city spread throughout Guangzhou City in less than a minute. At the same time, the notice to clear the roads throughout the city was also issued at the same moment. However, sending out the notification was as good as not sending it at all. Who would miss such an event? We're talking about 99 level 30 beasts here. Although it was just yesterday that we witnessed a similar spectacle, how can lower level beasts compare to level 31s? Many people haven't even had the chance to come close to such high-level creatures. Who would want to miss this opportunity? In less than half an hour, the entrance to the northern city leading to the Warriors building was packed with people. Even more astonishing than yesterday's crowd, this time more than 90% of the citizens of Guangzhou City were present. It was a sea of people ranging from 90-year-old elders to babies still nursing. Even patients with hemiplegia undergoing treatment in hospitals came in wheelchairs. What, a marriage proposal? Screw the proposal, I don't have time for this right now. You better not push me to slap you on such an important day. A very beautiful girl angrily hung up her phone, focusing intently on the north, afraid to miss a second of the spectacle. My wife is giving birth. Tell her to hold off, wait till I've seen the beast. What, she wants to see it too? Then tell her to hurry, she's almost too late. Soon, Jin Chao was seen riding on the back of a golden-crowned flame eagle flying at low altitude. Behind him followed a procession of level 30 beasts, neat and orderly, moving at a uniform pace. The people lining the streets were utterly shocked by the scene, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Even the children, who were crying just moments ago, stared in stunned silence, forgetting to cry. Jin Chao himself was surprised by the scene. Having the military clear the way was one thing, but having so many spectators, didn't they have anything better to do? What's so interesting about this? If Jin Chao's thoughts were known to the crowd, they'd probably beat him up. What's so interesting? This scene alone is worth bragging about for a year. If you couldn't tame a beast, you might even be more eager than us. It's easy for those who are full to not understand the hungry. All along the way, it was eerily quiet. Just watch the scene silently in awe. Soon, Jin Chao arrived at the front of the Warriors building. By this time, the entrance was crowded with people. Every spot that offered a view of the entrance was occupied. The 3S level squads of the Warriors building were all present. Countless A and B level squads had also arrived. Old Zhao, along with the management, personally came out to greet Jin Chao, showing the high regard they had for him. Little Jin, you've worked hard, greeted old Zhao, holding Jin Chao's hands with a beaming smile. It wasn't hard. It's what I should do, Jin Chao replied. Old Zhao then introduced him to the 3S level squad leaders of the Warriors building. Turning to Chi Feng, he said, Chi Feng, you've met before, the leader of the S-level Swift Wind Squad. Chi Feng stepped forward, smiling as he shook hands with Jin Chao. Mr. Jin's fame precedes him. With such capabilities, the Warriors building is bound to have another S-level squad. Mr. Chi is too kind, Jin Chao responded. This is Qin Haotian, the leader of the S-level Furious Sea Squad. Qin Haotian, slender yet sturdy in build, had a very rugged appearance. He radiated an aura that seemed to push people away and indifference that discouraged others from getting too close. Even when introduced by Elder Zhao, he merely glanced at Jin Chao and gave a curt nod. Jin Chao could only respond with an awkward smile and a nod of his own. I'm Zhao Wu from the Burst Bowl squad. Brother Jin, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. When can I have a chance to play with your pet beast? A particularly burly young man spoke up without waiting for Elder Zhao's introduction and enthusiastically wrapped an arm around Jin Chao. He was overly familiar right from the start, immediately showing interest in Jin Chao's exotic beast, which was a bit overwhelming. Seeing this, Elder Zhao frowned and hummed in displeasure. Zhao Wu quickly retreated behind with a sheepish smile. Only then did Elder Zhao speak. This is my no-good grandson. If you need him to do anything, just tell him directly, no need to be polite. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu simply scratched his head with his right hand and chuckled foolishly. After the introductions, Elder Zhao looked around proudly. He was confident in the people he had chosen. Today he intended to silence all doubts. Muhi, start calculating Jin Chao's commission for this mission. The hefty Muhi calmly took out a tablet to begin the calculations. Yesterday we received 370 corpses of level 5 exotic beasts totaling 18.5 million, 305 corpses of level 6 beasts 18.3 million, 112 corpses of level 7 beasts 7.91 million, that makes a total of 76.49 million. As Muhi listed these figures, most people in the room gasped in astonishment. Although estimates had been made the day before, hearing the amounts confirmed by Muhi was still shocking. 76.49 million was a lot of money, and that was just a fraction of the total. The shock was inevitable. Without pausing, Muhi continued, yesterday we received 7 live level 5 beasts worth 3.5 million, 10 level 6 beasts 6 million, 3 level 7 beasts 2.1 million, totaling 12 million. Today's capture included 1 level 20 beast worth 2 million, 99 level 30 beasts worth 297 million, 297 million. That's a significant amount even for a warrior. Including the previous totals, it's nearly 400 million. Most warriors don't earn that much in a lifetime, and Jin Chao made it from just one mission. It's truly enviable. Just as Muhi was about to continue, a voice tinged with urgency interrupted. Wait, I have more stuff here. Big Roundface eagerly took out more corpses from his spatial ring, dumping them out. As the bodies continued to tumble out, Elder Zhao, Jin Chao and the others quickly stepped back. Soon a mountain-like pile of corpses, all level 30 beasts, appeared before everyone. How had they killed so many high-level beasts in such a short time? Oh right, they hadn't. The beasts had killed each other. How frustrating it was not to be them. The crowd was green with envy, wishing they could be in their shoes. Only Elder Zhao looked disdainfully at Big Roundface, annoyed by his lack of tact. With so many corpses piled up, the blood had stained the ground and cleaning up would be a hassle. With a smug look plastered across his round face, he thought to himself, no way they're docking my bonus now. Muhi calmed himself and began the inventory check. It took a full half hour before he continued. There are 462 level 30 exotic beast corpses, totaling 138.6 million. Before Muhi could finish, Jin Chao hastily interjected, wait a minute. Everyone looked at him incredulously. What's going on? Is there more? Can't it all be said in one go? Realizing the awkwardness, Jin Chao sheepishly approached Elder Zhao and said, Elder Zhao, I plan to keep the Phantom Rain Butterfly and the Golden Crown Flame Eagle for myself and not sell them. Please don't include them in the calculation. The Golden Crown Flame Eagle has awakened and is priceless, though its level is low. But I've mastered a method to upgrade exotic beasts, so leveling up is just a matter of time. As for the Phantom Rain Butterfly, I'll need it for future missions. Elder Zhao glanced at Jin Chao and chuckled, so you want to keep a few exotic beasts? Well, consider it a reward for successfully completing your mission. Don't worry about the money. This statement shocked everyone even more. What? Elder Zhao is giving him such a valuable reward? Those are level 30 beasts, each worth 3 million and 20 of them amount to 60 million. Is Elder Zhao really so generous? Since when has the warrior building been so lavish? Can I still join the warrior building now? Jin Chao, surprised by these revelations, quickly declined. Elder Zhao, this is too precious, I cannot accept. Elder Zhao waved off the protest. It's decided. Muhi, continue the calculations. Muhi then announced the total is 526.609 million. As soon as the final figure was mentioned, everyone except Elder Zhao and Mu He gasped in astonishment. Even Jin Chao and his round-faced friend were no exceptions. That's 500 million. He only went out for a few days and earned 500 million, earning over 100 million a day. He makes money faster than we can count it. Following this, Mu He continued from the get-rich-quick squad. A 10% commission amounts to 52.609 million. Zhao Lily gets a bonus of 5.2609 million. Oh heavens, why did I ever refuse this mission? Hearing such huge numbers for commissions, countless teams must be fainting in the restrooms. But who could they blame? It was their own decision to refuse initially. At this moment, Yu Ming, hearing about the amount of money involved, grinned foolishly, even drooling a bit. Seizing the moment, Elder Zhao announced, starting tomorrow, the level 30 exotic beasts will enter the fighting arena. Those interested should book their tickets quickly as they are limited. This news, like a depth charge, created tumultuous waves in Wangjiang City. Level 30 exotic beasts in the fighting arena was unprecedented. The highest level beasts previously in Wangjiang City's arena were only level 20. The warrior building was pioneering an exclusive event for the city. I must get a ticket, no matter the cost, was the unanimous thought. Elder Zhao, seeing everyone's reaction, was very pleased. As soon as Elder Zhao gave the orders, Mu He quickly organized the documents and went to confirm with Elder Zhao. Old Zhao nodded in satisfaction and then said, show it to Xiao Jin and see if he has anything to add. This statement made everyone's faces change, especially the captains of the 3 S-rank squads. Everyone understood what this meant. Old Zhao was ready to let Jin Chao start intervening in the high-level decisions of the martial artist tower. Everyone had to re-evaluate Jin Chao. Initially, they disregarded Jin Chao because, as a newcomer who had just become a warrior, even if he had the ability to tame exotic beasts, he wasn't worth their concern. Insufficient strength posed no threat. However, becoming a manager, Jin Chao would be the most powerful assistant. But now things were different. Jin Chao's strength was rapidly escalating, almost beyond control, even threatening their positions. This was intolerable. However, Zhao Wu was an exception. At that moment, he was grinning widely, clapping Jin Chao on the shoulder and saying, "Brother Jin, looks like you're moving up. This is now your responsibility. Congratulations." He showed no awareness of any usurpation of power, but old Zhao was not pleased. "Brother Jin is what you call him Uncle Jin." Everyone looked at old Zhao with puzzled expressions. "Uncle Jin, how are you arranging the generations?" Zhao Wu was choked by old Zhao's loud voice and cautiously approached, saying, "Grandfather, you can't just rearrange the generations like that. Weren't you just yesterday trying to matchmake Xiao Jin with your granddaughter? Calling him uncle would mess up the generations, wouldn't it?" It was clear that he was quite afraid of old Zhao. Old Zhao seemed to have an epiphany. "Is that so? Well, from now on everyone stick to their own terms." Hearing this, everyone's face was full of gossip, except for Qin Haotian, whose usually indifferent face now showed anger. The gossip among the people grew even more. Everyone in the martial artist tower knew that Qin Haotian had been pursuing Miss Zhao, but now old Zhao was trying to set her up with Jin Chao, and Qin Haotian would no doubt have to seriously deal with Jin Chao. However, given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that Qin Haotian would have much hope. With a group of level 30 exotic beasts guarding him, it would not be easy for Qin Haotian to win. However, Miss Zhao the Ice Beauty was not someone just anyone could approach. Even old Zhao couldn't interfere. Perhaps there was no need for Qin Haotian to make a move, as Miss Zhao herself might turn Jin Chao into a pig-headed mess. Meanwhile, Jin Chao's face was flushed red, his ears so red they seemed they could drip blood. He didn't know what to say and could only take the plan from Mui's hands, trying to divert his attention. Although he had had a girlfriend before, being talked about in front of so many people still made him very shy. Moreover, he wasn't even considering this at the moment. After all, he was still an 18-year-old pure-hearted young man. Old Zhao Wu and the others with big round faces saw this scene and showed an "I understand" expression, but Jin Chao's thoughts were quickly attracted by his work. It had to be said, Mui's work was very appropriate. The beast fighting arrangements for the next few days didn't include the Qianhuan Rain Butterfly or the Golden Crown Flame Eagle, and the scheduled fights were very attractive. "Brother Mu, he has arranged it well. Let's publish it like this." "All right, Mu," he responded, neither servile nor overbearing, very stable, giving a very reassuring feeling. The moment the tickets went on sale at the appointed time, everyone whipped out their warrior badges and phones, frantically trying to secure a ticket with no time to attend to anything else. They were determined to get tickets at all costs. In less than a second, all tickets were sold out. Those who managed to get tickets were overjoyed, while those who missed out were devastated. even Zhao Wu, the prince of the warrior building, failed to secure a ticket. The internet was filled with wails of despair. Who on earth managed to get these tickets with such lightning-fast speed? How many years of being single does it take to have such quick fingers? I would gladly exchange 20 years of my brother's bachelorhood for a chance to try buying tickets again. Why don't you use your own years? Even if you tried again, you wouldn't be able to get them. There are no seats left. Could we possibly get standing tickets? I am willing to pay double the price for a standing ticket. I'll pay triple. Me too. Thousands are petitioning. Warrior Building, please offer standing tickets, brothers. Let's support this. Let the Warrior Building see our demand. Even now, people inside the Warrior Building started shouting. This caught Elder Zhao and others somewhat by surprise. They knew it would cause a stir, but they hadn't anticipated this level of reaction. Standing tickets. The Warrior Building has never sold standing tickets before. Muhi was closely monitoring the situation online, which had now escalated beyond control. The number of posts had reached millions, with views exceeding 5 million, a truly terrifying scenario. At this point, Muhi had no choice but to report the situation to Elder Zhao and Jin Xiao. Before Muhi could even report, Elder Zhao waved his hand to quiet everyone down. Since you all are so eager to watch, then we at the Warrior Building will make an exception and offer standing tickets. If you can't get them this time, you can only blame yourselves. Muhi opened the sales for standing tickets. With that, Elder Zhao led the crowd towards the Warrior Building, leaving behind cheers from the crowd. The Warrior Building was filled with joy, but inside the black and white realm, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The Lord of the Realm watched the video in front of him with a calm expression, his thoughts inscrutable. Those who had worked under him for years were sweating profusely. Over 100 level 30 assassins had failed to eliminate a level 11 warrior and were nearly wiped out, including one who was among the top 100 on the assassin list. How could he not be furious? A mere level 11 warrior had not only killed his beloved youngest son but also caused significant losses among many level 30 assassins. The face of the black and white realm had been trampled underfoot by Jin Xiao. How could he not be enraged? At this moment, old Wang, scrutinized by the Lord, felt as if he was being pierced by 10,000 needles. Restless and uneasy, he had always been in charge of all the assassins in black and white, and the death order against Jin Xiao had been orchestrated by him alone. He had thought it was a sure thing. I never expected such a significant oversight. However, I can't entirely be blamed for this. Who could have anticipated Jin Xiao's rapid increase in strength? Just the other day he was taming level 10 beasts, and today news came that he has tamed 100 level 30 beasts. With such combat power, not to mention a level 30 assassin, even a level 40 assassin couldn't complete the task. Now to kill him we would need at least a level 50 assassin. But then there's the agreement between the master of the sect and Elder Zhao of the martial tower. Although it's a tough situation, old Wang dares not speak out. The person who made a mistake last time was killed in front of everyone. No one wants to follow in those footsteps. Old Wang suddenly stood up, his right hand wiping the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling as he spoke. Master, please give me one more chance. I will definitely kill Jin Xiao and complete the mission. The black and white order of assassination, once issued, must not fail. This is a matter of phase for black and white, and no accidents can occur. The master stared at old Wang, expressionless and silent. Although it was only a few seconds, old Wang felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell several times, his body soaked with cold sweat. Just as old Wang was about to collapse, the door to the conference room creaked open. A frivolous voice sounded, "Uncle Wang, your guarantees no longer hold any credibility." The newcomer was a man around 30 years old, bearing a strong resemblance to the master. Indeed, he was the master's eldest son, Zhou Ming. Hearing this, old Wang clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger as he said, "Young man, it's not your turn to interfere in these matters." Zhou Ming scoffed disdainfully, then turned to the master saying, "Father, I'll take this mission. Anyone who dares to kill a Zhou must pay the price." The master looked at his son, his eyebrows gradually furrowing. Zhou Ming's strength was undeniable. At a young age, he had reached level 51 Grand Martial Master and had awakened the elemental poison ability, making him exceptionally strong. He was best at dealing with situations requiring one to fight against many like Jin Xiao's, but Jin Xiao's strength was only at level 11, and deploying a level 30 Grand Martial Master was already the limit agreed upon with old Zhao. If this agreement was broken, he was unsure what that madman would do. Seemingly anticipating his father's hesitation, Zhou Ming directly said, "Father, although you and old Zhao agreed not to deploy assassins more than 20 levels above Jin Xiao, his current strength has far exceeded his own level, and our actions would not be considered a breach of the agreement. Moreover, I'm avenging my own younger brother. Should we still adhere to such a nonsensical agreement? Even if old Zhao were here, he could not object. Father, leave this mission to me. I must reclaim the face of black and white. The master remained silent, his head bowed in thought for a long time. Zhou Ming was right. Considering Jin Chao's current strength, deploying a level 50 martial master wouldn't break the agreement. His younger son's vengeance must be avenged, but sending Zhou Ming, he felt uneasy. Jin Chao's rapid increase in strength was unsettling. However, for now he had no choice but to send Zhou Ming. Jin Chao's abilities are too troublesome. The leader of Wujian looked up, addressing Zhou Ming. This matter is now in your hands. Handle it with care. With a wicked smile and a glint of bloodlust in his eyes, Zhou Ming responded, I will hang Jin Chao's head on the gate of the warriors' building, letting everyone know the consequences of crossing Heibai Wujian. With that he turned and left. To the nods of approval from the crowd, Zhou Ming's prowess was well recognized. At just 29 he had reached the level of a 50th tier martial master and was on the verge of becoming the youngest 51st tier grandmaster. His awakened elemental poison ability made him a formidable opponent, whether in one-on-one combat or against multiple adversaries. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Jin Chao, he was riding on the back of a mythical creature named Xiao Jin, swiftly flying home with a swarm of Qianhuan rain butterflies trailing him, casting shadows like clouds covering the sun, drawing gasps of awe and envy. How great would it be to have such a mount, muttered a man nearby, only to be scornfully rebuked by another. Dream on, that's never happening for you. The rebuffed youth frowned. Why not? Just the other day, that wealthy team rode back to the city on one of Mr. Jin's beasts. Why can't I? This sparked a debate among the bystanders. Yeah, if they could ride, why can't we? I'm going to leave a message on the Warriors Building official website to see if they offer such a service, one of them declared, pulling out his phone and starting to type. The online community was abuzz with excitement at the prospect. Everyone had seen videos and were envious of riding such majestic beasts, whether it was the fiery Lion King, the golden crowned flame eagle, the cold jade serpent, or the triple-headed ink dragon. Each was a symbol of awe and power. Previously, even catching a glimpse of these creatures was terrifying, let alone the thought of riding one. But now, with Mr. Jin around, it seemed within the realm of possibility. Guys, you see, if we all request this service on the official website, we could actually ride these mythical beasts. Who's in the keyboard warriors rallied in support, urging for the petition signed by 10,000 people to be launched by the Marshall Tower. Yellow Tissue retorted, go yourself, it should at least be 1 million signatures, brothers charge. Once the situation fermented, it caused a sensation across the entire network. In less than 10 minutes, the official website of Marshall Tower was overwhelmed. A total of 3 million people lined up neatly, leaving comments in an orderly manner. The numbers rose swiftly, and within half an hour the record for the most comments on Marshall Tower's website was shattered. 10 million people, all uniform in their comments, even down to the punctuation. At this time, Mr. Zhao, who was in his office enjoying a cheerful tea session, was suddenly disturbed by a series of urgent knocks which soured his mood. But then he thought, on the 33rd floor, it's just him, Muhi, Jin Chao, Zhao Lingling and old Qin who have access. Jin Chao and Zhao Lingling had already gone home. Old Qin had been quiet these past few days. That left only Muhi. But Muhi, with his steady demeanor, wouldn't normally be so flustered. Could something big have happened? With this thought, the smile on Mr. Zhao's face disappeared instantly, and he frowned, preparing to stand up. But before he could move, Muhi burst through the door. Panting, he said, Mr. Zhao, our website is blown up. Blown up? What happened? Without wasting words, Muhi handed over a tablet to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao took it and peered closely. If it were just a simple technical issue, Muhi wouldn't have come to him. Quickly, Mr. Zhao saw that today's comment volume was extraordinarily high, reaching 20 million, equivalent to half the population of Wangjiang City, and all were petitions for the Marshall Tower to expand their exotic beast rental business. Mr. Zhao was stunned. He was well aware of the desire for exotic beasts. Even someone of his stature envied Jin Chao's command over these creatures, but he had never anticipated such fervor. If they really could start this business, wouldn't Marshall Tower make a fortune? But the decision wasn't his to make. Thinking this, Mr. Zhao looked helplessly at Muhi. Their eyes met, and Muhi understood immediately. Mr. Zhao, I think Mr. Jin wouldn't refuse. Why don't we post an announcement on the official website saying we are considering it? We can seek Mr. Jin's opinion tomorrow before responding. That was all they could do for now. Soon after he issued an announcement stating they were reviewing the citizens' suggestions and would provide a concrete update the following day. This pacified the netizens who were all now waiting for tomorrow's outcome, all this while Jin Chao was oblivious. At that moment Jin Chao had just reached his front door, after a long wait with no response to the doorbell. He was puzzled. Were his parents not at home? He took out his keys and opened the door himself. As soon as the door opened, a large tabby cat pounced on him, licking his face, which made Jin Chao laugh uncontrollably. "Xiaohua, did you miss me?" Seeing Xiaohua, who had grown several times larger than before he left, Jin Chao's face was full of affection. This was the first exotic beast he had tamed and the one he had the deepest bond with. "Xiaohua, where are mom and dad? Where did they go?" Hearing Jin Chao's question, Xiaohua looked towards the bedroom on the first floor, her face unexpectedly showing a fierce expression. This startled Jin Chao. "What's going on? Is there someone else at home?" With this thought, Jin Chao calmed Xiaohua and headed straight for the bedroom, wondering who might have come to the house. After all, since the family fell on hard times, many relatives and friends who used to keep in touch had stopped contacting them. Now he had no idea who might have shown up. Approaching the door, before Jin Chao could even knock, he heard familiar voices from inside. "Brother, sister-in-law, you're so wealthy now and Jin Chao is so capable, why not help your brother out?" "Uncle, how can he have the face to ask us for help? When Dad needed money to save his life, his own brother, who Dad took great care of, ignored our plight. He just gave us a little money like it was charity and said he'd never contact us again. How can he have the face to show up now?" "You can just leave. I don't consider you my brother anymore." Big brother, how can you speak like that? He is still your brother. You can't just forget people now that you have money." A sharp and harsh voice chimed in. "If not his aunt, who else could it be?" At just asking Jin Chao for a level 30 beast. "What's the big deal? He has so many, can't he spare just one for his own brother?" "Really, what kind of people are these? Let me tell you, if you don't give it today, we won't leave. We'll find some media and expose this. See who loses face then." "You cough cough cough." "Dad, don't get angry." Hearing this, Jin Chao couldn't help but laugh in anger. "A level 30 beast, as if it's something you find on the streets. Those are feared even by level 30 martial artists. One costs 3 million and they expect him to just give it away for free. Plus, I heard Jin Chao made several 100 million. We're not asking for much, just 1 billion, no 2 billion would do." Hearing this, Jin Chao was stunned. They not only want a beast but are eyeing the money he earned through hard work. And just like that, they demand 2 billion as if he owes them something. Cough cough cough. Before Jin Dad could speak, Jin Chao directly opened the door and walked in. Seeing Jin Chao return, his uncle and aunt became even more arrogant. They commanded Jin Chao with an air of superiority. "Jin Chao is back. How come he's become so impolite, not even greeting people?" The aunt in her typical bitter tone said. "Xiao Chao, I heard you have 20 level 30 beasts. You don't need that many. Give one to your cousin. Also, over the years, we've helped your family so much. Now that you have money, you don't need to give too much. Just 2 billion will do. You make 5 billion in a few days. It's nothing to you. Let's settle this matter now." Jin Chao had just entered, and without even speaking a word, his dear uncle and aunt had already decided everything for him. His uncle even sat on the bed and said, "Go get a glass of water and get the beast and the money ready today." In his memory, Jin Chao had always been obedient, especially after his brother's family fell on hard times. He dared not speak much in front of them. Now that he's a martial artist, he still had to listen to them. Jin's parents were infuriated. Just as they were about to speak up and send them away, they heard Jin Chao say, "Pour water. Do you even deserve to drink this water?" Jin Yu widened his eyes in shock and stared at Jin Chao, retorting, "How can you speak like this? I'm your uncle. How do I not deserve a glass of water? So you've become a martial artist, got rich and powerful, and now you don't recognize your own family elders?" Auntie's voice grew sharp as she chimed in, "Exactly, how can this child have no manners at all? How did you teach your child?" She even pointed her right index finger at Jin's parents. Seeing this, Jin Chao was enraged. He clenched his fist and smashed it against the wall. Boom! His punch created a hole, and the loud noise turned Auntie's face pale as she trembled and withdrew her finger. Jin Yu was terrified and dared not speak. Jin Chao glared, his eyes wide with fury, teeth clenched. "Who gave you the right to point at my parents? What makes you think you can judge them? Back then you were useless, often drinking and gambling. You even lost the house my dad bought for you and couldn't afford meals. If it weren't for my parents taking you in, you would have died. They gave you money, found you business opportunities, selected factories, even pulled in clients and negotiated deals on your behalf, and didn't ask for a penny in return. And you, when our family was in trouble, you never helped. We didn't say anything because we were still getting by. But later, when I got injured, you didn't even visit once. Just a few days ago, when I asked you for emergency money, you insulted my mother with your measly sum and said you'd cut off contact, and now you have the audacity to come here acting like an elder, demanding a level 30 beast and 2 billion from me. Why should I give you anything? Even if earning money is easy for me, it's mine, not yours. And a level 30 beast you can't even buy with money. What makes you think you deserve these? After Jean Chao's outburst, Mr. and Mrs. Jean Yu's faces alternated between white and red. They wanted to yell and make a scene but didn't dare to. That punch had silenced them. Only now did they realize that Jean Chao was a martial artist and controlled over 20 exotic beasts. He didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with them. But being spoken to like this by a younger relative was hard to swallow, yet they couldn't find the words to argue. At this moment, Auntie suddenly wailed loudly and sat down on the ground, crying and accusing, bullying us. Just because you have some money, you disrespect us. Remember, we did give money when your dad was critically ill. Is this how you treat us now? Oh, it's unbearable. Jin's parents were extremely angry but felt helpless. It seemed that today they wouldn't stop until they got the money and the beast. Auntie was determined to cause a scene. Jean Chao was no longer polite. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them, his tone calm. Do you really think I can't deal with you, little Hua? Throw them out. At Jean Chao's command, little Hua, a massive beast, moved forward with a menacing aura. His eyes narrowed into slits, fixed intently on the coupled Jean Yu. With a single sharp exclamation, he frightened them so much that they could barely stand. Screaming, they scrambled away from Jean Chao's villa. Watching the couple curse as they left, Jean Chao immediately called the residential security. This is Jean Chao. From now on, I do not want Jean Yu and his family anywhere near my doorstep. Hearing Jean Chao's displeasure, the security personnel repeatedly apologized. We're very sorry, Mr. Jean, it was our oversight. We assure you it won't happen again and they won't disturb you or your family. Jean Chao's fame in Wangjiang City was known to everyone, especially the security guards. The recent scene of Jean Chao passing by with 20 level 30 Qianhuan rain butterflies was still vivid in their minds. With his current strength and reputation, offending him could mean losing their jobs. After ending the call, Jean Chao's face softened. He had always disliked this uncle of his. Ever since he could remember, his uncle had been lazy, greedy for petty gains, and always up early only when there was something to gain. Despite his feelings, Jean Chao had always greeted him politely when they met in the past. However, as their families' fortunes waned, the two families interacted less. Although Jean Chao was furious about his uncle's ingratitude, he didn't harbor any hatred until the recent borrowing incident, which made him see his uncle's true colors. Now he wouldn't even toss a bone their way, even if it was to a dog. It seemed that little Flower sensed Jean Chao's mood. She lowered her head and rubbed against him. Jean Chao regained his composure, patted little Flower's head, and smiled. It's okay, it's all in the past. At that moment, Jean Chao's parents came over, smiling. You must have had a tough time outside the city these days. Go rest and I'll make you some of your favorite dishes. Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Jean Chao's face. Mom and Dad are the best. I've been craving your cooking these past few days. Jin's mother looked at him with loving eyes filled with sympathy. Such a young age and already shouldering the family burdens. Other kids his age are still in school, yet Ah Chao has to fight with beasts. It breaks my heart to think about it, but there's nothing I can do except make him some of his favorite foods and take care of him when he's home. Jean Chao went to his room and took a good bath. Wrapped in a bathrobe, he lay down on his bed. His nerves completely relaxed and sleep swiftly overtook him. Although the wilderness held no particular dangers, it was certainly not as comfortable and safe as home, nor did it offer such a soft bed. Home truly was the best place to be. With that thought, Jean Chao drifted off to sleep. Jin's mother finished cooking and knocked on Jean Chao's door. Xiao Chao, come out and eat. But when there was no response, she knocked again. Xiao Chao, Mama's coming in. Saying this, she pushed the door open. Seeing Jean Chao asleep on the bed, she tiptoed to his side, covering him with a blanket while murmuring, this child, not even afraid of catching a cold. Even in summer, you should cover your belly. After arranging everything, Aunt Jean left with a twist of her hands. Meanwhile, the expelled couple Jean Yu and his wife returned home in a fury. That little fool, how dare he kick us out? Does he have no regard for me, his uncle? Jean Yu, a portly man, fumed as he sat on the sofa. His wife Wang Chui with a harsh look added, Uncle, now that he's got money and power, why would he acknowledge us? I think he no longer considers us family. Hearing this, Jean Yu slammed his hand on the sofa and said viciously, whether we're family or not isn't up to him. If he won't give us anything, we'll just ask someone else. Everyone knows I'm his uncle, so why should we be afraid of not getting help? Wang Chui's eyes lit up and she exclaimed excitedly, how did I not think of that? Just say you're his uncle and surely many will want to curry favor with us. We could make a fortune, my smart husband. Sneering, he replied. Smart, wouldn't I? Have to be to not end up like you. Pulling out his phone, he made a call. Old you, have you seen the news these past few days? My nephew is now the deputy head of the Marshall Tower. You've always wanted to connect with those inside, right? Well, here's your chance. Old Wang responded with surprise. Of course, I've seen it. If this works out, you'd be doing me a huge favor. Who in Wangjiang City wouldn't want to connect with the top brass of the Marshall Tower? Especially the deputy head. From now on, walking through the Marshall Tower will be a breeze. What couldn't we accomplish easily? He's my nephew. How could I not manage it? So, about your orders for the latter half of the year. Brother, to talk such terms as to see me as an outsider, don't just talk about the second half's orders. If you can get me the connection, the next 10 years' orders are yours. 10 years? That's more than I could have ever hoped for. Just securing the orders for the next half year could earn him hundreds of thousands. Let's settle it then. Bring the contract tomorrow for signing. After hanging up Jean Yu dialed another number. Old Zhao, my nephew. Later in the evening, Jin Chao finally woke up, more accurately from hunger. Opening his eyes, it was already past 7. He had slept for a full 5 hours, wondering whether his parents had eaten. Jin Chao, with his stomach growling, slipped on his slippers and walked out. Rubbing his eyes, he muttered, Mom, is dinner ready? I'm starving. Reaching the ground floor, just as he opened his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar pretty girl sitting at the dining table. Jin Chao, wearing a bathrobe, let out a loud shout and, blushing, ran back to his room. Only then did he realize he was in a bathrobe. Had he not revealed too much walking downstairs? What was he to do? How could there be a stranger in the house, and a woman at that? Why hadn't his parents warned him, really? After dressing and dawdling for a long time, Jin Chao ventured downstairs again. Seeing the girl's face flushed with embarrassment, he knew he must have exposed himself. It was mortifying. Although he wanted to stay in his room and not come out, there was a guest at home and he had to greet her somehow. Scratching his head awkwardly, Jin Chao began, I'm sorry. Before he could finish, the girl suddenly stood up from her chair. With cheeks flushed and head bowed, she nervously rubbed her right fingers against her left, clearly flustered. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were home, and I certainly didn't realize you'd be in your bathrobe. I didn't mean to catch you off guard like this, I'm really sorry. With that, she bowed deeply, a full 90 degrees, her discomfort at its peak, as if all the blame was hers. Witnessing this, Jin Chao immediately forgot the earlier awkwardness. Suddenly, he felt like a villain, the worst kind. How could he let such a young girl apologize like this? It wasn't her fault at all. Jin Chao's parents shared his thoughts. Jin's mother stood up frowning and took the young girl by the shoulders, turning to Jin Chao. You see, Xiao Dai is such a good girl. How could you treat her this way? Apologize now, we're no dinner for you tonight. Jin Chao quickly bent over, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, not yours. Xiao Dai also kept bowing, saying it's my fault, not. Before she could finish, Jin's mother cut her off gently. Xiao Dai, why apologize? It's this silly boy not even dressing properly when he steps out of his room. It's all his fault. Jin Chao quickly agreed. Yes, it's all my fault. Jin's mother didn't give Xiao Dai a chance to speak further, pulling her to sit down. Alright Xiao Dai, never mind him, sit and eat. You sit across from Xiao Dai. Her tone was completely different when addressing Jin Chao and Xiao Dai. Jin Chao hurriedly sat across from Xiao Dai, still feeling a bit nervous. But that's not right, I didn't mistreat her. She started apologizing right away. I never blamed her. Also, who is the real child here? It feels like I'm the adopted one and this girl is their real daughter. Jin Chao was utterly confused. While he was lost in thought, Jin's mother had already started serving Xiao Dai some food. Seeing Jin Chao's expression, she said irritably, let me tell you, don't you ever bully Xiao Dai again. During the time you were not here, it was Xiao Dai who kept us company. We would have been lost here without her. You should be thanking her. Saying this, she placed a large chicken leg on Xiao Dai's plate. Xiao Dai meanwhile kept her head down, not daring to look at Jin Chao. Jin Chao responded, thank you very much, Miss Xiao Dai. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know, I won't hesitate. Xiao Dai, still looking down, spoke softly, Mr. Jin, you don't have to call me Miss Xiao Dai. My name is Mu Chiu Diat. Mu as in the character with 3 drops of water and a wood. Chiu as in autumn, Dai as in butterfly. You can call me Xiao Dai just like your uncle and aunt. I'm Jin Chao, he replied, standing up and reaching out for a handshake, quite formally. Jin's parents watched with smiles, seemingly hopeful that the two would shake hands. Xiao Dai put down her chopsticks and shook hands with Jin Chao, then quickly withdrew her hand. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jin. I've heard a lot about you. Mr. Jin, just like us, you can call him Xiao Jin or Xiao Chao. He's 3 years younger than you. Sit down and let's eat. As they sat down, Xiao Dai kept her head down while Jin Chao had a look of guilt on his face. He hadn't thought about these things, his parents' old habits and their friends were all back in their old neighborhood, here, they knew no one. If it weren't for Miss Xiao Dai, he didn't know how his parents would handle any issues. He really needed to thank Miss Xiao Dai. Just as Jin Chao was about to say more, a look from his mother made him hold his tongue. Calling her Miss Xiao Dai was too formal, just Xiao Dai would do, as they were all friends now. Jin Chao chuckled nervously, obviously afraid of his mother. He quickly changed his words. Xiao Dai, thank you for everything recently. I don't have much to offer in thanks, but let me gift you 1,000 illusion rain butterfly. As he spoke, a gust of wind rose outside the house. A gigantic 1,000 illusion rain butterfly lay on the ground, its eyes as large as lanterns staring straight inside. The three of them stared at the butterfly through the window stunned. They had never seen such a huge butterfly alive before. Although Jin's parents weren't sure what 1,000 illusion rain butterfly was, they recognized that a living rare creature was extremely precious, a gift indeed worthy of note. Xiao Dai, however, was very aware of the butterfly's value. A single one was worth 3 million, especially a living, obedient one like this. It was a unique gift from Jin Chao. It was so valuable that saying it was worth 3 billion wouldn't be an exaggeration. Xiao Dai couldn't believe that for just a little help Jin Chao was giving her such a grand gift. She couldn't possibly accept it. It was too much for just a small favor. What's there not to accept? My son has plenty of these, just keep it. Jin's mother quickly urged. Yeah, accept it. Exotic beasts aren't really worth much to me, just don't disdain it. Disdain? Who would disdain it? And not worth much? Only Jin Chao could say something like that. Seeing the two persuading her, Xiao Dai didn't know what to say. She wasn't good with words and now she had no choice but to accept. Well, okay, I'll accept it. That's more like it. You two should exchange contact information and keep in touch, she said, starting to serve Xiao Dai some dishes. Jin Chao then turned to his mother and said, Mom, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? She asked, her eyes still fixed on Xiao Dai. Jin Chao was speechless. I remember you used to work at the exotic beast meat processing plant. Hearing this, Jin's mother finally turned to look at Jin Chao, a puzzled look on her face. Yes, what about it? I recently need a large amount of exotic beast crystals. Do you think you could get some? Jin's mother frowned. Exotic beast crystals? They aren't much use. What do you need them for? Exotic beast crystals are formed from the energy condensed inside an exotic beast. Every beast has one, although the crystals are full of various energies. But the energy was too wild to be utilized, effectively rendering it useless. However, just because humans couldn't use it didn't mean that the mythical beasts couldn't. In fact, these beast crystals were crucial for the beasts to level up and evolve. A beast could only level up rapidly after consuming enough crystals. Thus, Jin Chao was in dire need of such items now. Jin's mother did not understand her son's request, but if it was something he needed, she was willing to find it for him. These items were easy to get. They were just some level 3 and level 5 beast crystals. By merely mentioning it to the workers in their community, many could be delivered. Level 3 and 5, those levels are a bit too low. The lowest level beast I have is level 20-inch, Jin Chao thought to himself. He wondered how many low-level crystals it would take for his beast to level up. If there are higher level ones available, even if it means spending money, it would be good to let the uncles and aunties earn some extra cash. Jin Chao was quite familiar with his old neighborhood. It was filled with ordinary citizens who could only engage in labor-intensive jobs. While their lives had improved somewhat, they were hardly wealthy. They were just getting by. Moreover, during his family's tough times, these uncles and aunties had helped them a lot. Now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to give back to them. The highest they had were levels 5 and 6. There were no higher levels available. Hearing this, Jin Chao frowned. Levels 5 and 6 were still far too low. It seemed he would have to make up for it in quantity. That will do. Jin Chao was about to continue when Xiao Dai raised her right hand, like a student asking to speak, and said softly, Mr. Jin. She glanced at Jin's mother, then corrected herself. Jin needs high-level beast crystals. My family has some. Jin Chao looked at Xiao Dai pleased, but before he could revel in his excitement he suppressed it. Her family had some, but probably not much. It seemed he would still need to look elsewhere. Then please take me to get them. Xiao Dai, don't worry about the money. I'll pay whatever is needed. No need for money, Xiao Dai insisted earnestly. You've already given us the 1,000 illusion rain butterfly and we can't take money for this, but I need to know how much you need. As much as you have, Jin Chao said nonchalantly. Then you'll need dozens of spatial rings. My family has a lot of these crystals. Jin Chao was astonished by her words. He had thought that if Xiao Dai's family had even a few dozen, it would be remarkable. After all, aside from collectors, who else would want these? But she was talking about needing dozens of spatial rings. That would be nearly 10 million. How could her family have so many? Jean Chao cautiously asked, may I know what levels these beast crystals are? Most are around level 10 to 20, and there are some above level 20. If you want them all, I can ask my dad to arrange for someone to deliver them to you tomorrow. Levels 10 and 20, and so many of them. What exactly did Xiao Dai's family do? Although I knew that those who could live here were no ordinary people, the fact that Xiao Dia's family possessed so many mystical beast crystals suggested that their influence was not insubstantial. After all, each crystal represented one mystical beast. May I ask what your family does? Jean Chao asked cautiously, aware that such a question might not be very polite. Oh, we run a mystical beast slaughterhouse. Most of the slaughterhouses in the city belong to us, handling beasts of the 10th to 20th level, Xiao Dai replied, hinting at the formidable power of her family, rivaled only by the likes of the martial artist's tower. It was surprising to see someone who appeared so timid like Xiao Dai come from such a powerful background. Then I must thank your parents, Jean Chao said. It's nothing, these items have been sitting around for a long time. Even if you didn't take them, we would have thrown them away. Consider it a return gift, Xiao Dai responded with a shy smile. The millions of mystical beast crystals, I wonder if it's enough to level them all up to 37. With the biggest issue resolved, Jean Chao started eating. As for the elders from his old neighborhood, he offered them a deal. Crystals from beasts under level 10 for 1 yuan each and 2 yuan each for levels 11 to 20 and so on. The elders wouldn't likely find crystals from beasts over level 20, but this scheme was still a significant improvement to their lives. After dinner, at his parents' insistence, Jean Chao escorted Xiao Dai home. It was just a few hundred meters, hardly a 15-minute round trip. He couldn't fathom why his parents made such a fuss about it. Once home, Jean Chao prepared to rest while Xiao Dai hurried back to her room. Hands clasped over her chest, she lay down on her soft bed, overwhelmed by the fact that she had just met her idol and even dined with him. He had even escorted her home and gifted her a level 30 illusion rain butterfly. Could this really be happening? She was thrilled just thinking about it. Ever since Jean Chao's deeds had gone viral online, she had been following him closely. His abilities were coveted by millions. Mr. Jean was also very powerful, capable of taming a level 30 mystical beast while only being in his teens himself, something others wouldn't even dare dream of. Moreover, Mr. Jean was compassionate, having reformed the First People's Hospital to ensure the poor could receive medical treatment. He was also a man of justice, having cleared the names of lower-level workers and strictly punishing the main culprits. Each of his actions reflected his noble character, and to top it all off, he was incredibly handsome and absolutely perfect idol. Countless young girls dreamed of meeting Mr. Jean, and here she was having had such a close encounter with her idol. And then, recalling the moment Jean Chao had a wardrobe malfunction, Xiao Dai couldn't help but blush and feel her heart race. In the midst of her tumultuous thoughts, a young boy burst into her room. Standing with legs apart, one hand on the doorknob and the other on the doorframe, he looked excitedly at Xiao Dai. The next second he rushed over, grabbed her shoulders and pulled her up from the bed, exclaiming eagerly, sister, was that Mr. Jean who just escorted you home? Was it him? Xiao Dai lowered her head, a hint of shyness in her voice as she said, it's Mr. Jean. Hearing her answer, the young man promptly let go of Xiao Dai, shouting excitedly, what have I missed? If I had known it was Mr. Jean earlier, I would have rushed over immediately. The young man was visibly upset, clutching his head with both hands and kneeling on the ground, then stretching his hands towards the sky. With a heart full of pain, he exclaimed, why, my idol was right in front of me and I missed him just like that. No, I must go find him. Saying this, the young man quickly got up from the ground and was about to head to Mr. Jin's house. However, Xiao Dai was quick and grabbed the young man by the shoulder, whispering, Xiao Jian, Mr. Jin just came back from outside and he's very tired. Let's go find him tomorrow. It seemed as if Xiao Jia had just remembered something and hurriedly said, yes. Yes, Mr. Jean has been outside the city for so many days, he must be exhausted. He should rest well. I'll go find him tomorrow. After saying this, Xiao Jia stared intently at Xiao Dai and said, what did you and Mr. Jean do today? Tell me everything, I want to hear. Xiao Dai looked at her brother's eager face, somewhat helpless. This young boy, even more admiring of Mr. Jean than herself, wouldn't rest until he heard what he wanted. Therefore Xiao Dai recounted everything that had happened that day. The honest Xiao Dai even mentioned the embarrassing incident involving Mr. Jean. This brought a sigh from Xiao Jie, who then eagerly encouraged Xiao Dai to win over Mr. Jean, saying, Mr. Jean is such a good man, he must not fall into someone else's hands. I'd feel more reassured if you were with him, which made Xiao Dai blush with embarrassment. When Xiao Jie heard that Xiao Dai had dinner with Mr. Jean, received a precious level 30 exotic beast from him and had arranged to meet him again the next day. He was incredibly envious. To have dinner with the idol is already enough to make one jealous, and he even gave you a precious level 30 exotic beast. Mr. Gene is truly generous, he's indeed the person our siblings admire, so grand. As for the matter of delivering the exotic beast crystals tomorrow, he felt he must go even if it meant braving a storm, not for anything else but to make a familiar face in front of his idol. Hearing this, a couple hiding outside the door, the parents of the Mu family, simultaneously came out looking somewhat embarrassed. After all, eavesdropping on their children's conversation even as parents seemed a bit improper, but then who could blame them? As parents, they knew their daughter's character best. Such a fine catch shouldn't be left for just anyone to take, but Mr. Gene is certainly a man who could casually gift a newly met person a level 30 exotic beast would definitely treat his own people even better. They just wondered if their daughter could really win Mr. Gene over. Xiaodai, did you say Mr. Gene needs a lot of exotic beast crystals? When does he need them? Xiaodai had no intentions of blaming her parents. Tomorrow, I think that's what he said. Mr. Mu, rubbing his chin with his right hand, immediately said, then let's have the workers prepare tonight, we can't delay Mr. Jin's matters. Saying this, Mr. Mu took out a warrior's medal and left the room to make arrangements. Mrs. Mu with a smile came over to Xiaodai, took her hand and said, Xiaodai, what do you think of Mr. Gene? Xiaodai naturally understood what her mother meant and immediately blushed. Mom, Mr. Gene and I have just met, and besides he is such a great person, how could I ever match him? As Xiaodai spoke, her head sank lower and her voice became almost inaudible, but to those who could see clearly it was obvious that Xiaodai had a fondness for Jin Chao. She just felt unworthy of him, just as her mother was about to console her. Xiajie squeezed through and took Xiodia's shoulders seriously, saying, sis, you can't think like that. Even though Mr. Gene is excellent, you're not any less. Look at how beautiful you are. So many people want to pursue you and you don't spare them a glance, right? Xiaodai seriously replied, but Mr. Gene is also very handsome. Xiajie paused, then said, that's true, but our family is wealthy. Though not the richest in Wanjiang City, we're among the strongest aside from the Martial Tower Nani Group, the Three Dragons Gang, and the Black and White Realm. Then Xiaodai continued, but he's the second in command at the Martial Tower and he made 5 billion in less than 5 days. We really shouldn't compare our wealth with Mr. Gene. Xiaojie stuttered, not knowing what to say, as his idol was indeed too outstanding. Although it seemed weak now, it was only a matter of time, and this weak is only when compared to those top forces and strong figures. Not to mention the younger generation, many of the seniors couldn't compare with Mr. Gene. Seeing this, Xiajie suddenly panicked, but if Mr. Gene ends up in the hands of some other bad woman, would you be okay with that? Hearing this, Xiaodai finally gathered her courage and said, I wouldn't be okay with that. Then you should pursue Mr. Gene and then I'll listen to whatever you say, how about that? Okay. Watching the suddenly spirited siblings, their mother was speechless. She pushed Xiajie aside, gave him a look and said, what are you teaching your sister? Then she turned to Xiaodai, you don't need to listen to your brother, what you need now is confidence. You're no less than anyone else. If you like Mr. Gene, just go for it boldly. Don't create regrets because you're afraid now. Mom and Dad will definitely support you, you know. But at the moment, Xiaodai wasn't listening. The thought of Jin Chao possibly falling into the hands of villains infuriated her. Such a good person cannot be hurt by those bad women, absolutely not. Mom, I understand. I will definitely protect Mr. Gene. Seeing this, her mother was exasperated. She grabbed Xiajie by the ear and dragged him outside. Xiajie yelped in pain but didn't forget to encourage Xiaodai. Ouch, Mom, take it easy. Sis, go for it, you must pursue Mr. Gene. Mom, take it easy, don't hit. The Mu family was lively, while on the other side, Jin Chao was already asleep. The next morning, a ringing woke him up. Fumbling for his martial badge, he answered groggily, hello? Who is it? Little Gene, sorry for disturbing you so early, but it's urgent. Come to the Martial Tower, there's a big issue that needs your attention. Zhao Lao's voice came through the phone and Jin Chao was instantly alert. Okay, I'll be right over. After hanging up his warrior's medal, Jin Chao started to get dressed and wash up. He rushed downstairs, briefly explained his sudden departure, grabbed some steamed buns and headed out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to send a message to Xiao Dai asking her to deliver the beast crystal to the warrior building. Soon Jin Chao was riding his golden crown flame eagle to work, leaving the phantom rain butterflies behind to keep his parents safe. Jin Chao hadn't forgotten about the ever-looming threat of Heibai Wujian. His parents' safety was paramount. As for this hidden danger, Jin Chao had it figured out. He needed to quickly enhance his strength until Heibai Wujian feared him and dared not make a move. Only then could he and his family's safety be truly secured. As for destroying Heibai Wujian, he had considered it, but the difficulty was immense and would take a long time. After all, Heibai Wujian was a top force on par with the warrior building Nanyo Group and the Three Dragons gang. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to take that route. Arriving at the warrior building, Jin Chao didn't even wait to land but jumped straight down. As for the golden crown flame eagle, it flew up to rest on the roof of the building. As soon as he landed, he saw that the entrance of the warrior building was crowded with people. What's going on here? He wondered. Before Jin Chao could slow down, Big Round Face, who appeared out of nowhere, grabbed him and hurried inside. The crowd around them hadn't even had time to react before they saw Jin Chao disappearing into the elevator of the warrior building. The shouts grew louder, frantically moving in the direction where Jin Chao had gone. Seeing the situation, Jin Chao realized he might not be able to get to work if they discovered him. Soon he arrived on the 33rd floor. Zhao Lao and 3 other S-rank squad captains had been waiting for him. Everyone else was joining via video conference. Seeing this, Jin Chao felt somewhat embarrassed to have made so many people wait for him. At the oval conference table, Zhao Lao waved at Jin Chao. "Come sit here," he said, pointing to a spot next to himself. Despite the various expressions from the others, Jin Chao didn't care what they thought and sat down next to Zhao Lao. "Let's begin," said Zhao Lao, signaling to Mu He to start the meeting. Mu He nodded, started the screen projection and spoke calmly. "I believe everyone is aware of yesterday's incident." "Yesterday's incident? What happened?" Jin Chao looked puzzled. He had just gone home to sleep. Sensing Jin Chao's confusion, Mu He explained, "Yesterday, over 30 million citizens of Wangjiang City petitioned on the Warrior Building's official website requesting that we expand our beast rental services." Now Jin Chao understood why there were so many people at the door today. They were all there for the beasts. Mu He continued, "Today's first topic of discussion is the feasibility of this service." After saying this, Mu He stood behind Zhao Lao and took notes diligently. Ignoring everyone else, Zhao Lao looked directly at Jin Chao and asked, "Xiao Jin, is this service feasible?" As Mr. Zhao posed the question, all eyes turned to Jin Chao. Given the current enthusiasm of the citizens of Wangjiang City, this business could potentially double the performance of the Martial Tower. However, this was contingent on the feasibility of renting out mythical beasts and ensuring the safety and experience of the employers. Not everyone, though, was in favor of initiating this service. After all, Jin Chao was the only one who could control these beasts. The more successful this business became, the more essential Jin Chao would be in Mr. Zhao's eyes, and the higher his status would rise in the Martial Tower. For many, this posed a greater threat. Naturally, they were not in favor of this development. But this was not a decision that a few could make. After pondering for a moment, Jin Chao replied, "Renting is possible, but..." Hearing Jin Chao's affirmation that renting was possible, Mr. Zhao and the other decision-makers visibly relaxed. As long as they could rent out the beasts, the Martial Tower could overshadow the other 3 major forces and become the top power in Wangjiang City, which seemed imminent. However, when Jin Chao added a "but," everyone tensed up again. Mr. Zhao quickly asked, "But what? So many people in Wangjiang City want to rent, but we don't have enough beasts." Jin Chao expressed his concern. Everyone sighed in relief upon hearing this. Mr. Zhao laughed and said, "I thought there was some difficulty, but it's just this. Don't worry about it. As long as we can rent them out, we can solve the issue of the number of mythical beasts." After speaking, Mr. Zhao took a deep breath. Jin Chao's sigh was a bit scary. Moving on to the next issue, Mu He continued, "Now that we're sure we can rent them out, we need to set the rental prices." Based on a small-scale survey conducted online yesterday, the price range varies significantly among different income groups. "Here is my proposal." As he spoke, Mu He tapped on a tablet and the projection screen instantly switched to a spreadsheet. It was clearly marked with various levels, durations, whether the beast could fly or live in water, and corresponding prices, very detailed. Jin Chao was stunned. Even with his comprehensive knowledge of mythical beasts, he couldn't categorize them this precisely. He couldn't imagine that Mu He had done this overnight. Regarding the issue Mu He had just raised, a clear solution was also provided on this chart. For low-income groups, they could rent lower-grade beasts without special abilities for about 2,000 yuan per day, or if they merely wanted a ride, it was just 200 yuan per hour, definitely affordable. For those who required higher-grade beasts with special abilities, naturally the prices were much higher. This tier of consumption was clearly targeted at the wealthy. Seeing this, everyone was very satisfied and gained a deep appreciation of Mu He's capabilities. Truly worthy of being Mr. Zhao's right-hand man and even a potential successor, although he still lacked a lot compared to Jin Chao. if no one has any objections, let's implement this price list. Everyone agreed. Mu He then continued, now we need to discuss the issue of the number of mythical beasts, considering the total population of Wangjiang City has reached 578949291 and is still increasing. Excluding the elderly and those with no need for exotic beasts along with groups eligible for consolidated leases, the demand base still stands at over 1 million with daily requirements around 100,000. Hearing this figure, everyone at the meeting gasped. A daily demand of 100,000 even at the lowest price of 2,000 per beast per day amounts to an income of 200 million. Moreover, the overheads and investments are minimal. It's a guaranteed profitable business. The glorious moment for the Marshall Tower has arrived. Such a vast demand is difficult to meet immediately, so I propose the following solutions. First, to purchase injured exotic beasts from various arenas and slaughterhouses, treat them and put them to use. Second, to increase the efforts in purchasing exotic beasts by raising prices, stimulating warrior teams to capture more. Third, to mobilize all hands from the Marshall Tower to assist Mr. Jean in capturing exotic beasts. The first two solutions can be implemented simultaneously. Everyone appreciated Mu He's solutions and were deeply impressed. However, all three solutions depend on Jin Chao. Today's meeting, rather than being a discussion with the attendees, is more about seeking Jin Chao's opinion. Ultimately, it was Elder Zhao who made the decision. After pondering for a moment, Elder Zhao asked Jin Chao, which solutions do you think are better? The Jin Chao had already made up his mind. I think using the first and second solutions together is best, taking advantage of the public's enthusiasm. The sooner this business can start, the better. Compared to the second and third, the first is the quickest, so I think the first and second solutions suit our current situation best. As for the third, it can wait until the day after tomorrow since it involves a larger volume. Although lacking precise data, Jin Chao still had a fair understanding. A single arena, aside from major powers like the Marshall Tower, could have dozens of exotic beasts, which was already quite remarkable. Moreover, adding up all such places in Wangjiang City, there were only a few dozen. Even if all the severely injured beasts were gathered, it wouldn't amount to much. But this was much faster than assembling people and going out of the city to catch them. Hearing Jin Chao's analysis, Elder Zhao showed a relieved smile. These were things Elder Zhao had already considered, just testing Jin Chao. Alright, let's do as Jin suggests. With that, the most important matters of the meeting were concluded. The rest of the content was more tedious. The meeting went on from 8 in the morning until 12:20 noon before ending. The later parts did not require Jin Chao's input, which left him quite drowsy, nearly falling asleep several times. However, Elder Zhao didn't say anything, instead letting Jin Chao go rest first. Elder Zhao would call him for lunch. Naturally, Jin Chao didn't leave, as that would have been too impolite. He just had to keep his energy up. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu, who also struggled with sleepiness during the meeting, was directly scolded by Elder Zhao and didn't dare to talk back. The favoritism was quite obvious. This meeting also clearly demonstrated Jin Chao's importance in the Marshall Tower. It seemed that most of the future business would center around Jin Chao. It appears the direction of the Marshall Tower is indeed about to change. Previously, many had underestimated Jin Chao, thinking he lacked strength and competitiveness. However, after witnessing his capabilities, they began to reconsider their alliances. This included the three S-tier squad leaders who were also candidates for the next head of the Marshall Tower, feeling the pressure. Among them, however, Zhao Wu was not included. As the meeting concluded, Elder Zhao suggested dining together. Just then, a massive figure appeared at the window of the meeting room. It was the level 30 Phantom Rain Butterfly. Yet, what puzzled Jin Chao the most was the person standing on the back of the Phantom Rain Butterfly. He had only gifted one to Xiao Dai. Why was there a man standing there? Moreover, the man bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Dai, but his attire suggested a completely opposite personality, flamboyant and bold. Undeniably, the face was attractive no matter who it belonged to, but the more Jin Chao looked, the more the young man seemed like a comedian, shielding his eyes with his hands. Peering inside and becoming visibly excited upon seeing Jin Chao, starting to jump around and wave his hands although no sound could be heard from outside. Everyone in the meeting room turned to look at Jin Chao, and Elder Zhao, somewhat confused, asked Jin, "Do you know this person?" Jin Chao, slightly embarrassed, responded, "I don't know him, but he might be a relative of a friend." Elder Zhao's brow furrowed even more. A friend's relative? Are you talking about Mu Qiu Dai? Jin Chao was now the one confused. Elder Zhao, you know Mu Qiu Dai? How could I not? Those siblings are quite famous in the martial circle. Strong as monsters, Elder Zhao affirmed. Jin Chao was even more baffled. Strong as monsters? but Mu Qiu Dai is such a gentle girl, she doesn't fit that description at all. During Jin Chao's moment of confusion, he received a phone call and approached Elder Zhao and Jin Chao, saying, "Elder Zhao, Mr. Jin Mu Qing says he has an appointment with Mr. Jin and has already arrived downstairs," mentioning Mu Qiu Dai's name. "He has been waiting for over 3 hours, I'm not sure whether to let him in." Upon hearing this, Jin Chao suddenly remembered his appointment with Mu Qiu Dai to exchange beast crystals at the Martial Tower, which he had forgotten due to the meeting. "She's been waiting for so long. It's really inappropriate. Tell the staff I'm heading down now." Before he could finish, he suggested, "Mr. Jin, I think it might be better to have Mr. Mu come to the 32nd floor." Realizing that if he went down now he would be swamped by people at the entrance and unable to proceed, Jin Chao agreed to have Mr. Mu come to the 32nd floor instead. Access to the 33rd floor was restricted to those Elder Zhao permitted. Just as Jin Chao was about to speak, Elder Zhao interjected, "Let Mr. Mu come to the 33rd floor. It would be good to meet such an outstanding young man." Then looking oddly at Jin Chao he added, "Aren't you going to let him in?" "Oh right, possibly too." Tired, Jin Chao's mind wasn't working well. He hurried to the window, opened it, and let the young man in. Mu Qiu Jie, thrilled to see his idol opening the window for him. Suddenly elated, he jumped in and grabbed Jin Chao's right hand with both hands bent over and with a playful smile said, "Brother-in-law, I finally get to see you." "Brother-in-law? Since when? Wasn't it just one meeting? How did it turn into brother-in-law?" Not only was Jin Chao baffled, but even Elder Zhao was stunned. "Does little Jin have a partner now? Did I miss my chance? No, this needs to be clarified. I was planning to introduce my own granddaughter to little Jin. I can't let someone else beat me to it, even though that girl doesn't agree." But as long as the old man persists, keeps nagging and shamelessly presses on, eventually that girl will agree. Jin Chao hurriedly withdrew his hand, explaining, "I've just met your sister, it's not what you think. You can't just say anything." Mu Qiu Jie didn't seem to care about Jin Chao's words, scratching his head and saying, "Slip of the tongue, I accidentally spoke my mind. Mr. Jin, don't be mad." Jin Chao was speechless inside, but Elder Zhao was quite pleased to hear this. "Not a partner, eh? That's good. Where's Xiao Dai?" According to the plan, it was Xiao Dai who was supposed to deliver the mythical beast crystal, not this conspicuous fellow. Upon hearing this, Jie suddenly looked frustrated and said, "Everything was agreed last night, we were supposed to come together today, but who knew she'd get cold feet at the last minute, and now she's gone to Mr. Jin's house to chat with uncle and auntie. Is that so? With your sister's personality, she really isn't suited for crowded places. Let's go pick up uncle and auntie," he said, walking out ahead. Before they could even leave, a hearty laugh came from outside. "No need for that, I'm already here. It's not easy wanting to see you, Elder Zhao. Hope you're well." Elder Zhao smiled slightly, "Still the same, but you my lads seem to be quite fortunate recently." Mu's father clearly understood what Elder Zhao meant. His son being such a conspicuous bag, everything would have already been informed to Elder Zhao. He could only respond with a forced smile. "It's all the same, having such a powerful assistant like Mr. Jin ascending another level in the Martial Tower is just around the corner. Let's not just exchange pleasantries, let's get down to business, we're all hungry here." Yes, Elder Zhao, if you would honor us, I'll treat everyone to a meal later." "Agreed, let's settle it like that." After the pleasantries, it was time to hand over the mythical beast crystal to Jin Chao, which was the main event of the day. Meanwhile, Jin Chao was also thinking about what he should give in return. Surprisingly, Mu's father directly said to Jin Chao, "Mr. Jin, from now on I'll leave this unruly boy to you, I can't manage him anymore. In the entire Wangjiang city he probably only listens to you." Hearing this, Jin Chao was utterly flabbergasted. What's going on? Wasn't he supposed to deliver a mythical beast crystal? Why is he suddenly entrusting his son to me? This doesn't seem right. Not only Jin Chao, but everyone present except the Mu family was also confused. Not only giving his daughter to Jin Chao, but now even his son must cling to Jin Chao? Moreover, don't you know how famous your treasures are outside? If it weren't for Mu Qiu Jie being too stubborn, he would have been poached by major forces long ago. This direct delivery, what are people going to think? Although the Mu siblings Mu Qiu Jie and her younger brother are only 21 years old, they have already reached level 38 and possess a particularly inscrutable awakened ability. Even among the well-known youths of Wangjiang City present here, challenging them is no easy task. It must be noted that everyone here except Jin Chao surpasses the siblings in both level and strength and are considered elites among elites. This is why old Zhao holds them in such high regard. How did Jin Chao manage to recruit such talents so easily? Isn't that a bit hasty? It took a while for Jin Chao to respond, looking bewilderedly at the expectant and conspicuous package. thinking of the exotic beast crystal that Mu Dad had sent over today along with little Dai, although he was reluctant he couldn't dismiss Mu Dad's face. Thus Jin Chao quite unwillingly said, "At least you should tell me your name." Hearing Jin Chao's agreement, Mu Dad visibly sighed in relief, afraid that Jin Chao wouldn't want to take his conspicuous package. After all, with Jin Chao's current reputation he could have anyone he wanted. It seems that his daughter's face carried more weight than his own as a father. Hearing Jin Chao's words, Mu Qiujie was taken aback, muttering to himself resentfully, "That unreliable big sister of mine not even mentioning my name to my idol. I'll definitely give her a piece of my mind when we get back." After saying this, his demeanor quickly changed as he looked at Jin Chao pleasingly, even nervously. "I'm Mu Qiujie, 21 years old, the twin brother of Mu Qiujie. Just because my sister was born half a minute earlier, she reached level 38, mastered internal energy and awakened a special time-based ability." Mu Qiujie was about to elaborate further when Jin Chao interrupted him with a raised hand, looking confusedly at Mu Dad. "Are you sure you want to hand him over to me?" Originally, Jin Chao thought Mu Qiujie's powers were weak, which was why Mu Dad wanted him to train with him. But from what he heard, that wasn't the case at all. Level 38 mastery of internal energy and awaken time abilities. Even though Jin Chao didn't know the extent of Mu Qiujie's abilities, just these points alone seemed to surpass his own. Almost any ability related to time was nearly unsolvable. Why would he need to follow him then? Hearing this, Mu Dad became somewhat panicked. Glaring hard at Mu Qiujie, normally Mu Qiujie wouldn't have been intimidated, but now it was about whether his idol would accept him or not. "I'm also panicking here. Did I not explain enough? Or does my idol think I'm too weak to follow him? I should have boasted a bit more about my strength. What should I do now? Should I challenge someone here to a fight? That way my idol would see that I'm not weak at all." If those present knew what Mu Qiujie was thinking, they would surely be speechless. Weak, if it were not for them being born a few years earlier, they might not even be able to defeat him now. And now there was Jin Chao, another freakish talent among the siblings, representing the young powerhouses of Wangjiang City. The pressure was immense. Was Jin Chao being too arrogant? With such strength, how could he be so picky? If he didn't want Mu Qiujie, someone else might gladly take him away. Clearly, Mu Dad also hadn't expected this reaction, but it was normal for Jin Chao to be skeptical of his own son. After all, his strength is there for all to see. At only level 27, he can easily overpower a martial master over level 40. Such a prodigy has never been seen before. Indeed, my own son is no match for him. Thus, Mu Qing cautiously asked, "Mr. Jin, do you think this young man's strength is insufficient?" "Don't worry about that. When we return, I'll make sure he undergoes devilish training and I'll provide him with the best supplements to boost his vitality. He will definitely break through to level 41 within a month and won't hold Mr. Jin back." Mu Qiujie, upon hearing this, nodded resolutely. Elder Zhao, standing nearby, was also anxious. A talent like Mu Qiujie was someone he had previously wanted to recruit but couldn't. This was an opportunity not to be missed. But before Elder Zhao could even speak to persuade, Jin Chao had already spoken up. "Mr. Mu, you misunderstand. It's not that he's weak. He's actually too strong. He doesn't need to follow me. Why not consider these three instead? Their strength far surpasses mine and they can definitely nurture young Master Mu well." So that was it. Hearing Jin Chao's words, the Mu father and son finally relaxed. "You are unaware of your own strength. Being able to control so many exotic beasts, you've already been able to crush those of higher levels. And not just by a little, 100 level 30 exotic beasts. Even a level 50 martial artist would have to avoid their edge. A level 40 martial artist wouldn't stand a chance. They'd have to run or face obliteration. If you called it weak, then no one is strong." Mr. Jin joked, "Your strength is clear to everyone here, much stronger than my unworthy son. Moreover, this young man is too arrogant, looking down on everyone and might not even listen to me. You're the only one who can discipline him." Jin Chao looked at Mu Qiujie with some confusion. Aside from being a bit talkative, this flashy package seems quite good. I don't see him being difficult to get along with. Mr. Mu must be saying this on purpose. With things as they are, it wouldn't be right to disagree. Well then, I do need help, as long as Mu Qiujie doesn't mind following me. Not at all, not at all. To be able to fight alongside my idol, I couldn't ask for more. How could I possibly mind? Mu Qiujie's hanging heart finally settled. "Since it's our first meeting, I don't have much to give, but seeing how much you like the 1000 illusion rain butterfly, I'll gift you one." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Such audacity. To give a tame exotic beast as a gift on your first meeting? What would everyone think? Jin Chao's behavior now is like telling a beggar, "I have so much money I can't spend it all, here's 3 billion for you to play with." At this moment they deeply felt what it was like for the poor to look up to the rich, and they were the poor. Even Elder Zhao thought about shamelessly asking Jin Chao for an exotic beast, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. He couldn't bring himself to do it, and Mu Qiujie, the person concerned, was simply dumbfounded on the spot. My idol is giving me an exotic beast, is this even real? Is happiness arriving too suddenly? Mu Qing was relatively calm. After all, he already knew about Jin Chao gifting the small butterfly beast yesterday. Thank you so much, Mr. Jin, for such a precious gift. Here is the exotic beast crystal you requested. Please check if it's sufficient, if not I'll have the factory prepare more. One evening really wasn't enough time to scour everything clean, but it was mostly done. However, if Jin Chao still needed more, he wouldn't mind spending money to acquire from other slaughterhouses. After all, securing a connection with Jin Chao was worth any cost. Jin Chao took the spatial ring, registered his fingerprint, and could then control the spatial ring at will. It contained a full 100 cubic meters, packed with various colored beast crystals, no less than 200,000 of them. Plus, there were over 50 similar spatial rings inside, over 10 million beast crystals. Just storing them must have taken a long time. Mr. Mu really did put his heart into helping. The 2 beasts he sent were not in vain. Thank you, uncle. When I have time, I will definitely come to express my gratitude in person. Mr. Mu wanted to say more pleasantries, but He suddenly interrupted them. He said to Jin Chao and Elder Zhao, Mr. Jin, I just got a call from downstairs. The fighting arenas and slaughterhouses have already sent over those dying beasts, just waiting for us to purchase them. Muhi's words were clear, they were dying. Delaying would mean losing many beasts, and time was of the essence. Elder Zhao laughed and said, it seems that Mr. Jin will have to skip lunch today. Business matters are urgent. I'll head down first. As he spoke, Jin Chao headed towards the staircase. Mr. Mu quickly gestured, signaling Mu Qiujie to follow. Then he said to Elder Zhao, let these young ones get busy. How about we catch up properly? Exactly what I was waiting for, Elder Zhao replied. Soon Jin Chao arrived at the backyard of the warrior building. A large crowd with their beasts awaited him. Once they received the news, they hurriedly brought over their severely injured and dying beasts. Previously, these would only be sold as beast meat. Now, the warrior building was purchasing them at the price of normal live beasts, effectively making 10 times the profit. Such a lucrative opportunity was not to be missed. Without any delay, everyone surged over, fearing that the warrior building might change its mind. Jin Chao was stunned by the sight. There must have been at least 10,000 beasts, far more than the expected 1 or 2,000. Actually, Jin Chao wasn't wrong in his estimate, but he had overlooked one thing: the beasts beaten half to death by warriors and sent directly to slaughterhouses. These beasts had lost the ability to move, and people at the slaughterhouses wanting to dissect them faced great risks. Hence, they would let these beasts hang for a few days until they died before dissecting them. There were many of these beasts, however, the more there were, the happier Jin Chao became. After all, each was a pulse of vital energy. Even though they were low-level beasts, their sheer number was an advantage. It seemed that today his strength would greatly increase. Big Round Face, following behind, was amazed and remarked, wow, so many. Looks like we'll be busy till evening. The warrior building was bustling while Jin Chao's home was peaceful. Little Dai immediately accompanied Jin's parents watching TV, who kept feeding her various snacks and fruits as if she hadn't eaten for days. However, unbeknownst to them, danger was already looming. Zhou Ming, a figure from the underworld, was right across the street in the villa opposite Jin Chao's house. To assassinate Jin Chao, Zhou Ming spared no expense. He spent tens of millions to buy an apartment here. However, if it meant killing Jin Chao and erasing the stains on both the underworld and the Zhou family, it was all worth it. After a morning of surveillance, Zhou Ming had fully grasped the situation at Jin Chao's home. Jin Chao was now at level 27, having awakened the ability of light. He possessed 2 level 20 beasts and 19 level 30 beasts that flew overhead, ensuring the safety of his parents. If it came to a direct confrontation, even a level 50 martial master might very well suffer a defeat at Jin Chao's hands. But none of this was a problem for Zhou Ming. With his poison ability, not to mention level 30 beasts, even level 40 beasts wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. Moreover, these beasts couldn't possibly attack him in his elemental form. In this battle he was already on invincible ground. There was nothing to fear. Now all he had to do was wait for Jin Chao to come home, and his death was certain. Time passed by and the sky gradually darkened. It was already past the time people usually left work, but the backyard of the martial artists building was still bustling with noise, showing no signs of quieting down. At this moment, Jin Chao was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. although he only needed to tame the beasts, there were simply too many of them. The manpower allocated by the martial artists building was not enough. Jin Chao had to tame the beasts while feeding them recovery potions. He didn't even have time to drink water all afternoon. However, the gains were significant. He had now reached level 35 and had acquired two extraordinary abilities. One was called the Pure Space, which could store any object, including living things, and could transport them to any place within a range of 5,000 kilometers. The limitation was that the strength level difference could not exceed 10 levels. This ability might seem underwhelming, only useful as a storage space, but it was exactly what Jin Chao needed. After all, traveling with a large group of beasts was too conspicuous and inconvenient. Now having a place to accommodate them made carrying them around much easier. However, the greatest use of this ability was for teleportation. Imagine if he encountered an enemy he couldn't handle and their level difference was just right. Jin Chao could simply store them in the pure space and teleport them far away, or even in front of a higher level beast, effectively using others to eliminate his enemy. It was a terrifyingly unstoppable existence. The other ability was the burning void ink flame, which could turn everything within sight, including space itself, into ashes. When Jin Chao read this description, he even took a sharp breath. Burning even space into ashes, the burning void ink flame was truly terrifying. Wasn't it true that by just releasing the burning void ink flame and delaying for a while, he could burn his opponent to death? This wasn't just an unstoppable move, it was invincible. However, this powerful skill also had its limitations. The level difference couldn't exceed 10 levels. Otherwise, it would not kill but only injure. Seeing this, Jin Chao's excited heart finally calmed down a bit. Without this limitation, even Jin Chao felt it was a bit too much. However, I am now invincible within a 10-level range. As for Mu Qiu Jie, his situation is even worse. His main job is to sort out those dying beasts and then carry them in front of Jin Chao. When has the precious young master ever done such work? Normally he wouldn't even spare a glance at this kind of task, let alone do it. But because of a single word from Jin Chao, Mu Qiu Jie does it tirelessly and even keeps asking Jin Chao for praise. He doesn't care about being covered in blood at all. If Mr. Mu could see this, he would be so shocked he couldn't speak. It turns out his son can work hard, and all for just a word of praise from Jin Chao. This cheap behavior is hard to associate with the proud and unyielding Mu Qiu Jie I know. However, while everyone was busily working, Jin Chao suddenly froze, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, and his face full of uncontrollable anger. At the same moment, the cry of a hawk rang out overhead. Without a word, Jin Chao leapt onto the back of the golden crown flame hawk, and in less than 2 seconds he disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving them dumbfounded. Right now, Jin Chao had no mind to care about these people because a hitman from the ruthless Black and White had targeted his family. Big Round Face and Mu Qiu Jie, completely oblivious, faced each other. What's gotten into Jin Chao? He was working fine, and then suddenly he got angry and just left without a word? That's not like him at all. Is little Jin too tired and throwing a tantrum? The child is really too imprudent. If he was tired, he could have just said something and we could have called it a day. There was no need to just drop everything, Big Round Face said, pretending to be angry but actually wanting to finish for the day himself. Today had been the most tiring day since he started working. If Jin Chao wasn't dropping everything, he himself would have liked to. Hearing this, Mu Qiu Jie immediately got upset. With wide eyes full of anger, he said, Big Round Face, I won't allow you to speak ill of Mr. Jin. He's not that kind of person. Something big must have happened and I need to follow him and see. Just as Big Round Face was about to get angry, a giant butterfly appeared overhead and Mu Qiu Jie jumped onto it, following the direction Jin Chao had gone. Mu, seeing the situation, immediately calmed the commotion at the scene. He told them to come back tomorrow, and at the same time he reported the situation to Elder Zhao. Upon hearing the news, Elder Zhao immediately sensed something was wrong. Mu, follow them immediately and see what's going on. I suspect the Black and White have made their move, he said with a grave expression. If the Black and White were involved and Jin Chao was here, it meant they had targeted Jin Chao's family. The rules of the rivers and lakes say that disasters should not involve family members. The Black and White had gone too far this time. Elder Sister Zhao maintained the scene. I have urgent matters to attend to. Saying this, he didn't wait for Big Round Face to respond, and with a flash he was gone, leaving only Big Round Face behind. What's with everyone rushing about as if they were in a hurry to be reborn? Everyone had left, leaving only the hard-let Big Round Face behind. Meanwhile, Jin Chao's home was plunged into chaos. All 18 phantom rain butterflies lay on the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably while exuding an unusual purplish-blue hue. The large villa was engulfed in a purple liquid thoroughly soaked through. The walls and floors, corroded and riddled with holes, seemed on the verge of collapse. Given such intense toxicity, one could only imagine the condition of the people inside. Naturally, all of this was the handiwork of Zhou Ming. Originally, he had been waiting patiently in the villa across the street. However, well past closing hours, Jin Chao had still not returned. Instinctively, Zhou Ming assumed that the Marshall Tower had been alerted advising Jin Chao to stay away. Thus, he decided to kill Jin Chao's parents to force him to come. With his strength combined with his toxic abilities, dealing with these exotic beasts was effortless. It only took one encounter to poison all 19 phantom rain butterflies. Had they not been naturally toxic with some immunity, they would have perished by now. As for 2 ordinary humans, they were barely a consideration. If not for Mu Qiudiet, Jin Chao's parents would have been reduced to nothing. Even though her abilities were special, they could only hold out for so long. Their demise was inevitable. It was a pity to lose such remarkable abilities. Mu Qiudiet, give up. To last this long against me, your spatial abilities are indeed impressive, but the gap in strength cannot be bridged by abilities alone. Why endure such hardship? Better to die sooner and be free, Zhou Ming said as he raised his right hand, manipulating 3 arrows made of poison that flew up and down. His gaze, full of amusement, never strayed from Mu Qiudiet. Although her spatial abilities were troublesome, controlled by the poison and burdened by 2 liabilities, she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Mu Qiudiet was concentrating all her energy on maintaining the protective shield her abilities had created, leaving her little capacity to handle anything else. However, Zhou Ming's actions against ordinary people had already enraged her. Martial artists should not attack ordinary people. You are a high-level martial artist. Aren't you afraid of the military's intervention? She exclaimed. Hearing this, Zhou Ming burst into laughter. Mu Qiudiet, have you become foolish from all your reading? If we the black and white feared the military, we wouldn't be in the assassination business. As for your claim that we shouldn't attack ordinary people, in my eyes, ordinary people are no different from trash and garbage. It's better to eliminate them all and save resources. I won't allow you to insult my aunt and uncle, Mu Qiudiet retorted, feeling an urgent rush to attack Zhou Ming if not for the enclosing poison. Zhou Ming just sneered in response, better worry about yourself first. Saying this, the 3 poison arrows shot like lightning, striking the protective shield Mu Qiudiet had erected. Crack, crack, crack. Sounds of crisping echoed as the already fragile shield was now densely covered with cracks, unable to hold any longer. Soon Zhou Ming's poison would completely engulf the 3 of them, leaving no trace of their existence. Jin Chao's parents, although unaware of these complexities, but they knew that since Xiao Dai had lasted this long, she must have had a way to escape. She stayed only for their sake, but now it seemed Xiao Dai could no longer hold on. Xiao Dai had already done enough for herself. They couldn't let her sacrifice her life. Xiao Dai, Auntie knows you can get away. Don't lose your life for Uncle and me. You must live to tell Jin Chao who killed us so he can avenge us. Auntie has one more thing to ask of you. You must take good care of Jin Chao in the future. Only then can we rest easy. As Jin's mother spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Just when life was getting better, they were about to be killed. It seemed she was not destined to enjoy life. But what would happen to Jin Chao if she was gone? The boy was only 18, soon to be left all alone, truly pitiable. Xiao Dai, biting her lip, said, Auntie, there must be a way. As long as I can hold on a little longer, someone will surely find us and we will be saved. Hearing this, Zhou Ming burst into laughter. Saved? If it wasn't for letting Jin Chao get the message and come over, you would have died long ago. Do you really think your spatial abilities can stop me? As he spoke, Zhou Ming's hand once again conjured 3 arrowheads, hurling them toward Xiaodia's shield with a howl. Crack, crack, boom. The shield, already on the verge of shattering, broke under the assault of the 3 arrowheads. The venom, previously blocked, now rushed towards the trio. Unimpeded, waves of poisonous gas enveloped them. In an instant, Jin's parents passed out. Xiao Dai, too weakened to stand, collapsed to the ground, yet she struggled to raise the shield again to protect Jin's parents, but her spirit was willing and her body was weak. Facing the rapidly approaching venom, Xiao Dai resignedly closed her eyes, constantly praying in her heart for Jin Chao not to come back. At this moment, he was no match for Zhou Ming. Despite her persistence, Zhou Ming's poison was too powerful, and even Xiao Dai, a high-level warrior, could not hold on. Even as her consciousness blurred, her lips murmured, Mr. Jean, Mr. Jean. Seeing this, Zhou Ming sneered coldly, Don't worry, I'll soon send him down to join you. Although unwilling, Xiao Dia's consciousness slipped into unconsciousness. Her last clear thought was for Jin Chao not to come back. The surging venom without any further obstruction rushed towards the trio. Where it passed, the granite floor corroded completely, leaving no residue. It was unimaginable what would happen to Xiao Dai and the others. Zhou Ming watched excitedly as the venom slowly approached, eager to see the three dissolve. But just as the venom was about to touch their bodies, a voice forcefully suppressing anger rang out, "Immaculate space." At the voice's fall, the three bodies lying on the ground vanished from Zhou Ming's sight. This left Zhou Ming, who had been smiling, suddenly choked, frozen in place. Then turning around, he roared, "Who has it? Come out, I want to see who dares to ruin my plans." On the back of a golden-crowned flame eagle stood an infuriated young man. With an empty void in his left eye, whirlpools of energy continuously emerged. Moments later, the whirlpools vanished. The three people who had been lying on the ground now appeared before the young man. The newcomer was naturally Jin Chao. Without any delay, Jin Chao swiftly took out 3 first-level recovery potions and had the three individuals drink them. In just a few seconds, their breathing began to stabilize. However, they remained unconscious. Jin Chao's frown deepened. The first-level recovery potions could heal most diseases and even save those on the brink of death. Yet after consuming the potions, the three were still unconscious, indicating their critical condition. The first-level potions could only preserve their lives. To wake them, it seemed that a more advanced potion was needed. Once he confirmed that his parents and Xiao Dai were not in mortal danger, Jin Chao had only one thought left in his mind: to kill the person before him. The immaculate space was activated again, and whirlpools of space emerged from his left eye, placing the three safely within the space. Then, with a murderous look, he faced the black and white assassin, wishing he could tear him into thousands of pieces. Jin Chao had never expected the unscrupulous black and white faction to stoop so low as to send a 51st level Grand Martial Master to target his ordinary parents. Normally, martial artists were prohibited by the military from attacking ordinary people, especially high-level warriors, to say nothing of involving family members in conflicts. If it hadn't been for his arrangement of Qian Huan Yudai to protect his parents, he wouldn't have discovered the attack, nor would he have been able to return in time. A second later, and Jin Chao couldn't bear to think what might have happened. Clenching his fists, Jin Chao thought that if vengeance was needed, they could have come for him instead of involving his family. This he could not tolerate. Standing on the ground, Zhou Ming looked at Jin Chao and suddenly smiled. "So you're Jin Chao? You arrived quite quickly. Although a first-level potion can suppress my poison, you still need to be alive to leave. Who gave you the courage to kill a Zhou family member?" As the last word dropped, a purple-green poison dragon roared towards Jin Chao, its mouth wide open, charging at him. Zhou Ming's figure also disappeared from the spot instantly. Seeing this, Jin Chao's pupils suddenly dilated. Fast, too fast. With just speed, the current Jin Chao could not compete with a 51st level Grand Martial Master. In just the blink of an eye, the poison dragon was already in front of him, and Zhou Ming appeared behind him, revealing a cruel smile. "Thought you were capable, but you can't even take one strike, what a waste." A trace of smugness slowly emerged, but in the next instant, Jin Chao's figure suddenly turned into a cluster of light particles, vanishing before Zhou Ming's eyes. Simultaneously, a massive golden flame engulfed both Zhou Ming and the poison dragon, the Phantom of Light. At this moment, Jin Chao had already reappeared not far away on the ground. After striking with the golden crown flame eagle, he quickly fled. Even though it was now a level 30 exotic beast, it was no match for a 51st level Grand Martial Master. Seeing Zhou Ming's attack, Jin Chao knew he couldn't face him head-on. The gap in strength was too great. He could only test the difference between them with a single strike. The golden flames burned fiercely, instantly vaporizing the poison dragon. The toxic gas dispersed with the wind, leaving everything it touched corroded and riddled with holes. Jin Chao quickly moved away from the range of the poisonous gas, his eyes never leaving the assassin suspended in mid-air. The golden crown flame eagle he had upgraded to level 30 was now more powerful than ever. At level 20, it could already overpower a level 30 martial artist. Now it seemed that even a level 40 martial artist would be no match for it, although it was unclear what damage it could do to a great martial sect expert. As Jin Chao was intently observing, a hearty laugh emerged from the assassin. "Ha, interesting, really interesting." Following that, the golden flames completely disappeared. The burned assassin showed not the slightest sign of damage, which made Jin Chao's expression turn extremely grave. Not a single injury on him. Although Jin Chao knew that the golden crown flame eagle was ineffective against a great martial sect expert, the fact that it didn't cause any damage at all suggested that the opponent might be overwhelmingly strong. just as Jin Chao was pondering. A pillar made of venom appeared around Zhou Ming, quickly reaching the ground and stopping Zhou Ming's rapid descent, suspending him mid-air. Zhou Ming with great interest looked at Jin Chao. "Space substitute boy, how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve that I don't know about? But all in vain, meeting me you are doomed." Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Chao's voice rang out again, "Burn the void with ink flame." As soon as he spoke, endless black flames enveloped Zhou Ming. At the same time, Jin Chao's right eye began to sting painfully, forcing him to close it. Jin Chao had no time to listen to the assassin's nonsense. He just wanted to use every means to kill him, then deal with the trouble from Heibai Wujian. Zhou Ming, interrupted by Jin Chao, felt a surge of anger rise. Twice. He had initially wanted to play a bit more with Jin Chao, but now he just wanted to kill him quickly to quell the anger in his heart. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming didn't take the suddenly appearing black flames seriously at all. A level 35 great martial master, no matter how strong, could not possibly pose any threat to him, especially since his most relied upon beast had already been killed by him. Now Jin Chao was like a lamb to the slaughter with no chance of fighting back. But the next second Zhou Ming regretted it. The black flames directly penetrated the venom enveloping him, burning on his body. The intense burning sensation instantly caused Zhou Ming unbearable pain. A terrible scream echoed throughout the district. Zhou Ming tried all kinds of methods to extinguish the black flames, but no matter what he did, the flames showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, they burned even more fiercely, as if they wouldn't stop until they turned him to ashes. Even his invincible qi energy could do nothing against it. At this moment, Zhou Ming was shocked beyond measure. What in the world was this, and why was it so powerful? How could he possibly extinguish these damned black flames? Could it be that he was going to be burned to death? In Zhou Ming's moment of panic, Jin Chao's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A blade made of light, wrapped in a red aura of blood energy, rapidly enlarged before Zhou Ming's eyes. Jin Chao did not intend to give him a chance to breathe. Strike while the enemy is sick and show no hesitation. Zhou Ming, seeing the attack so close, showed no sign of panic. It was more of rage than anything else. How could a mere grand martial master like himself be so humiliated? Today he was determined to teach him the vast gap between their strengths. Without any hesitation, his right hand wrapped in Gang Qi shot out to intercept the slashing Tang horizontal blade. To Zhou Ming, an attack from a level 35 Grand Martial Master was no different from a child's tickling. This strike could never break through his Gang Qi. Once he caught his breath, he was set on making Jin Chao suffer a fate worse than death. Both moved incredibly fast. In an instant, Zhou Ming's hand was about to seize Jin Chao's Tang horizontal blade. However, at that moment, Jin Chao's figure vanished from in front of Zhou Ming, causing him, who thought he held the upper hand, to widen his eyes in shock. By the time Zhou Ming sensed Jin Chao's presence, Jin Chao had already appeared behind him. Simultaneously, a Tang horizontal blade thrust directly through Zhou Ming's left chest from behind. With this successful strike, Jin Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Piercing the heart meant that even if his opponent was strong, survival was impossible. He thought he had finally settled the score, but before Jin Chao could even pause, a hand engulfed in black flames appeared on the left side of his head, aiming straight for his temple. A hit there, and he would undoubtedly die. Without time to think, Jin Chao raised both hands to defend himself, but the force behind the fiery hand was too immense, beyond what he could handle. It struck along with his arms, slamming into Jin Chao's head. Bang! Jin Chao shot out like a cannonball, smashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. The tremendous impact shattered the ground around Jin Chao. He felt as if he had been struck by a meteorite. His blood flowed backward, his organs shifted, his head spun, and his ears rang non-stop. He couldn't even muster the strength to stand. He had no control over his body. Was this the gap between them? He had thought that with both the phantom void flame and the Tang horizontal blade landing hits and even piercing his heart, his opponent would be severely injured if not dead. Unexpectedly, even in such a state, he couldn't withstand a single blow from him. If his opponent were unharmed, Jin Chao would likely be dead by now. He had been too arrogant. Everything had been going too smoothly for him lately, making him believe that the level gap was irrelevant in his case. That was why he dared to attack a level 51 Grand Martial Master at close range. The price was complete paralysis, becoming a lamb waiting for slaughter. If he died, his parents and little sister would not survive either. But now regret was useless. Jin Chao could only watch helplessly as the frenzied killer in the sky spoke. Jin Chao, well done, you're the first to push me this far, so I will let you taste the most painful death. With those words, Zhou Ming manipulated the poison, wrapped it around the Tang horizontal blade that had pierced his chest, yanked it out and crushed it. then with a fierce look he watched the black flames that covered his body. He took out a blade from his spatial ring and started slicing off the flesh on the surface of his body layer by layer. Ever since these strange flames had wrapped around him, Zhou Ming had tried every possible method to extinguish them, but to no avail. He had never imagined that a mere grand martial master could master a martial technique that even he could not counter. No wonder all the previous assassins died at his hands. If my own strength is on par with Jin Chao's, then I stand no chance against him, thus I must kill him today. I can't leave any loose ends. Jin Chao lay on the ground watching the assassin methodically carve the flesh from his body. Throughout not a single scream was uttered. Even I, who desperately wanted to kill him, felt a chill in my heart. But now is not the time to worry about such things. I should be thinking about how to survive. While Jin Chao was lost in thought, Zhou Ming had already stripped the flesh from his body, turning himself into a bloody figure. It seemed as if Zhou Ming felt no pain, not even sparing a glance at his own body, just staring intently at Jin Chao and then bursting into a mad laughter. Ha! Jin Chao, I admit you are formidable. If I were not your equal in strength, I would be the one dead today, but you are still too weak. Go to your death peacefully. With that, Zhou Ming took out a potion from his spatial ring and drank it down. In an instant the flesh he had lost regrew at a visible speed. Without any delay Zhou Ming raised his right hand, conjuring a poison dragon that charged straight at Jin Chao. The noise from the fight had been too loud. It had likely alerted the nearby powerhouses and possibly even the military. The people from the martial artist tower might appear at any moment. There was no time to delay. The poison dragon reached Jin Chao in a blink. Jin Chao, though unwilling, was unable to move his body and could only watch as the poison dragon approached. A strong sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. He felt his entire body enveloped in a viscous liquid, excruciating pain emanating from every inch of his skin as his flesh rapidly corroded, leaving his already battered body in even more agony. A scream echoed through the neighborhood, causing goosebumps on everyone who heard it. It was hard to imagine the pain he must have endured to make such a sound. In just a second, Jin Chao's consciousness plunged into darkness, his body slowly dissolving. Seeing this, Zhou Ming finally relaxed, wrapped in the poison. Not even a great martial master could survive. But just to be sure, he decided to deliver a few more strikes. With that thought, Zhou Ming raised his right hand again. 3 poison arrows appeared, targeting Jin Chao's forehead, throat and heart, and shot out swiftly. As the poison arrows neared Jin Chao, a smile appeared on Zhou Ming's face. Jin Chao was surely dead now, but in the next instant his smile froze. A dark figure dashed like lightning in front of Jin Chao, dispersing the 3 poison arrows with a punch, and then pulled the barely recognizable Jin Chao from the poison. Seeing this, Zhou Ming was furious. Just when he was about to eliminate this thorn in his side, someone interrupted at the crucial moment. Unbearable, you're courting death. With a roar, Zhou Ming directed the poison towards the dark figure, yet the other party didn't even glance at him. Instead, turning his back, he dragged Jin Chao's badly damaged body. Green light continuously emanated from his hands, enveloping Jin Chao's entire body. In an instant, Jin Chao's body, which was beyond recognition, was fully restored. The figure seemed to have lost all his strength, gasping heavily. At the same time, Zhou Ming's full-force punch hit the figure. The venom almost corroding Jin Chao's entire body also quickly spread on him. At this moment, a smile once again appeared on Zhou Ming's face. He thought a formidable person had come, but it was just a life given away in vain. Zhou Ming's poison was enough to dissolve anyone. No matter how strong they were, it was useless. With one successful strike, except for a level 3 recovery potion, no one could survive. But how precious are level 3 potions? They are not something money can buy. This person actually dared to take his strike head on. It was almost like seeking death. However, the most important thing now was to kill Jin Chao. His potential was too terrifying. He must be nipped in the bud. Just as Zhou Ming was about to continue attacking Jin Chao, the figure with his back to Zhou Ming suddenly spoke. Leave now and I can pretend I never saw you otherwise. Zhou Ming, astonished, looked at the man. He was unharmed? Clearly his poison had touched the man. How could he possibly be fine? He must have a way to delay the onset of the toxin. Once the poison acts, he is sure to die. To think he would let him give up on killing Jin Chao was impossible. You want me to leave? You need the ability to make that happen. Saying this, Zhou Ming again gathered his poison dragon, intending to devour them both. Yet before Zhou Ming could act, he directly threw a punch at his face, not caring for the poison enveloping Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, bewildered, was thrown backwards, smashing through 4 or 5 small villas before stopping. His chest had caved in, bones shattered, unknown how many. But Zhou Ming didn't care about any of that. What Zhou Ming cared about was who this person was. Not only could he ignore his poison, but his strength was also so formidable. With just his fist he had severely wounded him. There had been no talk of such a young man in the martial artist tower. Cough, cough, cough. Who are you? It seemed as if Mu He didn't hear Zhou Ming. Mu He tossed the unconscious Jin Chao to the recently arrived Mu Qiujie. Then turning to look at Zhou Ming, he said, I already gave you a chance. With it, he began to take off his shirt. Mu Qiujie was shocked by this scene. Zhou Ming was someone he knew, one of the most feared assassins from the black and white. Anyone targeted by him would be dissolved to nothing. And his strength was also very formidable, commonly killing those above his level. Even a powerful martial artist of level 60 could only flee from him. Unexpectedly, Mu He, a medic, actually wanted to confront Zhou Ming head-on. What was he thinking? Mu He's strength had always been a mystery. After all, not many had seen him make a move. Moreover, Mu He's awakened ability was healing, which didn't enhance his combat capabilities at all. Over the years he had been assisting Elder Zhao. He had barely ever left the city. How could he possibly defeat the monstrous Zhou Ming? It was already absurd to think that Mr. Jin could face Zhou Ming alone. But what Mu He did was even crazier. It was best for him to keep his distance and prioritize getting Mr. Jin to safety. While Mu Qiujie was lost in thought, Mu He had already stripped off his shirt and pants, wearing only a pair of shorts that reached his knees. During this time, Zhou Ming had also healed the injuries on his body. Seeing that Mu He was ready, Zhou Ming cruelly said, I thought it was someone significant, but it's just old Zhao's lackey. You haven't fought in so many years. Can you still fight, medic? Zhou Ming didn't take Mu He seriously at all. After all, Mu He's special ability was only healing, which wasn't very useful in combat. The punch that had landed earlier was only because he had been careless. Even as a medic, I'm more than enough to handle you, Bioenergizer. With a loud shout, Mu He, already muscular and robust, swelled in size. His height shot up to over 3 meters, resembling a humanoid tank that exuded an oppressive aura just by being present. Zhou Ming grew serious upon witnessing this transformation. He hadn't expected the healing ability to be used this way. Now he had to be more cautious. But Mu He didn't give Zhou Ming any time to prepare. With a powerful stomp, he left a huge crater in the ground and vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of Zhou Ming to deliver another punch. The speed was so fast that Zhou Ming barely had time to react, managing only to cross his arms in defense. Boom! The punch landed, the tremendous force numbing Zhou Ming's arms and blasting his body into the air. His chest felt nauseous and his heart skipped a beat, indicating the sheer power of Mu He's punch. Remember, Zhou Ming was a level 51 martial master with astonishing defensive capabilities, yet he nearly failed to withstand a single punch from Mu He. It was utterly preposterous. However, Mu He's assault did not stop there. Bending his knees slightly, he left another deep crater and leaped 20 meters into the air, aiming another punch at Zhou Ming while angrily growling, harm should not reach the family. That's the first rule. At the same time, Zhou Ming's body was sent flying into the air again. The force was so strong that Zhou Ming couldn't help but spit out blood, his face filled with shock, because Mu He was following up with yet another punch. Punching ordinary people, that's the second rule. Boom. Attacking those weaker than oneself, that's the third rule. Boom. Breaking the agreement with old Zhao, that's the fourth rule. Boom. Starting a fight in a busy area, that's the fifth rule. Boom. The sound of punches landing filled the air as the two ascended higher and higher. Mu Qiujie on the ground was completely stunned. He had thought that Mu He was no match for Zhou Ming, yet it turned out to be a one-sided suppression. Now Zhou Ming was like a punching bag, continuously pummeled by Mu He without any chance to fight back. Initially, Zhou Ming could still assume a defensive posture. Now he had been beaten into unconsciousness, a mere human sandbag. Mu He is truly formidable. Who would have thought that Mu He, always quietly following around old Zhao, handling all sorts of miscellaneous affairs in a straightforward and honest manner, could be so impressive? It makes one recall how they treated Mu He before, and it sends a chill down their spine to think about what could have happened if Mu He had lost his temper and struck out. The consequences could have been devastating, perhaps even worse than what Zhou Ming is currently enduring. No, definitely worse. However, as powerful as Mu He is, he still doesn't match up to my idol. Even though I was quite far away, the scene where my idol forced Zhou Ming to mutilate himself was vividly clear. Considering the huge disparity in their strengths, with Zhou Ming being a freakishly strong opponent and having just lost what many thought was his greatest combat asset, it's unimaginable how my idol managed it. If he continues to grow, he could easily kill Zhou Ming. And then there's that strange black fire that couldn't be extinguished, which ignored the defenses of a level 51 Grand Martial Master and attacked directly at his flesh. if Zhou Ming hadn't acted decisively he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Looking up at Mu He, who was relentlessly punching in mid-air, and at Zhou Ming, who was taking the beating, one can't help but shudder at the sight. Fortunately, I realized early enough, or else I might have been the one getting beaten. It's truly brutal. And then there's my idol in my arms. Yes, he's still the best. With a loud crash, Zhou Ming's body slammed hard onto the ground, demolishing a house into rubble and creating a huge crater with countless cracks spreading across the surrounding ground. The force of Mu He's strike was immensely powerful, making me almost sympathize with Zhou Ming. But despite enduring such a fierce attack, Zhou Ming managed to stagger out of the crater, his body horribly twisted and broken, resembling a zombie. Yet even in such a state, Zhou Ming refused to yield, glaring fiercely at Mu He as he descended and slurring out, "Mu He, I'll remember this debt, you'll pay back double in the future." With those words his body transformed into venom and he escaped through the cracks in the ground. Seeing this I couldn't help but shout in panic, Hey, don't let him get away." But I didn't dare to follow. Despite Zhou Ming's grievous injuries and pitiful state, approaching him would surely mean death by poisoning, and Mu He was still in the air, unable to intercept in time. By the time he landed, Zhou Ming had already vanished. Elemental ability awakeners are such a hassle. Actually, Mu He hadn't intended to kill Zhou Ming. Seeing the ferocity with which Jin Chao had attacked Zhou Ming earlier, Mu He knew that keeping Zhou Ming alive would definitely spur Jin Chao to rapidly increase his strength. Although Jin Chao's level had already risen quickly, becoming a martial master in just 1 week and advancing to level 35, such a pace is unheard of. Even those who had awakened abilities that rapidly enhanced their vitality couldn't achieve such a feat. Sometimes I really want to dissect Jin Chao to see what his bodily structure is like. How could he have improved so quickly? Yet, Jin Chao's current strength was still not enough to handle the crisis before him. Heibai Wujian, as one of the top forces in Wangjiang City, had many powerful and troublesome assassins like Zhou Ming. Moreover, they were now disregarding the agreement with Elder Zhao, putting Jin Chao in even greater danger. Thinking of this, Mu He couldn't help but frown. Let me see how Mr. Jin is doing. Having witnessed the recent battle, Mu Chou Jia dared not act recklessly in front of Mu He and immediately handed Jin Chao over to him. After a thorough inspection, Mu He said indifferently, He's no longer in danger, he'll be fine once he wakes up. But he frowned again as he looked around at the devastated surroundings. All he saw were a dozen critically injured Qianhuan rain butterflies. Jin Chao's parents were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that we're too late? At this thought, Mu He felt incredibly heavy-hearted. It seemed that Mu Chou Jia had just remembered something and exclaimed with wide eyes, "Oh no, my sister should be here too, where is she?" In his panic, he started to reach for his warrior's medal to contact Mu Chou Dai. Just then a hand firmly grabbed his wrist. A weak voice said, "No need to look any further, she's here." With that, Jin Chao, exerting all his strength, activated the Wugu space and released the 3 of them. Seeing this, Mu Chou Jia's eyes widened in shock, and Mu He was also greatly surprised. A spatial ability? How is this possible? Isn't Jin Chao an awakener of light abilities? How did he awaken a spatial ability as well? Could he be a dual ability awakener? My heavens, this is 1 in 10 million, a dual ability awakener, and to think I've encountered one, truly worthy of being an idol, absolutely incredible. Of course, Jin Chao was unaware of Mu Chou Jia's thoughts. All he wanted now was for his parents and little Dai to recover. "Big brother Mu, please treat my parents and little Dai," he requested. Hearing this, Mu He quickly returned to his normal size. Panting heavily, he said, "Okay." Then, extending his hands, palms facing the 3 beams of green light continuously emerged from his palms and entered their bodies. In less than a minute, all 3 awoke. They had not been seriously injured, merely having inhaled a bit of poison. Jin Chao had later administered a first-level recovery potion to detoxify them, so they were already fine. It was just the shock that had caused them to faint. Seeing that his parents were unharmed, Jin Chao finally felt relieved, but he could not calm down just yet. Upon seeing her son, Jin's mother burst into tears and said, "Oh my son, you're finally back. You didn't see how dangerous it was just now. If it weren't for little Dai, we wouldn't have seen you again, and Xiaohua too was killed by that fool while protecting us." With that, Jin's mother bowed her head and wept. Jin Chao felt an immense heartache. He hadn't expected Heibai Wujin to harm his parents and kill Xiaohua. His parents were the people he cherished most. Anyone who dared touch his scales must die. Jin Chao stood up, supporting Mu Chou Jia by his shoulders. Turning to the pale-faced little Dai, he said, "Little Dai, thank you. No need for thanks for such a great kindness. If you need anything in the future, just ask and I will not hesitate." Xiao Dai, upon witnessing the scene, panicked and said, "Mr. Jin, oh no, Xiao Jin, you are too kind. This is something I should do." Your aunt and uncle have been so good to me, how could I not help in a crisis? Jin Chao replied, I will always remember this in my heart and never forget it. Xiao Dai wanted to say more but was interrupted by the sound of bustling footsteps nearby. Xiao Dai, are you alright? Hearing the voice, Xiao Dai turned and shouted, Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Mu's parents quickly approached and saw the chaos in their weak daughter. Knowing it was not the time to intrude, they said to Jin Chao, Mr. Jin, with such a serious situation we won't disturb you further. If you need anything, just tell us. Uncle Mu is too polite. They then decided to take Xiao Dai with them, leaving Xiao Jie to help Mr. Jin sort things out. As they left, Jin Chao saw the 1,000 illusion rain butterflies lying on the ground and said to Mu Qiujie, please help them detoxify. Handing over a stack of first-level recovery potions, Mu Qiujie took them and got to work. Then Jin Chao said to Mu He, please inform Brother Mu to tell those who sell exotic beasts that tonight's trade will increase by 5%, I will cover the extra cost. A trade tonight. Despite Jin Chao's severe injuries, he planned no rest. What was he up to? Although Mu He was puzzled, he knew it was not his place to ask. Jin Chao then added, please ask old Zhao to take care of my parents tomorrow morning. I have to leave the city. Although it's somewhat improper to trouble old Zhao, it's the safest and most prudent solution right now. Other than old Zhao, I can't think of anyone else I trust. Don't worry, my parents will be perfectly safe with old Zhao. Mu He hesitated, knowing the situation. Jin Chao would never let those who threatened his parents off the hook. He valued his parents too much to let anyone harm them, especially now that their lives were in danger. But knowing the formidable strength of the black and white Mu, he was even more aware that Jin Chao was not currently strong enough to confront them. He really feared that Jin Chao might act recklessly. Seeing Mu He's concern, Jin Chao calmly said, don't worry, Brother Mu, I won't let anything happen to myself and I will eliminate the threat thoroughly. Saying this, Jin Chao recalled the golden crown flame hawk he had sent for reinforcements. By then, Mu Qiujie had detoxified all the 1,000 illusion rain butterflies and under Jin Chao's arrangement distributed numerous exotic beast crystals to them, allowing them to swallow and enhance their levels. Then, taking Mu Qiujie with him, they rushed towards the warrior's tower. Mu He's efficiency never disappointed. In just a matter of minutes, all the warriors in the city who possessed exotic beasts had received the message. They swarmed to the warrior's tower, eager for the 5% price increase, a significant profit for them, and no one would miss such an opportunity. This was precisely what Jin Chao wanted to see. Now, it was essential to quickly enhance strength and then completely eliminate the threat of the black and white. We must never let them harm our parents again. Under Jin Chao's arrangements, the martial arts building was brightly lit. All the staff involved were voluntarily working overtime because Jin Chao's popularity was soaring. Naturally, Jin Chao wouldn't let their help go unrewarded. He promised that once he was done with his current tasks, he would gift each of them a beast of their own. At this news, all the staff working overtime were ecstatic. Jin Chao was truly generous. Just for helping out with some overtime, they would receive a tame beast. In the future, they could be just like Mr. Jin, riding their own beasts to work every day. Just imagining the scene was thrilling. It was something many dreamed of. While those people were still waiting for news from the martial arts building, even to rent a beast, the staff there would soon have their own. If those outside knew, they would be green with envy. Today they would work hard until Jin was satisfied, even if it exhausted them. At the same time, the Zhou family from the Heibai Wujiang clan were also restless. Slap. Zhou Yu slapped Zhou Ming's face hard and then angrily said, who allowed you to do this? Don't you know that it's a major taboo for the military to strike against ordinary people? Ordinary people, being weak, have no resistance against beasts and can only rely on martial artists for protection. They even slow down the martial artists during a beast rampage. But as strong as martial artists are, they are far fewer in number compared to ordinary people, and without ordinary people, where would the martial artists come from? If the military gets involved in this, not to mention killing Jin Chao, any of our future operations would be compromised. In any city, the rules set by the military are not to be taken lightly. This fool has brazenly broken them. He's asking for trouble. The most infuriating part is that he didn't even succeed in killing Jin Chao and got severely injured instead. If it weren't for the second-level recovery medicine, he'd be useless even if he survived. Facing Zhou Yu's rage, Zhou Ming was defiant. Dad, what are you afraid of? The military hasn't been able to touch us for years, what's there to fear? Hearing this, Zhou Yu raised his hand to slap him again but ultimately held back. Go back to your room. Without my order you are not to step out. What about Jin Chao? Are we just going to let him go? Zhou Ming began to cough violently. I have my plans for them, you don't need to worry about it. But leave. Zhou Ming wanted to argue further but was intimidated by a look from Zhou Yu and left angrily. Zhou Yu was left alone in the vast room, his eyes closed, his right hand supporting his forehead, deeply troubled. He had thought that dealing with a minor figure like Jin Chao would be easy, but he hadn't expected Jin's growth to be so rapid. In less than a week, he had advanced from a level 1 martial artist to a level 35 Grandmaster. If Jin had more time, he might even become a great Grandmaster, making it even harder to eliminate him. If he were to level up to 60, the thought alone gave Zhou Yu a severe headache. By then, Jin Chao wouldn't be taming these low-level beasts anymore. Instead, he would handle level 60 or even level 70 creatures. Imagining the day Jin Chao would attack with a host of level 70 beasts filled Zhou Yu with dread. He knew he had to eliminate him quickly. Orders were issued to recall the top 30 assassins from the killer rankings. All assassins were to keep a close watch on Jin Chao's movements and report back any updates immediately. This time, there could be no mistakes. Calling back all top 30 assassins was unprecedented in the history of their organization. Even when they had wiped out a first-tier force in the past, they had never used so many assassins. This showed how seriously Zhou Yu took this assassination attempt. As night passed, those who came to sell the beasts had all returned home. The employees of the martial arts tower were exhausted, each one barely able to stand. Mu Chou Jie lay flat on the ground, completely motionless after working non-stop for a full day and night without even a bite to eat. Jin Chao felt somewhat guilty looking at him. He hadn't expected that just one day after meeting him, he would have this pampered young master busy all day. But he truly had no time to spare. Feeling the changes in his chi and blood and the increase in his strength, Jin Chao knew clearly that he had broken through to level 45, a true martial ancestor. Additionally, the 19 illusionary rain butterflies and the golden crown flame eagle had also advanced to level 47, which was a pleasant surprise for Jin Chao. This made his plans even more assured. Thinking about this, Jin Chao looked towards the south of the city. Today's task was to head to area 9,927 where beasts from level 51 to 55 gathered to tame a large number of beasts. Just when everyone was getting ready to rest, Big Round Face came over yawning. Seeing his colleagues exhausted, he was puzzled. What happened? Had they not slept all night? Fortunately, he had left early the previous day, or else he too would have had to pull an all-nighter. Just as Big Round Face was feeling lucky, Jin Chao suddenly appeared behind him. Sister Zhao, are you ready? We have an important task outside the city today. Where are we going? 9927. What? 9,927 Are you insane? I'm not going there, you go by yourself. Area 9927 was where beasts from level 50 to 55 congregated. Even a level 61 martial venerate wouldn't dare to go there alone. Although Jin Chao had broken through to level 35 yesterday and was quite strong, he could only just manage beasts of level 40. It's known that beasts over level 50 grow exponentially stronger, far beyond what a beast in the 40s could handle. Even a level 49 beast leader would be no match for a regular level 50 beast and wouldn't stand a chance. Now, Jin Chao wanting to go there was practically a suicide mission. Big Round Face certainly wasn't about to follow Jin Chao to his death. Jin Chao glanced at Big Round Face and said calmly, if you don't go, Elder Zhao won't give you your commission. Hearing this, Big Round Face was torn. A single mission with Jin Chao could earn a huge commission. Missing out on this could be something to regret for a whole year. However, if I go, I'm afraid I might earn a reputation but lose my life. It seemed that Jin Chao could see the dilemma on De Yuanlian's round face, so he delivered another strong persuasion. Zhao might even give me a new assistant, think it over carefully. What? A new assistant? Absolutely not. When do we leave? Missing out on a mission bonus might be acceptable, but losing Jin Chao, a veritable god of wealth, would be utterly unbearable. Seeing De Yuanlian's state, Jin Chao was very pleased, a true money grubber. As long as there was money to be made, she would brave any danger. If she refused, it simply meant the offer wasn't rich enough. Meanwhile, Jin Chao reassured De Yuanlian, Sister Zhao, don't worry, since I've decided to go to 9,927, I won't let us die there. To be honest, I've already advanced to level 45. He whispered this last bit into De Yuanlian's ear, not wanting to reveal his strength too soon. But upon hearing Jin Chao's words, De Yuanlian was completely unsettled and exclaimed loudly, what? You've already? Oh. Jin Chao quickly covered her mouth. Seeing his action, De Yuanlian guessed he didn't want to expose his capabilities and nodded, indicating that she wouldn't shout about it, and Jin Chao then released his hand. De Yuanlian was immensely shocked. What on earth had he done in just one day and night to increase his strength so fast? He hadn't even taken any time to cultivate. He hadn't even eaten, let alone taken any chi blood enhancing medicines, and such powerful medicines didn't even exist. Level 45. his speed of increasing chi blood was like riding a rocket, a monster, truly a monster. But with this, if they couldn't win a fight, escaping would still be no problem. With his current level, unless they encountered a beast known for its speed, there would be no issues. Thinking this, De Yuanlian finally felt at ease. Everything was arranged properly. Jin Chao took a deep breath, his expression serious as he looked eastward. It was time to leave the city, but before leaving he needed to take care of this young master. To be honest, although they had only interacted for a day, Jin Chao had a good impression of this Mu family's young master. No airs about him, nor the pampered upbringing one might expect, strong abilities, very obedient to him. With such an assistant, many tasks wouldn't require his own hands. He wondered why Mr. Mu would talk so poorly about his own son. With that in mind, Jin Chao walked over to Mu Qiujie, picked him up and prepared to take him to the office to rest. But just as he lifted Mu Qiujie, the guy woke up and, still groggy, looked at Jin Chao and then hugged his neck, murmuring, "This must be a dream, my idol holding me, what a wonderful dream." "This is no dream," Jin Chao said, then put down Mu Qiujie. "You haven't slept all night, go home and rest, I still have things to handle." The moment Jin Chao put him down, Mu Qiujie was completely awake, still immersed in the surprise of being held by Jin Chao. But hearing Jin Chao telling him to go back, he immediately said, "Idol, I'm not tired." "What are you going to do?" "I can help you, be your right hand man. I'm going to 9927, do you want to come too?" When people hear the number 9927, they generally be too intimidated to follow, especially someone like Mu Qiujie who hasn't even reached level 40 as a Grand Martial Master. Jin Chao wanted Mu Qiujie to understand the difficulty and retreat. However, unexpectedly this stubborn young man showed no signs of backing down. He decisively said, "Go." "Why not go? If my idol dares to go, why shouldn't it?" Seeing Mu Qiujie's demeanor, Jin Chao was quite surprised. This guy really feared nothing. But since everything was ready, taking Mu Qiujie along wouldn't make much of a difference. "Alright, let's go together then." With that, Jin Chao summoned 19 phantom rain butterflies and a golden crown flame hawk. Now, these creatures were already over level 40. As their strength increased, so did their size. 20 creatures circling above the martial arts building created an impressive and oppressive sight, blocking the sun and drawing envious glances from many. Jin Chao, grabbing the two of them, made several leaps and landed steadily on the back of the golden crown flame hawk before quickly setting off. Eastward, the distance to Wangjiang City was over 1,000 kilometers. Even at the speed of the golden crown flame hawk, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours to arrive. Mu Qiujie was extremely tired. He fell fast asleep within 3 minutes of being on the back of the golden crown flame hawk. Meanwhile, Jin Chao used this time to familiarize himself with the rewards given by the system when he broke through level 40. Among the 3 rewards, 2 were abilities. One was the 1,000 illusion pupils, similar to an illusion martial technique, but different from ordinary illusions. Anyone caught by the 1,000 illusion pupils would die in reality if they were killed in the illusion, a truly terrifying ability. The illusions conjured are the things the victims fear the most in their hearts, facing their deepest fears. Under such circumstances, being able to exert half of one's strength was already quite impressive. Together with Jin Chao and the mythical beast siege, unless the power difference was immense, it was a fight with no chance of survival. The other ability was called Boundless Realm. The system described it as a strange domain where one could manipulate any object within the space at will. Though this did not include highly resistant creatures, it also increased one's own strength by 15%. In Jin Chao's understanding, it was an enhancement space that allowed various attack methods to be altered within this space. The last reward was quite a surprise to Jin Chao, a complete encyclopedia of martial artists similar to the one for mythical beasts. It provided very detailed dissections of all issues related to martial artists, even many methods to quickly increase martial levels. However, this was obviously of no use to Jin Chao. Even if those methods were fast, they couldn't be faster than using the system to level up. Yet, this was very helpful for Jin Chao in training his subordinates. After all, no one could keep up with the speed at which Jin Chao's strength increased. Those who couldn't keep up would gradually drift away from him, something Jin Chao did not wish to see. After getting familiar with his new abilities, Jin Chao also rested on the back of the golden crown flame hawk. Soon, a group of mythical beasts arrived above 9927. Without any disguise, they boldly circled above 9927, causing the person with the round face to scream continuously. "Jin Chao, what are you doing?" This is how they get surrounded. The territorial awareness of these beasts is strong, especially those above level 51. They do not allow any other creature in their territory, not even in the air. these high-level beasts are different from those below level 20, having mastered long-range attacks just like the golden crown flame hawk. Moreover, there are quite a few flying beasts around here. Jin Chao is truly playing with fire. Seeing this, Mu Qiujia's legs tremble uncontrollably, his face turning pale as he clutches tightly at Jin Chao's trousers. Still he musters the courage to mutter, don't be afraid, my idol won't harm me." Just then a thunderous roar pierces the sky. Mu Qiujia, terrified, sits on the back of the golden crown flame hawk, his hands gripping Jin Chao's trousers tightly. If Jin Chao hadn't reacted quickly, his trousers would have been pulled off. De Yuan face is no better off, lying flat on the back of the golden crown flame hawk, burying himself in its feathers, mumbling non-stop, they can't see me. Jin Chao shakes his head helplessly, forcefully pulling his trousers from Mu Qiujia's grasp. Just as he is about to take action, countless sharp spikes suddenly emerge from the ground, attacking the beasts in midair with such speed that Jin Chao can barely command them. Fortunately, the beasts know how to dodge on their own, though not without some instability, causing Mu Qiujia and De Yuan face to scream again. Jin Chao can only jump onto the back of 1,000 illusion rain butterfly, directing the golden crown flame hawk to fly higher with the two to avoid being affected. Meanwhile, the complete information about this beast emerges in Jin Chao's mind. The Split Earth Savage Bull, a level 53 beast with the ability to control the earth. It possesses immense strength, capable of moving mountains and cliffs, with astonishing defense as solid as rock and speed as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Jin Chao frowns. Long-range strength, defense, speed, almost no weaknesses. Is the first beast he encounters this troublesome? Should he switch to another beast? As Jin Chao contemplates his strategy, the Split Earth Savage Bull launches another attack. The previously even ground now rapidly bulges with countless sharp stone pillars targeting Jin Chao and the 1,000 illusion rain butterflies. The swarm of butterflies is thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. Those that can't dodge extend their proboscises to smash the rising stone pillars. However, there are too many pillars. Soon several butterflies are pierced through their wings and even bodies falling downwards. At the same time, the Split Earth Savage Bull's attacks intensify, aiming to smash these lower-level beasts daring to invade its territory. Just as the stone pillars are about to hit the injured butterflies, all the 1,000 illusion rain butterflies disappear, and simultaneously, countless points of light rapidly fall from the sky, shattering the stone pillars. This gives the butterflies a moment to breathe. Just from one encounter, several butterflies are injured. If the battle continues, they might all be annihilated. Is there really no weakness to this Riftland behemoth? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the system provided a hint. The Riftland behemoth, simple-minded, easily deceived by illusions. Reading this, Jin Chao was somewhat stunned. Wasn't this playing right into his hands? Whether it was the 1,000 illusion butterflies or his own new skill, both were related to illusion techniques. Had he known it was this simple, why bother hiding? Immediately, Jin Chao commanded the remaining 1,000 illusion butterflies to sprinkle their hallucinogenic phosphor. In the moment the phosphor appeared, Jin Chao utilized the ability of the pure space to transport it around the Riftland behemoth, quickly encircling it. The behemoth sensed danger and tried to quickly escape the phosphor, but how could Jin Chao give it the chance to flee? He teleported directly in front of the behemoth. Meeting its gaze, his 1,000 illusion pupils activated instantly. In an instant, Jin Chao's eyes each split into two pupils, with ripples rapidly spreading from them. The Riftland behemoth was caught off guard. It could never have imagined that a frail human would dare to approach it so closely. Without hesitation, its hooves powered up, ready to charge at Jin Chao. Such a charge, not just Jin Chao, even a small hill would be utterly demolished. It was confident it could kill this detestable human, but as its body lunged forward, it felt a dizzy spell. The scene before it changed drastically. It was no longer a massive, powerful level 53 Riftland behemoth, but a newly born juvenile calf. The scene before it was a nightmare it would never forget. Its parents were being encircled and killed by a group of three-headed flame lions, while it could only hide behind a rock, watching helplessly as its parents were devoured by the lions. Even as an adult, it dared not confront these flame lions, nor did it have the power to avenge its parents. Jin Chao saw the Riftland behemoth fall into the illusion and couldn't help feeling delighted, but his smile soon faded. Even though the Riftland behemoth was caught in the illusion, its massive body still charged towards him. Even without the behemoth's conscious control, the impact was significantly reduced, but it was still more than he could handle. Moreover, the speed was too fast and the distance too close, leaving no chance to escape. This was life-threatening. Having drawn the Riftland behemoth into the illusion. Just when he was about to tame it, it would be too ridiculous to be killed by a charge. In a moment of desperation, Jin Chao summoned all his strength, his blood energy wrapped around his body and the boundless domain instantly unfolded. Jin Chao threw a punch at the charging Riftland behemoth. Boom! The punch felt like it hit a steel plate and his entire arm felt as if it was about to split. At the same time, the immense impact was transmitted throughout his body, throwing Jin Chao into a small hill completely out of sight. However, Mu Chou Jie and Big Round Face paid no attention to this. Instead, they were shocked to see the Riftland behemoth flying. It had been sent flying by Jin Chao's punch. Was this really happening? Were they seeing things? This was a level 53 Riftland bull. How could it have been sent flying by a single punch from Jin Chao? It must be an illusion, definitely an illusion. It's not surprising that they reacted this way. The Riftland bull is notoriously tough among level 50 plus beasts. Even warriors over level 60 hesitate to face it. Because not only is its strength immense and its defenses solid, it is also very fast. Not just one level 60 warrior, but even 3 or 5 together couldn't break its defenses. They would only end up being chased around by it. And yet, this formidable creature was just sent flying with one punch by Jin Chao, and now it can't even get up from the ground. A single punch took down a level 50 plus beast, and it was the Riftland bull at that. This is madness, sheer madness. Big Round Face was somewhat okay, but the feats of Jin Chao, this freak, have been too astonishing one after another. This one incident isn't much of a shock, but for Mu Chou Jie it was his first time witnessing it firsthand. He had heard stories, though they were shocking, they paled in comparison to seeing it with his own eyes. The idol was too demonically talented, his strength improved rapidly and he had mastered many skills. Overcoming challenges beyond his level seemed like nothing to him. If I saw it correctly, did Jin Chao just use blood chi? Our idol has mastered such a freakish ability, why hasn't it been reported? Even I, a die-hard fan, didn't know about it. However, Mu Chou Jie still found it hard to believe. Turning his head, he asked Big Round Face in a daze, Big Round Face, did our idol just use blood chi? Upon hearing this, Big Round Face immediately became irate. The last time Mu Chou Jie had called out like this, Big Round Face hadn't had the chance to deal with the young man, and now again, Big Round Face slapped Mu Chou Jie on the back of his head, glaring at him as he said, "Call me Sister Zhao." Mu Chou Jie winced in pain but managed to say, "Okay, Big Round Face, Sister Zhao." Big Round Face clenched her right fist, itching with irritation, but what could she say? He did call her Sister Zhao, but she still felt the urge to hit him. However, given his capabilities, perhaps it was better to hold back. Biting her teeth, Big Round Face said, "Yes, it was blood chi, what about it?" Although Mu Chou Jie had guessed as much, having it confirmed by Big Round Face still shocked him. It was true. His idol was not only a dual ability awakener but had also mastered the monstrous blood chi. The idol was truly outstanding, generous, and kind-hearted too. If I were a girl, I would definitely marry no one but him. My sister is really lucky. I must make sure to keep an eye on our idol in the future to ensure no other woman takes him away. But it seems like my sister might not really match up to our idol. The two chatted away, completely ignoring Jin Chao, who was stuck in the mountain. Only when Jin Chao called out to them did they realize, "Can you guys get me out first, then chat?" Right, I forgot about that idol, I'm coming to save you now." Saying this, Mu Chou Jie, riding the golden crown flame eagle, flew to Jin Chao, and it took both of them to finally extract him from the wall. Emerging from the wall, Jin Chao lay on the back of the golden crown flame eagle, unable to even move. Though the Riftland bull hadn't used its full strength in that hit, it was still more than Jin Chao could handle. If it weren't for mastering blood chi, which greatly enhanced his defenses, it would have been a different story. Jin Chao probably would have been nothing but a corpse by now. It seems that facing a level 53 beast was still too premature. However, once the first beast was tamed, the rest became much simpler. After drinking a recovery potion, it took less than 3 minutes for Jin Chao to recuperate. Riding his golden crown flame hawk, he flew next to the fallen split earth savage bull. From a distance earlier he hadn't grasped its immense size. Up close now, both he and his companion couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was this creature not excessively large? Lying there, it was at least 10 meters tall. Standing up, wouldn't it reach 20 or 30 meters in height? About as tall as a 10-story building. No wonder this beast was so formidable. Just its size and weight alone, a mere lie-down could crush countless others. Only now did Jin Chao truly realize the power of his punch from earlier. Jin Chao approached the head of the split earth savage bull, placed his hand on it, and commanded the system to tame. Congratulations to the host for taming a level 53 Split Earth Savage Bull, gaining 1060 vitality points. Following this, Jin Chao opened the system to check his own status. Host, Jin Chao level 45 Warrior Vitality, 3457384.03/3500000 skills. Light Elemental Ability 10,000-fold Comprehension Light Pendant Phantom of Light Beast Encyclopedia Burn Voiding Flame Pure Space 1000 Illusions Pupils Infinite Realm Warrior Encyclopedia Owned Beasts Level 47 Golden Crown Flame Hawk 18 Level 47 Illusion Rain Butterflies Level 53 Split Earth Savage Bull. Since reaching level 41, the required vitality points had surged, even with the system leveling up had become considerably slower. Now each level up required at least 500,000 points. Taming a level 50 beast only provided 1,000 vitality points. He would need to tame 500 such beasts to advance a level. Enhancing his strength in the future would likely be even harder. These thoughts Jin Chao kept to himself. Anyone hearing them might feel an urge to strike him, complaining about slow strength improvement. He had reached level 45 in just a few days, a level others might not achieve in years or even decades, and yet he still found it slow. His entitlement was perhaps a bit excessive. After taming the Split Earth Savage Bull, Jin Chao administered a recovery potion to it, then he healed all the injured illusion rain butterflies in his pure space. In less than 10 minutes, the bull, resembling a small mountain, wobbled to its feet. It bowed its head to Jin Chao, completely docile, showing none of its prior ferocity. Seeing this, Jin Chao took a deep breath. With the toughest part handled, it was time to begin. In the following time, Jin Chao along with his group of beasts started hunting other creatures. The strength of the Split Earth Savage Bull was undeniable, but the other beasts were equally formidable. Even with the current battle power of his beasts, while they could tame successfully, the process was too slow. Thus, Jin Chao began to integrate the Split Earth Savage Bull, the illusion rain butterflies and the pure space. First, he had the bull engage in direct combat, then he used the pure space to transport the butterfly's phosphor powder next to the hunted beasts, plunging them into illusions, allowing the bull to finish them off. The plan was perfect, but execution proved difficult. The main issue was that the level of the 1000 illusion rain butterfly was too low, hardly sufficient to confuse beasts above level 50 for an extended period. Moreover, after the first encounter, these beasts would develop immunity to the phosphorus powder. Attempting to bewilder them again was simply out of the question. This resulted in a significant waste of time when trying to tame the second level 52 beast. This pace was far from meeting Jin Chao's ideal scenario. Jin Chao had planned to tame 1,000 beasts in one day, then return to the city to annihilate Heibai Wuchang. But now it seemed a 10-day timeframe would be fortunate. Jin Chao couldn't wait that long. The thought of his parents in danger, unable to leave the warrior's tower and even having to rely on Elder Zhao for their safety made Jin Chao feel utterly incompetent. He couldn't even protect the people closest to him. And then there was Xiao Wat, his first tamed beast, now dead by Zhou Ming's hand. Every additional day Zhou Ming lived was agony for Jin Chao. Thus, Jin Chao once again deployed the newly tamed level 52 beast, the Frostbite Red Fox. First, he let the Frostbite Red Fox draw the enemy's combat strength, using its icy abilities to slow them down. Then he released the phosphorus powder to confuse the enemy. Finally, he utilized the immaculate space to teleport the fully charged earth-splitting wild bull to ambush the hunted beast from behind. Seizing the brief moment of confusion, he struck it down in one blow. Even if the opponent recovered quickly, they would still face the restrictive ice of the Frostbite Red Fox, making it impossible to evade the strike. Seeing how well Jin Chao and his beasts coordinated, Mu Chou Jie and Big Roundface were utterly astonished. Had defeating a level 50+ beast become so simple? The whole process took less than a minute. Was this even possible for a human? Jin Chao had no time to ponder their shock. Not a second could be wasted if he was to capture 1,000 beasts in one day. For the rest of the time, the entire Sector 9927 resonated with the sounds of battle. Wherever Jin Chao went, no beast lasted more than one round against him. Half an hour later, Jin Chao had already tamed 17 beasts above level 50. He then grouped them in teams of 5 to hunt other beasts while he continued hunting with the earth-splitting wild bull and Frostbite Red Fox, significantly increasing efficiency. An hour later he had tamed over 100 beasts, by 2 hours over 200, by 3 over 400, by 4 over 700, and by 5 over 1,000. Watching the entire process, Big Roundface and Mu Chou Jie were dumbfounded. Wasn't this speed a bit too fast, catching over 1,000 level 50+ beasts in just 5 hours? all they could say was incredible. Meanwhile, Big Round Face had already started calculating 1,000 level 50 plus beasts, even valuing them all at level 50 inch would mean 5 million per beast, 50 million for 10, 5 billion for 100, 50 billion for 1,000, and his commission would be over 30 million. Listening to Big Round Face rattling off these numbers, Mucho Jia was completely bewildered. What in the world was happening? He had just followed along for 5 hours doing nothing, and yet he was about to make over 30 million. Was money really that easy to earn? And then there was the idol's income, 50 billion in 5 hours. Good heavens, he had never even seen that much money before, and that was just from his idol's earnings in 5 hours. Given more time, wouldn't he be able to buy the entire Wangjiang city? Thinking about this, Mucho Jia felt utterly overwhelmed. He had thought that even if he couldn't match his idol, at least he could financially support him. Now it seemed completely unnecessary. Who could earn money as quickly as his idol? Now he felt utterly inferior in every aspect. He was genuinely afraid that the idol would look down on his sister. After all, she really wasn't a match for him. When the number of tamed creatures reached 1,000, Jin Chao finally stopped. With his current level of 46, he could only tame up to 230 creatures. However, due to the system's settings, even if the taming bond was released, he could still control these beasts, just without the loyalty that comes with a taming bond. But that was enough. It was time to head back. Mucho Jia, can you get the address for Heibai Wujiang? Upon hearing his idol's request, Mucho Jia confidently slapped his chest and said, of course, no problem. Let's go and wipe them out. What? Wipe them out? Who? Heibai Wujiang? To take down Heibai Wujiang? How is that possible? Heibai Wujiang was guarded by at least 3 warriors above level 70. Not even the idol alone, but even the Martial Tower, the Nani group, the Sanddragon gang, along with the military forces, would pay a heavy price to take them down. What was the idol thinking? Jin Chao spoke seriously. Yes, Heibai Wujiang, I will not forgive anyone who dares to harm my family, no matter how powerful they are. Idol, please don't be rash. Heibai Wujiang. Jin Chao knew Mucho Jia would try to dissuade him, but once he had made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. You don't need to say anymore. I know this is a big deal. You just need to give me the address of Heibai Wujiang. I alone with these beasts will be enough. Hearing Jin Chao's words, Mucho Jia was caught in a deep dilemma. On one side was the powerful Heibai Wujiang, and on the other his most admired idol. It was a hard choice. Just give the idol some time, and taking down Heibai Wujiang would not be an issue. But currently Heibai Wujiang had the absolute power to kill the idol. He really didn't want the idol to take such a risk. Idol, wait a moment, let me call my dad. Regarding Mucho Jia's reaction, Jin Chao was very understanding. After all, the strength of Heibai Wujiang was not something the Mu family could provoke. Hello Dad, there's something I need to tell you. I am no longer a part of the Mu family. I'm going with the idol to strike at Heibai Wujiang's lair. No need to persuade me, I'm just informing you. Hearing Mucho Jia's words, Jin Chao and everyone else were shocked. What was this kid thinking? To sever ties with his family and join Jin Chao in attacking Heibai Wujiang? Had he gone mad? Moreover, what use would adding you, a martial master over level 30 be? However, Jin Chao was still very touched. To have such friends made him very happy. Mucho Jia had long decided that he would follow his idol for the rest of his life. Although it was reckless, his family had almost been killed. If he wasn't reckless, it would mean he had misjudged himself. Nonetheless, he had to make it clear with his family about this matter. If he succeeded, everyone would be happy. If he lost, even if he died, it wouldn't matter. But he couldn't implicate his family. Hearing Mucho Jia's words, his father remained silent for a while, then spoke very seriously. Son, have you thought this through? Dad, I have. Alright, then go ahead and do it. Your old dad will support you with all his strength. As for cutting ties, forget about it. Sooner or later the Mu family will be handed over to you and Shao Dai. It's time for you to start training. Touched by his father's words, Mucho Jia was soon overwhelmed with tears, his nose running uncontrollably, completely losing the resolute coolness he had before. Dad, you're the best. Stop being mushy with your old man. How long till you guys are back? I need to prepare. About 5 or 6 hours. Alright, got it. Then without another word his father hung up the phone, leaving a confused Mucho Jia behind. What was his dad planning? He couldn't figure it out. After hanging up, Mu's father looked very grave. Dealing with the relentless underworld was something he dared not even think about. But this was his son's choice, and he had to support it. He had never seen his son take anything so seriously before. Ever since Jin Chao appeared, the boy seemed like a changed person, completely losing the fearless arrogance he used to have, obeying only Jin Chao. Jin Chao was a child he himself had investigated, excellent both in ability and character. His son following him could never be a mistake. Therefore, such a promising young man must not be let down by the ruthless underworld. It was going to be busy this time. Zhao Bo helped me arrange a meeting with Master Zhao from the Martial Arts Tower, Boss Zhu from the Three Dragons Gang, and Mr. Sun from the Nani Group. Tell them it's an important matter regarding Mr. Jean, and we hope to meet at the Martial Arts Tower to discuss it. Yes, Master. Soon, the three men received calls, and upon hearing it concerned Jean Chao, they all readily agreed and scheduled to meet in an hour at the 33rd floor conference room of the Martial Arts Tower. Now, with the Mu family and Jean Chao's relationship, many people were aware. Those big shots who kept tabs on Jean Chao knew all too clearly, the Mu family boy had become Jean Chao's follower. The Mu family's daughter even risked her life to save Jean Chao's parents. If not for her, Jean Chao's parents might not have survived. Their place in Jean Chao's heart was probably second only to old Zhao, who had saved Jean Chao's family. Thus, the Mu family's face would be given, especially since this matter concerned Jean Chao. The three titans gathered at the Martial Arts Tower, and after Mu's father respectfully greeted the three, he took the last seat. Holding a cane, Boss Zhu opened the meeting indifferently. The Mu family has called us all here. What's the big matter? In Jiangcheng City, the three titans hold sway. Capable of resolving any matter within the city's boundaries alone, there was no need for all three to act together unless it involved Jean Chao's influence. Otherwise, none would bother with the likes of Mr. Mu. Sunny Long spoke earnestly. I trust Mr. Mu wouldn't call us here without good reason. Please, Mr. Mu, go ahead. At that moment, only old Zhao hadn't spoken yet, and Mr. Mu's gaze lingered on him, prompting old Zhao to sigh and say somewhat helplessly, could it be that young Jean wants to strike at black and white together? Hearing old Zhao's remark, Mr. Mu smiled faintly. Old Zhao knows Mr. Jean well. This child, he's perfect in every way, just overly filial. Hearing their conversation, Zhu De and Sunny Lone looked utterly astonished. Jean Chao wanted to strike at black and white together. With what strength did he dare to challenge them? Just as Mr. Mu was about to seek the others' opinions, Zhu De slammed his hand on the table, laughing heartily. Haha, I like this kid Jean. His character suits my taste. Exactly. Sunny Lone, adjusting his suit, stated solemnly, although dealing with black and white together is challenging, as long as it's for Mr. Jean, I representing Nani Group agree. Mr. Mu was surprised by this scene. He had thought he would need to offer tempting conditions for them to agree to act, especially against the formidable black and white together, yet they agreed so readily. What conditions would you like then? Asked Mr. Mu, curious despite knowing he could not decide on his own. Conditions? Do we need to mention conditions? Anyone who assists young Jean will be remembered by him, and when the time comes, they won't even need to call on us, Zhu De said disdainfully, looking at Mr. Mu. We trust Mr. Jin's character, added Sunny Lone before standing up. Please inform us of the time of the operation so I can make arrangements. It will be around 20:30 at the lair of black and white together, Mr. Mu replied. With that, the four men stood up. I won't delay then, mobilizing. So many people on such short notice is a bit rushed, said old Zhao, leading the way out. Most of my Sanlong gang is in the city, so there's no hurry. I need to arrange some things back at work. Pulling so many people might put pressure on our daily operations. Let's meet up at the designated time then, he continued. Agreed, we won't miss the appointment. A simple meeting, yet it was about to change the entire landscape of Jiangcheng City. Such was the power of these three men. However, the people from black and white together were no fools. Their meeting at this time, coupled with their subsequent actions, clearly indicated their intentions. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yu remained unflustered, saying coldly, these guys just can't sit still. Fatty old Wang looked worried as he said, boss, dealing with them all at once, are you sure it's no problem? Zhou Yu gave him a cold glance and replied, what's the problem? As long as the military doesn't get involved, we can handle them. Then he asked, have those 10 guys returned yet? Old Wang spoke cautiously, they are all on their way back, and it should take about an hour before they arrive. Whenever those 10 people were mentioned, even old Wang, who was in charge of the Assassins Division, couldn't help but feel a shiver run through him. The top 10 on the Assassin leaderboard were cold-blooded demons, each one of them. The previous head of the Assassins Division was even killed by one of them, which was the only reason Wang had been able to take his place. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu revealed a cruel smile. The people I personally trained have been away for so long, making those old fools think we've declined. It's time to show them who truly rules over Wangjiang City. The major movements of the four powers were unknown to ordinary citizens and even to the martial artists. But today the atmosphere in Wangjiang City was exceptionally oppressive. Even ordinary citizens could feel that something significant was about to happen. Time passed quickly. Jin Chao anxious rode his golden crown flame eagle straight to the lair of Heibai Wujian, arriving a whole hour earlier than Mu Qiujie had estimated. Since entering the city, Jin Chao's movements had been constantly monitored by Heibai Wujian, but they hadn't rushed to act because they knew he would come to them. Soon Jin Chao arrived at the northern wilderness of the city. Looking at the empty grassland without any signs of buildings, he doubted whether Heibai Wujian was really here. Skeptically, he looked at Mu Qiujie. "Are you sure about this?" Mu Qiujie with full confidence responded. "Idle, trust me, the lair of Heibai Wujian isn't something anyone can just find unless they want to meet you, otherwise ordinary people wouldn't be able to find their entrance. Do you know where the entrance is?" Looking at Mu Qiujie's confident demeanor, it seemed he knew. Mu Qiujie confidently said, "I don't know." "You don't know? And yet you were so confident?" "But I know, as soon as you show up here, they will come out." No sooner had Mu Qiujie finished speaking than a group of people emerged from nowhere, standing not far away and confronting Jin Chao. From the masks on their faces, it was clear they were from Heibai Wujian. Jin Chao immediately recognized Zhou Ming among the crowd and wished he could go over and kill him right then. But Jin Chao held back, knowing that acting rashly now would truly be the end. Zhou Yu, standing in front of the crowd, was puzzled. What is this kid thinking? He didn't come with those others, he came here alone. Is he here to throw his life away? Or does he think he can take down the entire Heibai Wujian by himself? Ridiculous, but this was perfect. Kill Jin Chao first, then those who harbor ill intentions towards Heibai Wujian. Today, everyone in Wangjiang City will know that Heibai Wujian are the true rulers. Kill him, whatever the cost. Without any further words, Zhou Yu gave the order to kill Jin Chao. All assassins of Heibai Wujian, upon receiving the command, rushed towards Jin Chao. In their eyes, he was a piece of fat meat. The kill order from Heibai Wujian carried a bounty of 3 billion, enough for everyone to give their all. Moreover, Jin Chao, this fellow, didn't even bring any exotic beasts with him. It was no different from courting death. Facing the murderous intent of thousands of martial artists, Jin Chao's expression was extremely grave. This time he was determined to annihilate Heibai Wujian. As the assassins charged towards him, Jin Chao's face tensed further. However, he knew that the real trouble wasn't these attackers, it was the 30-some individuals who hadn't yet made a move. They were the real force to reckon with. Truth be told, they didn't even consider Jin Chao a threat. A mere 35th level great martial master wasn't worth their time. One of the corpulent men even mocked, "Hey third, how long do you think this guy can last?" A sickly, frail woman replied with a cough. "Well, that depends on when our people get to him." Clearly, they didn't think Jin Chao could last even a minute. The corpulent man looked back at Zhou Ming with utter disdain, thinking how shameful it was that Zhou Ming couldn't handle even this much. "How did you even get to rank 39? What a disgrace," he said, spitting on the ground, showing complete disregard for Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, for his part, hung his head low, not daring to utter a word. After all, the corpulent man was a terrifying figure within the top 10 ranks. Even as the son of a faction leader, Zhou Ming was vulnerable to his assaults. The entire Heibai Wujian could only be controlled by his father. These were merely pawns sent to test Jin Chao. If the pawns could take him down, the stronger ones wouldn't need to step in. But even these pawns included many above level 50 Grand Martial Masters. Winning this battle would be extremely difficult. "Mu Qiujie, it's not too late to regret," Jin Chao solemnly said, hoping he would withdraw. He owed too much to the Mu family and didn't want Mu Qiujie to get hurt. Seeing the crowd, Mu Qiujie's face lost its usual playfulness, even turning a bit pale, but he still forced a smile and said, "Idle, you're not worried I'll slow you down, right? Today let me show you the power of time abilities." Without waiting for Jin Chao's response, Mu Qiujie mounted the 1,000 illusion rain butterfly and flew towards the crowd. De Yuanlian also knew not to cause more trouble at this time, riding the golden crown flame eagle to watch from mid-air. However, she wasn't idle either. She immediately took out her martial artist medal and started a live broadcast. The title was explosive: Martial Towers Jin Chao, a major battle against all the assassins of Heibai Wujian. This title instantly drew a large crowd of viewers. Whether it was the Martial Tower or Heibai Wujian, both were hot topics online, but none were as captivating as Jin Chao. The combination was explosive. Less than a minute after the broadcast started, tens of thousands of viewers had joined. Viewer 1 commented, "Let's see what's happening. Who dares to impersonate my brother Jin's live broadcast? Today I must report him until he doubts his life." Viewer 2 added, "Exactly, if brother Jin were to do a live broadcast, the official website of Martial Tower would definitely announce it beforehand. This is clearly fake." Viewer 3 questioned, "Is it true that brother Jin is going to move against Heibai Wujian?" I've disliked them for a long time. Brother Gene is invincible. Viewer 4 retorted, are you brain dead? How can Brother Gene at his level move against Heibai Wujian? Viewer 5 speculated Brother Gene fighting Heibai Wujian is inevitable, but definitely not now. He's only level 35, he can't win against them yet. User 6. That's not necessarily true. If Heibai Wujian dares to touch my parents, I would fight them to my last breath even if it kills me. User 7. Hold on, stop arguing, let the streamers show their face. I want to see who is pretending to be Brother Gene. User 8. Exactly, if the streamer doesn't show their face, we'll have to dox you. The name of Brother Gene is not to be taken lightly. About Jin Chao fighting Heibai Wujian, half of the people think it's impossible, the other half thinks the streamer who came up with this title should be beaten to death. Nobody believes it. After all, Heibai Wujian is as powerful as the Marshall Tower, the top underground force in Wangjiang City. Even the Marshall Tower wouldn't dare attack them without facing mutual destruction, let alone Jin Chao alone. It's just not possible. They don't believe Jin Chao would be foolish enough to seek his own death. Big Roundface, seeing so many disbelievers, points the camera at herself. User 9. Wow, that's a big round face. User 10. I know this person, isn't she Brother Jin's assistant? User 11. Could it be that Brother Jin really went to fight Heibai Wujian? Brother Jin is awesome. User 12. Even if she's Brother Jin's assistant, it doesn't mean this is true. User 13. Exactly, I advise you to stop wasting our time, get off the air and stop spreading rumors. User 14. How did this woman become Brother Jin's assistant with that face? It's so full. User 15. To the person above, I warn you, don't even think about suggesting Brother Jin change his assistant. This face, by Brother Jin's side, we sisters feel secure. Even with big round face appearing on camera, the vast majority of netizens remained skeptical. But you skeptics, why discuss what I look like? Did I eat your rice or nibble on your pancakes? Mind your own business. And thinking about getting Jin Chao to change his assistant? Aren't you just smashing my rice bowl? I should endure this, but I will endure. She's relying on these people's tips after all. What you don't see won't hurt you. Big round face then turns the camera to Jin Chao. Here's the man himself, now you have to believe. User 16. Oh my god, it really is Brother Jin. I have to tell my brothers Brother Jin is really going to fight Heibai Wujian. User 17. Brother Jin is mighty, let's do this. I disliked them for a long time. User 18. I thought it was a joke, but Brother Jin is serious. Someone tell me this must be a dream, it can't be real. Seeing Jin Chao himself appear, everyone was incredibly shocked. He actually dares to fight Heibai Wujian. Is he seeking death? No matter how powerful Jin Chao is or how many exotic beasts he has tamed, he can't possibly defeat so many from Heibai Wujian. These brutes are ruthless killers with immense strength, and the beasts Jin Chao has tamed are only level 30 or so. They are no match for Heibai Wujian. As the netizens continued their heated discussions, Jin Chao had already engaged them in battle. The first to strike was Mu Qiujie. He rode his 1000 illusion rain butterfly into midair, clenched his right fist, then raised his middle and index fingers together, pressing the middle finger over the index, and placed them at his chest. With eyes slightly closed, he softly spoke, "Time's swamp." As soon as the words were uttered, an invisible force centered around Mu Qiujie instantly enveloped several thousand meters around him. All the black and white assassins who entered this range suddenly felt an invisible resistance pervading their bodies, as if they had stepped into a swamp. Their speed halved instantly. Jin Chao, witnessing this, was dumbfounded. Was Mu Qiujie's ability somewhat abnormal? The fact that he could influence his opponent's movements made him virtually invincible in combat of the same level, half the speed. What difference was there from slow motion? No wonder Zhao and the others said Mu Qiujie was formidable. Encountering him would make it tough for anyone to prevail. Jin Chao's astonishment had not subsided when Mu Qiujie began to deploy his next ability, time acceleration. With that, another wave of energy enveloped him and Xian Huan Yudi. In an instant, both disappeared from their original spot and reappeared above the assassins. Xian Huan Yudi's mouthpart struck like lightning, piercing through dozens of people in the blink of an eye. Even if they didn't die, they were grievously wounded. Seeing this scene, Jin Chao was completely stunned. This speed was not something a level 47 Xian Huan Yudi should possess. It should be at least a level 50 plus beast. Mu Qiujie's abilities were too powerful. This was not just invincibility at the same level. Even surmounting levels, it was like a bug in existence. One mastered spatial abilities, the other temporal ones. These siblings were truly monstrous. Seeing Mu Qiujie exert himself so much, Jin Chao delayed no longer. Immaculate space activate. With that declaration, a horde of varied beasts appeared out of nowhere. as they landed even the earth trembled unceasingly. 1,000 level 50 plus beasts let out a thunderous roar, their formidable penetrating power directly knocked out the lower level assassins. The power of a level 50 beast horde was evident. 1,000 massive beasts like small mountains packed together merely standing there already caused a tremendous shock. Seeing this, everyone was astounded. Netison 20, what's going on? Why are there suddenly so many beasts and all above level 50? Netison 21, I thought it was just a show, but it turned out to be real. Netison 22, is this the point? When did Brother Gene become so powerful, taming all these level 50 beasts and so many of them? Netison 23, I thought Brother Gene was being impulsive, but it turns out he really wanted to eradicate the black and white. Netison 24, these are level 50 beasts, even level 60 martial masters wouldn't dare to face them alone, and Brother Gene tamed so many, he's really a freak. The emergence of 1,000 level 50 beasts completely blew up Wangjiang City. This scale was almost akin to a small-scale beast tide. With such formidable energy, Jin Chao alone was almost equivalent to a top force. 1,000 level 50 beasts equaled over 1,000 level 60 martial masters. With such terrifying strength, who could control Jin Chao now? Now it was the black and white's turn to be in trouble. Jin Chao's cold gaze penetrated the approaching crowd, directly staring at the grim-faced leader of the black and white. He spoke softly, kill them all, leave none behind. Upon receiving Jin Chao's order, 1,000 mythical beasts charged forth. In just a brief encounter, they slaughtered hundreds of assassins from the Black and White Brotherhood. The enemy had no chance to fight back. It was a complete massacre. Witnessing this, Mu Qiujie ceased fighting in the crowd. Instead, he soared into the sky and fully activated the time swamp, making it easier for the beast horde to annihilate these people. Thousands of the Brotherhood's assassins couldn't even get close to Jin Chao. Such was the terror of taming mythical beasts. What's more terrifying was that within just one day, Jin Chao had progressed from taming level 30 beasts to controlling level 50 beasts. At this moment, the leader of the Brotherhood's face was ashen, looking incredibly grim. He had thought this would be an easy fight but did not anticipate such heavy losses. Even though those who died were low-level martial artists and it wouldn't shake the foundation of the Black and White Brotherhood, their reputation was severely damaged. What are you waiting for? Kill him, ordered the leader of the Brotherhood. Following his command, the 20-odd people behind him all attacked except for the top 10 assassins who were still present. These individuals were originally reserved to deal with strong figures from the Martial Tower, the Nanyan Group, and the Three Dragon Gang. Unexpectedly, they had to use them against Jin Chao. These 20-plus people, all above level 60 and either awakened with special abilities or masters of powerful energies, faced no difficulty against the level 50 beast horde. 7 or 8 of them used their abilities to transform into gigantic beasts, knocking the mythical beasts to the ground with a single strike. 6 others turned into various plants, strangling Jin Chao's beasts. The remaining few unleashed various elemental abilities, clashing fiercely with Jin Chao's beasts. Along with the previously engaged level 50 grandmasters, the scene became incredibly tense. Seeing this, Jin Chao's brow furrowed even more, because even deploying 1,000 level 50 or above mythical beasts hadn't forced the true strongmen of the Black and White Brotherhood to act. If that was the case, he would play another card, burn phantom ink flame. He uttered the last word as his left eye was suddenly engulfed in black flames. At the same time, intense pain spread throughout his left eye, but Jin Chao did not stop. He had to eliminate these people quickly. If he waited for them to join forces with the high-level experts of the Brotherhood, Jin Chao would stand no chance. The moment the phantom ink flame was unleashed, wherever Jin Chao's gaze fell, all the assassins of the Brotherhood were covered in black flames. Horrific screams filled the battlefield. Those of lower ranks were burned to ashes instantly. Those slightly stronger suffered even more horribly, as they could not extinguish the black flames no matter what, only able to feel the heart-wrenching pain and helplessly scream as they awaited death. The luckier ones were killed by the beasts, which was now the best outcome they could hope for. The phantom ink flame unquenchable by anything. At the same time, Jin Chao released 18 illusory rain butterflies, elevating them into the sky to encircle the entire battlefield. 18 pairs of butterfly wings slowly flapped, scattering phosphorescent powder across the sky. Jin Chao, using the capabilities of the pure space, precisely directed all the phosphorescent powder around the people of the Black and White Brotherhood, perfectly avoiding the breathing height of his own beasts. They remained completely unaffected. The demise of the assassins from Heibai Wujiang was hastened. For a moment, apart from the newly joined 20 or so level 60 plus powerhouses and some possessing special abilities and mastering gang chi, the rest had no ability to resist. In less than 10 minutes all were slain. Seeing this scene, everyone in Wangjiang City was shocked. Netizen 30, what did I just witness? Did Brother Jean almost completely wipe out the assassins from Hebei Wujiang? Netizen 31, how long has it been since the broadcast started? Just about 20 minutes, and he's already breached through such a formidable force as Hebei Wujiang. Netizen 32, don't you see who this is? Brother Jean with so many level 50 plus beasts, not just Hebei Wujiang. Even if the four major forces teamed up, they would be beaten half to death. Netizen 33, did you notice that black flame? What is that thing that actually burns people alive before it goes out? Netizen 34, I noticed, it's terrifying. Those assassins, no matter what method they use, can't extinguish it. It's too powerful. As the netizens watched the entire battle, they naturally discovered Jin Chao's Fenshu Ma Yan. Such terrifying black flames made them feel suffocated. You must know Jin Chao burned to death those who were level 50 plus powerhouses. These people couldn't handle it, let alone others. You must understand, those above level 50, the Grand Martial Masters, have already stepped into the ranks of the strong. Very few in number out of Wangjiang City's population of 40 to 50 million, less than 100,000 could become Grand Martial Masters, yet it was this force that upheld Wangjiang City's core resistance against the invasion of beasts. They are the strongest existence visible from the outside, yet these people couldn't last even 3 minutes in front of Jin Chao, and it was hundreds of people not lasting over 3 minutes. This shows the terror of the black flame. Jin Chao is even more terrifying. In about 20 minutes he resolved thousands of assassins from Hebei Wujiang. All who watched were utterly shocked. Such a feat could only be achieved by Jin Chao. The notoriety of Hebei Wujiang throughout Wangjiang City is well known. To say they are the most hated force, no one would dispute, but no one dared to touch even a hair on them, because if given even a slight chance to breathe, they would face crazy retaliation. And Hebei Wujiang had many strong fighters. To think of annihilating Hebei Wujiang was nothing short of a fool's dream. To attack Hebei Wujiang single-handedly like Jin Chao did, no one dared. Even the recognized strongest in Wangjiang City, Old Zhao, didn't dare. But Jin Chao not only dared, he actually broke through Hebei Wujiang. Netizen 33, Brother Jean is mighty. Netizen 34, Brother Jean is mighty. Jin Chao was unaware of the live broadcast, nor did he have the mind to care about these things. Having killed so many, his Fenshu Ma Yan could hardly hold up anymore. Fortunately, these small fries had already been dealt with. What remained were these tough nuts to crack. Jin Chao, gasping heavily, looked towards the battlefield strewn with corpses. Among these bodies, there were assassins as well as Jin Chao's beasts. Of the first 1,000 beasts released, only a little over 600 remained. It must be said the assassins from Hebei Wujiang were formidable indeed, and below what he would face was the true strength of Hebei Wujiang. Before dealing with them, Jin Chao had to kill someone first. His gaze immediately locked onto Zhou Ming, who was currently covered in venom, entangled in battle with a gigantic 3-headed python. The venom on Zhou Ming had proven effective against all previous beasts he had encountered, quickly dissolving them into pools of blood. However, this 3-headed python seemed to possess some resistance to the poison and had a variety of attack methods at its disposal, yet Zhou Ming, who had transformed his body into elemental form, feared neither the beast's attacks nor its venom. Killing it was only a matter of time, and he knew he needed to find a place to recuperate soon. Continuously using his special abilities was a significant burden, and maintaining peak condition in such a battlefield was crucial. Even elemental ability awakeners could meet their demise here during the beast tide, a disaster for anyone who encounters it. With a final strike, the poison dragon controlled by Zhou Ming swallowed the 3-headed python whole, effectively ending its life. Zhou Ming let out a deep sigh of relief and turned his attention to Jin Chao. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have had to face these ordeals. Fortunately, he believed Jin Chao wouldn't survive the night. His father had personally intervened, and no one targeted by him had ever left alive. But just as Zhou Ming's eyes settled on Jin Chao, he saw Jin Chao staring right back at him, causing him to panic and instantly transform into venom to avoid Jin Chao's devastating burning void ink flame and attack Zhou Ming had painfully experienced before. Back when Jin Chao was only a level 35 martial master, Zhou Ming had to strip flesh from his bones to barely escape. Facing it again could mean certain death, but Jin Chao wouldn't give him the chance to flee. As Jin Chao's lips moved, the frightening black flame instantly appeared on Zhou Ming's body, rendering his elemental transformation useless. "Dad, save me!" At Zhou Ming's cry for help, Zhou Yu appeared instantly at his side, acting without hesitation. With one strike, he removed all parts of Zhou Ming's body covered by the black flame, leaving behind only a skeletal frame with scant flesh. Normally, such damage would be fatal, but Zhou Ming, a level 51 Grand Martial Master and an elemental ability awaker, still clung to a breath of life. Zhou Yu dared not delay and took out a third-level healing potion from his spatial ring. Just sprinkling this potion on Zhou Ming would restore him to his former state, such was the power of the perverse third-level healing potion. However, Jin Chao was not about to let that happen. Enduring severe pain in his left eye, he unleashed the burning void ink flame again. A blossom of black flame appeared directly on the healing potion in Zhou Yu's hand, incinerating it instantly. At the same time, black blood flowed from Jin Chao's left eye, and a scream of agony escaped his lips. Holding his left eye tightly, his body uncontrollably trembled, but a smile was on his face. He had finally avenged his parents, Xiao Dai and Xiao Hua, by killing Zhou Ming. However, before Jin Chao could even savor the moment, an unknown green potion appeared in Zhou Yu's hand. The water poured directly onto Zhou Ming's body. Jin Chao wanted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Zhou Ming regained his strength. Gasping for breath, Zhou Ming realized that had it not been for his father, he would have truly died. He had never been so close to death before. The feelings of helplessness, suffocation, confusion and fear had eroded his body and lingered even now. He definitely didn't want to experience it a second time. Jin Chao had to die today. "Father, we must kill Jin Chao today," Zhou Ming declared without needing to say it, for Zhou Yu already understood this necessity. Jin Chao posed too great a threat to the balance between the underworld and the lawful, being only level 46 yet forcing the deployment of combatants above level 60. Given more time, he might actually destroy this balance. Thinking this, Zhou Yu looked towards the top 10 assassins. His face darkened as he commanded, "Kill him at all costs." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, the expressions among the 10 varied, some excited, some hesitant, some fearful, some cruel and some disdainful, yet none objected. "Boss, I alone am enough to deal with him," said a corpulent man with arrogance. Despite Jin Chao's demonstrated strength, he did not take him seriously. "Old 9, let's go together. He looks strong, and I'm really scared," said a small, delicate-looking girl with a tender voice and a timid face, revealing her fear as she looked at Jin Chao. Hearing the girl speak, everyone turned to look at her. "Old 9, the corpulent man was unapologetically sarcastic. "We're all on the same side. What's with the act? Your mouth says you're scared, but your mind is probably racing with ways to kill. This guy is mine. Don't anyone dare snatch him from me." With that, he bent his knees and charged at Jin Chao. In an instant, his body transformed into a monstrous figure tens of meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face and sharp fangs, his whole body a purplish hue. With a single strike, he tore apart a level 55 giant elephant beast that had just posed a significant challenge to a level 65 warrior from the underworld. The beast had no chance to resist. The live streaming audience exploded in shock at the scene. Viewer 41 commented, "Is this a man? This must be a monster, tearing apart a level 55 beast just like that." Viewer 42 added, "I thought Brother Jean was already brave enough, but this guy is just invincible. Whose subordinate is he?" Viewer 43 replied, "Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? This is clearly one of the underworld's assassins. Who else could it be?" Viewer 44 expressed concern, "I'm really worried about Brother Jean. He might get killed by this person." Viewer 45 agreed the concern is valid. If Brother Jean doesn't have a trump card, he can't even think about escaping. With this person showing up, the audience that was hoping Jin Chao would destroy the underworld has suddenly changed their tune, unable to see any way Jin Chao could defeat this demon. This guy is just too powerful. Seeing this, Jin Chao's heart sank. But giving up was not an option for him. Just as Old 9 reached him ready to smash him into pulp with a punch, Jin Chao, with his right eye closed and his body swaying, said, "Boundless realm, arise from the earth." As soon as his voice fell, gigantic stone spikes emerged from the ground beneath Lao Jiao, rushing towards him. But how could such things possibly injure Lao Jiao? With 6 arms waving, Lao Jiao shattered all the stone spikes directed at him. Jin Chao did not give him a moment to breathe. "Boundless realm, wind blades." No sooner had he spoken than the gentle breeze transformed into crescent moon-shaped blades, 3 to 4 meters long, furiously striking at Lao Jiao. Blood splattered everywhere, making the already terrifying Lao Jiao appear even more like a demon from hell, striking immense fear into those around. Even though Lao Jiao seemed on the brink of death, Jin Chao did not cease his attack. "Boundless realm, ice condense." At his command, ice crystals materialized out of thin air within the area covered by the boundless realm. In an instant, everything within a kilometer radius centered on Jin Chao was enveloped in ice, turning the hot summer night bone-chillingly cold. The formidable demon Lao Jiao was frozen into an ice sculpture. Jin Chao still did not stop. Even standing was a luxury for him now, but he could not afford to pause or give his opponent any chance to recover. Boundless Realm Water Prison, with a chime, droplets of water rose from the ground. Initially just a few, they caught the night light and reflected off the ice crystals, casting beautiful light and shadows, an almost bewildering scene that made it seem not like a battlefield but a brilliantly lit stage. But in the next moment, countless droplets coalesced into a towering curtain of water swiftly flying towards Lao Jiao. The sound of flowing water was incessant, and in an instant it formed a hemisphere enclosing Lao Jiao within. At this moment, Jin Chao deployed his final move, Boundless Realm Light Fall. As soon as the words were uttered, numerous points of light appeared within the boundless realm beneath the curtain of water. The boundless realm not only allowed Jin Chao to control any non-resisting object within it but also enhanced his strength. This was why he chose to use the lightfall inside the boundless realm. However, it was not enough. The moment the lightfall appeared, it did not attack the frozen Lao Jiao below but rose towards the dome of the water prison. As the lightfall touched the water prison, it was reflected back at an even faster speed towards the other side of the prison. Countless points of light within the confines of the water prison shot back and forth at increasing speed. Eventually, even Jin Chao could not control them as they broke free from his grasp. The speed of the light points reached a terrifying level, their sonic booms produced by merely cutting through the space, causing level 50 exotic beasts and assassins below level 60 from the black and white indistinction to be overwhelmed by the high-frequency sonic booms, resulting in their ears ringing and subsequently fainting. It was at this moment that the errant light points began to contact Lao Jiao's frozen body. With a loud bang, the ice shattered and the light points directly penetrated Lao Jiao's body, shooting towards the other side of the water prison. Then they ricocheted back and forth, penetrating again and again. The sounds of impacts echoed continuously within the water prison. Old Ninth's colossal demonic body was riddled with holes from the attack. Until the end, even Jin Chao's water prison couldn't withstand the impact of the falling light. It burst apart violently, sending countless points of light shooting in all directions, disappearing without a trace. Everything touched by the light points was pierced through without exception. As for the unconscious beasts, Jin Chao had already taken them into the immaculate space, sparing them from disaster. After all this, Jin Chao knelt on the ground, his body leaning forward, hands supporting him on the ground, gasping heavily. He looked at the tattered demonic body in the battlefield, which was like a ruin. Panting, Jin Chao said, "This should be the end of it, right? Completely dead." The moment he saw Old Ninth's demonic form, Jin Chao knew he couldn't handle him on his own. His only chance was to take advantage of his opponent's underestimation and kill him with all his might. It seemed he had succeeded. The body was full of holes, there wasn't a single intact spot. It was no different from a pile of minced meat. How could it still be alive? Seeing this scene, the internet exploded with comments. Netizen51, holy crap, what's going on? What happened with Brother Gene? How could he use so many powers? Netizen52, am I seeing ghosts tonight? Is Brother Gene even human? Netizen53, I doubt it, no normal person could use so many abilities. Netizen54, Earth, Wind, Ice, Water, Light, Space, Beast, Control, and that black flame, 8 different powers. How did Brother Gene do it? Netizen55, such a powerful assassin from the Black and White Order, just killed by Brother Gene. The masses couldn't believe it. To tear apart a level 50 beast with his bare hands and then to instantly kill him in a confrontation. How strong is Jin Chao? With the demonic form, he must have been at least a level 60 elite, probably even capable of handling a level 70 fighter with ease. And yet he was killed just like that. A monster, truly a monster. Not just the viewers on the livestream were shocked, even the top 10 assassins of the Black and White Order were solemn. They knew Old Ninth best. Once he used his demonic form, even a level 70 fighter would only face death. Now he's been killed by a young upstart and only a level 46 Grand Martial Master at that. It seemed impossible. Zhou Yu's face was even uglier. Jin Chao must die. What are they waiting for? Rejoin forces and kill him. He must not leave here alive. The remaining 9 no longer underestimated him and prepared to strike with all their might, aiming to kill the now defenseless Jin Chao. This showed how seriously they took him. This guy was too abnormal. Given enough time, not just them but even the Black and White Order might only face annihilation. Seeing the others ready to strike at Jin Chao, Mu Chou Jie became anxious and used his power. Time accelerated. In less than a second he appeared right beside Jin Chao, grabbing him and thinking of running. If he could push his time abilities to the limit, even Zhou over level 70 would take a while to catch up. Moreover, with the live stream going on for so long, the people from the martial arts tower must have already received the news. His father had already sent word early on instructing him to ensure Jin Chao's safety at all costs. They would be arriving soon. Now he was the only one who could buy some time. It would have been easier if his older sister were here. Time plus space, enough to make an escape. He hoped his father would arrive soon, otherwise he might really end up dying here alongside his idol. The moment Mu Chou Jie grabbed Jin Chao's face drastically changed and he pushed Mu Chou Jie away. Immediately after, a huge purple palm descended from the sky, smashing the ground where Jin Chao stood, causing it to sink 3 meters. The ground shook violently and countless cracks crazily spread from the edges of the palm. Pushed away, Mu Chou Jie struggled to stop his rolling body, desperately trying to crawl back. The power of this strike was so immense that not only Jin Chao, who was already too weak to stand, but even in his prime would have been doomed. Could it be that his idol was really dead? Before Mu Chou Jie could crawl far, a thunderous buzzing noise erupted. Damn, that hurts. This kid actually forced me to reveal my trump card. While dying might just be worth it. Slowly, Old Nine, who had been turned into a sieve by Jin Chao, began to rise from the ground. Originally a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms, he now transformed into one with 4 heads and 8 arms. However, apart from the newly appeared 4th face, the other 3 were nothing but skeletons draped with torn flesh. And the moment the 4th face appeared, the remaining 3 visibly began to regenerate. In just 2 or 3 seconds they looked as they originally did. Only now, with all 4 faces together, could people fully see the extent of Old Nine's demonic powers. 3 faces of a wrathful god and 1 face of mercy towards all beings. The contrast was stark. The 4th face, like a bodhisattva saving the suffering, was full of compassion, even resembling the Buddha in appearance, starkly different from the other 3 demonic, fierce faces. But as soon as Old Nine spoke, any semblance of compassion disappeared. You think you can kill me, you fool? You're far from capable. Everyone who saw this was shocked. How was this possible, to be beaten so badly yet still alive, and seemingly unharmed? What kind of power was this? How incredibly powerful! Not just the vast number of netizens, but even the top 10 assassins of the Black and White Realm and Zhou who trained them couldn't believe it. He had a 4th face. With just 3 faces he was nearly unbeatable. Now with a 4th, wasn't he poised to become the top assassin in the Black and White Realm? Old Nine, you've kept quite a secret, sneered a limping skinny man. Old 3, cut the crap. Which one of you doesn't have a hidden ace? Don't play innocent. Today being forced to reveal it is just my bad luck. To be a top assassin in the Black and White Realm who wouldn't have a trump card, what they show is only what they want to reveal. Only in a real life or death moment does their full strength come to light. Now here's the proof. Haha boss, I killed Jin Chao, so those 30 billion, are they mine now? Just as Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, a weak but very firm voice spoke up. Killed me? You're not worthy. Infinite realm poison barrier. As the last word dropped, everyone carefully watched their surroundings. After all, Jin Chao's abilities were too eerie, too difficult to predict. One careless move and you could easily fall into his trap. Even they had to be cautious around him. But after watching for a while, there was no change in the surroundings. Lao Jiu scoffed and laughed contemptuously, haha, putting on airs even at death's door. I didn't kill you before, but now I'll chop you into pieces. Saying this, Lao Jiu was about to raise his hand again to strike Jin Chao, but at that moment a severe pain erupted from within Lao Jiu's body. It started as a minor ache but soon grew more and more painful, as if countless ants were gnawing at his internal organs, making him wish for death. What's happening? How could this be? Jin Chao, supported by Mu Chou Jie, spoke weakly. The all-seeing Buddha of the 4 faces, the 3-sided Yama with thunderous methods, capable of splitting mountains and seas, omnipotent, immensely powerful. Hearing Jin Chao's words, Lao Jiu instantly stopped his screams, his body breaking out in a cold sweat, and it wasn't because of the pain inside him. It was because of Jin Chao's mention of the all-seeing Buddha of the 4 faces. It was the name of his unique ability, known only to him and never disclosed to anyone else. Jin Chao had recited it perfectly. Could he have known his secrets all along? Impossible. A Buddha that saves, nurturing flesh from words, bones from whispers, blood, capable of resurrection, enhancing the combat abilities of the other 3 aspects, invincible when all 4 faces are revealed. Each word from Jin Chao struck Lao Jiao like a sharp sword, clearly articulating his abilities to counter him. Would be effortless, wouldn't it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The regenerative abilities of his fourth aspect were developed to be nearly as potent as a level 3 restorative potion. Even with formidable methods, killing him should be impossible. But there was one weakness: the presence of a virus capable of instantaneously destroying human cells, especially one residing within the body. Such viruses were far too numerous. No matter how strong he was still human. How could he possibly withstand a virus, especially one residing within? Just wait for death if all your cells are invaded by this kind of virus, no matter how strong your regenerative abilities are. Jin Chao continued, now controlling these viruses to enter your body. The boundless domain controlling everything within its range, viruses included. Lao Jiao still refused to accept it. Impossible, such a powerful virus would show symptoms the moment it entered the body. How could I not notice at all? Jin Chao sneered. Humph, of course you didn't notice, because all my attacks were designed to distract you, letting pain dominate your body so you couldn't tell if it was from the attack or the virus eating away at you. Now, is there anything else you want to know? I've told you everything. Hearing Jin Chao's words, Lao Jiao was utterly unable to accept it. Impossible. Witnessing this, Zhou Yu could no longer keep his composure. His top assassin, whom he had painstakingly trained for 20 to 30 years, was just killed by Jin Chao. How could he possibly accept this? Instantly he flashed to Lao Jiao's side, crushing a vial of medicine and pouring it directly into Lao Jiao's mouth. Just as he reached old Ji's side, another scream echoed, "Dad, save me!" Zhou Yu was startled, then said gravely, "Not good, Ming'er." He rushed back to Zhou Ming's side. By then Zhou Ming was already covered in black flames, with only his head remaining uncharred. Fortunately he reacted quickly. By using a level 3 recovery potion he could still save his son, but as he was about to use the potion, a pair of heavy pupils appeared before him. At the same time, a voice, calm to the point of being weightless, sounded. "Boundless realm, thousand illusions, heavy pupils." The moment the voice fell, Zhou Yu felt darkness before his eyes. The scene before him gradually changed. However, Zhou Yu, a martial king above level 70, was not someone Jin Chao could easily deceive. Even with the boundless realm it was impossible, but Jin Chao had no intention of using the thousand illusions heavy pupils to bewilder Zhou Yu. All he needed was a moment of Zhou Yu's distraction, enough to burn Zhou Ming to ashes. Seeing Zhou Ming completely vanish, Zhou Yu cried out in grief, "Ming'er, Jin Chao, I will kill you." With that, he threw a punch directly at Jin Chao's head. If this strike hit, even 10 lives wouldn't save Jin Chao. In this critical moment, Mu Qiujie shouted, "Time, freeze!" As his voice emerged, everything stopped as if a pause button had been pressed. Everything halted. At the same time, Mu Qiujie spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. It was his first time using time freeze on such a large scale, and against a martial king above level 70, no less, far beyond his capabilities. However, to save his idol he was willing to suffer any injury. Just as he was about to rescue Jin Chao, a crisp sound made him freeze. Crack. Cracks spread from Zhou Yu's fist, quickly covering the entire area affected by the time ability. Mu Qiujie's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Yu had actually shattered the time barrier. How was that possible? But now was not the time to think about that. He needed to save his idol before Zhou Yu completely destroyed the time barrier. Otherwise he would undoubtedly die. But he was still a step too late. Bang! The time barrier completely shattered. Everything resumed. Zhou Yu's fist smashed directly into Jin Chao's head, driving him into the ground deep and out of sight. Jin Chao didn't even have time to moan before disappearing from everyone's sight. Just as Zhou Yu struck, the live broadcast camera suddenly dropped, but in less than a second it returned to normal. However, the viewers didn't have time to worry about such trivialities. Viewer 71, what happened to Brother Jin? He's not dead, is he? Viewer 72, shut your mouth, Brother Jin. Although he wanted to argue, he couldn't type the rest of the words. A martial king's strike can shatter mountains and sever rivers. Their power is incomparable to those martial masters of level 60 and above, and Jin Chao, even facing the four-faced demon god, had to use all his strength and a calculated plan just to bring him down, but only to defeat him, not to kill. How could anyone withstand the furious, full-powered strike of a martial king? That was the exact thought running through the minds of everyone watching the live broadcast. And it wasn't just them, even Judas, son Yilong and Father Mu couldn't see any possibility for Jin Chao to survive. Those who witnessed this scene were overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The alliance had been formed with the sole purpose of rescuing Jin Chao and putting an end to the Heibai Wujian. But now that Jin Chao was dead, was there still a need to go on? However, after a moment of contemplation, Father Mu made up his mind. he had to go even if it was just to retrieve Jin Chao's body. Zhu De was fearless. Jin Chao was the young man he admired the most. Even if he couldn't avenge him, he wanted to take a few down with him. Sunny Long didn't hesitate either. All 3 tier 3 potions had come from him. Even if it was to atone, he had to kill those who had attacked Jin Chao. As for old Zhao, he wasn't watching the live broadcast at all but was hurriedly rushing over. Zhou Yu watched as Jin Chao smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater, his face twisted in rage. Both of his sons had died at this fool's hands. Even the Heibai Wujian, which he had poured his heart into building, was mostly destroyed by him. He couldn't swallow this insult no matter what. Only by flaying Jin Chao and scattering his ashes could he quench the hatred in his heart. Mu Qiu Jia was stunned by this scene. If it had been old Nine Strike, there might have been a chance to save Jin Chao. Even with severe injuries, he could have used his time manipulating abilities to delay the worsening of the injuries and possibly save him. But now with Zhou Yu's strike, Jin Chao was dead. What use were his abilities now? Could he really turn back time? My idol is dead, my idol is dead, no. Mu Qiu Jie screamed in madness. He couldn't accept the reality of his idol being killed, especially right before his eyes. Time reversal, yes, time reversal. If only he could master it, his idol might still be saved. Thinking this, Mu Qiu Jie exerted all his effort to manipulate his time abilities, attempting to turn back time and change what had happened. But no matter how hard he pushed his powers, he couldn't reverse it. The river of time only flowed forward, never backward. Even with his time abilities, it was impossible. But how could Mu Qiu Jie give up? This was his most admired idol. In over 20 years, no matter how powerful the strong were, none had ever moved him like this. Because what others could do, he believed he could eventually achieve too. But Jin Chao was different. He could never surpass Jin Chao, not just in beast taming, but as a person. How could he accept such a good idol dying before him? Time reversal, I command you, time reversal. Mu Qiu Jie's face twisted fiercely, his face blood red. At that moment, he was completely insane. Even if it meant death, he would save Jin Chao. With a roar, Mu Qiu Jie's consciousness exploded, and he fell to the ground unconscious, his face filled with unwillingness. Yet even so, his eyes still stared in the direction of Jin Chao. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu arrived above the deep pit where Jin Chao was located. Slowly lifting his right hand, the next moment a gigantic wing of flames sprouted directly from his right shoulder blade. The bright firelight illuminated the entire battlefield as if it were daylight. The scorching temperature even set the ground ablaze with roaring flames. Even the black and white assassins who were not yet dead were instantly turned to ash without any chance to resist. The viewers in the live broadcast all gasped in shock at this scene. The king of the black and white world was simply invincible by human standards. This act was not intentional on Zhou Yu's part. It was merely the inherent temperature of the wing. Yet, the resulting destructive power was equivalent to all of Jin Chao's efforts combined. This was the disparity in strength. At this moment, it became even clearer to everyone that Jin Chao was definitely dead. What Zhou Yu was about to do was evident to all discerning eyes. He was about to desecrate the corpse, erasing even the last trace of its existence. But who dared to object? This was the prerogative of the king. Those who provoked his anger would be utterly annihilated. Zhou Yu glared fiercely downward, the massive flaming wings transforming into strands of fiery threads, plunging into the depths of the earth to drag Jin Chao up. Seeing Jin Chao, who could no longer level up, everyone who witnessed this scene felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Their beacon of hope was extinguished. Wangjiang City was vast beyond the common people's understanding, including the low-level martial artists. They were unaware of the lives led by the upper echelons of Wangjiang City. But they knew that before Jin Chao appeared, no one cared about their lives. They toiled day in and day out, sometimes unable to earn enough money for medical treatment. Sometimes, if their children were lucky enough to find a good job and improve the family's circumstances, they could still be threatened by the powerful and forced to take the blame for someone else's crimes. Such occurrences were all too common among these ordinary folks at the bottom of society, so common that they themselves believed it to be the natural order of things. They even told their children that it was unavoidable. They had never imagined a world where the guilty are punished accordingly. It was Jin Chao's emergence that allowed the poor who couldn't afford medical care to incur debts for treatment. Although burdened with heavy debts, at least they weren't left to die in despair. It was also Jin Chao's emergence that taught them that fairness still existed in this world. At least with Jin Chao it did. They thought about the day when Jin Chao would become the strongest and most influential person in Wangjiang City, affecting the entire city. That's why they paid attention to any news about Jin Chao during their rare rest times. It was their only glimmer of hope. But now that glimmer was extinguished and with it their spirits. The ultimate tragedy for humans isn't the absence of hope, but having hope dangled before their eyes only to be ruthlessly snuffed out while they could only watch helplessly. It wasn't that they lacked the courage to help Jin Chao, they were simply powerless. Zhou Yu of course was unaware of these people's thoughts, and even if he knew, he would regard them with disdain. A group of ordinary people, no matter how numerous, are just ordinary people, not to mention killing him. They couldn't even touch him. Why would he care about them? At this moment his main concern was how to torment Jin Chao. Should he start by flaying him or extracting his tendons, or perhaps burn him bit by bit? Or maybe just burn him and leave his head hanging in front of the warrior's tower? As he spoke, a strand of flame slowly wrapped around Jin Chao's neck. With just a little more force it would decapitate him. Just as Zhou Yu was about to act, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. It swallowed all the flames wrapped around Jin Chao, then engulfed his entire body, pulling him from Zhou Yu's control and disappearing from his sight. Seeing this, one of the top 10 assassins of the Black and White instantly went on high alert, ready to strike at whoever intervened from the shadows. Zhou Yu, seeing this, roared in a rage, "Zhao Li, if you dare to take his corpse away, I will kill everyone in the warrior's tower and make sure you never find peace." Zhou Yu's furious voice made everyone shiver. This was a vow from the king of the Black and White which no one dared to defy. Anyone targeted by him, even if not killed, would surely never find peace in their lifetime. Even Zhao Lao, the elder of Warrior's Tower, the greatest power in Wangjiang City, had a grim expression on his face when he heard these words. He was well aware of what Zhou Yu meant. Although the threats of the Black and White couldn't touch the high-level powerhouses of the Warrior's Tower, the middle and lower tiers were also very important. Without them, the entire Warrior's Tower might not function, especially since there were so few above level 60. But Jin Chao must be saved. Before he could speak, a corpulent figure descended from the sky, his face grim as he said, "What if the Three Dragons gang and the Nani Corporation were involved? Although we the Mu family might be nothing in the eyes of the Black and White, we also want to intervene in this matter." As the voices continued to rise, Zhu de Sun Yilong and Father Mu stepped forward one after another. The people following them were few, but each emitted the aura of a strong person. The three top forces, along with the first-rate Mu family, joined forces to confront the Black and White. Such a lineup no power could withstand. Zhou Yu watched the strong ones behind these four men, his face twitching uncontrollably. He hadn't expected that for a single Jin Chao these guys would bring out all their resources. Nevertheless, even so, Jin Chao would not be leaving today. No matter who comes today, no one would take him away. Hearing this, Elder Zhao took a deep breath and said, "Then let's fight." With that, both sides' masters displayed all their strength. All sorts of fierce beasts and abilities spread across the battlefield. The sheer force emitted alone shattered the surrounding mountains and forest, shaking violently as if from an earthquake. Deep, seemingly bottomless trenches continuously appeared, and even the distant urban areas felt the intense vibrations, causing widespread shock. Could this be the true power of a martial king? The battle hadn't even started, and it was already affecting such distant places. If a real fight were to break out, wouldn't Wangjiang City be destroyed? It appears that the saying about martial kings being able to split mountains and divert rivers is not an exaggeration at all. Now it seems that Jin Chao's attempt to eliminate the Black and White Brotherhood is somewhat overambitious. Without even using those assassins, just Zhou Yu moving a finger could settle Jin Chao and his exotic beasts. In front of Zhou Yu, Jin Chao truly stands no chance. Just as the situation became uncontrollable, a commanding voice thundered, "Whoever dares to make a move, I will annihilate." The moment the voice fell, countless massive weapons appeared above the battlefield, each entwined with endless powerful auras. At the same time, a majestic figure slowly emerged, dressed in a green military uniform paired with a green cloak and black leather boots. He starkly stood out amidst everyone. His angry gaze pushed back every onlooker's eyes. Alone he made these supremely proud martial kings dare not utter a single word. Because the newcomer was none other than the military commander of Wangjiang City, a terrifying existence who truly held the power over life and death of everyone present. "I can tolerate anything you do as long as it ensures the safety of the people of Wangjiang City. If you dare threaten their safety even slightly, I will not hesitate to kill all of you." His reliance wasn't on the nation's army but on his own strength, which far surpassed that of martial kings. "Let today's matter end here, and there shall be no further acts of revenge. Everyone get lost." The military commander's roar left everyone pale-faced. Even Zhou Yu, whose son had just been killed, dared not speak a word. After his declaration, he stepped onto a flying sword and soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's view. Netizens who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Was this really the military commander Shangwan? Impossible. Wasn't he just known for training soldiers and directing the city's patrol soldiers, managing traffic and maintaining order? Such an approachable commander, when did he become so formidable? Just a few simple words and he silenced the top fighters of the four major forces, not daring to let out a peep, honestly, in Wangjiang City commander. Shangwan's words had never carried as much weight as the leaders of the three major forces. Some people, even annoyed at waiting for traffic lights, would directly call his phone to complain, and with a poor attitude at that. Yet Commander Shangwan had always just apologized, never uttering a harsh word. Such an approachable commander, to think he was such a terrifying existence. Had they been too loud in their previous talks, everyone retreated, and naturally Jin Chao was taken away by Elder Zhao. Mucho Jia was also picked up by his father. "Boss, are we just going to let this go?" Old Nine glared fiercely in the direction of the departing crowd. "What else do you want?" Zhou closed his eyes slightly, exhaling slowly. "I want to chop Jin Chao into mince, make him into buns, and have his parents eat them to vent my anger." Upon hearing this, Zhou chuckled. "You think I don't want to, but in Wangjiang City, Shangwan's words are the iron law, and those who defy it meet no good end." Having finished speaking, Zhou ignored Old Nine, who looked unconvinced and warned everyone behind him, "I'm warning you, don't cause any trouble at this critical moment, otherwise." A potentially huge conflict was smoothly resolved by the commanding officer with just a few words. However, more than these events, the general public was more concerned about whether Jin Chao was dead or alive. Up to now, they still harbored a sliver of hope, wishing that Jin Chao wasn't dead. When the live broadcast was turned off, everyone fell silent. They did not want Jin Chao to die. In a dilapidated room, a family of three stared at their mobile phone, lost in thought. At this moment, a 7 or 8-year-old child tugged at his father's arm and asked, "Dad, is brother Jin Chao dead?" The father, his face weathered with time, looked at his son, unsure of what to say. The mother, with a gentle voice, comforted him. How could brother Jin Chao be dead? He must be recuperating in the Marshall Tower with grandfather Zhao. In a few days, we'll see him on the phone again. Hearing his mother's words, the child brightened up considerably. "Then let's go see brother Jin Chao. I want to give him a candy so that he won't find the medicine bitter." Seeing their son's hopeful expression, the couple exchanged looks, feeling helpless. Not to mention that they had no idea about Jin Chao's actual condition. Even if they went to the Marshall Tower, it was impossible for them to see him. They couldn't fulfill their son's wish. Just then someone knocked on the door. "Old Zhao, are you home?" The father was surprised upon hearing this. Wasn't that old Zhang's voice? Why was he coming over at this time? Before the couple could respond, old Zhang's voice rang out again from outside. "Child's mother, do you think old Zhao went to the Marshall Tower without telling us? You've got the nerve to say that. Why didn't you go earlier? If it weren't for Mr. Jean, could you have been treated at the hospital the other day when you had no money?" "Child's mother, let's not talk about this in front of the child. Let's hurry up and go." Hearing this, old Zhao quickly opened the door. "Old Zhang, are you guys heading to the Marshall Tower?" Seeing that old Zhao had not yet left, old Zhang was pleased. "You haven't gone yet? Perfect, let's go together." Faced with old Zhang's enthusiastic invitation, old Zhao was somewhat baffled. "What's the use of us going to the Marshall Tower?" Seeing old Zhao like this, old Zhang became somewhat displeased. "What do you mean, what's the use? At the very least, we can pray for Mr. Jean at the entrance of the Marshall Tower. When Mr. Jean wakes up, we'll be the first to know and we can cheer him on." "Right," then old Zhang's wife continued. "Yes, Mr. Jean has done so much for us. Now that something has happened to Mr. Jean, we can't just not go and see him. That would be too heartless." Old Zhao's wife and son also came over. "Dad, let's just go." Old Zhao was torn. He thought about the work he needed to do tomorrow. If he didn't rest tonight, how could he work and earn money to support his family? His wife then said, "Let's go, otherwise we'll never be at peace for the rest of our lives." Isn't living all about having a clear conscience? This phrase struck old Zhao like a heavy hammer, shattering all his concerns. "Let's go. We won't work tomorrow. Tonight, even if it means staying up all night, we'll wait for Mr. Jean to wake up." 6 individuals, without even changing their clothes, rushed toward the Marshall Tower. They were not alone. Many from Wangjiang City were also converging on the same destination. Among them was even a patient in a wheelchair, still receiving 4 treatments. They were all going there to pray for Jin Chao, to offer their modest support. Although Jin Chao had only become famous a few days ago, even the major reforms at the First People's Hospital had only started in the past couple of days. There were too many in Wangjiang City who couldn't afford medical treatment. If not for Jin Chao pressuring the hospital to reform, they would have been left to suffer and die in agony. They were deeply grateful to Jin Chao. Even though they knew that waiting endlessly at the Marshall Tower would have no effect, it was the only thing they could do for him. At this moment, not being there would weigh heavily on their conscience. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao and his group, carrying Jin Xiao, were rushing toward the Marshall Tower at high speed. Before leaving, Sun Yilong had already administered a level 3 recovery potion to Jin Xiao, but it had no effect. Jin Xiao still showed no signs of life. As someone on par with the powerful Zhou Yu, they knew too well the devastating force of Zhou Yu's full strike. It was more than Jin Xiao could withstand. Without a miracle, Jin Xiao was certain to die. Elder Zhao sat quietly to one side, his silence and lack of words astonishing Sun Yilong. Zhudin Muba. Did Elder Zhao not worry about Jin Xiao's safety, or had he resigned himself to Jin Xiao's death? However, now was not the time for such questions. They needed to get to a safe place quickly to treat Jin Xiao. Soon, the group arrived at the Marshall Tower. Just as they were about to enter, they were stunned by the scene in front of the building. A dense crowd had formed a tight ring around the tower, leaving not a single gap except for a clear path they had made, knowing that Jin Xiao could not afford any delay. As Jin Xiao was carried through the crowd, not a single person asked any questions, for they feared delaying those trying to save him. Seeing this, Elder Zhao and his companions felt a mix of emotions. They hadn't expected that Jin Xiao would hold such an important place in these people's hearts in just a few days. The group hurried through the crowd to the 33rd floor of the Marshall Tower. All available medical supplies were gathered, and Muhi, who had been waiting there, immediately began using his healing abilities. The level 3 recovery potion had been ineffective. Their only hope now lay with Muhi, if he could not save Jin Xiao. As time slowly passed, everyone grew increasingly anxious. The citizens below wished they could bear some of Jin Xiao's suffering themselves. Someone eventually spoke up. "May Mr. Jin be safe and sound." Soon many others began to echo this sentiment. Initially it was just a few people speaking in hushed tones, but as time passed, more and more joined in, their voices growing louder and louder until finally everyone's voices merged into a loud earnest chorus. "May Mr. Jin be safe and sound." The sound was so loud that it could be heard for miles around. Even those on the 33rd floor could hear it clearly. However, at this moment, they had no time to pay attention to it. Muhi was already drenched in sweat, but Jin Xiao, lying in the bed, showed no signs of life. It had been half an hour since Jin Xiao had shown any signs of life. If there was no response soon, no one could save him. Muhi, having used his special abilities for an extended period, was already at his limit. If it weren't for his sheer willpower, he would have collapsed long ago. But even the strongest will could not fight off the weakness of his body. "I've done my best," he said, and with those words, Muhi passed out. Everyone present was shocked and saddened by this scene. Could it be that Jin Xiao was really gone forever? Just when everyone was lost and immersed in sorrow, a faint breath was heard, followed by Jin Xiao slowly lifting his hand and murmuring, "Water, daylight." Everyone who had been waiting there all night hadn't left. They all wanted to know what would happen to Jin Xiao, but in their hearts they had already guessed. There had been no news all night. It seemed likely that Jin Xiao had not survived. Soon, the official website of the martial artist building issued a brief message: Jin Xiao's funeral tentatively scheduled for September 1st. This message exploded across Wangjiang City. Jin Xiao was really dead. For a moment, the homepage of the martial artist building was overwhelmed by netizens crashing under the traffic. Everyone was mourning for Jin Xiao, wishing to send him off on his final journey. Meanwhile, the people from Black and White were also informed. Jin Xiao's death was undoubtedly a pleasure for them. However, Zhou Yu was very skeptical. In the current situation, it was a fight to the death between the two sides. Only Jin Xiao's death could bring peace. Otherwise, Black and White would not rest. Precisely because of this, Zhou Yu was filled with doubts about Jin Xiao's death. He ordered a thorough investigation of Jin Xiao's case, insisting on checking every possible clue. Although everyone was puzzled, no one dared to disobey Zhou Yu's orders. After all, they were all too familiar with Jin Xiao's exploits. About a week later, he had reached level 46, leading many exotic beasts, almost breaking through their ranks. If it weren't for their intervention, Black and White would have been destroyed. Even though they had ultimately killed Jin Xiao, Black and White had lost face completely. Now that Jin Xiao's death was announced and the funeral was scheduled for September 1st, half a month away, if Jin Xiao was really still alive, he would be the biggest threat to Black and White by then. Reinforcements were called from headquarters, guarding every exit of Wangjiang City around the clock to ensure that no one resembling Jin Xiao could leave the city. Black and White was overwhelmed with work. The citizens of Wangjiang City were also busy doing their utmost in prayers for Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao's parents, after hearing the news, had fainted several times from grief. Now, Muhi was with them around the clock. the elderly couple simply could not accept the news of Jean Chao's death, especially since he had been so full of life in front of them just 2 days earlier, telling them not to worry, he had become nothing but a cold corpse now. How could they accept this? Ever since Jean Chao became a warrior and cured his father's illness, lifting his family out of poverty and into a large house, no longer having to scrape by on meager meals and counting every penny, he had been the pillar of the family, their pride. And now, just as they were beginning to enjoy better days, they were suddenly told that Jean Chao was dead, their only son was dead. How could they possibly accept that? The siblings of the Mu family were equally unable to accept the news of Jean Chao's death. Mu Qiujia cried herself into a tearful mess, locking herself in her room all day, refusing to eat or see anyone, as if she wanted to isolate herself from the whole world. Mu Qiujia, driven mad by grief, ignored everyone's attempts to stop him, determined to annihilate everyone in the Heibai Wujian in revenge for Jean Chao. It took an intervention from their father, who gave them something that finally made them reconsider their course of action. Meanwhile, the Nani Group and the Sandragon Gang issued a joint statement. It was straightforward. From tomorrow, both forces would start buying beast crystals at a detailed but low price, also setting a daily transaction limit. The declaration ended with a note that this initiative was at Jean Chao's request, a welfare scheme for the underprivileged people of Wangjiang City. Such news deeply moved the people of the city. Even in death, he had not forgotten to secure benefits for them. What could they possibly offer in return for such a man's sacrifices? How wonderful it would be if he were still alive. While some mourned, others rejoiced. The happiest among them was Wang Jinyu's father. Upon hearing of the death of his son's killer, he wasted no time in throwing a lavish banquet at a 5-star hotel, even hanging a banner to celebrate Jean Chao's death, attracting curses from many, but he did not care. Even if no one else joined, he enjoyed himself immensely. Meanwhile, Jean Chao's uncle laughed heartily, saying the rascal got what he deserved. But another retorted, "What good is his death when we can't benefit from him anymore? Watch how I make money off the dead," was the unconcerned reply. As days passed, the tumult around Jean Chao's death gradually settled. The Warrior Tower's operations continued as usual. Besides adding the new business of purchasing beast crystals, the Nani Group and the Sandragon Gang remained unaffected. The Heibai Wujian investigated for a whole month but found nothing suspicious. Wangjiang City returned to its usual state, Jean Chao's life and death seemingly leaving no trace. At the same time, the annual high school martial exam was nearing. September 1st was supposed to be a crucial date for the exams, but millions of parents petitioned to attend Jean Chao's funeral instead, requesting a postponement of the exams. This caused significant headaches for the military department. Such an important day couldn't be rescheduled just like that, even by their authority, and some people disagreed with such a move, adding to the complications faced by the military commander. In the military department's meeting room, opinions were sought. "I believe we should not postpone the exam date. To delay such an important event just for Jean Chao's funeral is simply unreasonable," one argued. A young male officer expressed his frustrations, sparking a heated discussion among the officers. "I disagree," stated a female officer firmly. "The number of people requesting permission this time is quite large. If we refuse, it could likely upset the general populace and most of the candidates. If they decide to skip the exam, the universities will face a talent gap, the consequences of which are immeasurable." The male officer scoffed at her words. "Secretary Qin, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? Just for attending some Jean Chao's funeral, would they really neglect such an important event as their children's martial arts exam? The importance of this exam is clear. Perform well and you get into a top martial arts university, paving the way to become a high-flying martial artist. Do poorly and you miss out, ending up in menial jobs, struggling daily just to make ends meet. Who would compromise such a crucial day and their children's future prospects?" He couldn't believe that Jean Chao held such influence. "Lieutenant would never underestimate the beliefs of the common folk," retorted the female officer. "Jean Chao has over the years been the only one who genuinely fought for their benefits, becoming an untarnished beacon of faith for them. Opposing them now is not a wise decision." Lieutenant Wen wanted to argue further, but Commander Shangwan interrupted. "Enough, I know what must be done. The martial arts exam will proceed as scheduled." After declaring this, Commander Shangwan stood up and left the room. Lieutenant Wen provocatively glanced at Secretary Qin before swaggering out of the meeting room, leaving Secretary Qin feeling helpless. Trouble was indeed brewing in Wangjiang City. As soon as the news was released, it sparked widespread dissatisfaction among the lower classes. They simply wanted to attend Jean Chao's funeral with their children. Couldn't the military make some allowances? Dad, I want to hear your opinion. Should we attend Mr. Jin's funeral or should I take the martial arts exam? A sincere 18-year-old girl looked at her father, who replied, Dad, I want to attend Mr. Jin's funeral. The exam can wait until next year, but Mr. Jin's funeral is a one-time event. Without Mr. Jin, Grandpa might not have been able to see me take the exam. How can we miss his funeral? Moved by her response, the middle-aged man patted his daughter's shoulder. That's my girl, always grateful. I believe you can achieve great results next year. Let's go to Mr. Jin's funeral. The people of Wangjiang City headed en masse to Jin Chao's funeral, showing little concern for the martial arts exam. When the exam day arrived, the military personnel were shocked to see such a sparse turnout. The numbers were so low they couldn't even fill the quota for one university. This is bad. Notify the commander, we have a serious problem. In a world plagued by monstrous beasts, martial artists are crucial, and universities are where most martial artists emerge. Even a single year's gap in producing martial artists could be disastrous. It was indeed a significant crisis. Losing the people's trust was an even greater danger. This matter had to be reported immediately. Commander, things are not looking good this year. No one is coming to participate in the warrior examination. What should we do? I heard they all went to Jin Chao's funeral, someone reported anxiously after a prolonged silence. A very tired voice came through the phone eventually. Understood. So, what do we do now, Commander? The person in charge of the warrior examination was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Continue with the work on your end as usual and prepare for the continuation of the exams the day after tomorrow, Commander Shangwan instructed before hanging up. At that moment he felt a great headache brewing. The warrior examination could not proceed in this way. Determined, Commander Shangwan then stepped out of his office, deciding to resolve the issue by attending Jin Chao's funeral himself. At the funeral hall, Jin Chao's parents, dressed in black and wearing white flowers on their chests, stood in front of their son's shrine, tears continuously falling. Prominent figures like Elder Zhao Sunilong, Zhu De and Mu's father each came with a group to pay their respects, bowing deeply before Jin Chao's portrait. Seeing such a gathering, many at the Warrior Tower felt fortunate to witness the influence Jin Chao had, attracting the top 3 powers of Wangjiang City and the Mu family. Jin Chao's influence was indeed immeasurable. Had he been alive, the top position at the Warrior Tower would unquestionably be his, with no one able to contest it. Fortunately, he was no longer alive. As everyone was comforting Jin Chao's parents, a large crowd of Wangjiang City residents appeared outside the funeral hall, surrounding it completely. Learning that they were all there to send Jin Chao off, his parents were deeply moved and kept bowing in thanks. Thank you all for coming to my son's funeral. Thank you, they said. Seeing Jin's parents, many people shed tears, comforting them. Brother, sister-in-law, it is us who should be thanking Mr. Jin. If it weren't for Mr. Jin, my grandfather might not have held on till now. Mr. Jin was truly a good person. He helped us a lot during his life, and even in death he has shown us a way forward. How could such a person die so young? Their words resonated deeply with many, moving them to tears of sorrow. Brother, sister-in-law, Mr. Jin is gone, but you still have us. From now on we are your family. Seeing these people, Jin's parents felt comforted, knowing that at least some people remembered their son's kindness. Just as everyone was immersed in their grief, a sudden voice rang out. Make way, Commander Shangwan has an important announcement. Hearing this, Elder Zhao and others frowned. What was the military doing here at this time? It seemed unlikely they were here simply to offer condolences. As everyone pondered, Commander Shangwan, surrounded by a host of officers, approached Jin's parents. First he bowed deeply to pay his respects to Jin Chao, then he turned to Jin's parents and said, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you at this time, but this matter is too serious and must be resolved now. Jin's parents, though bewildered, politely responded, Commander, please go ahead, thank you for your understanding. Commander Shangwan then addressed the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, apart from paying my respects to Mr. Jin today, my main purpose is to urge everyone to send their children back to participate in the warrior examination. Upon hearing this, all those who had come to mourn displayed angry expressions towards the official Shangwan. No one responded to his words and the atmosphere turned very chilly. At this point, Lieutenant Wen couldn't help but speak up. You all need to think this through clearly. Is it worth it to delay your children's exams to hold a memorial for Jin Chao? If this causes a gap in the ranks of warriors who resist the beast invaders, can you bear that responsibility? His words incited fury among everyone present. What did he mean by worth it or bearing the responsibility? Even Shangwan the official was so shocked by these words that he didn't know what to say. who persuades people like this? Is this guy insane or a covert spy? How could he incite public outrage at such a time? But it was too late to stop him. Immediately, a refined-looking middle-aged man stood up, visibly angry, and said, "Officer, your words are inappropriate. First, we are paying respects to our benefactor. There's no question of worth involved. Second, we came to the memorial with our children's consent. If they wished to continue their exams, we wouldn't have forced them to come. Third, you talk about delaying our children as if they can't take the exam next year. It's only one more year of high school, and who knows, maybe with another year's preparation they could get into an even better college. Fourth, you say we are negligent, but it's actually you who are negligent. If the threat is so severe, why can't the exam be postponed by a day instead of outright rejecting our request? Since we are so unimportant in your eyes, why now insist we go back for the exams?" His argument was logical and left Lieutenant Wen speechless. Shangwan too was sweating profusely with anxiety. If only he had stopped Lieutenant Wen earlier, they wouldn't be in this situation now. Regret was useless at this point. The only thing left to do was to persuade Jin Chao's parents to try and convince the crowd. With this thought, Shangwan approached Mr. and Mrs. Jin and said, "Mr. Jin, you see the situation here. These students are ignoring their warrior exams just to pay respects to your son. We hope you can help persuade them." Mr. Jin, who was unaccustomed to such scenes, replied cautiously, "Commander, do my words even carry weight?" Lieutenant Wen, already displeased with the Jin family's actions, was further infuriated. Without any courtesy, he said, "The commander is discussing this with you in hopes that you realize the gravity of the situation. Your son is merely having a funeral. If this really delays the warrior exams, can your family bear that responsibility?" Mr. and Mrs. Jin, typically soft-spoken, were instantly filled with anger. How could they bear responsibility for something like this? They had only organized a funeral for their son. How could they be blamed for these events? Yet, being not adept at arguing, they didn't know how to respond. Zhao Laosi, who had been standing aside, spoke furiously, "Commander, Shangwan, is this the intention of the military?" Zhao's face was grim as he stared at Commander Shangwan. Sunny Lone loosened his tie and said with a grim expression, "First of all, there is no law that states you cannot hold a funeral during the martial arts examination. Secondly, the citizens had already submitted a request to the military before this incident occurred. It was the military's unilateral decision that led to today's situation. Lastly, Mr. Jin is just reserved by nature and unsure if he could persuade these people, and yet this lieutenant is so aggressive. Do you think you can bully honest people at will? Also, I would like to ask, is this the attitude to ask for someone's help? If the military could really handle this, they wouldn't need to ask Mr. Jin for help. Handle it on your own and bear all the consequences." Although Zhuda did not speak, he continuously stared at Lieutenant Wen. If it weren't for Commander Shangwan being there, he definitely could not have left. As for Mu's father, he directly scoffed loudly, saying, "Lieutenant, you cannot bully Mr. Jin Chao's parents. They have just lost their son. They cannot bear any more psychological pressure. Isn't it just about letting these students go back to take their exams? If Mr. Jin Sr. is afraid to speak, I will." With these words, Mu's father walked outside. Hearing this, Commander Shangwan looked angrily at Lieutenant Wen. He had brought him along thinking he could help speak on their behalf. He didn't expect him to be of no help at all, only adding to the chaos. It was already a misjudgment on their part. Otherwise, such a major oversight wouldn't have occurred. Just now, these citizens were merely resisting. Now, they had directly incited public outrage. How were they going to resolve this? Before Mu's father could speak, hearing his voice, the crowd immediately started shouting, Who was bullying Mr. Jin's parents? I am responsible for my actions alone. This has nothing to do with their family. If you want to confront someone, confront me. Do not trouble them." "Exactly, you officials are lawless. Attending Mr. Jin's funeral was our voluntary decision. Our children not taking the exams was also voluntary. Do we need your approval for everything we do?" The situation had escalated. The citizens already had a significant grievance against the military, and now, in front of them, bullying Mr. Jin's parents because they wanted to persuade them was something they could not tolerate, with Mu's father stirring things further, suppressing. This was going to be difficult. At this moment, Commander Shangwan was completely overwhelmed. If only Mr. Jin Chao's parents could have persuaded them, there might have been a great chance to salvage the situation. Now that it backfired, it seemed it was time to evaluate Lieutenant Wen's capabilities. Seeing this scene, Lieutenant Wen turned pale with fright. He knew too well the importance of this matter. If he couldn't handle this, it wouldn't just be the military. He might not have a place in Wangjiang City anymore. He hadn't anticipated Mr. Jin Chao's influence to be so significant. What were they to do? Just when everyone was unsure of how to proceed, a figure squeezed through from behind. "Excuse me, please let me through, I have urgent business inside." The man who was pushed was initially furious, realizing someone was squeezing past him, and he snapped irritably, "What are you pushing for, can't you see?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a face he never expected to see, Mr. Jean Chao. It was actually Mr. Jean Chao. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? How could he be here? What on earth was going on? The man who had been very angry was now frozen in place, staring blankly as Jean Chao walked past him. The same scene kept unfolding until Jean Chao reached the front and everyone fell silent. They simply watched wide-eyed as Jean Chao appeared before the crowd. Then Jean Chao bowed to the crowd, saying, "I'm truly sorry for deceiving everyone, but due to some special circumstances I had no choice but to do this. I hope you all can understand." With these words the crowd erupted. How could they not forgive him? As long as Jean Chao was alive, they wouldn't mind even if he had lied to them or even beaten them. They had no complaints. "Mr. Jean is not dead. I must tell this great news to my dad. Thank goodness, heaven is just. Good people receive good rewards. I knew it. I said Mr. Jean wouldn't just die like that, and I was right." "Oh come on, you were the one crying the loudest just now." The commotion outside quickly caught the attention of Jean Chao's parents. Hearing Jean Chao's voice, they were instantly distraught. Jin's mother, without even blinking, stumbled outside, nearly falling over, continuously muttering, "My Chao has come back, my Chao has come back." Although Jin's father also heard Jean Chao's voice, he believed it couldn't be true, as he had cremated his son's body himself. Seeing his wife's state, he couldn't bring himself to speak the truth and followed her outside. Fearing for her well-being, Jin's mother pushed open the door, frantically searching around. When she saw that familiar figure, she was instantly stunned. Tears streamed down uncontrollably and her voice choked up to the point where she couldn't utter a complete sentence. "Chao, is it really you?" Jin's mother asked tentatively, even afraid to ask. She was too desperate to see her son and couldn't take any more blows. Hearing his mother's voice, Jean Chao slowly turned around, seeing his parents' worn-out appearances. He felt deeply remorseful. Without any unnecessary movements, he knelt on the ground, bowed his head and choked up, "Dad, Mom, your son has been unfilial. I've made you worry." Hearing this, Jin's mother couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed Jean Chao's head and burst into loud crying. Unable to say anything, she vented all the sadness, helplessness and despair she had felt over the past half-month. It seemed as if she was trying to cry out all her grievances. Her heart was too bitter. Seeing Jin's mother like this, everyone present teared up, deeply understanding her feelings. If it were them, they couldn't handle it any better than Jin's mother if their son, who had been dead for over half a month, suddenly appeared at his own funeral. Soon Jin's mother had vented all her grievances, but her hand still clung to Jean Chao tightly, fearing that once she let go he would disappear again. Only by holding him tightly did she feel at ease. Jean Chao allowed his mother to hold onto him as they walked towards the memorial hall. He had other matters to attend to. Today's arrangement was discussed and agreed upon with Zhao Laowu and his men. He hadn't let even his parents in on the secret. He desperately needed time to enhance his abilities. It was only after facing off against the top assassins of the Black and White that he realized the vast gap between their skills and his. Even 1,000 level 50 beasts wouldn't stand a chance. Just killing Zhou Ming had exhausted all his abilities and strategies. Dealing with others was simply beyond his current capabilities. And with Zhou Yu in the picture, he didn't even have a chance to escape. Hence today's act of faking his death was orchestrated to buy himself over half a month to improve his strength. During this period, it was crucial that the Black and White didn't catch even a hint of deception. Otherwise, with their means, finding him would be as easy as flipping a hand. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and he had gained enough strength to contend with the Black and White, though it was tough on his parents. However, what he hadn't anticipated was how his own funeral would impact the martial artist's examination, or that someone from the military would dare to mistreat his parents. This was something he couldn't just let slide. Stepping into the memorial hall, Jean Chao glared coldly at Commander Shangwan. "Commander, I appreciate your intervention that day, but it doesn't justify the military's mistreatment of my parents. Whatever I owe the military, I will repay." After saying this, Jean Chao turned to Lieutenant 1. "Those who bullied my parents, I will not let them off easily." Commander Shangwan, faced with Jean Chao's stare, showed a face full of guilt. If only he had managed the situation better, none of this would have followed. But Lieutenant 1 was, after all, a military man, and he couldn't simply ignore that. "Mr. Jean, I am truly sorry about today's events. We will handle Lieutenant 1 seriously and I hope you can give him another chance." As he spoke, the commander bowed deeply to Jean Chao, his attitude extremely sincere and devoid of any pretense. Seeing this, Jin Chao felt his resolve waver, such a noble commander who had also saved his life. Should he really be so hard on him? With this thought, Jin Chao looked guiltily towards his parents. His mother, catching her son's glance, naturally understood what Jin Chao was thinking. However, she didn't care about anything else. As long as her son was safe and by her side, that was enough. Whatever you decide to do, I agree. Actually, Mom. Before she could finish, Lieutenant Wen suddenly spoke up very sternly. Commander, why are you apologizing to him? If it weren't for his fake death and this funeral, none of these issues would have arisen. Moreover, I believe it's necessary to investigate Jin Chao for disturbing public order. His words stunned everyone present. Since when did the military produce such people who twisted right and wrong? Even if Jin Chao faked his death and held a funeral, what did it have to do with the military or public order? Those attending Jin Chao's funeral had done so voluntarily. Moreover, it was the military who had chosen this course of action after learning everything leading to today's events. Lieutenant Wen, rather than reflecting on his own faults, brazenly pushed all the blame onto Jin Chao. Did he really think that just because he was under the military's banner he could twist the truth and act lawlessly? Jin Chao had initially decided to let him off, but now it was clear that things couldn't end amicably. Oh, according to the lieutenant, how should I be dealt with? Upon hearing Jin Chao's words, a smug expression appeared on Lieutenant Wen's face. How to deal with this? First, calm these people down and let them return to their exams. Second, come back with us to the military base, accept punishment and compensate for all losses. It would be best to compensate with exotic beasts. Jin Chao couldn't help but laugh at the lieutenant's audacity. Even now he had not realized his own mistakes and even thought about extorting Jin Chao's exotic beasts. Was this the kind of talent the military, which was supposed to protect the people, produced? Commander Shangwan took a deep breath, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Why did he even bring him here? Commander Shangwan, does what this lieutenant says represent the military's stance? Commander Shangwan was at a loss for words. Closing his eyes, he said, Lieutenant Wen, from this moment on you are no longer part of the military. Please remove your uniform and leave this place immediately. The meaning in Commander Shangwan's words was clear to Jin Chao. Until now he had been thinking about how to preserve the lieutenant. Hearing Commander Shangwan's words, the previously triumphant Lieutenant Wen was stunned. What? The commander actually wants me to leave the military? Why? I have been wholeheartedly devoted to the military. It was unfair. Commander, you can't do this. Drag him away. Commander Shangwan didn't give Lieutenant Wen another chance to make a scene. He ordered his men to drag him away. After Lieutenant Wen had left, Commander Shangwan continued, Mr. Jin, are you satisfied with this resolution? Since Commander Shangwan was so sincere, Jin naturally agreed to cooperate fully. With that he turned and walked outside. To those who had come for his funeral he said, thank you all very much for your kindness, but now is a critical time for exams. Please take your children back and focus on their studies. I will be at the martial arts tower tomorrow for work and we can talk about any issues then. Alright, okay. Jin Chao's words were met with unanimous agreement. No one objected. But with less than an hour left before the exam, it was impossible to get back in time. Although everyone knew this, no one brought it up since they had already prepared for their children to take the exam next year. However, Jin Chao was not about to give up. He immediately used the immaculate space to transport everyone to the examination hall, not delaying even a minute. There was even half an hour left for them to rest and adjust, which wouldn't affect their exam performance at all. After sending everyone away, Jin Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then a figure flew straight towards him. Jin subconsciously counterattacked, but when he saw who it was he immediately ceased his resistance. The next moment Mu Qiujie, sobbing with snot and tears, clung to Jin Chao. Idol, you're not dead, you really aren't dead. Wonderful, wonderful, my sister no longer has to remain a widow. What was originally a touching scene took a twist with his comment. What does he mean by remaining a widow, Mu Qiujie? And I really had nothing going on. Watching Mu Qiujie clinging onto me, I was initially moved. After all, aside from old Zhao, Sunny Longzhu de Mu's father and Mu He, no one knew that I had faked my death. My siblings' recent behaviors were all reported to me by our father, which truly made me feel guilty. I had planned to return and properly make it up to him, but it seems there's no need now. This guy, he doesn't need it. But one thing puzzled me. Today was my own funeral. Where had these siblings been? Why did they only arrive now? And where was Sha Dai? Ignoring Mu Qiujie's struggles, Jin Chao firmly pulled him down. This guy had no reservations, just hanging onto my neck, his legs wrapped around my waist. If it had been a girl it might have been okay, but he's a guy. After pulling down Mucho Jiet, Jin Chao looked around and soon spotted Xiao Dai in the crowd, biting her lip hard, her eyes brimming with tears, trying to hold them back, wanting yet not daring to look at Jin Chao. She seemed like she could shatter any second, a sight that made Jin Chao feel deeply heartbroken. In terms of family background, the Mu family was among the top elite families in Wangjiang City, unmatched by anyone except the four major powers. In terms of looks, Xiao Dai was a top-tier beauty, easily ranked in the top 10 of Wangjiang City, if not the first. Her personality was gentle and amiable, and she had a somewhat blind admiration for me. Such a wonderful girl, how could I ever be worthy of her? Regardless of whether I was worthy or not, it was time to comfort her. Thinking this, Jin Chao gently raised his right hand, patted Xiao Dai's head, and said softly, "It's okay, I'm back now, sorry to have worried you." With Jin Chao's gentle pat, Xiao Dai, already on the verge of breaking down, completely lost control. With a loud cry, she began to sob uncontrollably. "He's not dead, he's really not dead. That's wonderful, wonderful." Then she threw herself into Jin Chao's arms, wrapping her arms around his body, her head buried in his chest, crying without restraint. During this period, Xiao Dai had been living in sadness every day, reminiscing every moment she spent with Jin Chao. Although they had little contact and had only known each other for a day or two, those were the happiest days of her life. Although she knew she wasn't worthy of Jin Chao, being able to talk to him and help him with small tasks was enough to make her content. But to have even this small wish taken away by fate was unbearable. Thankfully, he wasn't dead, he was still alive. Xiao Dai's sudden action startled Jin Chao, freezing him in place, but now he couldn't push her away. All he could do was gently pat Xiao Dai's back, softly saying, "It's okay, it's okay." Witnessing this scene, Jin's parents were very relieved. They had always liked Xiao Dai and wanted to matchmake the two. They were worried Xiao Dai might not agree, but now it was clear Xiao Dai really liked their son. The only question was what Mr. Mu thought. Mu's father was overjoyed. All this time he had been sending updates about the siblings' behavior to Jin Chao, all to make a good impression on his behalf. "I thought Jin Chao's return would only make their relationship better, but I didn't expect Xiao Dai to be so proactive." Now, their affection must have warmed up quite a bit. It seems more likely now that she will become Jin's daughter-in-law. Zhao San and the others, seeing this scene, were itching with jealousy, but who could they blame? Their own granddaughter. Their daughter had no intention of getting in touch with Jin Chao. What to do now? Nope, they must seize this opportunity. Jin Chao, of course, was unaware of their thoughts. After crying for a while, Xiao Dai also felt that it wasn't right. She wiped her tears and took a few steps back with her head down. At this moment, Mucho Jian, never one to read the room, approached Jin Chao directly. "Idol, do you know why we didn't come to the funeral at the first opportunity?" His words piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Given their usual eagerness to please Jin Chao, they should have been the first ones there, but they were the last to arrive. There must be something fishy. Jin Chao was already curious about this. Prompted by Mucho Jie, he asked outright, "I'm also curious, what were you two up to?" Pleased to have aroused Jin Chao's curiosity, Mucho Jie smiled and said, "Tata." He then pulled out a bloody human head from his spatial ring. "Idol, a gift for you." With it, he handed the head to Jin Chao. Jin Chao looked at Mucho Jie, puzzled. A gift? Who gives a human head as a gift? But when he saw the face of the head, his eyes widened in shock. Isn't this old nine from Heibai Wujin the one with the ability of the four-faced Buddha? How did he die? Did these siblings kill him? That's impossible. He was a martial master above level 61. How could these two have killed him? Not just Jin Chao, everyone present was shocked. They were well aware of old nine's strength. Although he was insignificant in their eyes, they were martial kings over level 70. Among all the martial masters in Wangjiang City, very few could defeat him, let alone kill him. And if old nine played his cards right, he could even challenge a martial king. Such a strong person was rare in Wangjiang City. How on earth did these siblings kill old nine? But what shocked them even more came next. Jin Chao, still puzzled, asked Mu, "Uncle, the training plan you set for them, it's only been a couple of weeks, right? Has their strength increased so rapidly?" Jin Chao had faked his death that day, and according to the martial arts encyclopedia provided by the system, he had devised a detailed qi and blood enhancement plan for the siblings. Although he knew the system's offerings were powerful, by his calculations, they couldn't possibly have improved enough to kill him. Had he miscalculated? Hearing this, Mucho Jie's smile grew even wider. "Idol, the plan you devised was awesome. My sister and I followed it for just over 10 days and shot up to level 52, almost a level a day." Hearing this, Zhao and the others were shocked, their mouths agape. They completely lost the composure expected of superiors. What was this guy saying? 1 level a day? How could that be possible? before reaching level 15-inch. With the financial power of the Mu family, it was certainly feasible to advance one level per day. Weren't they all over level 30 before? At that level, advancing one level every 2 or 3 months would already be considered fast. How did he manage to increase one level per day? And what about the plan formulated by Jin Xiao? Was the plan really that powerful? They knew when Jin Xiao was making the plan, they originally thought it would at most speed things up a bit. Reducing the time by 20% for the siblings would have been impressive enough. Unexpectedly, it increased the speed by nearly 100 times. That was terrifying. How did Jin Xiao do it? Jin Xiao frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, level 52 is pretty much what I expected, but still that won't be enough to kill him. I know just how formidable Lao Jiao is. Forget level 52-inch, there are barely any who could defeat him at level 62, let alone kill him. Hearing this, Mu Qiujie proudly said, idle, you're underestimating us siblings. When our unique abilities combine, not just this Lao Jiao, even if the top 10 from the Yin Yang realm come, we can take them down. The top 10 could be taken down? That's impressive? Hearing Mu Qiujie boasting and Jin Xiao seemingly believing it, Mu Qiudai looked somewhat reproachfully at Mu Qiujie and whispered, brother, don't talk nonsense. Jin Qiujie is just boasting. When we worked together, at most we could take down one, definitely not two. Despite being called out for boasting, Mu Qiujie was not the least bit embarrassed and confidently said, maybe not 10, but 2 is definitely no problem. Sister, you're just too cautious, otherwise we could have brought back another one today. Jin Xiao didn't quite believe what Mu Qiujie said, but the fact that the two of them together could actually take down Lao Jiao was beyond his expectations. Were their combined abilities really so powerful? This was not just a simple case of surpassing levels, this was directly defeating elites across levels. It seems he had underestimated them. The combat power of the two siblings naturally surprised everyone, but what Zhao and the others cared most about was Jin Xiao's training plan. How did he manage to help them advance one level a day? No, they had to get that training plan. With that plan, how many people could they train in the future? What would they have to fear then, be it exotic beasts or the Yin Yang realm? Old Zhao couldn't hold back any longer and approached Jin Xiao, saying, young Jin, could you give me a copy of that training plan? I'd like to study it too. Upon hearing this, Zhu De immediately became anxious. Old Zhao, what's the rush? If anyone should get it first, it should be us. Young Jin, I know the training plan is precious. I won't take it for free. I'll trade something for it. Whatever I can offer, just name it and I will definitely agree. Zhu Da's offer was quite tempting indeed. After all, Jin Xiao was no longer the short-sighted person he used to be. Now he was making nearly $1 billion a day. If he were to ask for something, it would certainly be of great value. Elong would certainly not be left behind. The allure of this form is immense for anyone. He had to get it for himself. Xiao Jin, the Nanio group doesn't have much to offer, but if you give me this form, you can take any potion from Nanio group as you wish in the future. As for the third-level potions, they will be supplied to you as a priority without any charge. All potions are yours to take free of charge. Nanio Group has really invested heavily in this form, not to mention just one bottle of third-level potion is worth over 100 million and is priceless. Sunny Long even promised priority supply without taking a penny. If it were someone else, it would definitely bankrupt Nanio Group. Even at such great risk, Sunny Long still wants to obtain this form, which shows how much he values it. However, he still trusts Jin Xiao's character. Seeing the situation, old Zhao also started to get anxious. These two guys both so willing to give. He originally wanted to take it for free, but now it seems impossible. But what can he offer now? He has already given the maximum authority he could. Give money. How much money can buy such a training form? If neither power nor money works, then just hand over the financial authority of the martial artist building to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, I can't offer anything else here. I can only hand over the financial authority of the martial artist building to you. You must give me this form. The conditions offered by the three people, each more tempting than the last. Father Mu didn't say a word, feeling incredibly pleased inside. This is the advantage of acting first. If it weren't for his daughter climbing this big tree and him pushing his son to Xiao Jin, he wouldn't even be qualified to compete for this form now. Now, without spending a penny, he was the first to own it. He really admired himself. Thinking this, Father Mu couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter immediately drew the unfriendly gazes of the three old Zhaos. You kid, just quietly enjoy yourself. Laughing out loud, what are you trying to do? Noticing their gazes, Father Mu quickly stifled his laughter, not daring to laugh anymore. Three big bosses not to be provoked. Seeing this scene, Shangwan commander was also extremely anxious. If what they said was true, then this form was too important for the military. the military personnel constantly combat alien beasts suffering heavy casualties. This also led to many people not wanting to join the military. Moreover, there were originally few martial artists. The military was even more understaffed, greatly affecting their strength in combating alien beasts. If they obtained this training form, all these problems could be solved. As long as the soldiers' strengths increased, casualties would decrease, those martial artists would choose to join. Plus, with such a fast pace of improvement, it would definitely attract more people to join the military. Thinking this, Shangwan commander's breathing became rapid. It could be said that no one needed this training form more than he did, but what could he offer in exchange with Jin Chao? The military wasn't his alone, he couldn't make all the decisions by himself. Compared to the conditions offered by the other three parties, the military department was utterly uncompetitive, yet the training schedule was something he had to obtain. With this thought, Commander Shangwan thickened his skin and approached Jin Chao. He somewhat hesitantly said, "Mr. Jin, although I know it's a lot to ask, I still hope you could give this schedule to the military department. I'm willing to meet any conditions you might set, just name them." Everyone turned their attention to Commander Shangwan as he spoke. Compared to the other parties who said, "Just name your conditions," the military's offer didn't seem quite as tempting. After all, everyone knew what the military could offer. Thus, they didn't take Commander Shangwan's words to heart. Moreover, someone from the military had just made outrageous statements offending Jin Chao. Even if Jin was forgiving, he wouldn't hand over something so precious to the military. Jin Chao naturally heard Commander Shangwan's words too. He simply shook his head. Seeing this, Commander Shangwan became anxious. Although he had no close ties with Jin Chao, he was prepared to swallow his pride to get the training schedule. Just as Commander Shangwan was about to speak again, he heard Jin Chao say, "The effectiveness of this training schedule isn't as significant as you think." Upon hearing Jin's words, the others couldn't hold back their reactions. Not that significant, they thought. Jin had been using it continuously, oblivious to how difficult it was for ordinary people to enhance their vitality and blood circulation. Of course, he wouldn't understand what the schedule meant. But they knew. Indeed, comparisons can be utterly disheartening.